Prologue. Shiloh. 10 months ago. Los Angeles, California. Mirrors. They're funny things. Sometimes, when we're all dressed up and painted to perfection, they reflect an image everyone strives to emulate. 99% of the time, I love them. I walk by them and stare at myself, occasionally shocked at the woman looking back at me. Shiloh West. The one who's in demand all over the world for the image they've created. Other times, I catch a glimpse of the coastal country girl who still hides inside the desired woman. The bitch everyone hated, because all they saw was a vapid waste of space. Shallow. Risking one last glance, I straighten my pale pink dress, making sure the neckline is pushed down far enough so that my breasts make the next day's tabloids. Mirrors. They don't lie. They also don't hide dirty little secrets. Cursing, I run a finger under my nose and wipe away the faint white powder. Tilting my chin back, I check for any residue. When I'm positive all is clear, I flash a brilliant smile at myself, then spit in the center of the mirror. Saliva trails down the glass, splitting my image into a grotesque comic book villain. You can lie to cameras. Mirrors tell the truth. I fucking hate mirrors. Every eye in the club follows me as I make my way back to the VIP lounge. Sliding into the booth next to my friends, I paint on the plastic smile I've perfected over the years. To the ones who love us, copy us, take our pictures, but will never be us. I lift my 3 olive martini and shove it toward the middle of the elevated booth, missing Lena's and Kirkland's glasses completely. Half the liquid sloshes over the rim and coats Kirkland's silver pantsuit. Damn, Shiloh! How many of those have you had? We're right here, for God's sake. Even with her face scrunched up, Kirkland Maynard still looks like Jessica Rabbit. Half the men in the club have probably jerked off to her covers just for her tits alone. Not nearly enough. After draining the glass, I slam it onto the table and hold my hand in front of her face. I'm sober as a judge. I expect to see a steady palm, but instead find myself digging 2 fingers into Lena's fake eyelashes. Son of a bitch! Smacking my hand away, Lena blinks the dislodged fur ball until it suctions back onto her eyelid. You're cut off. I can't help but laugh. Cut off? There's no such thing in our world. Dealt in, catered to, and over-ass-kissed are more like it. We want for nothing. If our resting bitch faces slightly falter, no less than a dozen people flock around us either begging for our forgiveness or complimenting our every detail. Our lives revolve around excess. We are envied by our peers, loathed by women, lusted by men, and overpaid by a king's ransom. We're models, and appearances are everything. We're the elite, the few who achieved worldwide fame on beauty and a deep sense of self-worth. No regrets. Mostly none, at least. You can't survive in this business living with regrets. If you do, they'll eat you alive and spit you out. Chin up, eyes forward, and conscience clear. For 7 years, I've lived by that code, and it's brought me international fame I never dreamed possible. My face has graced every fashion magazine from New York to Milan. I've bedded A-list actors and chart-topping rock stars. I have more Instagram and Twitter followers than the President of the United States, and probably twice the hate mail. Take a good look. Do I look like I care? Hell no. People can say whatever they want. You aren't shit in this world if you don't have haters. I've had them all my life. Even in high school, girls hated me. Not because of anything I did, but because even then I made no apologies for who I was. A bitch. Real is real. Some are born to lead, and others are born to follow. Drive the train or board the bus. Beep beep, motherfucker. I'm at the wheel. I know the drugs are taking effect when I want to dance to the music I forced myself to tolerate moments earlier. Unfortunately, the club has lost its appeal, and I'm ready to go. Go ahead. Judge me. Call me an addict. My fascination with nose candy began late in high school. Too busy popping diet pills and avoiding emotional attachments, I didn't find the uncomplicated fuck-it quality of getting high until my senior year. Say what you will, but life could be in the shitter, and with one hit, you feel instantly optimistic about your miserable existence. That's some powerful shit. This place is over. Let's go. I stand, not bothering to care if anyone follows. Why? Because I know they will. I lead and people follow. However, I'm 2 steps away from the table when I realize I'm one bit short of a party. Lena licks her lips as the waiter drops another fruity drink on the table. You two go. I think I'll stick around and let Jose buy me another drink. It's Javier, Miss De La Cruz. Does it really matter? She takes a sip of her drink and winks. I want to be mad, but I can't help but laugh. Javier, or whatever his name is, doesn't stand a chance. Lena's a goddess with long raven hair and flawless bronzed skin that wins her countless magazine covers. If she wasn't one of my best friends, I'd probably create a rumor about her just to make people hate her. But you can't hate Lena. She's one of the realest bitches around, and she actually likes me. I can count the number of women who'd give a shit if I lived or died on 2 fingers. I'm standing with both of them. Used to Lena's open pussy policy, I yank Kirkland's hand when I feel resistance. Stumbling at the top of the staircase, I sigh dramatically. Come on. My buzz is going to wear off, Kirk. Are you sure you're going to be okay? Kirkland's lips pinch together as she stares at Lena's bloodshot eyes. Lena waves her off with a flick of her wrist. Doll, I've been prowling for Dick long before you two could recite the alphabet. Now go find your own playpen. This one's mine. Kisses, my loves. Call us when you get home. Kirkland calls out as I drag her down the stairs. Just to have the last word, I yell up to the VIP area as security flanks us on both sides. Remember to ice down your vag. You have a swimsuit shoot tomorrow and you don't want to have meat flaps, you slut. Lena's throaty laugh echoes behind me as the cool Los Angeles air whips my blonde curls around my face. The minute my Louboutins hit the pavement, a tree trunk of an arm slams across my chest. Wait here, Miss West. I'll get your car. Here's the problem with being famous. I love the attention. I love people willing to bend over and take it up the ass just to please me. What I don't love is being told what to do. And this guy just snapped my final nerve. Not without these. Pulling a set of keys out of my Louis Vuitton purse, I swing them around my finger. Just as he lunges for them, I shove a palm against his chest. Don't make the mistake of forgetting who signs your paychecks. Lights flash around me, but I'm too high and pissed to care that paparazzi are starting to crowd us. Over the years, I've learned to tune them out. Photographers are my bread and butter, and if they want a gratuitous crotch shot, so be it. There's no such thing as bad publicity. Miss West, you've had too much alcohol to drive, the guard whispers. I'd be failing as your personal security if I allowed you to do this. Now hand over the keys. Oh, you mean these keys? I dangle them in front of his face, and his cheeks redden as I jerk them away at the last moment. Shy, just give him the keys. Kirkland forces a smile and poses for the cameras. You know he's right. Logically, I do know they're both right. Hell, I'm drunk and high. Getting behind the wheel is stupid even by my standards, but paparazzi and television cameras are on me. Passing the keys off to one of my guards would be the equivalent of admitting I have no control over my own life. Fuck that. Control is all I have left, and I'll be damned if the next tabloid headline will be Shiloh West, stoned and bare-crotched, gets carried away by bodyguard from LA nightclub. Hell no. My keys, my life, my terms. Handing the keys to the valet, I lean in close. Pull my car around. And if you let anyone else drive it, I'll have your balls and a mimosa for breakfast. Are we clear? The valet attendant seems like a decent guy, but I'm pretty sure he pisses himself the minute I grab his tie. Men are so easy. It's pathetic. I bet if I touch his dick, he'd come right there in his cheap khakis. Not 5 minutes later, I smile to myself as my beautiful yellow Lamborghini Gallardo pulls up beside us. She was an extravagant present to myself, but after 7 years in the business, I deserve her. Sure, she set me back almost $2 million. But when you're one of the highest paid models in the world, people expect a certain standard from you. Can anyone imagine Shiloh West driving a fucking Honda? I'd rather die. As my angel revs at my feet, the distinctive roar of her V10 engine pulls my grin tighter across my face. The valet attendant opens the door, shaking his head with what I assume to be envy as he runs his hand down the side. She's a beaut, Miss West. Of course she is. Irritated, I brush his hand away from the door. I'm no idiot. I picked the Gallardo for a reason. It ensures that wherever I go, I'll be seen and heard. Heads will turn, and I'll be the topic of conversation, just as I've always liked it. Stumbling slightly, I slip behind the wheel and flash the paparazzi their long-awaited crotch shot. For the lifestyle section, boys. Giving a flirty wink, I slam the door and click my seatbelt. Just as I put it in drive and hit the gas, a god-awful gagging noise comes from the other side of my car. I turn in horror just as Kirkland slaps a hand over her mouth and puffs her cheeks out. So help me God, Kirk. If you puke in my car, I'll kill you. I'll be fine. Dropping her hand, she waves it toward the windshield. Just drive. I won't ruin the fun. I promise. Sure. If Kirkland pukes in my car, I'll rip out her red hair and mop the floorboard with it before shoving it down her throat. We are best friends. Well, as much as rivals can be friends. She did steal the recent Sports Illustrated cover away from me. Something about my nipples being off-center. Whatever. I've never had any complaints about my nipples. Screw Sports Illustrated. I just got the cover of Maxim anyway. They'll come crawling back. I'm happy for Kirkland. Really. Mostly. The cover still should have been mine. I make more money than Kirkland. I'm in higher demand. That cover would have been my hat trick. 3 covers in a row. Shiloh, watch the lines. With cocaine and alcohol still rushing through my veins, my response to her outburst meets in the middle of my brain with a rush of obnoxiousness and delayed reaction. Slowly turning my head, I catch her gaze and throw my hands up in anger. What the fuck, Kirk? Are you seriously yelling at me while I'm trying to drive? The way her eyes bulge, I know I've made a grave error in judgment. I just don't know how bad until it's too late. Car! It's the only word Kirkland yells as she reaches across me and grabs the unmanned wheel. With what feels like stretches of blurred minutes, I glance up to see an 18-wheeler has veered into our lane and is headed straight for us. The deep horn blows like a boat arriving to harbor, and part of me wants to hit my own horn in response, almost as an answer to an unresponsive lover. Is that psycho? Probably. The slow minutes finally speed up and everything becomes clear again. Light and darkness combine, blazing past us as they mold into twisted streaks. It's only then that I realize it's not the truck, but me who has veered into his lane. And my hands aren't on the wheel. Shiloh! Do something! Oh, God! I don't see Kirkland's hand jerk the wheel hard to the right until the last second. I can't feel anything as the realization that we're going to crash settles deep within me. Covering Kirkland's shaking hand with my own, I hold her grip steady into our sharp turn, which obviously is the absolute worst thing we could have ever done. Know what sticks in my head the most right here? Britney Spears' Toxic is playing on the radio. God apparently does have a sense of humor. My beautiful car fishtails, spins and does a complete 360 in the middle of the road before becoming airborne. I scream. Kirkland screams. I think one of us screams again. I can't be sure because at that point, my airbag smacks me in the face hard. A searing pain rips through me and warmth coats my lips. Then there's silence. Every time I'd pass by one of those horrific highway wrecks, I'd watch with sadistic fascination at the destruction strewn across the asphalt. Most people would rubberneck, then look away, ashamed at their interest. Not me. I wondered what went through their minds during their last few seconds. Did they scream? Did their ears fill with screeching metal as their lives flashed before their eyes? Did they cry out for God to help them? In reality, none of that happens. There's a peaceful quiet when you're about to die. No flashes of light. No memories of happier times. The heavens don't open up, nor do the flames of hell shoot up to claim you. There's just acceptance and silence. As I fill my lungs for the last time, I reach for Kirkland's hand and smile at my own private joke. The ravine looks as shallow as me. Chapter 1. Shiloh. 1 week ago. All rise. The Court of Los Angeles County is now in session. The Honorable Judge Harold J. Oliver presiding. My fingers pause from playing with a loose thread on my dress as the bailiff's deep voice catches my attention. He stands with an impeccably straight spine, every limb and button on his brown uniform in place and orderly. There's no expression on his face. It's like his emotions have been vacuum-sucked, leaving only a shell. I like him already. I know his game. Shiloh. Barry's sharp voice warns. Instead of meeting what I can feel is his heated stare, I watch my lawyer's fingertips press hard onto the mahogany table. Stand up, for Christ's sake. A quick glance around the courtroom confirms why he's pissed. Everyone is standing but me, the defendant, the one whose fate will be decided in mere minutes. I'm the one who should be standing with wobbling knees. Instead, I'm picking at random threads thinking about the bowl of cereal I left sitting on the kitchen counter of my penthouse and the disgusting mess it'll be when I get back home. If I get home. It makes me smile. I'm still shallow west, even in the hour of my reckoning. Yes, sir. Before Barry can pull another ventriloquist act and yell at me through his perpetually chapped lips, I smooth my virginal white dress and stand. I hate this dress. It's demure and cute and has cherries on the lapel. Goddamn cherries. Like anyone's going to buy this shit. I'm Shiloh West, not a fucking dress barn model. Barry convinced my mom that the look would make me seem innocent and remorseful. I don't need visual sympathy to make me look remorseful. The fact that I wake up every morning wanting to climb inside a marble box beside my best friend pretty much covers that. Judge Oliver hesitates, holding my eye, and it's not because he's enamored with me. I've winced over the harsh words he and the prosecutors have slung at me during my trial. The moment the jury delivered their guilty verdict of felony vehicular manslaughter, I could have sworn I saw a gleam in his eye. Today, the man looks like he wants nothing more than to send me to the chair. I wonder what that would feel like. Would it be quick? I doubt they'll give me a lethal injection. They probably think I'll enjoy the rush too much. Irony's a bitch, isn't it? Judge Oliver takes his seat as the clerk clears her throat. This is the sentencing for the state of California against Shiloh West. The pale redhead, who I've nicknamed Little Bitchy Annie, stands again and tugs on her navy blazer. Paula Travers, for the state of California, Your Honor. I can only pinpoint 4 freckles today. She tries her best to hide them and fails miserably. I have to hold myself back from suggesting she ditch the drugstore brand foundation and splurge on the good shit. Barry Broderick for the defendant, Your Honor. I look up at the confident set of Barry's jaw. He's not attractive, but not hideous. In his late 30s, maybe early 40s, I can't tell. Los Angeles is filled with so much Botox, I have no idea who's real and who's embalmed. One thing I know for sure is that the man is good at his job, although I'd expect nothing less from a man with that many zeros in his paycheck. He managed to get me released to my mother's neurotic watch after only 2 nights in jail, so I can't go full-on Shiloh on him. Silence fills the court as I focus on Judge Oliver. The man holds my future in his hands. Of course, I want to make it out of this unscathed, preferably without an orange jumpsuit. What I'm not sure he understands is that there's no middle ground for me. Either set me free or kill me, because if he sends me back to jail, I'll die anyway. Defense counsel and the state have been notified that I'm considering a sentence outside the normal guideline range. Judge Oliver's stony expression passes from Prosecutor Travers to Barry and pauses for dramatic effect. Counselor, is your client prepared to proceed with sentencing at this time? Barry jumps to his feet again, like an obedient little puppy. We are, Your Honor. Miss West, have you read the pre-sentence report? I let out a little grunt as Barry kicks my ankle under the table. Pre-sentence report. Pre-sentence report. I hope that's the thick binder Barry brought over last night, filled with pages and pages about my life and character and the personal interviews I did. If not, I honestly have no idea what I'm agreeing to. I stand this time because I've always been a quick learner. Yes, Your Honor. I did read it. And honestly, I don't believe there's a chance in hell I'm not getting the chair. Heaving a sigh, Judge Oliver runs his forefinger down the length of his gavel. It's an odd gesture in the middle of a sentencing, in my opinion, but this being my first and only experience in this situation, what do I know? Miss West, do you wish to address the court prior to your sentencing? Barry and I worked on a speech all last night. It was close to 2 o'clock in the morning before he finally closed the door to the penthouse, confident that I'd rattle off the self-deprecating monologue he'd written. Maybe that's why his body language seems so relaxed, seconds before I open my mouth and blow everything all to hell. Yes, Your Honor. I realize that my actions have caused a hell of a lot of pain. There's no way I can justify causing my best friend's death. If I could turn back time, I would. Barry's eyes flash with panic as I turn around and face Kirkland's parents' tear-stained faces. I swear I would. Judge Oliver bangs the gavel he seems to love so much. Miss West, do not address the victim's family directly. Right, sorry. I can't change what's happened. I can only change how I act from now on. An unfamiliar burn stings my eyes, and I blink repeatedly, determined to finish despite the abuse Barry's fake Testoni dress shoes are inflicting against my shin. I'm not a good person, Judge Oliver. Ask anyone who's ever known me. I've done a lot of bad things, but I'll spend the rest of my life making this up to the Maynards, however long that may be. The minute I sit down, I feel Barry's stare burning into the side of my face. He's livid, and with good reason. In one 30-second speech, I dismantled all his hard work. Weeks of tap dancing lessons down the drain. Sorry, I whisper. He just shakes his head. Enjoy state prison. My stomach knots, and I grow old waiting for Judge Oliver to move his crooked finger from his lips and say something. Anything. Finally, he leans back in his oversized chair. Miss West, please rise again. Stand up, sit down, fight, fight, fight. Go, Team West. I can hear my mother sniffle to my right as I stand, and I want to slap her. Bianca West is a bigger drama queen than me, and that's saying something. After Barry left last night, it took me 2 hours to peel her off the ceiling fan long enough to crush up a Xanax in her white Russian. Looking at her now will destroy any composure I have left. Miss West, Judge Oliver begins. You have been found guilty of felony vehicular manslaughter. The guidelines for such an offense carry up to a year in county jail, or 4 to 10 years in state prison, as well as up to a $10,000 fine and mandatory alcohol and drug treatment. Apparently, I wobble, because Barry grabs my wrist to steady me. My mother sobs louder. However, he continues, reaching for his wire-rimmed glasses. In the state of California, I have the power to issue felony probation. In reading the pre-sentence report, I see you've had no prior incidences. You've sought professional and rehabilitative help, and your character profiles are very complimentary, contrary to your little speech there. Of course they were. My father owns 7 marketing companies in the United States and 3 overseas. Need a character reference? Don't worry. Daddy will sign the check with a flourish and never think about it again. Just like me. Money talks, bullshit walks. Not once in 30 days did Alistair West fly in from his extended European business trip to visit me in the hospital. Not once did he FaceTime me to ask how my scars were healing. Not once did he attend a day of my trial. Flowers and jewelry were all I got. They're all I've ever gotten my whole life, sent by his secretary, of course. She knows all my favorites. Felony probation is an alternative to prison, Miss West. It would allow you to serve your sentence in the community under supervision. I don't see prison as an effective rehabilitation option for someone like you. On the contrary, I foresee 2 tragic endings to this case, rather than 1. Barry moves closer and takes my hand. Normally, physical touch repulses me, but I gladly latch onto his fingers as vomit rises in my throat. Therefore, I'm sentencing you to 3 years felony probation. You must pay the victim's family restitution, and you'll perform a 3-year sentence of 40 hours of weekly community service at a location of my choosing. You'll forfeit your driver's license for 5 years, attend drug rehabilitation classes, and meet with your probation officer for mandatory drug screening. No jail. Holy shit. No jail. My mind is reeling, and my mouth takes over my brain. Are you shitting me? Shut your mouth or I'll shut it for you. Barry bites out between clenched teeth. Your Honor, little bitchy Annie blurts out, her face beet red and ready to explode. I have to object to these terms. The defendant was found guilty of felony vehicular manslaughter. A woman is dead. With all due respect, this is a travesty. Objection overruled. And with all due respect, Mrs. Travers, this is a sentencing hearing and not a trial. I make the final decision, and you abide by it. Are we understood? Little bitchy Annie slinks back into her chair, her throat bobbing from swallowing what I assume to be her pride. Yes, Your Honor. Miss West will be released to the supervision of her mother, Bianca West, while the paperwork processes. But once all legal documents have been signed and notarized, you will begin community service at the Elizabeth Kincaid Community Center. Can one's heart stop and still be able to speak? Because I think mine did. I'm sorry, I thought I heard you say the Elizabeth Kincaid Center? That's exactly what I said, Miss West. But that's in South Carolina, Your Honor. Miss West, you've proven that living in Los Angeles provides illicit temptation for you. I'm taking it upon myself to eliminate that temptation. I focus on his black robe so I don't pass out. You are to be transferred back to your childhood home in North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where you will begin your service at the Kincaid Center. Should you violate any part of the probation I've set forth, all terms will be revoked, and you'll be given the maximum sentence of 10 years in state prison. Have I made myself clear? Gut punch. Kick to the ribs. Either would knock less breath out of me. I find myself thinking of prison. Would it be so bad? Would the chair? Would anything other than walking into that center? Miss West? Yes, Your Honor. Did I speak? I think I spoke. I have no idea. Good. The defendant is released and will report to her probation officer in 5 days. Court adjourned. I can't help but watch his hand as he reaches for the gavel and raises it higher than normal. He wants a big show, a loud bang to seal my fate. And he gets it. My mother sobs louder, praising a god she's never spoken to in her life, and Barry has a goofy smile plastered across his face I don't understand. Why are they happy? I didn't win my case. I may have escaped jail, but I have just been sentenced to something far worse. Imagine answering for every wrong you've committed in your life, facing every person you've turned your back on since you were a child, returning as a freak to a place you graced as a queen. As I'm led out of the courtroom, I brush my hand across my left cheek, the rough, jagged feel on my fingers wilting away any hope left of survival. Judge Oliver sentenced me to my own judgment day.
Chapter 2. Carrie. Present day, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. What kind of half-ass swing was that, Junior? Easily deflecting the right hook, I grin because it'll piss Frankie off even more. He hates that nickname, and knowing he hates it only eggs me on. I bounce around the ring, the tape on my wrists pulling at my skin. We gonna fight or hug it out? Running a forearm across his brow, Frankie licks a drop of blood from a gash on his lip. Fuck you, Kirk. I laugh. Probably not the smartest move considering Frankie has about 3 inches on me, but I admire the way he meets my dig with his own. Unfortunately for him, my given name means nothing to me. Carrick Kincaid no longer exists. He died the minute she stole my future. I'm Carrie, plain and simple. I wouldn't mind a face full of those. Off to the side, Romeo groans like a man saddled up at a stripper buffet. A hum of whistles and curses rustles in the background, but I tune them out. Frankie has that look on his face again, and I know laughing at him pushed him over the edge. I've taught him well. You're finished, old man? You're leaving here in a body bag. Frankie bounces around, flaring his nostrils like I haven't seen that move 100 times. Stopping mid-block, I raise an eyebrow and throw my arms out in a dumbass vulnerable move. You gotta stop watching The Karate Kid. You gonna sweep my leg too, Johnny? Frankie answers with an animalistic growl from the back of his throat, and I brace myself for the hit. He doesn't disappoint. A solid overhand right punch lands square on my chin, swinging my head backward. Before I have a chance to recover, he's on me, slamming into my left shoulder until he has me pinned. I watch Fight Club, old man. The Karate Kid dude is a pussy. The words are barely out before he drives out 2 punches into my gut. I have to get up. Frankie and I are cool, but I also don't feel like spending the rest of the afternoon getting my face stitched up. Plus, the incessant hollering from the sidelines is getting on my nerves. Frankie's fists pulls back for another gut punch when I find my opening and draw my knee in. With a hard heel to his ribcage, I knock him off balance and onto his ass. I daze the kid, but only momentarily. He's not the one who's just spent the last 30 seconds having his spleen shoved halfway up his esophagus. That shit kinda hurt if I'm being honest. Frankie shakes his shaved head like a charging bull, flinging sweat across the ring. The moment he runs toward me, I counter with a roundhouse kick to his jaw and bam! Lights out Junior. Not really. Frankie's just stunned. In 7 years of training, I know what hurts, what maims, and what ends lives. No one fucks with me. That Karate Kid dude caught a fly with a chopstick, you cheese stick. I lean down and offer him my hand. That's some real gangsta shit. After accepting my hand, we lock gazes and something passes between us. It's called respect. I have it. From Frankie, hell, from all of them. Applause fills the gym as the boys give Frankie grief for losing to me and toss magazines at him as a consolation prize. Eventually, the scowl fades from his face. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta let the old fuckers have their moment. Flashing me a bloody smirk, Frankie holds the ropes open and motions for me to climb out. Age before beauty, boss. Frankie's a good kid, and maybe I give him special treatment because I see potential in him. It's one of the reasons I've taught him to fight mixed martial arts. I push him on purpose because the kid's temper goes from 0 to blackout in the blink of an eye. The aggression inside him needs an outlet. I should know. I just hate I can't give the boys a real MMA cage like they've seen on TV. That shit's expensive, so a ring with ropes is the best I can do. But one day I'll have the real thing. One day. Tired of the boys treating my community center like a shithole, I grab the magazines and toss them back, hitting Romeo and Tiny in the chest. Clean this shit up. Boss, have you laid eyes on that? Tiny, whose nickname is a joke, almost 6 feet 4 inches tall and 300 pounds, picks up one of the magazines and opens it to the middle spread. Dude, it's Shiloh West. He grabs his dick and gives it a tug. Can't wait to get a look at her. I'd hit that so hard. The magazine is ripped from his hands as Romeo, 1/4 his size, named for his tendency to have a new girl every week, smacks him across the face with it. What are you gonna do when that 15 seconds is over? I'm quiet as they trade fantasies about what they do to the famous model as her half-naked body draws my eyes to the magazine in Romeo's hands. I listen, and I can feel my blood boil. Not because of what they're saying. I don't give a shit what they say about Shiloh West. My stomach churns because even though I hate her, I can't disagree with them. I want Shiloh down on her knees, offering herself to me over and over. I want her screaming my name so loud I go deaf, so loud that she's hoarse for days from that one word. She'll beg me to fuck her. Then I'll tell her to go fuck herself. Because Shiloh West, international model and every man's wet dream, ruined my goddamn life. 8 years ago, December. Carrick, oh my gosh, it's here. Wringing out the mop, I glance down at my mother from the second-floor walkway. She's waving a white envelope in her hand, and with every step she rushes up, my hold on the plastic handle tightens. Not now, I mutter, slathering the wet mop inside room 246. It's almost check-in time, and I still have to finish the floors and sanitize the room. Her smile fades as she brushes a piece of dark hair away from her face.
But son, it's the letter. Surely you can take a couple minutes to open it?
She shoves it against my chest, and it feels like liquid fire, incinerating my future from the outside in.
Mom, I can't.
What if they rejected me?
Carrot Kincaid,
she says in that stern mother tone that makes me stand up straighter.
You're just as qualified as any of those applicants. This is your destiny. I know it.
Her eyes mist as her lip quivers.
Your sister knows it too. Now are you going to disappoint us?
This is it. I've studied my ass off. I've sacrificed any form of a social life. I've asked for the extra credit. I've aced all the tests and have gotten one of the highest SAT scores in Horry County. But this one envelope holds the decision that will determine whether I fulfill a dream or run the Castaway Sands Motel for the rest of my life, catering to a bunch of overprivileged spring breakers. Propping the mop handle against the doorframe, I take the envelope from my mother's hand, carefully sliding my finger underneath the glue along the back.
Carrick, I don't have many years left, son, please.
Flashing her a grin, I rip the rest of it open. As I unfold the crested letterhead, I have to scan it 3 times before the lump in my throat dislodges enough for me to speak.
I got it. You got it? Mom, I got the full scholarship.
My voice stutters and I grab the wall for support.
I'm going to Duke University in the fall.
A heaviness settles in my stomach. My dream is happening. Tears tumble down my mother's cheek as she cups her hands over her mouth.
Oh, son.
I'm going to be a doctor, I whisper. I'm going to save the world. Squealing, my mom throws her arms around me, causing us to both stumble backward.
Oh, Carrick, I knew it. Your sister will be so proud, honey.
I break our embrace and smile, even though I try my best to hide it. Mom, would you mind finishing the room? I promise I'll clean the next 3 to make up for it. Her elated grin fades.
Not if you're going where I think you're going.
You don't know her like I do.
You only think you know her. She only talks to you if there's no one around to see it.
She's still ranting as I run down the broken steps 3 at a time. I don't have a car, but I do have a beat-up motorcycle that gets me where I need to be. And right now, the only place I need to be is with the most beautiful girl in the world. Present day. For an hour, I've stared at the centerfold of Shiloh's magazine. Not out in the open, of course. I have it shoved in the center drawer of my shitty, beat-up desk just in case someone comes in. I've tried to pay invoices, return calls, even force myself to call Taryn, but I find myself gawking at her sex-kitten stare like I've never seen a woman before. I'd followed her trial. That shit was all over the news like she was goddamn royalty. After I heard the judge say felony probation, I stopped paying attention. What Shiloh wants, Shiloh gets. And if it had been anyone else, they'd be behind bars by now. Groaning, I scrub my palms over my face and tilt my head back. You'd think after 7 years I'd have the woman out of my system. But I guess sometimes hate and lust run parallel. I loathe her. But time has done nothing to extinguish the fire inside me every time I see her half naked on the cover of some skin mag. Is it possible to want to fuck someone to death? Like literally to death? Because I think I'm there. As I weigh the moral implications, my office door opens and Frankie pokes his bald head in. Hey, boss, you got a minute? Shoving the drawer closed, I grab the handful of overdue invoices I snagged from Frankie's desk and try to look busy. I have 1 minute. You'd better talk fast, Junior. Rubbing the scruff on his jaw, Frankie settles into the metal chair in front of me. Comfy? I ask with a smirk. I know about her. I kicked my feet onto the edge of my desk. Is this purely a guessing game, or do I get multiple choice? Frankie rolls his eyes and sighs. I told the guys to stop being assholes. They're being stupid, but it's because they're thinking with their dicks. They don't know all the shit I know. And what is all the shit you think you know? I know you and Shiloh West have history. I also know whatever went down between you and her, it's like Tupac tragic. What does this have to do with anything? I drop my feet as my face heats. No way am I having this conversation with anyone. Undeterred, he nods to the crumpled invoices in my fist. Didn't bother to grab the mail off my desk before today, have you? No money coming in. There's no reason to open bills I can't pay. Before I can react, Frankie's out of his chair and sifting through the wad of mail in my hand. A protest sticks in my throat as he jerks one letter out of my grasp and waves it in front of my face. This job came overnighted, and I may have opened it. So? It came overnighted 3 days ago. You may want to take a look before you have yourself a shock you don't want the others to see. A bizarre sense of deja vu sucker punches me. I pull the letter out of the envelope and have to read it 3 times before I believe it's real. No. No way in hell. Dear Mr. Kincaid, this letter is to inform you that the state of California has mandated Shiloh West to serve out her 3-year felony probation sentence in South Carolina. In 3 days, Miss West will be transferred to Myrtle Beach, where she will serve her sentence of 40 hours per week of community service at the Elizabeth Kincaid Community Center. You are to record the arrival and dismissal times of Miss West for official documentation. Miss West will arrive on time for her scheduled services unless otherwise excused by her probation officer, Mr. William Emerson. You have 48 hours to submit a formal refusal of Miss West's assistance, along with a valid reason the court should consider reassignment. If no contact is made, please expect Miss West to report for service on Thursday, June 15th. Sincerely, Harold J. Oliver, Los Angeles County District Court. The paper shakes in my hand. I have no idea how to feel. On one hand, the thought of seeing Shiloh again makes me want to drag Frankie back into the ring and beat the shit out of him. On the other hand, the idea of Shiloh being at my beck and call is too tempting to resist. Fuck it. I'm past the refusal window anyway. You knew? I ask, still staring at the letter clutched in my hand. Yeah, and I thought you did too. The way you've been moping around here, I just thought you didn't want to talk about it. I dropped my head in my hands. The reality of seeing her again hit me hard. Shit. Boss, I know you don't like the girl, but she's coming here whether you like it or not. Your problem is going to be when those idiots out there see her. No one touches her, I growl, the intensity in my voice surprising me. After his words sink in, I narrow my eyes and wave the envelope in the air. They were talking like they knew she was coming too. Did you tell them? Nope. It's all over the news she's coming back to Myrtle Beach, boss. The only thing nobody knows is that she's coming here. Slamming the letter onto my desk, I press my fingers against my temple as my head pounds against it. As always, she gets off easy. She kills someone and gets a slap on the wrist. Now she gets to be our problem. Lucky us. Frankie scoots his chair back and slaps his thighs. I know this is probably the last thing you wanted. A slow smile lifts one corner of my mouth as years of planning finally come to fruition. On the contrary, Frankie, I can't fucking wait.
Chapter 3. Shiloh. The minute I step off the plane, I know I'm screwed. I've endured months without a relapse, but the churning in my stomach makes me ache for the relief one line would give me. I crave the numbness and perpetual motion, a habit born and cultivated by the very people who damned me for it. Instead, I'm stone cold sober as the welcome wagon arrives at the Myrtle Beach International Airport. They're at the terminal in full force, jumping into action as if they've been awaiting my arrival. Cameras and flashes buzz around me like a swarm of killer bees. Only these bees aren't interested in stinging me. They're out for my blood. Instinct has me covering my face with the inside of my elbow as the guard's firm grip on my other arm maneuvers me through the crowd. How did they get into the terminal? They probably bought a ticket. One shot of you would more than pay for their out-of-pocket expenses, she says in a clipped tone. I keep my head down and stumble behind her. I don't know why I thought slipping into town would be easy. I'm a radioactive train wreck barreling through a sleepy southern town that swallows gossip like starving animals in the wild. Everyone move, she yells, waving her arm. No cameras, no comment. Regardless of her authoritative warning, the shouts keep coming. Shiloh, is it true the Maynards are suing you in a civil case? Shiloh, what do you have to say about the protesters lined up outside? Shiloh, let us see your face. The last one makes me wince. There are protesters? I whisper to the large female directing me through the airport. What did you expect? She mumbles while guiding me around a second wave of paparazzi. You're a criminal, not Miss America. That's harsh. I groan as her thumb digs into my skin while she steers me into a tiny elevator. I call him like I see him. The pressure on my arm releases, and I hear her muscular body thump against the far wall of the elevator. You can look now, princess. Cameras are gone. I blink, the tight metal enclosure coming into focus as it descends to baggage claim. My heart thumps a wild rhythm in my chest, and sweat beads along my brow. While I didn't expect the cross-country trip to be a vacation, becoming a walking beacon definitely wasn't on my agenda. People mostly kept to themselves on the 6-hour flight, with only the occasional whisper or flash of a pathetically hidden camera phone alerting me to the fact anyone even cared I was there. The female officer contracted to ensure I didn't ditch the plane and fly to Mexico glared at me the whole time and shook her head. Kind of like she's doing now. Only then I was stuck in a tiny flying death trap, and now I'm stuck in a tiny box held up by cables and fishing wire. Both make me want to crawl out of my skin. Crawl out of my skin. If only that were possible. I can't help but chuckle to myself as I tug on the neck of my t-shirt, my throat expanding with panic. Something funny, princess? I glance at the officer's shoes. They're a sensible black with double-knotted laces and thick soles. I assume they're designed to chase down prisoners who make a break for it. However, their purpose is really inconsequential with the concealed gun tucked into the back of her waistband. No, I answer, as a sudden jolt lets me know the elevator has reached its destination. I just can't breathe in enclosed spaces. Sensible Shoes moves in front of me, but I'm not sure if it's to ward off any more paparazzi or to block my exit. Her short brown hair is tucked neatly behind each ear, and I can't find a trace of makeup on her face. The concept fascinates me. Before the accident, I couldn't imagine going outside without my armor. Well, then you should thank that rich daddy of yours that you aren't suffocating behind bars. You don't like me, do you? She maneuvers me forward with a heavy hand on my shoulder. What's to like? There are a different set of rules for your kind. You're overprivileged, overpaid, overindulged, and shallow. I freeze. Well, that didn't take long. I thought I'd be back at least 24 hours before I heard that nickname again. Some things never change. Clenching my jaw, I dodge another swarm of paparazzi and make my way toward the baggage claim carousel to collect my belongings. I manage to shove everything in 2 suitcases, leaving the rest in West Hollywood with a promise from Lena to ship more, should I want to set fire to what I brought with me. I am not a minimalist, or a glass-half-full kind of girl, but bringing everything with me just seemed too final. At least by leaving the majority of my things in the penthouse and persuading Lena to sublet, I'm able to give myself the illusion that I'm not stuck here for 3 years. 1,095 days. 26,280 hours. Not that I've done the math or anything. As I take a step toward the conveyor belt, Sensible Shoes grabs my shoulder again. The unnecessary display of dominance is irritating, and I whip around to let her know when she shoves me toward the double sliding glass doors that lead outside. An outside that's crowded with the aforementioned protesters holding up signs encouraging me to go to hell. Too late, bitches. Been there, done that. Crawled home. Wrong way, princess. This is as far as I'm obligated. But I need my bags, I argue as she guides me toward a sleek black sedan. I plant my feet the minute the doors open, and the warm coastal South Carolina humidity crawls down my throat. I've forgotten how stifling it can be, and how the salty taste seems to coat your tongue. It makes me long for California's crisp breezes. There is an unmistakable sneer in her tone. They've already been gathered and stowed away. By whom? I raise an eyebrow, not sure whether to fully believe her. That would be me, Miss West. My body shifts as I gaze at the intimidating man leaning over the top of the sedan, an amused smirk etched across his face. He's got to be at least 6'2", and with his tailored black pants and charcoal-colored button-up, he seems to have taken a page out of Sensible Shoes' fashion manual. His hair is dirty blonde, trimmed professionally in the back and sides, while the longer length of the top dusts below his eyebrows, making him appear less than procedural. Immediately, I know he's not a townie. I lived here long enough to spot one a mile away. His demeanor is a little bit Midwest ease and a lot of New York cockiness. Sensible Shoes raises her palms and takes a step backward. My contract was for a safe delivery, princess, not babysitting. This is the end of the road for you and me. She gives me an exaggerated salute and disappears through the glass doors. Shaking my head, I come out of my stupor long enough to fire back at both of them. You're just handing me off to some stranger? I assure you I'm no stranger, Miss West. The man offers in a deep voice. Or at least I won't be after you get in. Are you my driver? I frown. His eyebrows draw together. Are you serious? The blasé response irritates the hell out of me, and my hands settle onto my hips. I assure you I am quite serious, and also cautious. I'm a vulnerable woman standing outside an airport being lured into the equivalent of a candy-filled van. That was a rhetorical question. Cabs are over there. He points in front of us toward a caravan of taxicabs lined up along the curb. Excuse me? I'm not taking a cab. You were expecting a pumpkin and some mice. When I just glare at him, he continues. Unless you want to answer to the mob over there, get in, Miss West. Patting the top of the sedan with his palm, he lowers himself into the driver's seat. You're already late. He seems normal, but abduction isn't on my agenda for the day, so I plant my feet and fold my arms across my chest. I'm not going anywhere until you tell me who you are. I'm William Emerson, your probation officer, he says, popping his head over the top of the car. William Emerson and I stare at each other as if he can't believe I'm arguing with him. Finally, he shakes his head and rounds the car, his hand digging inside his pocket as he advances. I have no idea what he's doing, but I wait until he pulls his hand out to scream. Don't touch! He produces a small leather rectangle, and I blink a few times as it drops open, revealing a blue badge and an official ID. William Kyle Emerson, South Carolina Department of Corrections. He snaps the badge closed just as I reach for it. Any more questions? Yes, 1,000, but I'll hold my tongue. You have my bags? I ask, nodding to the trunk. I do. Where are you taking me? To meet your unofficial employer for the next 3 years. He answers while opening the passenger's side door for me. He's expecting you. He's expecting me. As I reluctantly lower myself onto the black leather seat, I click my seatbelt with only one thing on my mind. Please let he not be him. Chapter 4. Shiloh. 7 years ago, April, prom. As I descend the stage, a herd of people mill around me. I force a smile to make them think I care, but inside I'm rolling my eyes. I knew you'd win, Taryn squeals and flips her chestnut brown hair over her shoulder. At first glance, her smile seems sincere, but there's a quiver on the right corner. It's Taryn's tell. Everyone has a tell when they're lying, and if you think they don't, they're just skilled at hiding it. It's a stroke of the hair, a twitch of the nose, a nervous bite of the lip, or in Taryn's case, a smile slip. She doesn't know when she does it. It's best to keep that kind of information close to the cuff, especially when you're surrounded by people who'd offer you a ride in their car, then shove you in front of it. I'm not paying attention to her anymore because I feel him. I always feel him before I see him. I know when he's watching me. It used to freak me out, but now it's become a comfort, like a tattered blanket you really need to toss but can't because it makes you feel safe. That's him, a safe blanket. Taryn rolls her eyes and motions over my shoulder. Oh, look, Shiloh, your puppy has arrived. Even if I hadn't felt his presence, her face tells me what's about to happen. If I had any power to stop it, I would. However, as I hear his discreet cough behind me, I know it's out of my hands.
Congratulations, Shy,
he says.
I had everything crossed for you.
Everything but your balls, since they've been tucked inside Shiloh's purse since 9th grade, huh? I am mortified. Taryn. Ignoring me, she leans over my shoulder and gives him a slow perusal from head to toe. Look at you, all geek chic tonight. Where's your date, lawn boy? Carrick handles her like a polished iceberg, cold and unwavering.
I didn't come with anyone.
Before Taryn opens her mouth, I shut her down. Enough. You know how I feel about nicknames. She knows. Everyone knows. I hate them, especially his. Turning my back to her, I give him a private smile. You came.
I changed my mind. I wanted to see your moment.
Carrick's ocean blue eyes scan my dress.
You look like you should be on the cover of a magazine.
Thanks. I don't argue. It's easy to look like $1 million when your dress costs almost as much. Flown straight from New York, the grayish-purple dress, complete with a floor-length tulle skirt and a bodice covered in Australian crystals, cost more than most people's combined annual household income. I'm glad you could borrow something to wear. The words slip out before I can stop them.
This old thing?
Carrick grins, a wide smile that's much too large for his slim face.
I've had it for years. I'm wearing it to the White House next week.
I giggle. The truth is, he looks handsome. Normally clad in grass-stained jeans and hand-me-down t-shirts, he almost exudes confidence in the outdated tuxedo. Although his slender frame and wiry limbs make the jacket sleeves a bit too long and the hem on the pants drag the floor, I can tell he took great pride in his appearance tonight. He looks almost dashing. I wish I could tell him that, but the laughter grows louder around me. I have to get rid of him. Carrick has invaded the sacred circle for too long.
Shiloh, I know the prom queen is supposed to dance with the king, but Ross will get over it. Will you dance with me?
The sacred circle closes in, flinging a chorus of insults in their usual mob mentality. Everything in me screams at me to defend him. But I don't. I never have. I never will.
Hey, lawn boy.
Ross staggers beside me, moments before his 80-proof breath does.
Why don't you go home and jerk off to my girl's picture some more?
Carrick's face darkens.
I wasn't talking to you. I was speaking to Shy.
Ross smirks and nudges me forward.
Go ahead, Shy. Give lawn boy an answer.
The sacred circle crowds me, daring my break from the herd. So I do the only thing I can do. The thing I'm best at. I choose me. I don't want to dance with you. I'm surprised at how steady my voice sounds when I'm screaming inside. You don't belong here. Why don't you save yourself the embarrassment and go home? Vomit rises in my throat as his face falls. Cheers erupt around me, and I think I hear Ross tell him to fuck off as I'm guided away into the center of our circle of destruction. Because that's what we are. It's all we'll ever be unless we get the hell out of this town. I honestly don't care if any of them do or don't. I've already got one foot out the door and the other ready to run. I can still feel Carrick stare on me as Ross slaps my ass and tosses back another drink. Suddenly, I'm envious of his nickname. Lawn Boy. He'll outgrow that. He's brilliant. He'll rule the world one day and shame us all. But mine will stick to me like a second skin. Because you can't outrun who you are. Not when you're shallow as fuck. Present day. Familiar sights break up the memory as I turn my watery gaze outside the passenger's side window. I clench my jaw as beach store after beach store rush by me until they're just a streak of brightly colored lights and towels. I'd give anything to go back in time and erase that night from existence. Not just because it was the catalyst for his downfall, but for the selfish act that preceded it all. Miss West, are you all right? Glancing up, I see William Emerson alternately shifting his gaze from me to the road. Yeah, I answer in a distant voice that matches my mood. It's just strange being back here after so long. Not much has changed, I assume. He motions toward the windshield. Tourists and tanning lotion, they're a staple. I just nod. Shiloh. I'm sorry. You keep calling me Miss West. My name is Shiloh. Will, he says, pulling into the right-handed lane. We're almost there, Shiloh. Are you ready? Not in the least. He chuckles and ignores the weight of my response in favor of fiddling with the radio. Turning toward the window, I press my forehead against it and let my guilt drag me back to the night that ruined everything. The first night I ruined him. 7 years ago. April, prom. Ross, stop being a dick and let me out of this car. Trying to block him is useless when he pushes me against the door of his BMW. What's with the virginal act, Shiloh? It's prom and your parents aren't home. You owe me some action. A shadow passes out of the corner of my eye, but I'm too busy fending Ross off to pay attention. The only action you'll be getting tonight is with your own hand, asshole. Shoving an arm behind my back, I fumble around until I find the lock release button. In one click, I'm tumbling backward toward rough concrete and into a pair of strong hands. I don't have to turn around to know he's there. Only this time, anger vibrates off him in waves. Don't ever touch her again. Ross grips the dashboard. On, boy. You just don't know when to quit, do you? Looks like you don't either. Carrick's fingers flex around my arms, and his normally calm voice rumbles with defiance. Ignoring his jab, I force a bored look and stare into the car. Go home and sleep it off, Ross. I know it's dangerous for him to drive, but it's more dangerous to have him near me. Are you taking this shitbag's side over mine? Ross's brown eyes blaze, and I know the double meaning of his statement. The next words out of my mouth will define the remaining month of school for me. Fold or follow. That's my choice. And once again, I choose me. Wrenching out of Carrick's arms, I wipe the back of my hand across my drenched face. No, I'm choosing my side. Call me when you've sobered up. Slamming the car door, I realize too late I've forgotten my key. With a muffled curse, I stomp toward the back door as Ross drives away while yelling at both of us to go fuck ourselves. As if triggered by my mood, the heavens open up and the rain turns into a downpour. Long legs move quickly behind me. Shiloh, Leave me alone, Carrick.
What the hell just happened with him?
Nothing.
That wasn't nothing.
He insists, appearing by my side as I gather my ruined dress in my hands and hike it up my legs.
What would you have done if I hadn't been there?
Handled it. Throwing my high heels over the white wooden fence, I climb up and straddle the top before swinging my other leg over. My dress snags on a jagged post, and I hear the material rip the minute my feet hit the grass. I should be more upset, but at this point, I just want the damn thing off. Shitty reminder of a shitty night. Carrick is up and over the fence with graceful agility before I can stomp away. The heavy layers of tulle slow me down, and he grabs my arm again before I reach the house.
Did he hurt you?
I can handle myself, I yell, breaking out of his hold and making my way toward the back door. Irritated with the whole night, I dig my heels into the muddy grass and spin around. Why are you even here? You work here, Carrick. You cut our lawn. You're not my bodyguard.
No, I'm your friend.
Are you? Think about it. The only place I talk to you is inside this fence. Do I ever acknowledge you in school? Hell, I was a bitch to you tonight, yet you still showed up here. Why?
I love you.
His admission guts me. You can't. Don't you know what I am? How can you love me when I don't even love me? The coiled tension in his limbs eases, and he trails the back of his knuckles across my wet cheek.
I love you enough for the both of us.
I'm going to make you hate me. It's inevitable. Heat flares in his eyes, darkening the seafoam blue to a soulful indigo.
Nothing you can do will change how I feel.
I don't deserve his kindness, and I sure as hell don't deserve his love. The path I walk is a one-way direction to hell, and I won't drag him down with me. Besides, I'm putting this town and everyone in it behind me, including him. Go home, Carrick. I don't want you here.
But what if Ross comes back?
He won't. He frowns.
I won't be able to sleep if I'm worried about you.
Slipping into my roll, I throw my arms out wide and laugh. What are you going to do? Stand out here in the rain and guard me like some stray dog?
Yes.
Why are you so obsessed with me?
I'm not obsessed, but making sure you rest peacefully tonight will allow me to do it tomorrow.
I latch my arms around my middle and drop my gaze. You can't save me.
Then I'll just protect you.
Turning my back to him, I punch in the keypad code and throw all my weight against the door, slamming it behind me. After climbing to the 3rd floor, I rip the rest of the tattered gown off and pull on a tank top and boy shorts. With wet skin and drenched hair, I climb into bed, tears trickling from the corners of my eyes. I hate emotion. It's why I prefer to hide behind a facade, showing the world the only face they care about, the fake one. Burying my face in the pillow, I cry for me. I cry for Carrick. I cry for being forced to juggle as many masks as I do lies. A few moments later, a familiar warmth settles over me, and I crawl to the window to confirm what I already know. My throat tightens the minute I see him. His white tuxedo shirt is plastered against him, and he stands with his hands shoved deep into his pockets, staring up at my window. He doesn't move, his expression stoic and his soaked, unruly onyx hair sacking against his forehead. I watch him watch me, and the warmth inside me escalates. I shouldn't want him here, but I can't help how safe he makes me feel. I should scream at him to go, but my selfish side takes everything he offers without an ounce of gratitude. My eyes brim again as I push away from the window and crawl back into bed. I won't allow him to waste another night on me after this. But for now, I settle underneath my heavy white comforter and close my eyes, exhaling a remorseful breath for the peace I feel tonight and the destruction I'll cause tomorrow. Present day.
Shiloh, we're here.
Lifting my forehead off the window, I notice Will facing me with a pensive stare. My heart races, and a whooshing sound fills my ears. Already? You've been zoned out for the last 20 minutes, he points out, cutting the ignition. Ready to go in? Is that another one of your rhetorical questions? I ask, turning a blank stare out the window again. I suppose it is. Which means I don't have a choice. The memories that have pummeled me since stepping off the plane won't leave my mind, turning an already tense situation almost unbearable. My eyes lock on the white plaque on the outside of the otherwise plain brick building. It proudly displays the name that sours my stomach. The Elizabeth Kincaid Community Center. Will is already out of the car and waiting by the hood by the time I join him. I can only pray that Ellie's mom runs this place and he's become the doctor he was always meant to be, despite what I did to him. You act like this is worse than the alternative, Will notes as my stride slows the closer we get to the entrance. It is. I don't elaborate. My probation officer isn't meant to be my new best friend, let alone the person to confess my deepest, darkest secrets to. You're an enigma, Shiloh West, he notes, holding my stare as if I'm gullible enough to probe him for a reason. I'm not. Instead, I turn the tables on him as he reaches for the door. You're not from here. It's not a question. I already know the answer. Missouri, he says, ushering me inside. Small farm town right outside Kansas City. Moved here about 5 years ago. Midwest. I was right. Our conversation abruptly ends as we both step foot inside the center. It's as plain inside as it is out. A flat coat of white paint covers the walls, adorned only by black-framed pictures of Ellie. As a baby, as a toothy little girl, as a timid high school freshman determined to live a normal life. The last one catches my eye, and I look away before Will sees my expression. A different white room, wires and sterility blocked out by two familiar smiling faces with dark circles etched under their eyes. Whoa! ¿Qué pasa, mami? A voice pulls my attention away from the picture and to an intimidating-looking younger guy in a black t-shirt and baggy jeans. Although it's rude, I can't help gawking at the litany of colorful tattoos painting his arms and bald head. I'm sorry, I'm not Mexican. He tosses his arms wide and winks. Hey, that's okay. I'm not either. When I just stare at him, he breaks into a megawatt grin filled with perfectly straight white teeth. He has a nice smile framed by a sparse goatee, but the way he's looking at me makes me take a step back. Undeterred, he inches forward, his tongue pressing against the inside of his cheek to suppress a laugh. I'm Puerto Rican. Not that I'll ever see it in my lifetime. He holds out a hand by way of greeting. Frankie, I run the desk here. I stare at his hand, then back at his face, confused at what's happening. Before I can form a thought, Will steps in front of me, taking Frankie's hand. Hey, Frankie, is the boss around? What's up, big suit? Frankie says, doing some handshake ritual with him. You been hitting it with some honey somewhere? You've been MIA. Wait, what? You two know each other? I interrupt the reunion, wrinkling my forehead while passing a finger between them. Frankie just grins. Will drops by now and then, don't you, big suit? Either sensing my discomfort or just ready to get rid of me, Will ignores his comment and nods toward a closed wooden door diagonal from the entrance, where no less than 10 young boys are hanging in a circle. Boss got company. He should be expecting us. Frankie's eyes light up, as if a show is about to begin, and he has front row seats. Nah, man. He's ready. Walking a half circle around me, he hums low in his throat and winks again. Follow me. I don't remember walking across the open room, or even the silence that suddenly befalls the group of boys as they lick their lips and blow kisses at me. When Frankie opens the heavy door, all air exits my lungs in one punch. The man sitting behind the desk glances up, not bothering to stand as I enter. Massive muscles ripple across completely inked arms and melt into a defined and hard chest attached to his equally decorated neck. A slow smile curves his bottom lip as his tongue toys with the round ring piercing through it. The moment he leans forward, a long piece of onyx hair falls down his cheek, covering the ocean blue eyes from my memory. The boy from my memory. Only the boy is gone, replaced by a dangerous-looking man who'd make me run in the opposite direction if we met alone on a darkened street. One word hisses from my lips as my mouth goes dry. Carrick.
Chapter 5. Carrie. Carrick, she whispers, her jaw going slack. I'm sorry, Miss West. You must have me confused with someone else. My name is Carrie. A streak of vindication rushes through me, and I fight a smirk. I've waited a lifetime to see the shock that's on her face. I only wish I had a camera to capture it.
Carrie,
she repeats, twisting her shaking fingers together as she brushes her hair forward on one side.
When did you lose the rest of your name?
Sitting back, I brush the pad of my thumb over my lip ring. Pretty much when I lost everything else. Shiloh glances from the top of my head down to my waist. She's evaluating me, and I'm more than happy to let her get her fill. After all, I've waited for this moment for 7 years. It's all I've obsessed over since finding out she's been court-ordered back to town. To me. Still, the reality of seeing her again is deadlier than the anticipation. Seductive magazine pictures were safe. I could appreciate her assets like any other red-blooded male. However, I have to fist my hands underneath my desk to control my reaction as the real thing stands in front of me. An uncomfortable silence fills the room, and I want it to go on forever. I want her speechless just like she was that night. She chews on her lower lip, trying and failing miserably to not stare. The reward is even better than I imagined as a flush heats her neck. She breathes heavily as she blatantly takes in the new Carrie Kincaid. Surprise, Starshine. Shiloh's slate gray eyes dart back and forth from my arms to my neck. The shocking tattoos that paint every inch of skin from my fingertips to my neck are a far cry from the clean-cut honor student that she spent 4 years casting aside. Her unwavering confidence is replaced by a distracted bounce from one foot to the other, and I smile as I take it all in. I'm so soaked up in the moment that I barely hear the discreet clearing of her throat as Will steps in front of her, blocking my view. I take it you two know each other. Somewhat, I answer vaguely, my stare never moving from Shiloh's face.
A long time ago,
she adds, tilting her chin to the side. I'm not sure what's going through her head, but it doesn't escape me that she's hesitant to elaborate.
Good to see you again, Carrie.
I somehow doubt that. Picking up the letter from the state of California, I wave it in the air like a prize.
Did you arrange this?
She asks, narrowing the eye not covered by her hair. If she didn't seem so antsy, I'd probably be amused. Instead, I'm intrigued. What if I did?
You don't have that kind of power.
Shiloh holds my stare, but her fidgeting betrays the confidence in her tone. She's right, I don't. I'm just as shocked she's here as she is. But a direct challenge like that can't go unanswered. You have no idea what I'm capable of now, Starshine. Folding my arms behind my head, I lean back against my chair and throw her a cocky glare. At the mention of my old nickname for her, she sucks in a sharp breath. That one word holds more weight than anyone could ever understand. My way of waving a red flag at an already irate bull. It works. She's ready to charge.
Neither do you.
The rebellion in her eyes fucks with me for a minute as I see a flash of the confident woman I remember. The self-indulgent posture. The flickering eyes you know are judging you. The sexy curve of her lips. My pants involuntarily tighten, and I bite back a curse. It pisses me off that my body still reacts to her bullshit. Tension crackles in the small room as I try to temper down my hard-on. I suppose I'm a dick for feeding on her nerves, but after all this time, it's the least she owes me. Shiloh, can you wait outside for a minute? Will gently touches her elbow, and I have to grip the armrest of my chair to keep from jumping out of it. I recognize the look in his eyes. Normally I don't give a shit what woman he targets. Our tastes are hardly ever the same. However, something about the sudden familiarity between them sets me on edge.
Outside?
Her gaze snaps toward the open door where Frankie still stands, his arms braced against the wooden frame like a hellhound.
You mean out there by myself with those criminals?
Watch the stone throwing, sweetheart. You know what they say about those who live in glass houses. I'll put up with a lot, but disrespecting my boys when she's been shipped across the country against her will isn't one of them. Shiloh, go, Will instructs. Her eyes darken as Frankie steps back and motions her through the doorway with a dramatic sweep of his arm. Shiloh moves at a snail's pace and his eyes follow every sway of her ass. Don't worry, sweet thing, he assures her with a wink. Will's my probation officer too. We have a lot in common. Shiloh swallows, her gaze hopeful.
Did you wreck a car too?
Nah, more like stole one, he says, closing the door behind them. Once we're alone, Will places his palms flat on my desk. Carrie, I'm in no mood for a lecture. Stay away from her, Will. He shakes his head. Not possible. According to the state of California, I'm responsible for her sentence. I trap a sadistic laugh in my throat, and I'm responsible for her destruction. She's bad news. You're my best friend, and I don't want to see her drag you down too. I remember someone telling me the same thing about you 5 years ago, he says, his dismissive chuckle pissing me off. Look, I'm her probation officer, Carrie. She's not going to drag me down. We had a nice talk, he admits, shrugging one shoulder. She's a little uppity, but she seems harmless. Yeah, so does a boa constrictor until it wraps itself around you and squeezes the life out of you. The blatant contempt in my voice surprises me a little. So much for a poker face. I don't know what went on between you two or why you both looked like you'd seen a ghost when we walked in, but Shiloh West is my job now. I take my job very seriously, Carrie. My head starts to pound. I've never considered a scenario where my best friend would run interference between a living nightmare and a dead dream. But then again, anything's possible when Shiloh is involved. Will, don't insult my intelligence. I saw the way you looked at her. I know how every guy looks at her. For God's sake, I thought Frankie was going to have to go jerk off just to redirect blood flow back to his head. Hell, man, I'm not blind. She's Shiloh West. It doesn't mean I can't do my job and be professional. Besides, I can tell there's something more to you two than you're letting on. He doesn't ask what that something is, which gets under my skin even more. Don't worry about me. I'm not. I'm worried about her. Shiloh can handle herself. She always has. Then, just because he's my friend, I offer a warning. Be careful. That woman has a way of getting under your skin, and before you know it, she's fucked you over. Then you're ruined, and you'll spend your life dreaming how many different ways you can fuck her back. Whatever she did, it's over, he says in a pitying tone I don't appreciate. She's paying a penance. There aren't enough lifetimes for her to pay for all she's done. Dismissing me, Will glances at his watch. I have to go. I need to track down a few deadbeat parolees. Don't overschedule her. She has classes she has to attend. Rehab, of course, I smirk, settling back into my chair. You have no room to talk, Carrie. Reaching for the doorknob, he pauses and glances over his shoulder. Don't let a personal vendetta cloud your judgment on this. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You told me you built this center from the ground up for your sister. Do you really think she'd approve of you using something bearing her name to hurt someone else? I should let it go. But hearing Ellie's name stirs up unresolved bitterness. Don't drag old history into this. Yeah, he counters, swinging the door open and turning his back to me. Why don't you listen to your own advice? 10 minutes of composing myself does nothing to quell the mix of opposing feelings swirling in my head. I stand up and sit down at least a half a dozen times trying to hold on to the hatred while ignoring any trace of affection I had for her. I expected her to glide in here on her golden throne, and when she didn't, something short-circuited in my brain. Something's different about her, and it doesn't fit in with my plans. I need that fragile look on her face to go away. Deep down, I know it's fake. Nothing about Shiloh is genuine. It never has been. With a new resolve, I kick my office door open and head straight for her. I have to bite back a laugh when I find her huddled in the corner like some wounded animal, her palms pressed against the wall as the boys circle around her. She looks like a fish out of water, her mouth opening and closing like she's gasping for air, just hoping someone pushes her back into familiar waters. Not today. Crossing my arms over my chest, I nod toward the herd of testosterone staring at her like she's the final crust of bread at a soup kitchen. Boys, has Shiloh kept you entertained? A slow smile builds on Tiny's face as he steps forward and presses a sweaty palm next to her ear. Not yet, boss. Looks like Princess here thinks she's about to get a train run on her or something. Although his size gives Tiny the appearance of a predatory linebacker, I've worked with him enough to know he's all talk. However, the horror that crosses Shiloh's face is priceless. I can see her wheels turning as she glances toward the exit and back to me. She's weighing the consequences of saying fuck it and making a break for it. Like an asshole, I watch the entire scene playing out without budging. She's in a no-win situation. She loses either way. A train? Shiloh shifts, shocked-faced, in my direction. Aren't you going to do something? Nope. I have no intention of elaborating. With a quick assessment of the room, I settle on what's closest, grabbing the broom and a dustpan resting on the wall behind me. Fascinated by the inquisitive arc of her brow, I'm in front of her within a few steps and hold them out like an offering. What the hell is that? She says, staring at the broom with disgust. For you, it's probably your go-to mode of transportation. A wave of laughter comes from behind me as I shove it against her chest. But around here we call it a broom. She either doesn't notice my hand pressed between her breasts, or she doesn't care, because the timid tick of her jaw turns deadly. I'm not a moron, Carrick. I know what the hell a broom is. What do you expect me to do with it? Carrie, I remind her. Although since you'll be reporting to me for the next 3 years, Mr. Kincaid is a little more professional, don't you think? Unable to stop myself, I crook a finger and brush her long blonde hair off her face. My hand barely grazes her cheek when her arm flies up out of nowhere and slaps it away. Hands off, Mr. Kincaid, she warns, drawing my name out with such contempt that all the blood pounding in my head immediately rushes south. Don't worry, Starshine. No one around here gives enough of a shit to touch you. You're here to work and for decoration. Before she can object, I pry open her fisted hand and shove the broom in it. You expect me to clean? She whispers, her fingers loosely wrapping around the wooden handle. In this outfit? I roll my eyes at her designer jeans and beige t-shirt with a pretentious sequined pocket on the corner. Unless you plan to take it off, then yes, I expect you down on your hands and knees in that outfit. A streak of disappointment rushes through me when she doesn't come back at my taunt. Instead, she grabs the broom and jerks it out of my hand. When did you become such a crude asshole? That's it. Anger is the emotion I want from her. I crave it. It drives me. And the more she spouts off at the mouth, the more my mood improves. Pride is such an unattractive trait, and I've forgotten how well she wears it. Violating my own rule, I shove the inside of my left wrist in her face and whisper through her blonde waves. Let's see. Right about this time. It's almost a rush to watch the immediate crack in her stoned expression. The pale gray in her eyes glitters with flecks of violet the more she stares, and my body's reaction is involuntary. I've waited for this moment. I watch her selfish brain decipher the first tattoo I marked myself with. The symbol of the medical profession stretches from the base of my wrist up to my elbow. 2 winding snakes wrap around the caduceus wand, flanked at the top by a set of elaborate wings. The moment her eyes land on the pinnacle, my heart pounds a revengeful beat. The meaning is unmistakable, and if she had any doubts as to what she'd walked into, the faded ink explodes them into oblivion. Sitting on the top of the staff, in between the flared wings, a brightly colored star erupts into a ball of flames. Embers rain down, ripping the flesh off the snakes in a gruesome display of pain and suffering.
What's that?
She whispers in a tone so low, I'm not sure she meant to speak at all. Skyfall. The final stage in A Star's Reign. A dramatic and catastrophic explosion destroying everything in its path. Her. Shiloh can never unfuck the lives she's ruined. After she pays her penance to the world, Ellie will still be dead. So I'll spend the rest of her time here making her wish she was too. Chapter 6. Carrie. I spend the next half hour introducing my boys to the woman they've only dreamed about. Shiloh's an ideal in their head, a living fantasy dropped on their doorstep. For me, she's a nightmare wrapped in a candy-coated shell. Although she's cordial, she keeps her distance to ensure the wall of security stays between her and those beneath her. After getting their fill, the boys file out one by one, Frankie being the last to leave. The kid has his issues, but he's one hell of a judge of character. The slow scan he gives Shiloh before closing the door isn't sexual. He has her number. She continues to sweep on autopilot, and the sight sets my world on fire. Watching Shiloh West clean my dirty floor is enjoyable, but knowing I'm the reason sweat drips down from her brow is damn near orgasmic. Now that we're alone, she pauses to stare at the enormous picture of Ellie hanging on the wall. Part of me wants to shake her until she looks away, but the other part waits to see what she'll do next. Either way, my response will be the same. Ellie is off limits to her.
You opened this center for her?
She poses it as a question, but there's no inflection to her voice. She deserved a legacy. I run a hand through my hair and pull at the strands, the conversation pissing me off. It's all I had left to give her. Shiloh doesn't respond, but she doesn't have to. Both of us know why I'm here and not saving 1,000 Ellies. I see remorse pass over her face, and I give 0 fucks. Ellie doesn't need her guilt, and neither do I. She was such a good... Don't tell me what a good person she was. I sneak a sideways glance at her, refusing to buy the devastation on her face. Shiloh's a master of her own emotions. I'm no idiot, and I don't fall for the same act twice. Ellie is better off. It's all I can say to her.
You're not the only one who lost someone, Carrie.
Yeah, well, newsflash, sweetheart, I didn't kill anyone. Can you say the same? I don't want her to answer. I'll never not blame her for still being stuck in South Carolina. She's the reason I wasn't there when Ellie took her last breath. She's the ticking time bomb who blew my world to hell and back. However, as she lowers her head and brushes her hair forward again, my curiosity is piqued. It's not the first time she's done it. My stare doesn't go unnoticed, and she pulls away from me. I smell her fear. It's melted with shame, and I breathe it in like fucking oxygen. She bends to my rules in my house, so I ignore her desperation and brush her hair away from her face. She recoils, but not before my fingers trace the jagged scars that span across the left side of her face. The crude C shape has destroyed her flawless skin. I shouldn't stare, but as much as I hate her, I can't stop myself.
Don't feel sorry for me.
Knocking my hand away, she turns and props the broom against the window. I didn't plan on it.
The doctors say they'll fade with time.
She lets out a humorless laugh.
I guess that's good since time's all I've got.
Beautiful Shiloh. Perfect Shiloh. Memories blend with reality as she quickly brushes her hair forward again. The boy who loved her battles with the man who hates her as I almost snap the broom in half while returning it to the corner. No one here will be looking at your face. The boys will be too busy staring at your ass since you've shown it off so many times. She whips around, her shame fading.
Did you see my magazines, Carrie?
I have to eat, Starshine. It's hard to miss your tits in every supermarket checkout line. She raises an eyebrow, hiding a smirk as if we'd just had some big revelation.
Did you buy one of them?
Nope, I bought all of them. No, I lie. I swore when you left I never wanted to see your face again. That includes your ass. Show and tell time is over. I feel her watching me as I open the supply closet and pull out a faded red bucket and a mop. I slide them across the floor and shove the handle toward her.
What now?
She asks, eyeing the mop. Pointing down the hall, I take more pleasure than necessary in ripping the privilege off her like a badge. Locker room, Cinderella. Suds and scrub. It's pretty ripe in there, so I'd wear gloves if I were you.
Is this for real?
She balks, her eyes widening in horror.
What the hell do you expect from me?
Penance. For me. For Ellie. For Kirkland Maynard. For every sucker who's fallen for her plastic smile and cheap words. And this is just the beginning. We stare at each other, close to a decade of unfinished business resting on our tongues. I push the mop toward her, and she hesitantly takes it, inhaling deeply as she accepts her fate. I try to hold in a laugh as she lowers her eyes and heads down the hall. Then the front door slams and ruins my moment.
Well, 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 look what the court dragged in.
Shiloh freezes and grips the mop. I should probably say something, maybe do some shit to intervene, but I don't. You can't buy this kind of entertainment. The demon from my past breathes out the one name she probably never expected to.
Taryn.
I watch them interact, feeling like a referee at a mud wrestling match. In the short time I had before Shiloh's arrival, morbid curiosity made me wonder how my past would blend with my present. From the lack of shock in Taryn's eyes, I have no doubt she knew about Shiloh's return and kept it from me on purpose. They communicate with heated glances, one look speaking 1,000 words. Friends, enemies. With Shiloh and Taryn, the distinction is about as clear as a stained glass window.
How the mighty have fallen.
Taryn is the first one to speak, flipping her long dark hair over her shoulder. Shiloh's fingers tighten around the mop.
I'm surprised you're still in town. I thought you were heading to New York after graduation for that acting career you were always talking about.
Shiloh's face is stone, but I have to bite my tongue not to laugh. We both know although Taryn's acting skills are her finest quality, her only path to stardom would be on her knees. However, my path of loyalties run in different lines now, so I keep my mouth shut.
I spent some time up there, but it was just too dirty for me.
so I came back. I've done local commercials that have been pretty big. Taryn shoots back, crossing the room to stand beside me. She runs her talon-like nails through my hair and kisses my cheek. Besides, there are things here that New York will never have. Oh? And what's that? This fine-ass man right here. As Taryn makes an unnecessary display of groping me, I focus on Shiloh's reaction. I have to hand it to her. I was banking on shock, but in true Shiloh fashion, she watches her former best friend with detached boredom. It's that look that makes me want to fuck Taryn on the half-assed swept floor just to get a rise out of her. In fact, snaking an arm around Taryn's waist, I jerk her against me. Taryn sighs, but I don't give a shit. This isn't about her. Kissing Taryn has never been about affection, so I grab the back of her head and slam my mouth against hers. She immediately opens for me, gladly putting on a show for the woman who outshined her in every aspect of her life. We kiss as Shiloh watches. Taryn's hot. My dick should be hard for her, but it's not. It's reacting to the woman squeezing the shit out of a wooden mop handle. You two are together? Shiloh asks quietly when we finally break apart. Taryn wipes her mouth and smirks. For almost 6 months. Then Shiloh shocks me with a statement so far out of left field, I never even see the pitch coming. This isn't you, Carrick. You're better than this. My body stiffens. Fuck her. She doesn't know anything about me. For 7 years, she hasn't cared to find out. No calls, no letters, no goddamn apologies. Now just wait a goddamn minute, you bitch. I raise a hand, silencing Taryn. She pouts but obeys regardless. And how would you know what I am? I glare at Shiloh, my tone so sharp it could cut glass. It seems we all get what we deserve in the end. Have you become that cruel? Have you finished mopping, Shiloh? Taryn lets out a hollow laugh as I hiss that one word. But not me. I'm pissed off I don't feel the satisfaction I thought I would. I actually feel sick. It's a low dig. I've never called her that in my life. I used to fight kids who called her shallow behind her back. I'd come home with ripped clothes and black eyes over that cruel nickname. I never fought over my own nickname, but I took punches for hers. And now I just punched her with it. That was priceless, Taryn laughs, kissing my jaw. Go home, Taryn. I pull away from her. This whole day has been one big mind fuck, and I'm done. But we're going to the lighthouse tonight. Shit. I forgot we'd made plans a few days ago to go to the local dive bar for a few drinks. Right now, discussing the shit Taryn wants to talk about over a beer is the last thing I need. What I need is to be alone with a bottle of Jack Daniels and fucking decompress. I brush my thumb over her cheek. I have a few things to do with the boys tonight. Let's do it tomorrow. I deserve a goddamn Academy Award for this shit. But, Carrie, she whines, sticking her bottom lip out. Tomorrow, Taryn. I don't take orders from her, and I'm not going out tonight. End of story. Giving up, Taryn turns to go, but not before grabbing my ass and shoving her tongue down my throat one last time. I'm not particularly in the mood for this, but I'm still a guy, and my dick doesn't know the difference. Bye, baby, Taryn whispers. With one last kiss, she turns an icy gaze toward Shiloh and rolls her eyes. Later, jailbird. The minute the door slams, I head toward my office. Go home, Shiloh. I still have to mop, she says quietly, the injury from my earlier insult still bleeding through her tone. Do it in the morning. I'm done with you. I don't wait for a response. My head is a fucking mess, and she's the cause of it. I assume she has her mother's driver pick her up because eventually headlights pause in front of my office window and then drive away. She never bothered to knock on my door before leaving. It's just as well. I wouldn't have opened it anyway. After an hour of sitting in my chair, I finally open the middle drawer of my desk and pull out the magazine shoved in the back. It's her first Maxim spread. I've had it forever, evident by the wrinkled pages and stains all over it. The photo is in black and white, but it gives Shiloh a Marilyn Monroe quality that sends men over the edge. Her hair is curled and tumbles over her shoulders. She's barely dressed in a black thong and a tiny black and silver studded bra. Her tits are busting out of the top, and she's leaning over the back of a leather couch with her fingers pressed against her lips. Her makeup heavy and dark, and she's staring at the camera with her mouth open like she's begging for someone to fill it. When the darkness comes calling, I let myself believe it's me. The moment I bought this magazine, I knew Shiloh would be a star. It was also the moment I knew she'd never come home. The more I stare, the more the pressure is too much to take. I'm so fucking hard I'm about to punch through my pants. Keeping one hand on her face, I use the other to release the zipper on my jeans. The minute I wrap my hand around my cock, I groan. It's not going to take much. Sparring with Shiloh all day has been like 3-hour-long foreplay. While I stare at her half-lidded eyes, I pump my fist, my grip tightening. Sweat beads on my forehead as my gaze drops to her bra. My tongue darts out to lick my lips, and heat builds inside me. I can't think. I'm breathing faster, tighter, faster. I groan. The base of my spine sends electric shocks to my brain, and my entire thought process halts as my mind goes numb. Fuck, Shiloh! My free hand crumples her face as I pump out every last bit of one hell of an explosive orgasm. Of course, all orgasms are explosive when I think about Shiloh. They always have been. Exhausted, I curse myself for my stupidity as I slump back in the old creaky chair. And now I've less than 24 hours to compose myself before having to face her again. The one woman who can reach through the hate and still access the lust I've always had for her. Isn't it obvious which force is stronger? Here I sit with cum stains on my jeans because even 7 years of loathing couldn't hold up to 7 minutes of being in her presence. In high school, I thought she was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen. But 7 years later, the woman is so much more than that girl ever thought of being. Even with her scars. Even with the fucked up predicament that brought her here. Even with my deep-rooted hate for her. I'm still a man, and I still have a dick, which, regardless of what she did, still wants her. Bad. And this apparent fall from grace? Well, that just makes what I have planned so much easier. The mighty fall and the wounded rise. Now they meet, and what will happen is anyone's guess. I always believed that somehow Shiloh West and I would cross paths again someday. I dreamed of almost this exact scenario. Me being the strong one with my shit together and her being broken and crawling back on her knees begging for my forgiveness. I'll get my revenge. But claiming her and throwing her away before taking it will make it that much sweeter.
Chapter 7. Shiloh. I wrap the white comforter covering my bed in a death grip, ripping the lace overlay. Heaving a disgusted sigh, I flip onto my back and stare up at the 4 princess-style pillars with a sheer gauzy thing draped over the top. What the hell was I thinking as a teenager? It looks like a virginal Disney princess slept here, which doesn't make sense. The only things I had in common with those bitches were that we lived in castles, had assholes as parents, wore killer shoes, and had boyfriends with the IQs of a condom wrapper. Yes, the wrapper, because the actual condom has a purpose. Before I can contemplate the full existential bullshit that is my life, my bedroom door opens and my mother stands at the threshold in a pink monogrammed velour tracksuit, holding a silver platter. I have morphine and Xanax. What's your pleasure, darling? Staring wide-eyed through makeup that's still perfect at 11 o'clock at night, she pushes the tray toward me. In the center of it sits 2 prescription pill bottles and a highball glass of what I assume to be straight vodka. Mother, I say, drawing out her name slowly. I am randomly drug-tested. I don't think scarfing down narco Skittles is the smartest bedtime snack. She just shrugs and sets the tray on the nightstand. Suit yourself. Popping a pink pill, she washes it down with half of the highball glass and plops down beside me. What's got you so antisocial? You came in from your job and ran upstairs without dressing for dinner. It's not a job. I roll back over and groan into the pillow. It's community service. It can't be that bad. I swept and mopped. Floors? I turned to the side, cracking an eye open against the pillowcase. No, the lawn. Carrie's really particular about his grass. My sarcasm is lost on her as she cocks her chin and squints as if deep in thought. Carrie. Let's get real here. My mother isn't the sharpest crayon in the box. My pathetic excuse for a father didn't marry her for her intellect or her dazzling conversational skills. I can only assume she snagged him with her other oral talents. No, I'm not horrible for talking about my own mother like that. It only makes me a bad person if it's not true. People talk in a small town. Trust me, it's true. Carrick, I grumble, flopping on my back before her brain overheats. Carrick Kincaid, my new boss. Oh, yes. Her lips thin at the mention of his name. I turn away because, unfortunately, she knows every ugly detail. How is Carrick these days? I remember him as looking like he could have used a good meal all the time. Yeah, well, apparently he's Carrie now, and he's had plenty of meals since then. I swallow, remembering the hard plane of his chest as it clung to his t-shirt. He's been working out since I left. He's very fit, and tattooed from head to toe, and pierced, and his hair has grown out and dusts over his eye like a dangerous criminal. And his smile isn't as sweet as it is deadly. Shiloh, where'd you go? You seem a million miles away, and you have this silly little grin on your face. I do not. I scowl and brush my fingers across my lips. Shit, I totally do. I was just thinking how long 3 years seems. Sitting up, I pull the pillow from behind my back and hug it to my chest. He's not going to make it easy on me, that's for sure. Well, aside from the horrid manual labor, maybe I'll make some new friends. He has juvenile delinquents coming in and out of there all day, Mother. I can't even secure my purse because the lockers are located where they all shower. Glancing out the window, she suddenly turns back with excitement. What about that nice young man who called before you got home? He wanted to introduce himself to me and check to see how your day went. Let's see. I think his name was Walter something. My head swivels around as she taps her finger against the corner of her mouth. William Emerson? Always ready to marry me off to any man with a nice smile and a fat wallet. My mother's eyebrows lift in hopeful expectation as her pupils dilate from the Xanax. Yes, that's it. William. Oh, he did sound like a lovely man. Is his face as handsome as his voice? Who are his people? I groan. Rich Southerners always worry about who your people are, who you're related to, who you're connected to, who can set their daughter up in a lifestyle she became accustomed to before falling flat on her ass. He has no people here, Mother. He's from Missouri. That doesn't mean he's not connected, darling. She slightly wobbles while patting my arm, the effect of the downer hitting her. Warren Buffett is a Midwesterner. Did you know that? No, actually, I didn't know that. And to be honest, I'm shocked she does. Who is this woman? And what has she done with my mother? Weed makes people philosophical. Maybe Xanax makes my mother smart. Will Emerson is my probation officer. I move over as she slides in beside me. I think sleeping with him is a one-way ticket back to jail. I'm just saying, she slurs, her eyelids heavy. You could do worse things. I already have, which is the entire reason I'm here in the first place, having a conversation about jumping my probation officer with my boozed-up mother. Yeah, I know. Way to cast stones, Shiloh. However, even if it weren't taboo to get it on with Will, there isn't room in my head for him. Not with every available nook and cranny being slam-packed with Carrie's sinfully distracting body. Even the way he ordered me around today, like I was nothing more than gum stuck to the bottom of his shoe, got me going. What does that say about me? I've never been a doormat for men. I've been the alpha in all my relationships. I love them and leave them, and if they don't like it, then fuck them. There's always another one ready and willing to take their place. But the way sweet, docile Carrie snarled at me with a look of pure disgust in his eyes lit a fuse in my belly that's still simmering. Even when he called me the one name that ripped a hole in my heart, I still can't douse the flame. Yep, there's definitely something wrong with me. Mother. Popping one eye open, she tilts her head back and stares at me. Am I so irredeemable that people are done with me? I don't want to know the answer, but Carrie's words are haunting me. She's quiet for a long time, and then a smile tips the corner of her mouth. The only ones who can't be redeemed, darling, are the ones who don't want to be. As for other people, well, it's usually those we hurt the most who are the last to believe we're worthy of a second chance. My mouth hangs open as she gives me a smug little wink. The air in my bedroom suddenly feels thick and heavy. Pushing off the bed, I cover my mother with a blanket and head for the door. Although it's almost midnight, I need to walk on the beach and clear my head. As I open the door, my mother's garbled voice calls out behind me. Shiloh. Yeah? You cost him everything and walked away from it, losing nothing. Whatever he is now, it was created, not developed. My heart slams against my chest as the door slams behind me. After sleeping through my alarm 3 times, I finally dig through my unpacked suitcase and throw on a pair of designer jean shorts with a cropped black Vera Wang camisole that I once paid $700 for without batting an eye. At the time, it was worth the price, but the minute I walk inside the center, I change my mind. It's completely out of place in a glorified underground fight club filled with smelly teenage boys. For some reason, I immediately know Carrie isn't here. I stumble a bit, shocked that his presence has such an impact on me. Jesus, I'm in town less than 24 hours and I already sense him again. The thought nags at me, but I push it to the back of my mind and continue through the main room toward the back. There it is. The red mop. Evil piece of shit. You gonna get those expensive threads all dirty? Glancing to the side, I meet the eyes of what has to be the Oakland Raiders' missing linebacker. As round as he is tall, he kisses the air and gives me a wink. You might want to take 'em off. Keeping my eyes down, I speedwalk past him and the lingering stares of at least 10 overgrown tattooed boys who remind me of a prison gang. I don't realize I'm holding my breath until the wooden stick is in my hand, and I'm holding it like a 3rd-degree black belt about to take someone's head off. Don't do it, Snowflake. It only dent his head, not bash it in. Tiny's got thick padding around his skull, know what I'm saying? I let out a scream and spin around, taking the mop and bucket with me. The Puerto Rican kid from yesterday grins, holding up both hands in surrender while trying to avoid the waves splashing from inside the bucket. What the hell? Don't scare me like that. Sorry, he says, shaking drops of water off his shoes.
It's just that you had those crazy chick eyes going on when you walked by, and it looked like you might try to play whack-a-mole with Tiny's brain.
I don't like the way he looks at me.
Take a look around. They're all looking at you like that. You're the first high-class bitch we've seen here in years.
I'm not a bitch. I stare at his white t-shirt and ripped jeans, trying like hell to remember his name. Yes, I am. I'm absolutely a bitch.
Frankie,
He says, putting me out of my misery.
and chill, Snowflake. It's just a general name we use for a woman. Don't get so offended.
Then why not just say woman?
Why not just tell Tiny to fuck off?
Touché. Why do you call me Snowflake? Frankie's not enamored with me like the others. He looks me in the eye when he speaks to me. I'm not used to men being unaffected by me, and it throws me off balance. I glance over my shoulder at the wall of testosterone, still staring at my ass, and wonder if Frankie could be my one ally in this hellhole.
They're fine,
He assures me, reading my thoughts and ignoring my question. They aren't, thinking of me, are they? He laughs.
Of course they are. But I wouldn't worry about them. They probably can't move after last night.
Excuse me? He grins again, his smile as wide as his t-shirt.
Their dicks probably feel like they jerked off with sandpaper.
I do the unthinkable and blush. Well, you seem to have no problem talking to me right now. He shrugs.
Gotta work harder to intimidate me, lady.
Frankie is unlike anyone I've ever known. I've never encountered someone so blasé about meeting me. I know that sounds conceited, and that's mainly because I am. Confidence is key, and it's clear that if I'm going to survive in this hellhole for the next 3 years, I've got to hold on to all I can. Shaking me out of my fog, Frankie takes the mop out of my hand and puts a crumpled plastic baggie in place of it. I stare down at what looks like a set of clear dentures inside a sandwich bag.
Boss left orders,
He explains, pointing toward a shelf against the far wall with at least 10 cups lined up against the top of it.
You're on mouth guard duty today.
Upon second glance, I note a plastic tub sitting underneath the shelf, and I'm almost afraid to ask what abomination a mouth guard is supposed to be. Speaking of the boss, where is Carrie? I try for nonchalant, but I'm not sure I quite make it.
I guess he's with Taryn.
Frankie avoids eye contact as he tears open little paper squares filled with round, cakey discs. They look good together. The words stick like molasses in my throat. A slow smile pulls at his lips as he gives me a sideways glance.
You jealous, Snowflake?
Me? I crinkle up my nose in disgust. Hell no. I'm out of here in 3 years. I don't give a shit about anyone in this town.
So I've heard.
Without a word, Frankie nods toward the shelf again, and I follow him like a robot. Handing me the discs, he instructs me to fill each cup with water and drop the tablets inside. I assume Carrie meant for me to do this all on my own, but I'm not going to turn down the help. When did he start fighting? I ask, trying to appear disinterested. Mindlessly fishing into the bucket, Frankie pulls out a mouthguard from a Ziploc labeled with Tiny's name and drops it into the fizzing liquid.
Dude's been throwing fists as long as I've known him. I guess about 4 years now. Taught me everything I know.
But isn't fighting bad? He cocks a dark eyebrow.
Isn't coke bad?
Ouch. I should have known that the people here would feast on the details of my downfall. I mean, shit. I made the news feeds all over the world. Why the hell wouldn't the gossipy people of Myrtle Beach have a field day with this? I just hoped I wouldn't have to face it day in and day out for 3 years.
Look, I ain't judging you,
he says, his tone softer.
Hell, I got busted for selling weed just to put shoes on my feet and sleep somewhere with a roof. We don't try to kick each other's asses here. Boss taught us when to quit hitting. but getting in that ring gets all that pissed off shit we got inside of us out.
I glance over my shoulder. You can't be more than 18. What do you have to be mad about? Frankie chuckles and mumbles something in Spanish.
What kind of car do you drive, Snowflake?
I remain silent because my car is a pile of wreckage.
I take the bus everywhere I go.
I can't imagine taking public transportation. I actually don't think I've ever stepped foot on a bus, or near one, or on the same block as one. My mother used to say bums used public buses as urinals and we could get STDs from sitting on the seats. Frankie drops the rest of the mouth guards in the cups and faces me as I reach for the same mop from yesterday.
How about your place? How big is it?
What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer the question.
I sigh, leaning my hip against the handle. 5,000 square feet.
I lived in a foster home with a dude who beat the shit out of me every day until I parked my ass on a bench.
He waits for a reaction, his hand gripping the back of his bald head, as if it still holds the steel imprint. Frankie, I have no idea what to say. I'm not good in situations that require empathy. I'm not sure the Wests even possess that gene.
How much do you make a year?
He continues, prolonging the torture. Oh boy, here's where shit gets real. 9 million. My voice is barely above a whisper because even to my own ears it sounds ridiculously pretentious. Who the hell deserves $9 million for pouting and showing her ass? Frankie doesn't even flinch.
I make $15,500, and I'm damn happy to get it. Know why? Because I know that's all the boss can afford.
Throwing his arms out, he motions around him.
This place brings in shit for money, but he takes care of us first with what it does make.
I had no idea.
You asked me why I call you Snowflake. It's not because of this,
he says, pointing to my bare arm pressed up against the mop handle.
How you see the real world makes you whiter than your skin ever could.
I don't respond. I can't. There is no possible way to come back to that. Instead, I concentrate on mopping as if it takes every brain cell I have. Eventually, I notice Frankie is gone, either having joined the others or having left to man the front desk. So I spend the rest of the morning figuring out on my own what needs to be done. I've never cleaned in my life. However, the last thing I want to do is call attention to myself. So by lunchtime, I'm dirty, exhausted, and unsure if any of it is done correctly. Or if anyone cares, since Carrie sure as hell doesn't.
Chapter 8. Carrie. I shift in the uncomfortable wrought iron chair, cursing as my elbow slips off the tiny round table again. The entire cafe is pretentious and upscale with its low lighting, cloth napkins, and menu with missing prices. Any menu that doesn't list prices is a place I can't afford. Not that Taryn gives a shit. Ever since Shiloh has come back to town, her high-maintenance meter has shot through the roof. It's like she bought out every high-end store from one end of the beach to the other. She's gone from being Taryn McDaniel right back to Shiloh West wannabe. It's disturbing as hell.
"What is it, Carrie?"
she says, taking a sip of water. I guess I'm staring harder than I thought. When I don't respond, she makes a big production out of smoothing her napkin on her lap.
"You and Shiloh seemed pretty friendly yesterday."
What do you want me to do, punch her in the face?
It would be a start.
I hold my tongue as an overdressed waiter delivers her overpriced grilled chicken salad topped with some weird-ass cheese I can't pronounce. I don't want to think about how much this stupid meal is going to set me back. She seems to have dropped the conversation in favor of cutting her meal into toddler-sized pieces, but I'm far from done. I'll pop a fry in my mouth and watch her face. You almost have a gleam in your eye, Taryn. You'd think you were the one with a vendetta against her. She pauses mid-cut and gives me a disinterested shrug.
Maybe I am.
For what? Don't tell me you're still harboring prom queen resentment after all these years. That'd be a little sad. It's an unnecessary dig, but absolutely deserved. I was there.
Whose side are you on?
She asks, her tone sharp. Mine. Shit, that sounds way too familiar.
Don't forget who picked you up and got you to where you are today.
Her eyes darken for a moment before the shadow passes, and a smile spreads across her face.
Are we not a team in this, Carrie? I mean, how many nights did we spend in bed talking about fucking her over? Well, our chance just fell into our laps.
As much as I don't want to admit it, she's right. Although she was there for the prelude, I never meant to tell her what really happened the night Shiloh left for good. It was a secret I'd kept for almost 7 years, until too much Jack Daniels and an amazing blowjob made me reveal the one thing I swore I'd keep to myself. In fact, I kept most of my revenge plans to myself over the years. Unfortunately, after confessing to Taryn, the darkness in me tripled. Night after night, we'd get drunk, have sex, and make plans revolving around how we'd make Shiloh pay. Taryn fed my hatred like it was her own. I just never expected everything to come to fruition. What do you have in mind? I blink once, keeping my face blank. I'll hear her out. A side project might not be bad. Double the payback would be sufficient for the interest Shiloh has accrued over time. It's not like I'm not going through with my original plan anyway, no matter what Taryn has to say.
Well, she got a slap on the wrist, right?
She says, placing her fork on the side of her plate.
Her sentence should have been much worse for what she did to that poor girl.
Obviously.
My dad's a lawyer, Carrie. You don't grow up in an attorney's home without learning a thing or two. I did some research on Shiloh's little arrangement. Everyone knows her daddy bought her freedom.
The confidence in her voice has me on edge. Is this going anywhere?
She has strict rules she has to follow, baby. One wrong move, and her charmed ass gets shipped off to a women's correctional facility in California. Everyone finally gets justice.
And what do you get?
Her out of your life? Do you think I'm stupid? I see the way you've always looked at her.
Picking up her fork again, she stabs through a strip of chicken.
She's a freak show now, and I won't come second to her twice in one lifetime, Carrie.
I'd call her more of a wounded warrior than a freak. The devastated look on Shiloh's face when I called her shallow flashes through my mind, but I keep quiet. You'd send someone to jail for your own personal gain? That's kind of sick, Taryn. She rolls her eyes.
Don't act so sanctimonious. You want to talk about sick? Do you remember the things you fantasized doing to her while you fucked me?
I wince at the accusation. I wished we'd drank enough whiskey to block out the things I said, but I remember them clearly. I said I wanted to hurt her. Not just emotionally, but physically. The worst part was that Taryn seemed to have gotten off on it. She's right. We're sick. This whole arrangement is sick. But I continued to do it for months, until Shiloh walked in yesterday. Now nothing makes sense. How do you plan on accomplishing this? I ask, pushing my plate away. It seems Shiloh has an aversion to being behind bars. I don't think she'll willingly do anything to jeopardize going back there. A disturbing smile curves Taryn's lips as she spears a piece of lettuce from her salad.
You leave that to me. I've got eyes on her, and I'll find her weak spot. Everybody has one.
The rest of the meal is spent in silence. Taryn happily picks at her salad while I watch her face. She's serious. There's a part of me that wonders if we're going too far. Sending someone to prison is serious shit. Taryn is playing God with another person's life. And if I sit back and do nothing, then what does that make me? Then I remember how Shiloh played God with my life with no regrets for 7 years. After paying the bill and walking Taryn to her car, I promised to take her to the lighthouse tonight. Everything inside me wants to drive to the center and get in the ring to clear my head, but my thoughts are too screwed up. I have to solidify my own plans before I can deal with Terrence. There's also no use in denying the obvious. I want Shiloh. And after the way my body reacted to her yesterday, I know there's only one thing to do. I'm going to make her fall for me. I'm going to take what I want from her, and then I'm going to destroy her. I stare at the outside of the community center, my hand on the door and the rest of my body frozen in a weird Heisman position. Anyone driving by would think I've lost my mind. Maybe I have. I'd planned on waiting until tomorrow to put my plans for Shiloh in motion, but the minute my foot hit the gas after leaving the cafe, I found myself here. Maybe I'm a glutton for punishment. Maybe I'm overly anxious. The more likely scenario is that I just can't stop thinking about her. As I open the door, the sticky humidity from outside mixes with the tepid air inside the center, creating a swooshing sound that turns every eye my way. I head straight for Frankie's desk, rifling through the mountain of junk food wrappers. Where the hell is the mail? Shifting a glance to the side, I catch Shiloh's hardened gray eyes glaring at me. Even though she's standing with a broom in one hand, the barely there black crop top and tiny shorts she's wearing screams anything but maid.
I don't know, Chief,
she replies, inhaling so deeply that her tits lift high above the top of her tank top.
Why don't you find a way to ask that doesn't make you sound like a giant dick and maybe I'll answer you?
My blood boils, and what I really want to do is bend her over this desk and show her how I react to being disrespected in my own place. Instead, I curl my fist around an overdue invoice I have no intention of paying.
Has the mail arrived today, Miss West?
The muscles in my neck tighten as I punctuate each word with a grind of my teeth. It kills me to bow down to anyone, much less her. The smug grin on her face is almost enough to make me kick the entire desk across the room. She's kidding herself if she thinks she has the upper hand. Taryn is already planning on doing some kind of diabolic shit to take her down, and I've barely skimmed the surface of what I have in store for her. I almost feel sorry for her. By the time she leaves South Carolina, she'll have wished she'd opted for the jail sentence. Legal suffering and revenge suffering are two different beasts. One is designed to punish and redeem, while the other is crafted for pain and destruction. Too bad her pride won't allow her to shut her mouth long enough to figure that out.
Well, I don't know,
she says, walking toward me.
I've only been here 2 days, so I'm not really in tune with the delivery schedules. Maybe if you were around to run your own business, you'd know these things.
That does it. The condescending and aristocratic bullshit attitude I've worked my whole life to avoid is thrown right in my face by the one person who embodies it. It takes all my restraint not to wrap my fingers around her neck and squeeze, just to hear her beg me to stop. Sick? Maybe. But the desire has remained ever since the day they buried my sister, and I curled my hands around the metal bars pretending they were her pale skin. I wanted to hear her beg then. I want to hear it now. But with a room full of underage boys watching me intently, I step back and snap my jaw shut. Instead, I curse and backhand a half-empty Coke can sitting on the edge of the desk, sending it careening to the floor. Catching Shiloh's widened eyes, I ignore the blood pumping straight to my cock and turn to walk out when she grabs my arm and swings me around with surprising strength. The gray in her eyes darkens as she holds my stare. Her lips are pursed, and although I know she's ready to spit fire, they still look kissable. Christ, the woman could stop traffic and kill a man dead. I pull away from her hold. Problem?
Are you going to clean that up?
She drags her eyes along the sticky mess left by the soda. Nope.
You're the one who made the mess, not me.
I laugh. You're the one with the broom in your hand, not me. Flicking her gaze upward, she jabs her finger into my chest.
I just spent an hour cleaning this place. You did this on purpose, asshole. Clean it yourself. You don't own me.
My chest burns and fire licks along every seam of restraint I have left. I've kept myself in check up until now, but the minute she shoves the broom to the ground by my feet and turns to stomp away, something inside of me snaps. Resentment gets the best of me, and I draw my foot back, kicking the can halfway across the room. As Shiloh is preoccupied with the stupid piece of metal skidding across the floor, I slip my hand up the side of her neck and curl my fingers around it. She lets out a startled gasp and refocuses her attention on my face, just where I want it. There's a surprising mix of heat and loathing in her eyes as I slam my lips against hers and relish in it, right before I fuck her world up. Stunned at first, she quickly composes herself and struggles against me. However, her mouth welcomes my invasion as her fists fight to resist against it. I deepen the kiss, meaning only to prove a point, but unable to stop myself. My hand tightens in her hair, craving more, needing more. Her lips are unlike anything I've experienced in years, a mix of fireworks and damnation punching me in the chest. We kiss harder, her defenses crumbling as her lips part wider, her tongue meeting mine stroke for stroke. Then I hear the murmurs and low laughter. I remember where I am and who's watching. God damn it. She's tipped the scales in her favor. Again. Lust has overshadowed my hate. Again. Starshine, I whisper, tearing my mouth away and dropping my lips next to her ear. Our cheeks brush together like silk against sandpaper. It takes her a few minutes to find her voice. Yes. I want her unbalanced, so I wait a few beats before sliding my thumb around to the soft indentation at the base of her throat. While you're inside these walls, I actually do own you. You'll do what I want, when I want, how I want, and anywhere I want. Are we clear? Carrie, with her lips still swollen from my assault, the indignant smartass I've known all my life vanishes, replaced by the woman I saw yesterday. The one who hung her head when I called her shallow. The one who finally knew what it was like to smell fear. The power I have to bring out this kind of panic in her does things to me. Things I have no business feeling. So much power. I run the pad of my thumb over the delicate skin of her throat and shift my lips away from her ear, trailing them down her jawline. I know I'm being watched, not only by her but by the family I call my own. Darting out my tongue, I licked my lip ring before placing a light kiss right beside my thumb. I said, "Are we clear, or do I need to make a scene in front of our audience?" Although I can't see her, I feel her body shift, and I know she's taking stock of her surroundings. When she stiffens, I know that's the minute she's locked eyes with 10 salivating, horny teenage boys, and I've won. Yes, she says, her voice raspy. Yes, what? Yes, we're clear, Mr. Kincaid. I can't help but smile. I know Shiloh better than she knows herself. She's not pissed because she lost. She's pissed because she's turned on, and the only thing she hates more than losing the upper hand is losing control of her emotions. Checkmate, baby. Now that wasn't so bad, was it? Just to drive my point home, and because the damn outfit she has on is driving me crazy, I slide my hand down her ass and give it a firm slap. Now clean this shit up. I refuse to give her a second glance as I fling open the door and slam it behind me. I don't even flinch at the blood-curdling scream that's muffled by the heavy door or the subsequent slam of what I assume to be the mop bucket as it crashes against it. Am I a jackass for putting on a show like that? Yeah, probably. My mother would be mortified and fall down on her knees in church praying for my soul if she ever saw me treat another human being the way I just treated Shiloh. Then again, my mother never had to endure living hell courtesy of that woman. Once upon a time, I was a good person with a promising future, and a worthy soul headed for white wings and a cushy afterlife. One night, 2 years behind bars, and 7 years of hatred kind of clips those wings. I'd sold my soul a long time ago. First to Shiloh, then to Taryn. No one changes once they darken. They both taught me that.
Chapter 9. Shiloh. Since the state of California took away my driver's license, and my mother's driver has carted her off to some ladies' luncheon, I'm stuck eating a granola bar from a vending machine I'm pretty sure has been there since the dawn of time. Frankie has taken the bus into town to meet with Will. It seems that Carrie usually mans the center for him during his monthly check-ins. However, since our boss decided to manhandle me, then haul his ass out of here, there's only one person who's old enough to legally take charge of the building and everyone inside of it. Lucky me. I last all of 10 minutes alone with multiple sets of eyes watching every move I make before I grab my granola bar and Diet Coke and sashay my ass out on the stone bench in front of the building. I have no idea if I'm breaking about 20 different laws by doing it, but I don't care. It's Carrie's fault for leaving an ex-convict barely out of adolescence and a current convict with absolutely no clue what the hell she's doing, alone to run the place. It serves him right if the whole damn building goes up in a ball of flames. Asshole. My hand trails along my lips where he kissed me, and then drops to the base of my collarbone. Carrie's touch didn't scare me. There was more in his eyes than anger or desire. I can't describe it, and trying to rationalize my own reaction to it confuses me. Resolving to put Carrie Kincaid and his lips out of my mind, I force myself to people watch. As usual, by 1:30 in the afternoon, sitting outside in Myrtle Beach humidity is like reclining in a wet sauna fully clothed. Sighing, I toss the half-eaten granola bar onto the bench and squint against the blindingly bright sun while lifting the Coke can to my lips. Anorexia for lunch? Good to see some things never change, Shiloh. Even though the sun keeps me from seeing her face, I know her condescending voice in an instant. I can't mistake it, because it mirrors mine. When you grow up as a sheep herder, you tend to recognize your own mannerisms. It's sad that she's held on to them instead of mimicking my more sophisticated arrogance I've acquired. Yesterday, her presence with Carrie knocked me off guard, and I allowed her to see a rare moment of weakness. She won't get that from me again. I know she wants a reaction, so I purposely take another long sip of Diet Coke before I lick my lips and set the can down on the stone bench. I could say the same thing about you, Taryn. 25 years old and still chasing my shadow. Shaking my head, I point to my outline on the sidewalk and laugh. Oh, look, there it is. Mission accomplished. You can go now. Taking a few steps to my left, her full form comes into focus, and it takes all I have in me not to laugh. The outdated Alexander McQueen dress and clearance rack Louboutins she has on are such a cry for help I almost feel sorry for her. I sit up straighter, feeling more like myself than I have in months. Don't worry, Shiloh, she taunts, resting a hand on her hip. I won't get too close. I mean, I know what happens to your best friends when they hang around you now. Looking dramatically from side to side, she cups her hand against the side of her mouth. You know, they D-I-E. How unfortunate. What the hell does that mean? Well, taking your logic into consideration, maybe I should have spent a few more days in town after graduation, friend. Tossing her a brilliant smile, I lift the warm can from the bench and give her a condescending wink before taking a sip. The smirk fades from Taryn's face, and her red nails dig into her cocked hip. You'll never get him back. He hates you now. Is that right? Brushing the left side of my hair forward, I force a yawn. He told me what you did to him, you know. Graduation night. Raising an eyebrow, she takes in my hardened stare and matches it with her own. I always knew you were selfish, but there are no words to describe someone who deliberately ruins such a good person's life. Taryn hits a nerve, and she knows it. I have no right to consider it a betrayal that Carrie told her about that night, but my heart feels filleted, cut out by the only person I ever thought worthy of any sliver of my trust. What he said to me when I walked into his office yesterday couldn't be truer. Carrick Kincaid doesn't exist anymore. Whoever Carrie Kincaid is, I don't know him. But I refuse to let my former best friend play the martyr. Because you were such a good person back then too, right, Taryn? To Carrie, I mean, you never put him down or called him names. Fuck you. Say what you want, but I wasn't the reason he was behind bars when his sister took her last breath. She might as well have kicked me in the stomach. I can tear down her insults. I can match her hit for hit against tabloid gossip, but I can't fight back against truth. Yeah, that's what I thought. She smirks, tucking her long brown hair behind one ear. He may have followed you around like a lovesick puppy as a boy, but he's a grown man now. He finally sees you for what you are. You may have 9 lives, but eventually they're going to run out. Be careful, bestie. Someone might consider that a warning. She glares at me silently with a blank look in her eyes. Finally, a smile breaks along her lips. Mop your floors and then go home. This town was better off when you left, and it'll be better off when you do it again. Until then, stay away from me and stay away from Carrie. This conversation never happened. Do you understand me? Or what? I don't take too well to idle threats. I never have. Whose family do you think gave him the capital to build this center? Do you really think any reputable bank would give a loan to an ex-con? I feel sick. Are you threatening the sinner now? Turning, she wags a manicured finger in my face. I didn't say that. You did. All I'm saying is, easy come, easy go. By the time I find my voice, she's already halfway across the parking lot. I don't even realize I'm still gripping the Coke can until I hear metal crunching and warm, sticky liquid spills onto my bare legs. I'm about to go back inside when the sound of an engine revving catches my attention. Against my better judgment, I glance toward Taryn's car as she sticks her head out of the open window. Oh, and just in case you had any ideas of showing your face at the lighthouse, don't. Unless you want to get an eyeful of his hands all over me, I suggest you snap on the ankle bracelet and hang with your alcoholic mother. Her high-pitched laughter mixes with tire squeals as she peels out of the parking lot. Pissed off at my lack of response, I do the only thing I can. Lifting my middle finger, I hold it high in the air until her taillights disappear around the corner. Once I'm positive she's gone, I let out a long string of curses and grab the granola bar off the bench and throw it across the lawn. Fuck Taryn. Fuck Carrie. And fuck Frankie for leaving me alone to deal with this bullshit that isn't even my job. Cursing again, I stomp across the grass, pick up the granola bar, and head back inside. Chapter 10. Shiloh. As far as productive days go, this one doesn't even rank. After Frankie comes back, I spend the rest of the afternoon hiding out in the kitchen area, stabbing things with dull utensils. The one time Frankie wanders in and sees me hacking a pot holder with a pair of steak tongs, he shakes his head and walks right back out. Quitting time. Frankie rubs his palms together, washing off the remnants of a bad day, and nods to some new guy as he takes over for the night. That's the understatement of the year. Setting the broom inside the closet, I close the door and lock it from the outside. The floors still feel a little gritty, but For a 5-minute rush job, it's not half bad. And fuck Carrie if he gets mad. If he has something to say about it, he can take it up with me whenever he decides to grace us with his presence.
You okay now, killer?
Frankie makes his way toward me, twirling his keys to the center around his finger.
You're not packing any blades, are you?
I want to be mad, but his goofy smile is infectious. In the middle of trying to force a scowl, I find myself grinning back at him. When the hell did I start liking the kid? I don't like anyone. Yeah, I'm fine. Lunch didn't agree with me. Or like me. Or want me around. Or care if I got hit by a bus. Which is fine because the feeling is mutual. What bothers me the most is that my anger stems from more than just Taryn's taunts. It's mostly because Carrie never bothered to return after our confrontation. My first full day at the center, and the asshole just kisses me and then blows me off. As we walk in silence toward the front door, I reach for my phone to call Malcolm, my mother's driver, when Frankie slaps a hand over the screen.
Where are you partying tonight, Snowflake?
Nowhere. I'm a dangerous fugitive, remember? Although the words are meant to be sarcastic, the gravity of their meaning hits me. Sighing, I pull the phone away from his hand. My party days are over, Frankie. I'm going home.
Everybody heads out to the lighthouse on Fridays. There's a DJ and everything.
My eyes widen. I can't go to a bar, Frankie. Didn't you hear me? I'm on probation. I have to attend rehab meetings.
So do I. What's your point? You're telling me you can't go to a restaurant, listen to music, and drink water?
Look, I just don't think... Moving in front of me, Frankie places a hand on my shoulder.
Okay, real talk. I know you're freaked out to face those assholes. Shit, I'd probably piss my pants too, but what are you gonna do, Shiloh? Hide out here for the next 3 years? People know you're home. Woman up and grab the situation by the balls before it grabs your tits.
People have bowed down to me all my life. When I say jump, they say how high. It started in high school and just got worse the more famous I became. I can look someone in the face and tell them that the sky is pink and potatoes grow on trees. And it doesn't matter whether they believe me or not. They're not going to argue. Know why? Because I'm Shiloh West. And if I want potatoes to fucking grow on trees, then by God, they will grow on trees. Ridiculous, right? But these people aren't just out for my blood. They want my head on a stick. Frankie cocks his chin.
What the hell are you smirking at?
You called me Shiloh.
You stabbed a potholder. I'm being cautious, all right? Don't read anything into it.
Glancing down, I run my hands over my still sticky legs and Diet Coke-stained shorts. I need to change shorts first.
You need to change more than that.
Flicking my hair, he circles his fingers around my face and arches an eyebrow.
When was the last time you fixed your hair and put on some damn makeup?
I don't know. I don't have mirrors in my house.
Why?
How long do you have? I just don't. I look away, suddenly engrossed with the cracks in the floor. After what seems like an eternity, Frankie clears his throat and taps the screen of my phone, still in my hand.
Call this driver of yours.
Okay. What gives? Are you gay? An hour later, I'm standing in the middle of my princess vomit bedroom, looking like I'm ready for the catwalk. Frankie has me dressed in a lacy, wine-colored strapless dress with a neckline that plunges so low, I have to triple the normal amount of body tape to avoid a wardrobe malfunction. Frankie lets out a whooping laugh and holds his stomach almost doubled over with laughter.
Hell no, I'm not gay.
He manages to get out.
Woman, I have ruined so many of your centerfolds.
Holding out his fist, he mimics jerking off, and I hold up both hands. Okay, fine, I get it. I turn away to slide on my other stiletto when I hear him curse under his breath.
I grew up around a lot of foster sisters and learned some shit. But if you tell anybody that, I'll kill you. You feel me?
Duly noted. There's a comfortable silence between us until he motions to the 2 covered mirrors.
What's with the trash bags?
I shouldn't be surprised. I'm honestly shocked he's waited this long to ask. Most people would have blurted that shit out the minute they stepped foot in my room and saw them mummified like some museum exhibit. For that alone, I suppose he deserves a straight answer. Unfortunately, he's not going to get it. I told you, I don't like mirrors.
That's a little weird for a model, isn't it?
I motion to my outfit and impromptu makeover. We all have our quirks. You feel me? His response is a simple nod.
I feel you.
Pushing his fingers into the small of my back, he urges me forward.
Now move your ass so we can get to the lighthouse and show that bitch what's what. Now, are you with me, or are you with me?
I have no idea if it's the way he talks to me or the overwhelming urge to make him proud, but I find myself nodding like a bobblehead as he maneuvers me through my bedroom door. I'm with you, I assure him, ready to conquer the world. Right up until those 3 little words from my earlier conversation with Taryn detonate in my brain, causing me to come to a complete stop. Wait, did you say the lighthouse? Frankie just grins and closes my bedroom door behind him.
Chapter 11. Carrie. In the movie Groundhog Day, Bill Murray just repeats the same day over and over. I feel his pain. Same bullshit, same day. Kind of like every moment spent with Taryn. Sitting across from her at the lighthouse, I roll my eyes and run my palm across my unshaven chin. Even though the DJ has occasionally played some songs that don't suck a complete dick, a little Rob Zombie doesn't make up for the constant bullshit I have to hear from her about Shiloh. What the hell is it about me that makes me gravitate toward crazy women? Do I have a mutation in my DNA? My parents are fairly normal. I don't have any distant relatives with obsessive death wishes. So why do I continually jump from destructive to vindictive back to toxic? Maybe I'm the one who needs rehab.
So she just sits there like she owns the damn place, and you know what she says then?
Waving her third crown and ginger in the air, Taryn's voice gets louder as the liquid sloshes all over the table.
This bitch tries to tell me I'm still chasing her shadow and flips me off.
I quickly bring my beer to my mouth to hide my smile. Taryn has always lived in Shiloh's shadow. Shiloh's a selfish bitch, but sometimes I see flashes of something way darker in Taryn. As if her intent is to create fire just to watch it burn. I hold in a chuckle at the mental image of Shiloh raising a middle finger, refined, but with enough country girl left in her to mean business. Changing the subject would be the smart thing to do. However, when it comes to Shiloh, no one has ever accused me of being smart. Did she say anything else?
Why?
The lines in Taryn's forehead deepen. No reason, just making conversation. Lie. It's her fault for bringing her up in the first place. Damn, that's another lie. Shiloh has been on my mind since the minute we walked in. Hell, since I woke up. I can't allow old feelings to resurface. I've fed off the person she was when she left. But now, she seems different. It's fucking with my head.
No, she didn't say anything else.
The right side of Taryn's mouth twitches and I fight a sigh.
She's still the two-faced bitch she was in high school.
If there's one thing I can't stand, it's people with selective memories. You were just like her. Her half-lidded eyes blaze with bitterness just before her attention focuses over my shoulder.
Speak of the devil herself.
Turning around, I follow her gaze and my stomach twists at the same time the blood rushes to my pants. There, standing together just inside the doorway. His hand is pressed to the small of her back, and she's not doing a damn thing about it. Frankie and Shiloh. I don't know what stripper's closet she shopped in before coming here, but I want to thank them on my knees for existing. The kind of dress she's wearing makes boys want to be men, and men want to be single. It's tight in all the right places and short enough to make a man instantly hard. I don't know whether to jump over the booth and punch Frankie in the face or fuck Shiloh on the table to prove a point. My choice is made the minute Frankie sees me. He nods in my direction and pushes a panic-stricken Shiloh toward our table. As soon as they arrive, I grab Frankie's arm and jerk him away from her. You aren't supposed to be in a bar. Shit, when the hell did I get out of the booth? Frankie takes everything in stride as I come unraveled. You're right. Good thing I'm in a restaurant. This dive serves food too. Bracing a hand on the edge of the table, he picks up one of my fries and grins. And I'm 18. You brought her here? I hiss, motioning toward Shiloh. Whose side are you on? Her? Shiloh's hands immediately go to her waist and she pops a hip out for emphasis. Her is standing right here, you jackass. It's a public place. I have just as much right to be here as you do. She holds my stare in a showdown that has my dick hardening by the second. If you'll excuse me, Frankie, I'll wait for you by the bar. Turning on her sky-high fuck-me heels, Shiloh stomps off, her gorgeous ass swaying as she makes her way to the other end of the bar. I've always wanted to watch Shiloh come, but I have to say watching her go isn't so bad. Apparently I'm not as subtle with my appreciation of Shiloh's assets as I think I am. For once, the bitch has a point, Taryn snarls, slamming her glass down and sliding across the vinyl length of the booth. When you decide to put your eyes back in your head, call me. I'm going home with my friends. I give her a half-hearted protest, but she's already across the room talking shit about me. Frankie chuckles and slides in her newly vacated spot. Are you calmed down from that show you put on earlier? Fuck off, Junior. Shiloh's not that bad. A little uptown for my blood, but she's not the evil bitch you go on and on about. My response is automatic. Don't touch her. Frankie smiles. What do you care? You hate her, remember? I don't care about her. I care about you in the center, and I don't want to see her wreck either one. Don't worry about me, boss. I can take care of myself, he says with an annoying wink. As quickly as his eyes brighten with amusement, they harden just as fast as he stares toward the bar. Check it out. Looks like we've both been cock-blocked. My body goes rigid as I follow his line of sight. Some frat boy is sitting way too close to Shiloh, pushing a fruity-looking drink toward her. After she shakes her head no, I can hear him ask her to dance, and every muscle in my neck tenses until they almost snap. I know this plotline. I played the starring role back in high school, so I fully expect her to tell him to fuck off. However, white noise fills my head as she slides a glance my way, smiles, and places her hand in his. Sometimes I have dreams where shit is happening around me, but I can't do anything about it because my body won't move. Like my arms and legs are encased in quicksand or something. That's how I feel watching this asshole's hands lower by the minute to Shiloh's ass. Might as well put those away. Put what away? Discarding the paper from his plastic straw, Frankie taps my tightly curled fists with it. These things, you got no claim to go busting up faces. You're with Taryn, remember? Plus, you've already told Shiloh to go to hell. Maybe I want some company while I'm there. Frankie just shakes his head and plows through the rest of my cold fries over the next two songs. I can't take my eyes off her. I shouldn't care. Whoever grinds their dick into Shiloh West should be the least of my concerns. My focus should be calming Taryn down so everything doesn't blow up in my face. Should, could, would, but don't. My head is messed up. Every time I think I've got a handle on how I feel about her, she does something so out of character I'm left blindsided, sitting in a booth and fighting an 18-year-old for soggy fries. Actually, it's not out of character. She's watching me watch her as she drags her nails along the back of that asshole's neck. She's putting on a one-woman show meant to drive me insane, and it's working. The closer their bodies press together, the more I sweat. I can't take any more. Slamming my hand on the table, I slide across the seat. Fuck this. Before I can clear the booth, a conversation behind me catches my attention. I turn to see two guys who look just like the douchebag groping Shiloh, watching the same scene on the dance floor. The one facing me nods toward Shiloh. Did you see how messed up her face got? An instinct to defend her hits me, and I open my mouth to tell him to go to hell, but his friend cuts me off. Yeah, man, I almost didn't believe it was actually the Shiloh West until Kevin pulled up that picture of her. She used to be hot, but yeah, that's just nasty, man. My blood boils. The guy facing me slugs back his drink. I'd still fuck her, though. I mean, I'd make her put a bag over her head, but there's nothing wrong with her pussy. Did I say my blood's boiling? I'm about to shit pure lava. They stop to high-five each other, giving me a moment to decide if I should kill them now or wait and run them over with my car. I can't believe you bet Kevin $50 he couldn't get a picture of her face. No. Do you know how much money that shit will go for? He laughs and lifts his drink toward the dance floor. Besides, looks like he's gonna get a picture and a piece of ass tonight. I'm out of my seat and halfway across the room before I register Frankie's even speaking. Hey boss, where are you going? Ignoring him, I tear across the dance floor. I have no idea what I'm doing or why I'm even doing it as I reach in between them and shove his shoulder. Shocked, he stumbles backward, his fall broken only by the pissed-off couple behind him. What the hell, man? You got a problem? He looks stupid, just like all the other assholes Shiloh dated in high school, which makes me want to punch him even more. His face is red as hell, probably because he knows he's about to get his ass handed to him. I take a step forward. Yeah, I got a problem. You. Glancing down, I see his phone sitting on the floor queued up to the camera app. Filled with rage, I give it a swift kick and watch it fly across the wooden floor and crash across the far wall. Hey! He yells, getting in my face like he's actually going to do something about it. You're gonna pay for that? Let's call it even. For what? For you being a general dickhead. Get out of here before I break something else. As if she even gives a shit, Shiloh jumps in between us and presses a palm against each of us. Carrie, stop. Like that's going to stop me from kicking his ass. He stares at me like he's not sure if I'm serious or not. To prove my point, I push Shiloh behind me and shove his shoulder. You want a picture, motherfucker? Take mine. Then I'll give you a permanent reminder of the day I kicked your asshole halfway up your throat. That does it. Raising his hands, he shakes his head at Shiloh and backs off the dance floor. You're not worth this bullshit. In my attempt to prevent a scene, that's exactly what I've created. Even though the music keeps playing, no one is talking and every eye is on us. Everyone's source of entertainment has become the disgraced model and the chump who, once again, is throwing fists over her. The smart thing to do would be to turn around and walk away. However, when it comes to Shiloh, what I should do is never what happens. Turning around, I grab her around the waist and tug her against me. It's the first time in 7 years I've held her this close. I can't decide if it's like drowning in a nightmare or finally coming home. But either way, all the air is sucked out of the room, leaving me to only breathe her. Rain and sunshine. Carrie, what are you doing? I don't know what to tell her. I'm not sure what the hell I'm doing. But we can't just high-five and walk off the dance floor like nothing happened. My fingers slide across the indentations in her hips and come to rest in the same spot on her lower back that Frankie touched when they first walked in. Damage control. Are you going to argue with me all night or maybe try to be helpful for once? I wait for her inevitable sarcasm, but instead, she inhales a heavy breath and wraps her arms around my neck. True to Shiloh form, though, what's seen isn't always what's felt, because what's felt are sharp-ass nails digging into the sensitive skin at the base of my skull. Why did you do that? She says, breaking our silent standoff. Shy, he's an asshole. She fights a smirk. You got all that from watching us across the bar? You talk a lot of shit considering the company you keep, Mrs. Robinson. Frankie? Frankie's just a...
Wait, are you jealous?
I don't appreciate what she's insinuating. Sliding a hand up her bare back, I weave it through her massive blonde curls and tilt her head back. A Frankie in you? Give me a break. I tighten my fingers, her gasp spurring me on. Yeah, he has no car and you're banned from being within 20 feet of one. I think I'll be all right. The thing I always found most sexy about Shiloh still hasn't changed in 7 years. She can never be intimidated. Not by me or anyone else. So I honestly shouldn't be surprised when she reaches behind her, pries her hair out of my grasp, and slams her fuck-me heel onto my toe. Ouch! Jesus, Shiloh!
Was that necessary? Do you feel better about yourself?
She holds my stare, putting space in between us.
Wait, you know what, Carrie? Go fuck yourself.
I'm not sure if I'm driven by lust, obligation, or revenge, but instead of letting her go, I blurt out the one thing I shouldn't. He was going to take a picture of your scar and post it on the internet. Coming to a dead stop, Shiloh's hands fist by her side.
No.
I heard his friends laughing about it. Disobeying everything my brain is telling me to do, my feet move toward her, and before I can stop them, my hands are on her shoulders, pulling her against me. Something resembling my name rumbles in her throat as she tries to pull away, but I hold firm. As activity in the bar resumes, she manages to jerk free and run to a side exit that leads to the overflow parking lot. The door barely slams behind her before I fling it back open, ready for a fight.
Chapter 12. Shiloh. Spinning around, I shove him in the middle of his chest. Oh my God, really? What the hell do you want from me? Unfortunately, Carrie is too quick and grabs my wrists, pulling me against him. Are you going to dance with me or what? No. I can't breathe. I can barely speak. Dancing is definitely out of the question. Why? How about because the girl who never gave a shit about anything suddenly gives a shit about everything? How about because the bubble I've been living in for years has finally popped, flashing a light on what I've become, what people think of me? How about because you treat me like the scum of the earth one minute, then save me from humiliation the next? Instead of saying all that, I shrug. Carrick, I saw you at prom, remember? You can't dance for shit. I expect to see impatience in his eyes, but instead, I'm met with impassive darkness. It's Carrie. And teach me then. The loaded words hang in the air as the space between us collapses. I can't open myself up to more exposure or hidden agendas. However, I can't seem to look away from his hypnotic stare. Why do you care? Maybe because, at the very least, you owe me the dance you screwed me out of at prom. Every rush of blood in my body pools south as he wraps my hands around his neck and settles his arms around my waist. For a moment, we stand motionless, and I wonder what music he hears in his head that I don't. Then I hear it. The faint, sinful beat that slowly gets louder and louder until his hands guide me in a gentle sway. The song is suggestive, indecent, and designed for sex. Pony by Genuine. I glance up, my jaw dropping. To this? Carrie nods, a wicked grin pulling at the corners of his mouth. I sigh. Fine. Although my fingers are shaking, I move my hands from his neck and clasp them onto his hips. Giving them a wiggle, I glance up, thankful that clouds have darkened the moonlight. They've casted a shadow over his face, preventing me from having to look him in the eye. You have to loosen up and roll your hips with the beat of the music, like this. As the sexy beats continue to play in the background, Carrie just stands there. His body is straight as a board, his pelvis locked, as if it's been poured in plaster. It's beyond awkward and insulting as hell, I'm so hot I can barely stand up, and he looks like he's writing a grocery list. Carrie? He raises an eyebrow, staring over my head as if he's a million miles away. Grunting, I drop my hands in frustration. This is hopeless. I'm just going home, all right? Happy prom. Before I can take a step, an inked arm snakes around my waist and yanks me against his solid chest.
You mean like this?
Carrie expertly rolls his hips and grinds against me so hard my vision blurs. Brushing his lips against my temple, he slides his hands around my waist to my lower back, and I gasp as his fingers widen and squeeze my ass cheeks. As our bodies press closer and sway to the music, he turns us both around and slams me against the brick wall. His hands cover mine and presses my palms against the bricks above my head, his hard erection rubbing against me until I think I'm going to die. I hate myself for the lusty moan he makes me give him. Where in the hell did he learn to dance like this? Screw modeling. I need to open up a dance studio and have every man in America sign up, because any man who can blow a woman's mind on the dance floor can rock her world in bed. I'm pressed against the wall, my back scraping the rough brick, but I am so turned on, I don't care. Still grinding as the song comes to a close, Carrie's mouth trails at my throat. His lips hover so closely against mine that with every exhale, they touch. But he doesn't kiss me. Instead, he rakes those full lips across my cheek, down my neck, then up to my ear.
Shiloh.
He groans, his lip ring clinging against my hoop earring. Yes.
I need you to do something for me.
Blood is rushing through my head at such a frenzied speed, I think I may pass out. Anything.
Be at the center at 6 instead of 7. The toilets need bleaching.
Smirking, he pulls away, one hand still pressed against the bricks, his cock hard against my stomach. When did you learn to dance? That's it? That's all I have to say? How about, what the fuck was that all about? Or maybe, how can you go home to Taryn after dry humping me? But no, all my brain can come up with is to ask him about his newly found rhythm. Carrie is already halfway across the parking lot before he stops and glances over his shoulder. The clouds move away, causing the moon to spotlight the tight muscles in his jaw.
When people are ashamed of you, it kind of motivates you to prove them wrong.
My mouth drops open, but no words come out. I want to tell him I'm not that same girl he once knew, but it'd be a lie. I am absolutely still that girl. I left that girl and I've come back to that girl. The only thing that's changed about me is my bank account and my freedom. I watch helplessly as Carrie gets in his old black Mustang and revs the engine, leaving skid marks in the parking lot. Chapter 13. Shiloh. 2 weeks. In the grand scheme of things, 14 days doesn't seem like an outrageous amount of time. But when you're treated like a piece of furniture for a full 80 of those 336 hours, they become the longest stretch of time in history. That's right. After leaving me questioning my sanity up against a brick wall, I can count the number of times Carrie has looked me in the eye on one hand. Any communication between us has come in the form of grunts and one-word commands, which inevitably ends with my eyes glued to his ass as he slams his office door. It's poetic, in a strange Shakespearean kind of way. I figuratively slam the door on him, and he literally slams it on me. This fragile dance we've been playing for years has only amplified to a tango that has no structured steps, no rules, no way for me to protect myself by just walking away. I'm stuck, held against my will by a court order and my own foreign responses to a man I have no business thinking about. My days are occupied with masking my own confusion, while my nights are filled with memories of his hard body commanding mine in dangerously seductive moves masked as a dance. A lethal mix of lust and retribution battled for control in his eyes, and honestly, I'm not sure which one I find myself fearing more, his desire or his justice. How in the hell is he capable of making me want both? Am I so damn self-destructive that the possibility of his touch is worth standing too close to a raging fire? Are you sure you're going to be okay? Snapped out of my thoughts, my mother's breathy voice fills the back seat of the limo as it stops beside a graffiti-covered curb. It's early, and I'm still shocked she's dressed and coherent before lunch. I glance up and watch her pop a tiny blue pill in her mouth. Okay, somewhat coherent. I'm sorry, what? I ask as she tosses her chin back and works the pill down her throat in a way that almost seems elegant. Looking out the window, she wrinkles her sculptured nose. I'm not comfortable leaving you here, darling. This isn't exactly a desirable part of town. I can't help but laugh as I pull my phone out, verifying the address Will gave me against the numbers on the building. Mother, everything 3 blocks south of our gated community is undesirable to you. I'm glad no one else is in the car besides Malcolm, because that has to be the biggest case of the pot calling the kettle black in the history of stupid comments. I'll be fine. Just have Malcolm pick me up in an hour. What are you going to do? You know, in there. She waves her hand toward the rundown one-story building as if saying the words out loud might infect her with a sickness that has run in her veins for over 2 decades. Hypocrite. I blink at her a few times, pretending to think, before finally giving an uninterested shrug. Well, after we sacrifice a baby, I assume the usual, chanting, orgies, and snacks. Her perfectly lined eyes glaze over, and I find myself way more amused than I should be. Inching away, she presses her back against the padded limo door, as if it'll swallow her up and transport her back to the land of maids and homeowners associations. Inevitably, I put her out of her misery, because an on-edge Bianca West is a pill-popping Bianca West, and she's already taken a stroll down the Klonopin Highway once today. Just kidding, Mother. Patting her knee, I swipe the pill bottle lying next to her leg and drop it in my purse. It's a risky move, considering where I'm headed, but someone has to cut her off. I should have let it go at that, but I can't resist fucking with her. As Malcolm opens my door, I give her a dramatic wink. They save all that for the second meeting. Leaving her sputtering, I walk to the building with an added bounce in my step. It's probably a little sadistic to screw with my poor mother's head like that. However, sending her away with visions of a hedonistic, socioeconomic melting pot of group sex gives me the giggles as I swing open the door to my first drug and alcohol meeting. I have no idea what the hell I expected, but this isn't it. In California, rehab was simple. After the accident, I spent so much time in the hospital I detoxed by circumstance, not by willpower. Granted, it was the easy way out, but the easy way has always been my exit strategy. Anything else requires too much effort and commitment on my part. However, this is unlike anything I've ever seen. Maybe I've been watching too many made-for-TV movies, but last night I pictured a room full of bandana-wearing thugs and dealers, not khaki-wearing Little League coaches and soccer moms. Silence fills the room as I grip the doorknob. At least a dozen pairs of eyes settle on me, some widened in shock, some narrowed in suspicion, but all bright with curiosity. It's not like I expected to slip in unnoticed. I mean, come on, I'm not exactly blendable. However, the level of animosity in the room almost chokes me. Thank you, national news coverage. Unease turns in my stomach as I slip past the long rectangular table, trailing my fingers along the starched white tablecloth, already stained with the red fruit punch from the bowl in the center. Keeping my eyes lowered, I slip around a chipped metal chair that's obviously seen better days when a familiar chuckle catches my attention.
We've got to stop meeting up like this, Snowflake. People are gonna talk.
The white noise in my head vanishes, and I wrap my arms around his neck without thinking. Frankie! Oh my God, what are you doing here? I honestly don't care to hear the answer. I'm just ecstatic to have a friendly face by my side who doesn't look at me like I'm Satan incarnate.
I'd ask what a nice girl like you is doing in a place like this, but I kinda know the answer.
He jokes. I pull back and smile awkwardly. Plus, you already know I'm not a nice girl.
Still playing the poor me act, huh?
I give the room another once-over, still noting the scowls on everyone's faces. Just imagining the things you've been told.
People tell me lots of things. Doesn't mean I'll listen.
If he's hoping to shut down my inquiry, that's not the way to do it. What's that supposed to? Frankie slaps a hand over my mouth.
Quiet. It's about to start.
I fling his arm back in his lap and slump back into my chair, the unforgiving metal hard against my spine. How do these things go anyway? His dark eyes glitter with amusement.
You know, blood, sacrifices, robes chanting. Your typical underground cult shit.
I hold in a laugh, remembering my mother's deer-in-the-headlights look from earlier. The tension in my shoulders eases, and I palm my forehead. Be serious. Placing his finger over my lips, he nods toward a middle-aged man in jeans and a t-shirt approaching the front of the room.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gary. Welcome to Substance Abuse Rehab and Awareness, or as we simply call it here, Sarah.
Opening his hands wide in a welcoming gesture, he makes a point of looking everyone in the eye, and I immediately drop my stare.
For those of you with us for the first time, if you'd like to introduce yourself, now is the time.
Frankie nudges me, and it takes all I have in me not to punch him in the face. As I move my chair away, a woman with a brown bob haircut stands and makes her way to the front, obsessively tucking her short hair behind her ears. The more it falls back, the harder she tucks. Newbie. It's written all over her face. I remember the same fidgeting and hollow expressions on the faces of all the newborn kittens. That's what we called the 15-year-old ingenues the agencies shoved onto the catwalks. None of them were ready for the harsh glare of the runway or the cutthroat backstabbing that went along with it. Most kittens never made it to full-grown feline status. The pressure proved to be more than they could take. I was never a kitten. I went into the show already a lion. That's why I can smell her fear. She's a kitten in the wild, and I'm simultaneously ashamed for her and morbidly fascinated. I'm trained to never show fear, to be the unflappable ice queen. Smile for the camera. Click. Smile. Click. Pose. Click. Plastic. The sweat pouring down her temple intrigues the hell out of me, and I can't take my eyes off her. Here's a nobody, a housewife in mom jeans and clearance rack clothing, about to do something I would never even consider. Show her true face. She clears her throat. Hi, I'm Kelly.
Hi, Kelly.
Startled by the booming response by everyone around me, I slump down into my chair. Wow, she says, double tucking her hair. This is even scarier than I thought it would be.
You're doing great, Kelly.
Gary encourages her from the corner of the room. Kelly tosses him a grateful grin and tucks her hair again. I wonder if she even knows that's her thing. Probably not. No one ever does. Everyone else seems to, though, and as countless eyes fixate on her hands, I silently wish for a couple of bobby pins so I can run up there and pin it back for her. Right. Well, as you all can see, I'm no one special. She tugs on the hem of her pink shirt and gives a self-deprecating laugh. I don't fit the mold of anyone's typical addict. No bells or whistles went off on anyone's radar for me, even my husband's. She adds in a hushed voice. Like a spectator at a bloodbath, I find myself inching toward the edge of my seat. Part of me feels ashamed, while the rest relishes in hearing a story more fucked up than mine. Kelly blows out a long breath. It started out as a way for me to get everything done around the house. I mean, the energy from Coke is like nothing else, right? She glances up, searching for solidarity. When a couple of heads nod in agreement, she hugs her arms around herself. I was on top of the world. But the high didn't last, did it, Kelly? Gary broke in, guiding her confession back on track. No. When you're on top, eventually you just keep moving closer to the edge, getting more and more reckless until eventually you fall. As the memory unfolds, her face tightens in raw pain. You have no idea, Kelly. The higher the star, the harder the fall. My pulse races as tears spill down her cheek. I can feel Frankie's eyes on me, but I don't dare turn to face him. I can't face anyone but Kelly. I met my dealer in a gas station parking lot. She recalls, brushing the back of her hand over her wet cheeks. I didn't know I'd been followed, and the cops busted us both. My husband left me after my arrest and took my kids. The composure she'd held onto throughout her speech breaks. Kelly's knees buckle, and she collapses into Gary's waiting arms. I'm frozen. I can't speak or even breathe. At first, I don't recognize the blurriness, the stinging, the strange dampness. I blink repeatedly, and that's when I taste it. Salt. I lick my lips again. More salt. I lick a third time and in disbelief run the tips of my fingers down my cheek. Tears. I haven't cried since Kirkland's funeral. Even then I fought them, determined for my pain not to be tomorrow's headlines. My tears were only for her. I shed them when I kissed her coffin, letting them dry on the polished marble so a part of me would always be with her. I never allowed another one to fall after that. I have no idea how much time has passed when Frankie gives my arm a squeeze. There's still time to share, you know. He nods toward the front of the room, and I notice all the intricate tattoos on his arm. Why did he get them? What do they mean? I've never asked anything about him, yet I cling to him as if he's the only piece of stability in my fucked up storm. Expect everything and give nothing, just like always. No, I managed to say in a raspy voice. I never learned to share. Too late, I'm realizing that one of the things I never had to share is the one I should have treasured the most. And I'm now sharing him with a woman who loathes me almost as much as he does. Breaking the silence, Gary claps his hands together. Okay, so how about we hear from our regular members now? Anyone want to share any updates? Frankie. I'm already headed toward the door before Frankie speaks. Expect everything and give nothing. The phrase repeats itself in my head as I push the door open and call Malcolm. As I drop my phone in my purse, the brown bottle catches my eye, and months of resistance vanish the minute I wrap my fingers around it.
Chapter 14. Carrie. We had a visitor yesterday. My father shoves his hands into his pockets, and I notice how frayed they are. In fact, his pants are completely worn, the knees barely held together by a single thread. He's standing by the door of my office, staring out the window with a blank look on his face. I know that look, and even if I didn't, the dark circles under his eyes betray him. He hasn't been sleeping. That makes two of us. I raise an eyebrow, still keeping my eyes on the laptop screen as I ignore another unpaid invoice. Oh, the Queen passing through town again? He chuckles, jingling the change in his pocket. Close, Mitch McDaniel. The name sends a jolt down my spine. The fact that Taryn's father made a special trip to the motel to see my parents isn't good. It means I'm running out of time, and that's the one thing I can't afford to lose. I assume he wasn't dropping by to invite you to lunch at the country club. Is there a problem? No, no problem. I wince as the jingling gets louder. My father always flips coins in his pocket when he lies. Groaning, I close out the accountant program and lean back in my chair, giving him my full attention. He's aged in the last few months. His salt and pepper hair has lost most of its pepper, and the lines around his mouth have gone from hints to caverns. The knife that sank into my heart when he sold his soul for mine twists a little deeper. The next place he visits will be here, so you might as well be straight with me. He sighs, the incessant jingling coming to a stop. He wants payment, Carrick, for the last 3 months and this month, with interest. And if we don't pay, he's going to take the motel. He can't do that. I simultaneously slam my fist on the desk and kick the inside of it. My mother gives me a weak smile. Her black hair is streaked with gray and pulled back in a low ponytail. The style shows off a once youthful face now riddled with fatigue.
He can and he will. We signed the contract. Since his son's company built those 2 high-rise hotels on either side of us, we can't compete. The Castaway Sands isn't bringing in enough income to cover our employees' salaries, our operating expenses, and to pay him. I think it's a lost cause.
I refuse to back down. Don't say that. There's got to be something we can do. Before I can say anything else, my office door swings open so hard it bounces against the door stopper. All 3 of us turn to see a tear-streaked Shiloh with her fists curled by her side. She looks destroyed, as if she's just walked through hell and fought the devil on her way out. We lock eyes and she starts to speak, but stops herself the minute she sees the woman sitting across from me. The muscles in my mother's hand tighten underneath mine as she pulls it away. She narrows a gaze on Shiloh and sits up straight.
So, the rumors are true.
Shiloh's face pales.
Mrs. Kincaid.
Mom, Dad, you remember Shiloh West? I say, trying to cut the tension in the room.
How could we forget the woman responsible for putting our son behind bars?
Pam! My father warns, shooting my mother a look.
What? It's true? Because of her, our son paid 2 years of a sentence that wasn't his. How do you do it? She asks, looking back at Shiloh. How do you sleep at night living with the guilt of the lives you've ruined?
Enough! I yell. The clouds in Shiloh's eyes fade away, revealing a familiar empty void. I saw it the night she walked away. There's nothing but detachment and coldness. And then she's gone, leaving the door wide open as she tears down the hallway with her hand over her mouth. She deserves my mother's words for the pain she's caused my family. Her feelings shouldn't matter. I shouldn't care, so no one is more surprised than me when I find myself out of my chair and halfway across my office just as my mother grabs my wrist.
Don't you dare fall under that woman's spell again, Carrick.
I'm not, but I'm legally responsible for her while she's here and she looks unstable. I have minors to protect, Mom. It's total bullshit. The boys are twice as big as Shiloh and 3 times as strong. They could take her down in 2 seconds flat, and my mother knows it too, which is why I don't give her the opportunity to respond, shrugging off her hand and giving her a quick kiss on the cheek as I barrel through the door. I'll come by the motel later to talk about this. Love you both. I have no idea if either of them respond because I'm already across the center searching every corner for a mass of blonde hair and long legs. Not finding her anywhere, I start to get frustrated when I hear soft sobbing coming from the darkened hallway on my right. The only thing back there is a locked supplies closet and a small bathroom. Shiloh, are you okay in there? Silence. Shiloh, I need you to come out of the bathroom and talk to me, or I'm going to break this door down. More silence. Shiloh? Pressing my ear against the door, I hear nothing but light shuffling, so I back up. Fine, have it your way. I let out a grunt as my foot mixed contact with the cheap wood, sending it crashing inward and hanging off its hinges. As I step inside, it takes my eyes a minute to register what they're seeing. Fucking hell. Shiloh is on her knees with an open prescription bottle in one hand and about a dozen tiny blue pills in the other. My limbs feel frozen, but as her cupped hand inches toward her open lips, I snap out of it and lose my shit. I lose my shit. Throwing my arm out, I grab her hand and jerk it away from her mouth, sending the pill scattering across the bathroom. She doesn't have time to react before I grab her by the shoulders, hauling her to her knees and against my chest. I can't speak, reacting on instinct as my heavy breathing fans across her face, revealing the jagged scar she tries hard to keep hidden. I wait for a reaction, but her usual gray eyes are almost charcoal, reflecting nothing but empty darkness. I give her body a shake trying to reach her. What the hell was that? What were you trying to do? She just stares at me, her body going limp in my arms. The lack of response ignites a wave of anger in me I don't see coming, and my hold tightens, lifting her slightly off the floor until her toes dangle. Answer me, Shiloh. You brought pills here? You were doing drugs in my center? Blinking twice, she shakes her head, a single tear rolling from the corner of her eye. Then what were you trying to do? Sleep, she says flatly. I'm not sure I hear her right. What? Sleep. For once I want to sleep. I roll my head to the side. Shy. All the screaming had stopped, but it's back. Her words are monotone, like she's stuck in a nightmare. I can't close my eyes. I haven't slept in over a week because every time I do, all I hear are the screams. Whose screams? Kirkland's. Mine. She lets out a shuddering breath as her head lolls on her neck. Yours? And you thought nobody would care if you downed a bottle of pills to do it? Shiloh lifts her chin, meeting my averted gaze. Would they? I have no idea if it's the fragile look in her eyes or the way her body clings to me, but time reverses back to when I looked into that same face with the same desire. What I felt then was pure and unstoppable. My mouth is on her before I can stop it, cradling her face between my palms and mumbling between frantic kisses. God damn it. You're so stupid, Shy. You're so fucking stupid. Her lips are so damn sweet, and even shaken with fear, she tastes like rain and sunshine, just like I remember. Weaving a hand through her hair, I trail the other down her spine and settle it on her ass, squeezing so hard she moans into my mouth. And that moan is what does it. It's what sends me over the edge. Her weakness brings back a memory I've tried to forget, but her response ignites a fire I can't control. Hold on to me, I whisper against her lips. The minute she complies to my demand, I lift her in my arms and set her on the edge of the small sink. She barely has time to steady herself before I force her lips open again, a rush of hot lust tearing through me. She grips my shirt and falls into me, making a desperate situation damn near violent. Fist in her hair with one hand, I reach down with the other and squeeze her breast through her tank top. Shiloh throws her head back, gasping for air as I lower my mouth to the hollow of her neck. Carrie? No talking, I command, licking the indentation above her collarbone. Barriers are pissing me off, so I jerk the tank strap off her shoulder and grind my cock against her. I want you, right here. She feebly nods toward the hallway while her fingers still tug on my shirt. But what about the boys? Then I suggest you don't scream. Kicking what's left of the door closed, I move my kisses back to her lips, diving deep and demanding as much as she'll give. I'm losing myself in every sigh, every groan, every scrape of her nails because I want it, because I know she wants it. Fuck, because at the very least I deserve it. Overdue and ready to explode, I fumble for the button on her shorts when an alarm goes off in her purse. Pulling away, Shiloh glances toward the floor and bites her lip. Ignore it, I demand, undoing the button and going for her zipper. She stops me, placing a shaking hand over mine.
I have to go.
The hell you do?
I have to see Will.
Hearing my best friend's name on the lips of the woman I have every intention of fucking screws with my head. Jerking my hand away, I eye her suspiciously. Will? Why the hell do you have to see him?
I have to check in. It's required.
Of course she does. Why wouldn't Will cockblock me right now? He warned me when he dropped her off 2 weeks ago not to do this. Well, not this exactly, but he warned me not to let personal vendettas cloud my judgment when it came to Shiloh. Is that what this is? While I have a personal tug-of-war with my conscience, Shiloh slips off the sink and bends over to retrieve her purse. I watch her every move, forcing myself not to slam her against the wall for round 2.
It's a good thing,
she says, laying a hand on my shoulder.
You would have regretted this.
My dick disagrees, I snort. She has no idea how right she is. Only it's not me who would have regretted it. Opening her legs to me would be like opening the gate to hell. Once she let me in, there'd be no way out. We'd both be eternally damned. Her hand slides off my arm and I stiffen through her breath.
You despise me, Carrie. And with good reason. This would have been a hate fuck. Where would that have left us for the next 3 years? Trust me, I'm doing you a favor.
Opening the destroyed door, she disappears around the corner, leaving me with more questions than answers. When I know she's gone, I can answer truthfully to a silent room. I'm not so sure about that. Jealousy. People call it the green-eyed monster, but as I fling open the door to Will's building, it feels more like a one-eyed snake, because that's what brought me here, my dick. It's what took over my head, clouded my judgment, and drove me across town to a piece of shit office in the middle of the day for no other reason than to check up on her. I've lost my mind. Honestly, I don't know why the hell I'm here. I'm swinging from one rationalization to another for doing this. I'm pissed off, mad at myself for losing control and at her for turning me down. Maybe I grabbed the pill bottle she left to blackmail her to come back. Maybe I did it purely out of retribution. She's forcing my hand on this. It's her fault for bringing them into my center. I scrub my hands down my face a few times trying to get it together. As I approach Will's office, I notice the door is slightly ajar and slow my stride. I make it 2 more steps before recognizing her voice.
I didn't expect it to be so emotional. I wasn't prepared for that.
Shiloh's confession stops me in my tracks, and I press my back against the wall. Gripping the doorframe, I lean closer, irritated she's talking about what happened between us to Will. I didn't say it'd be easy, Will says, his voice sympathetic. But it's going to get easier each time.
Will, I felt guilty. I've never felt guilty in my life.
Well, it's not meant to be a party. What do you feel guilty about? Shiloh just sighs.
I'd better get back. He'll be mad that I've gone this long. Thanks for the talk, and for being a friend.
Shit. I have seconds to hide, otherwise I'm busted. Creeping backward into the darkened opening of the empty bathroom, I press my back against the inside wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I count the click of her heels as she walks away, waiting until they grow faint and finally disappear before slipping back into the hallway and into his office. That was heartwarming. Will raises his head and gives me an unimpressed stare. From his underwhelming reaction to my presence, I have the distinct feeling he's not surprised to see me. Adding eavesdropping to your list of offenses, Carrie? Nice. The best defense is a good offense. I'm impressed. I curl my fingers along the back of a chair and flash him an eat shit grin. What were you two talking about? You know I can't discuss probation clients with you, or the details of their cases. I chuckled to myself, locking my elbows as my hold on the chair tightens. The movement brings my hips flush against the backrest, pushing the forgotten pill bottle deep into my thigh. I freeze, my reason for being here suddenly not so cut and dry. The part of me that's waited for vindication is certain that turning the pills over to Will would violate her probation. That one act would send her packing, getting her out of my center and out of my life for good. Why did you really come here, Carrie? Will looks up again while scribbling his signature across a stack of papers. However, the other part remembers the defeated look in her eyes in that bathroom. I drop my hand to my pocket, letting it rest against the opening before palming the back of my neck instead. Just in the neighborhood. Bullshit. You've hated coming back here ever since your parole ended. Tossing the pen on his desk, he stands and shoves the papers in a leather briefcase. I think you need to stop worrying about what's going on between Shiloh and me and start figuring out what's going on between you and her. You say you hate her, but I've never wasted as much energy on someone I don't like as much as you do on Shiloh. Are you a parole officer or a shrink? Whatever, man. I'm late for an appointment. Chuckling, he walks past me and waits for me to follow him before closing and locking the door. After Will walks away, I stand in the hall like a fucking idiot. The last thing I want to admit to myself is that he's right, but he makes a valid argument. For as much as I claim to hate her, Shiloh is the first thing on my mind when I wake up, the last thing on my mind before I fall asleep, and the constant thing driving me insane every moment in between. I feel her in my veins. She's poisoned my blood again. Halfway down the hallway, Will stops and turns around. Hey, Kincaid? Yeah? Smirking, he points to the darkened room behind me. Next time, hide in the bathroom the whole time.
Chapter 15. Shiloh. Sighing, I run my hand along the perimeter of the window in the back seat of Malcolm's limo, dreading the ride almost as much as the destination. Maybe Carrie won't be there. After what happened last Wednesday, I'm hoping to avoid a confrontation. I'm not going to lie, it wasn't my proudest moment. I never planned on putting one of Bianca's pills in my mouth, much less a handful. I'm so much stronger than that. I mean, Jesus, I made it through being in jail, for fuck's sake. How in the hell could I have been so weak? Easy. I didn't plan on being ambushed. Hearing Kelly's heartbreaking story was bad enough, but walking in and seeing Carrie's parents put me over the edge. An already thin handle on my emotions snapped when I saw his mother. Then I snapped, and he came after me, doing the last thing in the world I ever expected him to. If I didn't know better, I'd think Carrie set out to break me today. The boy I walked away from isn't the one I've come back to. Regardless of who he has become, I wanted him. Jesus, I still want him. But giving into lust would be like sentencing him all over again. As much as I crave him, he's the last thing I'll allow myself to have. It's been 5 days since Carrie flipped my world upside down in that hallway bathroom, and all I've been able to do is replay everything over and over in my head. Unfortunately, he's acted like it never happened, like he wasn't seconds away from taking me right there on that filthy sink. Know what's the worst part? I would have let him. After spouting all of that independent girl power bullshit, I would have closed my eyes and allowed him to treat my body like a receptacle. Because honestly, that's all I would have been to him. I know it, and he knows it. To the Kincaid Center, Miss West. Malcolm glances into the rearview mirror, his blank stare reflecting through the open partition. He's stringently proper, with a heavy British accent and impeccable manners that Bianca swoons over. I flop my head against the back of the seat. Unfortunately. He nods, apparently realizing it's best not to elaborate. Smart man. Bianca doesn't pay him the big bucks just to be another pretty face. As we weave in and out of traffic, I close my eyes and pretend I'm anywhere else. I hate riding in cars. Not only is the enclosed space starting to fuck with my head, but with no one to talk to, my thoughts are free to flip through my extensive catalog of lifelong bad choices. Some I regret, and some I enjoyed way too much to take back. Unfortunately, when time is all you have, it tends to be your worst enemy. It forces you to question things you have no business questioning. Like Carrie Kincaid and his mouth. Both of which, I'll admit, I could get addicted to. As I stare out the window, the back seat becomes smaller, closing in on me from all sides. I cough and blow out a long breath, hoping it will stop the doors from closing in on me. It doesn't work. The air thickens, filling my chest and clogging my throat with long, extinguished smoke, burning rubber, the metallic taste of blood that won't go away no matter how many times I've scrubbed my mouth. I blindly slap for the window button, hoping like hell I can get it down before I dive over the seat and stop the car myself. Finally, I manage to hook my finger around it, and the window releases me from my prison, whipping my hair around my face as I lean out of the car. I gasp for air, because sucking down the stifling humidity is better than breathing the air in that death trap. I survey my surroundings. It's not the usual tourist beach store bonanza, but we're not cruising through a neighborhood that would make me dive for the door locks either. It's early, so the unforgiving summer sun isn't calling beach worshippers out of their homes yet. However, the side streets aren't deserted, and it's not like the names on the signs are entirely unfamiliar. Malcolm, how far is it from here to the center? Not one silver hair moves out of place as he cocks his chin and scratches the side of his head. Oh, I'd say less than a mile. Don't worry, I'll have you there in plenty of time. I throw my purse strap across my chest and curl my fingers around the door handle. Bianca would shit a brick if she knew what I was about to do, but I'll deal with her meltdown after I have mine. Pull over and let me out. I'm sorry. Pardon? You heard me, I say with more conviction. Pull over and let me out. I'm going to walk to work. Thankfully, he's already starting to pull over because even as the words come out of my mouth, I'm starting to question my own sanity. As if reading my mind, he clicks the master door lock, trapping me inside. Miss West, I cannot in good conscience allow that. This isn't a desirable part of town, and if I may point out the obvious, ma'am, you don't blend in here. Here's where shit gets real. I don't like to be challenged. Ever. Do it. Nodding obediently, he parks the car on the side of the road. The sound of the door unlocking pulls a grin from one corner of my mouth, and I slide out of the limo without another word. After walking about 20 feet, I come to a dead stop as he speeds by me in the only mode of transportation I have other than my 2 feet. Which, by the way, are already forming blisters from trying to balance on uneven pavement in wedge heels. So now, here I am, howling along the streets of Myrtle Beach, cursing myself the entire time because although I thought I recognized the neighborhood while inside the car, it turns out I was wrong. I have no fucking clue where I am. Coming to a standstill on a wooded side street, I place a hand on my hip and stare blankly in front of me. Yeah, this was a huge mistake. Swallowing my pride, I reach for my phone as a voice from across an abandoned lot to my right catches my attention. 2 large boys, at least 18 years old, make their way across the patchy area of grass toward me, their eyes burning into the side of my face. I've never been in a situation where just my existence seemed to wave a red flag in front of a couple of bulls. So I keep my eyes averted and hope for the best while making a wide circle around them and heading back the way I was going. What's your hurry, baby? Turning around, I notice the 2 boys are behind me, dangerously close behind me. So close that I'm kicking my own ass for getting out of a perfectly good limo in a shit part of town. The bigger of the two boys runs his tongue slowly along his silver-capped teeth. He's wearing a white bandana tied around his bald head. I assume it's some gang affiliation, which does nothing to calm my nerves.
Hey, you deaf or something? I asked you a question.
I heard you the first time, asshole. I bite out through clenched teeth. I have no idea what the hell has gotten into me. For the most part, the street is deserted, and they could violate me about 30 different ways before help could arrive. However, here I am, spouting off at the mouth and about to take off my earrings like I've been beating asses all my life. Yep, I'm about to die. It's no surprise that Kong doesn't appreciate my badassery. I've named him Kong. No particular reason, other than the fact that I don't know his name and the fucker looks big enough to crawl up the side of the Empire State Building.
You've got a smart-ass mouth on you, don't you, baby? Maybe me and my boy here should shove something in it to shut it up.
He grabs his balls and tosses a smirk over his shoulder to his friend. Maybe I need to reevaluate my tactics. Backing up a few steps, I press my hands out in front of me. Look, guys, I don't want any trouble. Before I can back up anymore, Kong and his sidekick box me in, sending my blood pressure through the roof.
That's some sweet ice you got around your neck.
Kong trails his eyes down to my chest, eyeing the diamond pendant I never take off. Kirkland gave it to me for my birthday 3 months before she died, and I'll risk anything to keep it. My friend gave this to me.
Now you're gonna give it to me.
He snarls. Go fuck yourself. My head swings over my shoulder as Kong backhands me hard across the face.
Mo, show this little bitch what we do when we're disrespected.
I'm paralyzed. My earlier bravado gone as the metallic taste of blood fills my mouth. The feel of it trickling down my throat sickens me, and for a moment I forget where I am. But they don't. Before I can react, Mo is behind me, pulling my arms so close together I see stars. Once Kong is satisfied I'm immobile, he steps forward and wraps his stubby fingers around my necklace.
You're lucky you have this and that bag on your shoulder to pay me. Otherwise, Mo and me would take it out on your ass.
With a hard jerk, he rips the chain off my neck and shoves it in his pocket. Watching my only memory of Kirkland disappear, I struggle against my confinement. Give that back, asshole!
Shut the fuck up, or I'll change my mind.
Turning his head, he spits on the grass beside me and nods to Mo.
Take the bag. What do you want me to do with her?
Kong laughs as he lights a cigarette and walks past us.
Like I give a fuck.
I'm not sure what happens in the next few seconds. All I know is my purse is ripped off my arm so hard that the strap snaps in two. Afterward, a heavy foot kicks the back of my knee, sending me sprawling face first onto the pavement below. After my chin bounces off the rock, I lay there completely stunned. There's a moment where I'm not sure if I've just had all the wind knocked out of me or if I've crushed every rib in my chest. Breathe. Okay, brain, work with me here. Finally, managing to pick my head up, I tilt my chin to the side and, verifying that Mo and Kong are nowhere to be found, slowly crawl to my feet. Picking embedded gravel out of my knees, I tuck away the emotion threatening to bubble to the surface. I refuse to cry. Not here. Smoothing my hair with one hand, I swipe my lip with the other and smear blood all over the back of my hand. Great. I dart out my tongue and run it over my lip, tasting the familiar metallic tang. And it just keeps getting better. My first instinct is to call Malcolm to come pick my ass up, but I can't because the brothers klepto stole my purse. The purse which has my phone in it. Damn it. Busted, broke, and now bleeding, I start walking toward what I can only pray is the way to the center, hoping like hell that in my current condition, I've become something I haven't been in 7 years. unrecognizable. Chapter 16. Shiloh.
What the hell happened to you?
Tiny blurts out as I limp through the door of the community center.
You get in a fight with a Rottweiler or something?
I laugh, but the sound comes out more like a grunt. Close. Except these dogs were about 6'1", with matching bandanas, and I'm pretty sure they wanted to sniff more than my asshole. Collapsing into the shitty metal chair, I let out a relieved groan that borders on obscene. My eyes flutter closed, and I can only hope that when I open them, all 5 bewildered stares are gone, leaving me to wallow in what I believe to be well-deserved self-pity. 10 blocks. 10 stupid blocks with a couple of simple turns is all it should have taken me to hobble my violated ass to the community center, but no, that would be too simple. All flustered, I somehow managed to make 4 rights and a half dozen lefts, getting myself lost. 16 blocks and 2 hours later, here I am, strolling into work late as hell and looking like Rocky after fighting Apollo for 15 rounds. Yes, I saw Rocky too. I'm not just a pretty face.
Wait, were they wearing white bandanas wrapped around their heads?
My eyes pop open to see Frankie standing right in front of me, his arms crossed over his chest. He looks pissed. Actually, he looks more than pissed. He looks ready to shank somebody. Shank is a great word. I learned it while doing time. Okay, so I was only in jail over the weekend, but trust me, I've seen some shit. Yeah? Why? Is that significant? Frankie scrubs his hands up and down his face, then clenches them on top of his head.
They're the Scorpions, Shiloh. White bandanas tied around the head means they've pledged.
Pledged what? I'm not playing dumb here. I'm really that clueless.
Damn, woman. What the hell does it matter?
He asks, unclenching his hands.
Loyalty, their lives, to spray bullets at anyone who gets in their way?
He stops and narrows a suspicious gaze at me.
Where the fuck were you that you even ran up on one in the first place?
The thought crosses my mind to let it all out. Exercise my demons and admit to my newfound phobia of enclosed spaces and constant flashbacks of Kirkland. Instead, I do what comes natural. Lie. Alvarez Street, I think. My driver couldn't keep it between the yellow lines, so I bailed. It's not unheard of to actually walk places, you know. Sorry for bus rolling you, Malcolm. Frankie's mouth hangs open.
Holy shit. You walked down Alvarez Street alone? What the hell were you thinking?
I was thinking how nice it was to feel normal for once. Crossing my arms over my chest, I grunt as a sharp pain reminds me of my newly formed bruises.
So I take it they're the ones who did that to your face?
All I can do is nod. Apparently, my silence sets off a chain reaction in the boys, starting with Tiny and running down the line as Romeo and some skinny new kid crack their knuckles.
Did they?
Tiny's booming voice trails off as he pounds his fist into his other palm. No, I yell, waving a frantic hand in the air. Hell no. They stole my shit, knocked me around a little, and took off. The murderous look on Tiny's pudgy face slowly fades, and he nods.
Well, that explains why you didn't call the boss for a ride to work.
What? Has he taken one too many kicks to the head in the ring? Are you kidding me? I would have hitchhiked before I'd have called him. And no one tells him about this, do you understand? I look each one of them in the eye until they nod in agreement. Eventually, everyone agrees to my threats. Everyone but Frankie. Frankie? I ask, arching an eyebrow. He's quiet for a few moments before letting out a heavy sigh.
Fine. But if you're gonna do stupid shit like what you did today, you need to learn how to defend yourself.
What are you going to do? I say with a loud snort. Teach me to fight?
Yep.
A one-word answer is all I get as he lifts the top rope of the ring and climbs inside.
I'm kidding, Frankie. I'm not. Take off those things on your feet and get your ass in here. I can think of 1,000,001 reasons why this is a bad idea. Getting punched in the face topping the list. No way. This is ridiculous. Oh, because you're a girl? Is that it? Are you too weak and helpless to throw a punch, Snowflake? Wouldn't want to break a nail, huh? I don't know if he's being serious or trying to rile me up enough to kick his ass. It doesn't matter anyway because his taunts flip my bitch switch, and I'm up and out of my chair, ready to prove a point. Pausing by the ring, I rip off the ankle strap on my wedge heels and belly roll under the bottom rope. Crawling to my feet, I stand right in front of Frankie, with what I perceive to be a menacing glare. Not so much to Frankie. A grin breaks out across his face, and he laughs so hard he doubles over. Girl, I don't know if you meant to look hard, but you look constipated as fuck. Shut up and do this, or I'm leaving. Okay, he says, tempering down his grin. First thing you need to learn is what to do if someone comes at you from the front. Easy. Knee him in the nuts. There's a collective sound of air sucking through teeth, and Frankie winces. True, but in most cases, the dude will anticipate that and be on you before you have a chance. Pressing against me, he grabs both of my wrists and jerks hard. What are you going to do? Without hesitating, I swing his left hand wide while ducking underneath and spinning both of us around until he's forced to let go. I'll admit, I'm a little smug, going so far as to do a little victory bounce and jab the air like a real boxer. That's all you got? I tease. I thought you had skills. I can tell Frankie is less than enthused with my display of confidence. That was an easy one. They get harder. Ooh, I'm scared. I taunt, wiggling my fingers by my cheeks. In a blur of shiny scalp and tattoos, Frankie's behind me, hooking both of my arms at the base of my spine with his muscular forearm while jerking a handful of my hair back with the other. This time, I don't react. The move is too familiar and too recent to form a coherent thought. What about now? He sneers beside my ear. Still scared? What the fuck is this? Frankie immediately releases his hold and steps backward. It's not what it looks like, boss. I quickly turn around to see Carrie standing 3 feet away from the ring, his fully inked arms crossed tightly over his chest. God, his arms are the kind that girls dream about. Artfully tattooed from his fingertips to his neck. Masterfully sculpted, possessing strength that could lift a woman up and kiss her senseless, or hold her down and fuck her into a coma. But it isn't his body that claims most of my attention. There's a hardness in his eyes, a stare so vicious I don't know whether to run for my life or fall to my knees and beg for it. Really? He hisses. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're about 2 seconds away from shoving your dick in her ass. Frankie's eyes darken. Knock it off, Carrie. You're overreacting. I was talking to her. Man, shut up. Tiny pipes up from the floor, just to the right of the ring. Just take a look at her face. You think she busted up her own chin? I can see the moment his words register in Carrie's head. His stoned expression evaporates, leaving only confusion. What happened, Shy? It was nothing. I fell. Jesus. Frankie groans, climbing out of the ring in a huff. Fell my ass. Genius here decided to walk from Alvarez Street and got jumped by some scorpions. Carrie swivels his head around, baring his teeth. You did what? I did not get jumped, I argue, throwing Frankie an eat shit glare. They robbed me and I took a header to the street. That's all. That's all. Shiloh, of all the stupid, irresponsible, selfish shit. Stopping himself mid-sentence, he grabs handfuls of his inky black hair and tugs wildly as he paces. They could have killed you. It strikes me as odd he even gives a shit.
His behavior is erratic at best, putting thoughts in my head that have no business being there. Thoughts I don't deserve to consider as a possible reality. Does he still care? Before I can ask, Carrie straightens his spine, the blank look from earlier settling across his gorgeous face.
Fine. Shit happens. So I'll repeat myself. What the fuck is all this about?
He gestures to the ring I'm still standing in, like some ridiculous statue.
Just thought I'd teach her some moves, boss,
Frankie says, grabbing a small white hand towel.
You know, if some dick ever tries to come at her again.
Nobody moves or speaks as Carrie presses his lips together until I'm positive his lip ring is going to draw blood. I'm about to climb out of the ring when he swings a pointed finger down the line of boys, then indicates toward the door.
Everybody out.
Nobody moves, and Carrie's face takes on a shade of red I've only seen one other time in my life. It's because of that shade of red that I keep my mouth shut.
I said go home, or I swear to God I'll have every one of you banned for life.
One by one, the boys file out of the center, some muttering to themselves, but most of them completely silent. Frankie is the last one to leave, stopping right beside Carrie on his way out for some unspoken alpha cock show before turning away and closing the door behind him. The moment we're alone, I stare down at him, wondering what he thinks he's doing. Bossing me around like I'm his pet is getting on my nerves. Although if I'm being honest, dressed in a black t-shirt, black jeans, and black boots, he looks intimidating as hell. Shaking his head, he effortlessly lifts the top rope and climbs inside. As soon as I see him reach over his shoulder and pull his t-shirt over his head, I lower my eyes. Even the strongest woman has limits, and his beautifully decorated chest and pierced nipples just might break mine.
If you're going to learn to defend yourself, it should be from me.
I glance up, the protectiveness in his tone making me question his motives. They were just trying to help. You weren't here.
And that's my fault?
I'm too exhausted to deal with his mood swings, or even begin to try to decipher what the hell they mean. Look, Carrie, it's been a long day, and I don't think my body can handle anymore. I've already got bruises on top of bruises. Cursing low under his breath, he runs a hand through his hair and tugs at the strands.
Whatever. Just go clean up before your face gets even more
fucked up, I finish for him.
I was going to say infected.
I shrug, not buying his save, but appreciating the attempt nonetheless. Same thing.
Shy, that's not what I meant.
Palming the back of his neck, he paces in front of me, the muscles in his back cording with every step. The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them. Fight me. Pausing his maddening strides, he lifts his head and raises an eyebrow.
What?
You think you can teach better than your protégés? I challenge, pointing toward the door. Then prove it, hotshot. You've wanted to get back at me for years now, so take your best swing.
I don't hit women, Shiloh.
I lift my chin and step forward. Are you chicken? I have no clue what I'm saying. Words are tumbling out faster than I can reel them back in. Carrie's staring at me like I've lost my mind, and maybe I have. Only a complete moron would invite a skilled mixed martial arts fighter to kick her ass.
Shiloh, I'm not fighting you.
He chuckles, mocking me with a light tap on my cheek with his palm.
I can see your game coming a mile away.
Something in my head explodes, like someone threw a baseball through a stained glass window, causing a fallout of multicolored shards to cloud all rational thought. With lightning speed, I swoop around with my opposite arm and grab his wrist while landing a hard knee into his stomach. Just as he lets out a surprised groan, I twist his arm in a full 360 and pin it to his lower back, while delivering 3 blows with my elbow right between his shoulders. He falls to his knees as rainbow-tinted dust finally settles in my mind. Bending over, I let my long hair fall like a curtain over him and whisper, "Didn't see that coming, did ya?" Once he manages to move to a sitting position, he rolls his shoulders and winces.
What the hell was that?
The real answer? A combination of self-defense techniques with a little realistic fight training thrown in for flair. Courtesy of Lena and her need to protect herself from random fuckboys who took her choke me baby suggestion a little too far. But that's not what I say. Krav Maga, sweetheart. You think men all over the world aren't the same? The only reason those assholes got the jump on me today was because I was distracted. Otherwise, they'd be picking their ball sacks out of tree limbs right now. When he continues to stare at the floor of the ring, I plop down beside him and tuck my hands in my lap. I'm sorry I hurt you. But in my defense, I didn't know you'd go down like a drunk virgin on prom night. Okay, so maybe apologies aren't my forte.
I'm not hurt, he grumbles. But remind me never to underestimate you.
Reaching over his shoulder, he rubs the spot I pulverized.
Your elbows are bony as shit.
I just chuckle, neither of us saying another word. Finally, the silence becomes so deafening that Carrie gives me a forced smile.
So Krav Maga, huh? Where'd you learn that shit?
You know, here and there. Mostly there. You'd be surprised what you pick up when you live out of a suitcase.
What was it like traveling all over the world?
Exhausting, I answer honestly, wiping a line of sweat off my brow. Lonely. There's a lot of pressure to always be the best.
There always was.
Deep-set lines sink into his tanned forehead. Old habits die hard. He inhales a few times, as if dancing around the elephant in the room.
Speaking of old habits, we haven't talked about what happened the other day.
I'm okay with that.
I'm not talking about between us.
He clasps his palms over his biceps and pins a serious stare on me. I'm doing a good job of avoiding his eyes until he hooks his foot under my thigh and drags me toward him.
I'm talking about the pills. I know they're your mom's. Are you using again? Because I can't have that shit around these boys.
All I can do is shake my head, because our nearness is doing things I'd rather not vocalize right now.
Speak, Shiloh.
Speak? Who the fuck does he think he's talking to? It was a moment of weakness. It won't happen again. I growl through clenched teeth. And watch your tone, boss, or I'll kick your ass again. Carrie smirks.
It won't happen again. Shiloh West's famous last words.
He shifts forward, bracing both hands on the outsides of my thighs.
The only problem is, you seem to like to repeat your mistakes.
Real chivalrous there, Mr. Kincaid. He stares at me in silence, before darting out his tongue and licking the half circle of his lip ring.
You want real? Let's get real. Was the accident really your fault?
I groan. Can we not do this now?
You owe me that much, Shiloh.
As much as I don't want to admit it, he's right. He gave me 2 years of his life. I suppose the price of his freedom is a piece of my soul. Yeah. Slumping into a hunched position, I scrub my palms down my face. I was high and drunk. I should have never been driving.
Sounds familiar.
Carrie's eyes glaze over, and I can see our shared secret reflecting in them. Carrie, twice in my life my actions have ruined the lives of 2 people I cared about. One of them cost the person everything. I'll never be able to undo that. Emotion I don't even know I'm capable of bubbles to the surface, making me stand and pace in front of him. Coming back here, I've learned what it's like on the other side. What I was like. It's one of the reasons I can't look in a mirror anymore.
You don't look in mirrors.
His voice is low, with that morning after hoarseness I imagine he has. I never wanted to be a model, you know. I answer, ignoring his question as I spiral down into a moment of self-revelation. It's just what everyone expected of me. Smiling and posing was all I was ever good at. Apparently fed up with the Shiloh show, Carrie stands, his muscular build towering over me. We're face to face, his warm breath blowing in my hair. I always saw more in you. You may have been the only one. He reaches to brush the hair off my cheek, then pulls back at the last minute. I can't blame him. They're stuck to the puckered hideousness that has become my cross to bear. If you could have done anything else in the world, he asks, tilting his chin upward as a lock of onyx hair dusts across his eye. What would it have been? It's a strange question, but I don't hesitate. Ice skating. Carrie arches an eyebrow, a small smirk playing on his lips. In South Carolina? I shrug. You asked. Why? Because it's the winter to my summer. It's the ice to the heat of the spotlight. I think for a moment and answer from what's left of my soul. It's graceful. It takes skill. It's pretty and people respect it. I would like that. I suppose my honesty surprises him. I know it's the last thing he expects to hear. However, I don't get the opportunity to try to explain. As if emotionally sobered by my confession, his fingers rub against his bottom lip, and he paces the ring. I think you should go. How? I ask, a little irritated at his sudden shift in temperament. You expect me to walk across town again? He ignores my comment with a dismissive wave of his hand. Call your driver. That's what you pay him for, isn't it? They stole my phone. Use mine. I tilt my head to the side and give him an arrogant smirk. What about my legal obligations to clean this hellhole? You know, now that I'm the Cinderella to your wicked stepbrother? Let's get one thing straight. He laughs, jumping out of the ring. I am not your fucking stepbrother. Then what are you? I counter, cocking a hip. He's halfway across the room before he glances back at me with a smoldering grin. The big bad wolf.
Chapter 17. Carrie. Balancing the phone between my ear and shoulder, I crumple another invoice and toss it in the basket.
You're doing what?
The shriek Taryn lets out almost shatters my eardrum. An hour after walking out on Shiloh, I'm sitting in the parking lot of my apartment building having a phone conversation with the last person I want to talk to. Wincing, I lean away from the earpiece until she stops yelling. I'm taking Shiloh out.
On a date?
There's a hard clip in her tone, and I know I've hit a nerve. More like on display.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
The answer is so obvious to me that I shake my head and slump down in the bucket seat of my car. God, are all women this dense? What's the one thing she can't have?
You.
Focus, Taryn.
I don't know.
She whines, letting out a dramatic sigh.
Blow? Booze?
Now you're getting it. What better way to fix our problem than to create one? I pause, giving her time to process my words, and hopefully ignite that dim-witted light bulb tucked somewhere inside that vapid head of hers. After a few silent moments, it brightens.
You're going to get her high?
Okay, maybe not so much brightens as flickers a few times, then explodes. Don't be stupid, I hiss. Messing with that shit risks my record. I'm calling Will, then taking her to the bar and getting her ass plowed.
Then what?
Holy shit, I can't believe I actually put my dick in this bitch. You've got to stop smoking weed, Taryn. It's turning your brain into Swiss cheese. Why would I invite my best friend, who's also her probation officer, to meet us for drinks?
Oh!
She squeals, finally catching on.
When Will catches her shit-faced, he'll have to report it. God, that's brilliant, Carrie.
Yeah, I know.
I'm all in, baby. Slaps on the wrist like this just add to the big finale.
Meanin'? I sit up straight, the callous lift in her voice catching me off guard.
The original plan has been set in motion. Shiloh is going down permanently and in steel handcuffs. That bitch is finally getting what's coming to her.
Shit. I thought I'd been clearing the cafe for her to knock this shit off. Taryn, I say, speaking slowly. I want to make her pay for what she did, not obliterate her from existence.
And I've told you that you don't have a choice anymore, she snaps back. Your hands are going to get just as dirty as mine in this, or your parents will be out on their asses, and I'll rename that center of yours the Taryn McDaniel Fitness Emporium. It's your choice.
The way she smiles through her threat is the moment I know I'm sitting with a psychopath. Although what I told her wasn't entirely the truth. Okay, fine, I made the whole thing up. But when it comes to Taryn, I give zero fucks if she finds out I just sold her a line of bullshit or not. There's no way in hell I'm telling her where I'm really taking Shiloh. Why in the hell would I? So she can show up and shit all over what I've put in motion? Fuck that. Without even so much as a goodbye, I disconnect the call and throw the phone on the seat beside me. Not even Taryn's threats will stop me from what I have planned tonight. Shiloh wraps her hands around her bare arms and shivers even though I have a firm grip on her shoulders. My body is pressed close behind hers as I walk her forward, slightly amused by the geriatric shuffle steps she's taken. Obviously, she doesn't trust me. For good reason.
Where the hell did you take me, Carrie? It took forever to get here and this blindfold itches. Not to mention I can't see anything and shit, it feels like we've walked into a meat locker.
Calm down, Starshine. I move her where I want her, reminding myself why we're here, because the blindfold is doing more for me than her. It conjures illicit thoughts of restraining the rest of her, and I almost groan in anticipation.
Carrie!
She shouts, reminding me where we are as I reach down and attempt to tame my hardening erection. What?
Are we going to stand here all day? Or do you plan on just parading me around a walk-in freezer blindfolded for shits and giggles?
Obviously, we're not at a bar, and I never had any intention of calling Will. In fact, the place is completely deserted. Just how I planned it. Phase 1. Earn her trust. Working my fingers through the knot tied at the back of her head, I lean in close and press my lips against the outside of her ear. Didn't anyone ever tell you that patience is a virtue? She snorts, the sound echoing throughout the empty arena.
Didn't anyone ever tell you that virtue is a quality wasted on good Catholic girls and virgins?
I've never been a fan of virgins.
And I've never been a fan of stalling. Take this shit off, Carrie.
As the last knot unties and the blindfold slides down her cheeks, I wait for it. She doesn't disappoint, letting out a gasp as she covers her mouth.
This is an ice skating rink.
Wow, pretty and quick. I joke as her hand flies over her shoulder and smacks my arm, resting my chin in the crook of her neck, a nod toward the freshly packed ice. This isn't just any ice skating rink, Starshine. This is the Wilmington Ice House. The Ice Hawks play here. A few of these kids have even grown up to play in the NHL.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why we're here, and why you blindfolded me and drove me all this way just to show me a slab of ice where some smelly boys hit each other with sticks and...
Shiloh's face pales, and her eyes widen as understanding finally settles across her face.
Oh my God. You brought me ice skating because of what I said yesterday?
I asked if you could have done anything in the world, what would it have been? You said ice skating. So, cover girl, it's time to put your blade where your mouth is.
No.
She laughs, pressing both hands out in front of her.
You're not getting me in a pair of skates out there.
Why not?
Because I'll make an ass out of myself. I can't skate, Carrie. I was being hypothetical. I didn't think you'd take me so literally.
Well, literally speaking, you don't know me well enough anymore to make assumptions about what I will or will not do. And hypothetically, If you bust your ass, no one is here to see it. Shiloh takes a wide scan around the rink and pops a hand on her hip.
What did you do, rent out the place?
Something like that. Shiloh has never been one to rattle easily, so I get a kick out of the way she blinks repeatedly as if I just told her I'd decided to climb Mount Everest buck naked.
Carrie, you don't have the money for something like that.
And just like that, the simple reminder of who we are throws a wet blanket over our banter, and I remember why we're here in the first place. Well, thank you very much for reminding me of that fact. She opens her mouth to stutter an apology, but I hold out a hand and stop her. The owner is a buddy of mine, and I took in one of his players' delinquent brothers at the center. He owed me a favor.
But why? Why would you do this for me?
Because you have this hang-up about not doing things you think you're going to fail at. Sometimes you just have to fall on your ass, Shy. Then you get back up and fall on it again. Eventually, you learn not to fall. But you'll never know unless you take that first hit.
Why do you even care to do this?
Why do you care not to?
I can't,
she says softly.
Take me home.
No, you're going to do this if I have to drag your frostbitten ass all over this rink. She looks up at me with that sex kitten look of hers that's gotten her whatever she's wanted her whole life. But today, I'm hauling her out of her comfort zone. 45 minutes later, Shiloh's legs look like she's been sliding down a ski slope drunk and bare-assed. Her thighs are the color of hellfire, and honestly, she's hit the ground more than she's moved forward. I'm starting to think that whole beginner's luck thing is a crock of shit. Shy, maybe we should just call it a day.
No,
she growls, climbing to her feet with a grimace.
One more time. I'll get it right this time.
Fine. I sigh, reaching for her hands and pulling her the rest of the way up. Last time. If you go down again, we're done. She nods and I shift to her side, entwining our fingers as she moves her skates exactly how I told her to. She wobbles, and I loosen my hold, convinced she's going down and not wanting to be part of the carnage. To my surprise, she steadies herself and her ankles straighten. She pushes off one, then the other, eventually moving at a faster pace until she lets go of my hand and stands all on her own.
I'm doing it,
she screams, throwing her hands out to the side for balance.
Carrie, look, I'm doing it.
I'll be damned. She is doing it. I have to give her credit. I assumed she'd give up a long time ago, but apparently Shiloh is full of surprises. Catching up to her, I grab her hand, and for the next half hour, Captain Badass attempts to show off. Nice. What happened to, I can't do this, Carrie, take me home? Shiloh throws back her head and laughs, then swipes a drop of water off my cheek with her hand.
That was before I knew how fun it could be to fuck with you.
The simple gesture should mean nothing. But it grips something in my stomach and twists it into knots. It's too familiar, too natural, too everything. This is about making her trust a connection that no longer exists, not reestablishing one. Well, I wasn't smoothing out the entire rink with my ass cheeks, sweetheart. I expect her to come back at me with one of her sharp-tongued insults, so it shocks me to see tears spill down her flushed cheeks. The corners of her mouth quiver, and she covers her face with her hands as she breaks down. Shit, I'm such an asshole. I was just kidding. Don't take it so hard. Everyone falls. Shuddering, she slides her palms from her face and punches me in the chest.
It's not that, you big jerk.
A heavy sigh leaves her chest and she lowers her gaze.
It's just that this is the first time I've not been good at something. It's the first time I've let someone see me fail and not be scared.
I don't scare you?
No.
She lifts her heavy lashes, tears pooling in her eyes.
You've seen me at my worst, and you could have ended me right then. Anyone else would have, but you didn't. You don't scare me, Carrie. You've seen the ugly, yet you're still here.
Raising the back of her hand, she swipes it along her forehead and chuckles.
I'm not sure if that makes you a saint or really stupid.
Her honesty shocks me. It's not in her nature. I'm no saint, Shy. I'm not the boy you kicked around in high school. That boy died when you... My voice trails off and I shake my head. Anyway, I'm just a guy trying to make the best of a bad situation. You have to be here and I have to deal with you being here. Being dicks to each other isn't going to make the next 3 years pleasant for either of us.
Agreed, but I still don't understand why you did all of this.
She motions around the empty arena.
You say you're no saint, but I'm no angel either. So where does that leave us?
I've asked myself the same question at least a dozen times since bringing her here. I can't forgive her for what she did to me. The hate I've carried with me is too deeply imprinted to forgive and forget. However, the twisted need I have to play with her emotions makes me no better than her. So if we're both demented as hell, then her question is valid. Where does that leave us? But why does it have to leave us anywhere? We are who we are and not a damn thing is going to change that. Both of us have done some fucked up shit that's caused pain and suffering. I still want to make her pay. But maybe for one day, we can block out the world and pretend we don't hate each other. Even sinners and fallen angels take a break from anarchy, Shiloh. All work and no play makes us very dull criminals. I skate a step, or maybe it's 4 or 5. Hell, I don't know. I'm too enthralled with the fiery look on her face to notice that she's pressed right up against me, chest to chest, and stomach to stomach. The frigid air in the arena heats, and the minute I tip her head back, I know I should stop this. But I won't. I can't. Ask me again, I whisper, the cold air clouding around my breath. Her chin trembles in my hand.
Why did you go to all this trouble for me?
I went through 7 years of detox, Shiloh. But one goddamn hit of you in a bathroom, and I'm a junkie again. You make me crave more. It's never enough.
Chapter 18. Shiloh. His choice of wording couldn't have been more perfect. I get it. I understand the craving, the desperation that makes you do anything for the next hit. It's why I don't stop him when he lowers his mouth to mine, our lips connecting in a warm and wet kiss that leaves me shaking. He deepens the kiss, teasing my lower lip with stinging bites as I stroke my tongue over the steel of his lip ring. God, that thing is so sexy. The more I taste, the hungrier I get. I'm a greedy bitch, taking everything he gives and wanting more. I don't care that I mean nothing to him. I don't care that all he wants is my body. Right now, it's not my brain that's screaming at me to straddle him right here on the ice. What the hell am I doing? Pressing my freezing hands against his chest, I pull away, almost groaning at how swollen his lips look. It's getting late, and we have a long drive back. We should get going. I don't give him a chance to respond before hobbling off the ice like a newborn baby deer, immediately plopping down on a bench and unlacing my skates. Carrie does the same, mercifully not speaking another word as we both walk to the car in silence. Reaching for the door handle, Carrie pauses, holds my eye for a moment, then shakes his head, abandoning whatever he'd considered saying. I almost ask what he's thinking as he opens the door, instead keeping my mouth shut and climbing inside. No matter how many times I rub my palms on my thighs, they remain sweaty, and my heart slams against my chest. Nagging regret gnaws at me as Carrie turns the ignition and pulls into traffic, turning the radio up full blast to fill the awkward silence. I'm not stupid. As amazing as his gesture was, I know Carrie is baiting me. However, something shifted inside that arena, and after all the shit that's happened between us, I have no idea if it's a good or bad thing. Either he's about to call a truce or plan a surprise attack I'll never see coming. 20 minutes later, I glance over at the speedometer again, but decide to keep my mouth shut. 80 and a 60 could technically cost him his license, but I'm not exactly in a position to be throwing stones. Instead, I tighten my seatbelt and do what comes naturally when I'm forced into uncomfortable situations. Applied distraction. So you started the Kincaid Center after, you were released?
You mean after I was paroled from prison?
I wince at the harshness of his words, but nod as he continues.
Yes. I tried to get loans on my own, but after 5 banks turned me down, I had to look elsewhere. That's when I ran into Taryn again. We went out a few times, and her family offered to put up the capital for all the usual business expenses. Rent the building, pay all the fees, and purchase the equipment.
I force a smile, remembering her threats outside the center. I'm glad she came through for you.
Yeah, right. Nothing in life comes free, sweetheart. I'm paying for that loan in blood.
What do you mean? He turns away from me, shaking his head.
Nothing. Forget I said anything.
I grab his arm because I need to know. Tell me.
Look, the money ran out a long time ago, okay? My mom and dad owe them too. Bills are due and our pockets are empty. If I don't come up with almost $400,000 soon, they're going to take the center and the motel from us.
It takes me half a second to lose my shit. $400,000? Carrie grins, despite the bleak situation.
No, pesos. Yes, Shiloh, dollars. My startup loan, with 25% interest accrued over 5 years, is a little over $79,000. Equipment isn't cheap.
And the rest of it? He's quiet for a moment, and I think he's shut down on me until he hunches his shoulders and sighs.
My parents were drowning in debt. Between Ellie's medical bills and my arrest costs. So they took out a business equity line of credit. They had to put up the house for collateral, and bills were coming in when money wasn't. They were about to lose everything, so at the time, Taryn's idea to have Daddy bail them out sounded like the perfect solution.
The last thing I want to do is upset him more, but I have a sadistic need to know the rest. Let me guess, it came with a hefty price. He swallows hard and nods once.
More than you could ever imagine. They had to sign a contract stating that if they couldn't pay it back, ownership of the motel immediately reverted to the McDaniels. As I said, blood money.
I can't imagine what your parents are going to do, but if the center goes under, what's going to happen to Frankie and the boys? An unexpected brick sinks low and hard in the pit of my stomach.
I'll take care of my boys, but I won't owe anyone else, Shiloh. Somehow I'll bail out my parents, but I need to be my own man. I mean, when you were at the top of your game, did you feel like you belonged to yourself? Or were you just owned by designers?
It's the most real conversation we've had since I arrived back in town. Like the ones we used to have in my backyard when I'd bring him iced tea while he worked for our gardener after school. It's easy and familiar, and I'm shocked to realize I'm feeling something for Carrie Kincaid. I don't know what to call it. Like, infatuation, respect, love? No, it can't be love. You can't love someone who hates you. It's impossible. Right? Impossible or not, what I feel is useless because I have no claim to him. Besides, at the end of my sentence, I'm moving back to California. It would be high school all over again. Plus, I still can't get a read on what Carrie's really up to. If he's being truthful about being involved with Taryn's family, his whole family is in so deep there may never be a way out. As we ride in silence, we pass bank after bank after bank. And an idea hits me. The perfect idea. An idea so brilliant, I want to slap myself for not thinking of it sooner. The tricky part will be getting it to work without Carrie's knowledge. Men have this stupid pride thing that prevents them from making good business decisions. It's probably why the cavemen didn't live past 30 years old. If they'd have let the women rule the tribes, shit would have gone much smoother. Digging in my purse, I pull out the brand new phone Bianca bought for me and shoot off a quick text to my accountant. Me. I need $3 million overnighted to me out of my California money market account. Oh, and I need it separated into 3 different bank checks. Money sucker. What the hell did you do now? Me. That's rude. I didn't do anything. I've turned over a new leaf. Money sucker. Why? Do you plan to roll it up and smoke it? Me. I'm glad to see you've kept your sense of humor in your old age. Money sucker. What are these insane withdrawals for, Shiloh? Me. Don't worry. It's all on the up and up. Money sucker. Right. I've heard that one before. Me. I'll text you tonight with the details. Later, you sexy number cruncher. I feel a little icky typing that last part, but my accountant gets off on a little harmless flirting. He should really get laid with something besides his own hand, because loving yourself doesn't count if you end up with blisters. Who are you texting? Carrie asks, taking his eyes off the road to examine my screen. I jerk my phone against my chest. Oh, we're speaking now? Whether choosing to ignore me or simply not giving a damn, he returns his attention to the road. Not gonna tell me, huh? Nope, I say, popping the P at the end. An hour later, we pull into my gated community. Pausing at the security office, Carrie keeps his foot on the brake as I lean over him and punch in the access code. The friction between us causing both our bodies to stiffen. God, I'm so screwed. He barely pulls into my driveway before I'm already reaching for the door handle and jumping out of the car. I stumble a little as my open purse slams against the doorframe, causing random contents to scatter onto the floorboard. Carrie leans over to help, but I just shove as much back in as I can and clamber onto my feet. Pausing just before the door closes, I stick my head through the small opening and offer him a genuine smile. Thanks for the amazing day. It was one of the best I have had in a long time. I don't wait for a response as I take the porch steps 3 at a time. Once behind the safety of my front door, I collapse against it and slowly sink to the floor with my head in my hands. I can't want Carrie Kincaid. The minute I knew I was being forced to return to this damn state, I planned for hatred. I planned for disgust, maybe even a little vicious retribution. But not this. Never this. I slip a hand over my mouth, still feeling the assault of his lips on mine. Now what?
Chapter 19. Carrie. A fucking checkbook. When she stormed out of my car on Saturday, that's the one thing that fell out of her purse. Neither of us noticed it because it had fallen underneath her seat. I'd stuffed it in my pocket and planned on giving it to her the next day, not giving it a second thought. Until now. Sitting at my desk on Monday evening, I'm still staring at the damn thing like it's going to magically change into something else, or disappear, or not tempt me to do what I'm considering doing. And who the hell still carries a checkbook? With everything paid online now, that's gotta be the dumbest shit I've ever seen. I'll need to have a talk with Shiloh about the stupid security risks she takes. Right after I fuck her over. My stomach churns the whole time I tap the checkbook against my palm. I'm either going to throw up or shit my pants. Maybe both, I don't know. This feels wrong. I have no clue why I'm doing it. My plan from the beginning was to ruin her, but this makes me a thief. No better than her or anyone else I served time with. But damn, she owes me. Out of the millions that she makes, would she seriously miss a few thousand? It wouldn't solve my problems, but it would buy me some time. That's when her voice echoes in my head again.
You're no saint, but I'm no angel either. So where does that leave us?
It leaves us back at square one, trying like hell to survive 3 years together without destroying each other. Jerking my desk drawer open, I toss the checkbook inside and slam it shut. Jesus Christ, woman. I groan, dropping my head in my hands. What the hell have you done to me again? My moment of solitude is interrupted when I hear belligerent yelling coming from the main room of the center, followed by a string of curse words vulgar enough to make me cringe. And that's saying something. Pushing my chair away from my desk, I fling my office door open to find Romeo with his hands around two smaller boys' necks. His eyes are wide, and his pupils are so dilated, I can only see a sliver of color. I recognize the signs right away. He's in hypermaniac mode, bouncing around ready to fight anyone who looks at him. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what's going on. Romeo! Clearing a path toward him, I glare into his glassy eyes. I know that look. He thinks he's invincible. You want a piece of me too, big man? Wiping his nose with the back of his hand, he punches the air a few times before slamming his chest into mine. Cocaine. I've seen it dozens of times, and it pisses me off. Romeo has been clean for 2 years. Now that's all shot to shit, and for what? Was the high worth it? I roar, shoving both hands into his chest. Fuck you, Carrie. No, fuck you, Romeo. Get out. I ain't leaving shit. You can't make me go anywhere. Just to prove his point, he drives the heel of his palm hard against my shoulder and laughs. Fuck this, I'm done. Get in the ring. Now. At some point during the altercation, Shiloh walks in because as Romeo is telling me to go to hell again, she takes it upon herself again to play the role of mediator and jump between us.
Come on, you two don't want to do this.
Go away, Shiloh, I growl. He disrespected me and what I've built. I turn my attention back to Romeo. Now get your ass in the ring or get out of here. Which will it be?
Carrie,
she yells. Extending an arm, I push her out of my way. I'm in no mood to deal with her bullshit tonight. I'm too pissed at Romeo for being a douchebag and her for defending him. Romeo glares at me and rolls into the ring belly first. Fine, take your best shot, old man, but I won't take it easy on you. I squeeze in between the ropes and stretch my arms. You done running your mouth? We attack at the same time and Romeo gets a lucky jump on me first, maneuvering me into a headlock as he lands a few impressive blows to my ribcage. I'm not going to lie, it takes the breath out of me, but I'm far from done. Taking that Krav Maga shit Milo pulled on me the other day, I grab his wrist, pull it out, and twist around until I've got his arm pinned around his back. Jerking hard, I bend my arm and land 5 hard blows to his back with my elbow until he hits the floor. Running on pure adrenaline, I follow him down, grab his ankles, and turn them until he cries out in submission. Releasing my hold, I grab a fistful of his hair and yank his neck back. Get up and get the fuck out. Don't even think about coming back until you're clean. Do you understand me? Yeah, boss. Good. Now roll your ass out of here. Letting go of his hair, I turn a side-eyed glare toward Frankie, who's watching beside Shiloh. Take his ass to Will's.
Boss, I don't have a car.
Take mine.
Boss, I don't have a license.
Do I look like I give a shit right now? Just get him out of here. Frankie just nods, helping Romeo out of the ring as he hobbles silently toward the door. The rest of the boys stare in silence, their hands shoved deep in their pockets. Any of you have something to say? They all shake their heads in unison and cast their eyes toward the floor. That's what I thought. Everybody out. It's getting late anyway, so you all can find something else to do tonight. Although they all groan, nobody challenges me as they file out one by one. Scrubbing my hands down my face, I feel something wet and sticky, and realize I have Romeo's blood all over my hands, which I've now wiped on my face. Motherfucker. Jumping out of the ring, I slam my feet on the floor and stomp across the room. Shiloh's slender arm stops me.
Don't you think you were a little harsh on him?
Don't judge what you don't understand, Shiloh. My breath wheezes out with forced exertion. This is how we settle things here. There is one line we don't cross here, and he crossed it.
He just made a mistake, Carrie. Everybody makes them.
Is that right? Interesting. Does everyone who makes them own up to them? In my experience, that's not the case. White noise filled my head, and I honestly have no clue what the hell is coming out of my mouth. 7 years of pent-up hate is finally exploding. She frowns, managing to look pissed and dignified at the same time.
Have you never regretted anything in your life? Or are you just that damn perfect?
Unfucking believable! I roar, jerking out of her hold so hard she stumbles backward. There you go again, turning shit around on me. You just can't own up to what you did, can you? You'll never take responsibility.
What good would it do now?
She screams, her anger level starting to match mine. What good would it do? Damn it, Shiloh! Do you have any idea the hell I went through for you? Grabbing a towel from the side bin, I turn my back to her. I can't have this conversation right now.
Where are you going?
To take a shower, unless you'd like to fuck that up for me too. I stomp down the long hallway toward the locker room. Turning the corner, I rip off my drenched clothes while cursing her name. With every slam of my fist into the shower tile, I hear a telltale cracking sound, letting me know I've gone too far. Closing my eyes, I brace both palms against the fractured material as water pelts me from overhead and try to control myself. I'm in debt enough. I'd be an idiot to willingly destroy property I can't afford to repair. Admitting that to myself pisses me off even more and makes me want to rip down every piece and smash it against the concrete floor with my bare hands. Within 30 seconds of standing there, my senses go into overload. As usual, I smell her before I see her. Rain and sunshine. One whiff, and my cock stands at attention. If you're gonna be in here, Starshine, you're gonna be naked. I don't have to turn around to know she's scowling. I feel the fury vibrating off her, and it makes me smile. Choosing to ignore her, I make an unnecessary production out of soap in my chest and biceps.
I should go.
When she makes no move to leave, I know I've got her. What's your hurry? Leaving without my signature puts you in breach of contract. I glance down, making sure to drag her eyes along with mine. And it appears I have no place to hide a pen on me. The old Carrick was self-conscious about his body, hiding it behind layers of sweltering clothes. However, the new Carrie is well aware that hours in the ring has transformed it into something she never expected. I'm confident now, and making Shiloh sweat a little is an added perk of my game. Besides, I want her to look. I already know her eyes are glued to my ass, but I need more. There's a rage and fire in my veins that needs her so enthralled with me that she forgets to breathe.
Carrie.
She tries one last time, but I'm done pretending. My name is barely out of her mouth when I turn to face her, fighting the smirk that's dying to betray me. As I expect, her eyes drop, then widen as she scans what I have to offer. I fight the urge to give it a few strokes just to fuck with her.
You're naked,
she says, her voice barely above a whisper. Yeah, see, that seems to be the problem here, Shy.
Problem?
I told you we have house rules around here. The first one is that if you're in the locker room while someone else is naked and showering, you'd better be naked and showering too. I don't realize I'm moving until she takes a step backward, her palm shooting out in front of her in battle-ready stance.
I'm not taking my clothes off, Carrie.
Fair enough. I stalk her like prey, guiding her into a useless half-circle until she realizes too late she's backed against the chipped blue shower tile. I'll do it for you. The stream of water from the shower head rains down on her, drenching her light green shirt and white shorts until they're plastered to her body. I started this game, but I didn't think this far ahead. I had no intention of taking her right here against the locker room wall, but when opportunity knocks, I'm sure as hell gonna open the door and shove my cock inside it. Bracing one palm on the wall beside her ear, I lean in while trailing my knuckles down the hollow of her neck.
Don't touch me,
she hisses. Your body doesn't seem to agree with your mouth. A nod to where she has automatically leaned forward and closed the remaining space between us.
I want you to get out of my way.
You didn't come in here looking for me? When Shiloh bites her lip and turns her head, I push her even more. Tell me you didn't come after me hoping to find me like this, and I'll let you go. She's still staring below my hips, her jaw ticking with either restrained anger or explosive desire. Knowing Shiloh, it's both, and I'm dying to turn up the heat and watch her burn.
I didn't come here to find you or your dick. Now let me go.
You're a goddamn liar, and a bad one at that.
Excuse me?
She whips her head around, her long hair now dark and heavy with water slapping the tile behind her. Want to know how I know? Grabbing the base of my shaft, I give it a few leisurely pumps as she watches. Because you can't look me in the eye when you say it. You're staring at my cock like you want your hand to be around it instead of mine. Is that it, Shy? Is that what you want? She refuses to speak, but her slackened jaw and heavy breathing do it for her. This has always been phase 2 of my plan, and I'm sure as hell not gonna let an opportunity like this slip away. Have you ever touched a pierced cock before, Shiloh? When she shakes her head, I slide my hand away from the slick tile behind her ear and unbutton the tiny pearl buttons on the front of her shirt. Guiding her hand to my cock, I rub the pad of her thumb over the steel bar running down the underside of the head. It twitches under her touch, and she tries to pull away, but there's no way I'm letting her go. I've never had to battle so much against my own restraint as I run her hand along my length and close her fingers around it. With my hand covering hers, I lead her in a slow rhythm that doubles my vision.
Carrie,
she moans, her eyelids fluttering as I increase the pace. That's it. Don't stop. I growl, my blood rushing through my veins at a frenzied speed. Coherent thought goes out the window as I shove my hand under her bra and squeeze her breast. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm supposed to be in control, but Shiloh's jerking me off so hard on her own I don't know what the hell I'm saying. Incoherent words mixed with curses and moans fill my ears, and I know they're all coming from me. Before I can form another thought, my balls tighten and an electric shock zigzags across the base of my spine. I've lost control. I'm going to come on her terms. God damn it, she did it again. As my cock thickens and pulses in her hand, hot anger blazes through me. Opening an eye, I catch the half-smile on her face like she owns the fucking world. Not today, sweetheart. With a guttural growl, I pull her hand off my dick and grip the back of her neck.
What the hell?
She blinks a few times, knocked out of her lustful trance. This isn't the Shiloh show anymore, sweetheart. I decide who's worth coming for and who's not. Guess where you fall. I sound like an asshole, but it's all I can think of to say. As usual, she's topped me from the bottom. Shiloh's hands slip off the wet shower tile as she inches away.
Stay the hell away from me.
Holding her tattered shirt together, she grabs my towel and runs out of the locker room. Once she's gone, I pound my fist into the tile, the crack I hear pissing me off even more. I'll let her calm down and then I'll apologize. Not for what I did. I'd do it again, and I will. but for losing control. Control is everything, and I can't let her take it away from me again.
Chapter 20. Shiloh.
I decide who's worth coming for and who's not. Guess where you fall.
Carrie's words fill my head as I huddle in the corner of the pool house crying. I'm not sure why I'm here of all places after what just happened. I suppose it's almost poetic. Don't people always return to the scene of their crime? I just wanted to make sure he was all right. Damn it, I was trying to do the right thing for once. I never expected to find him naked with everything on display. I wanted him. God, I wanted him. What will happen tomorrow when I walk into the center and have to look him in the eye? I don't know if I'll be able to stomach it. What will I even say? Although he never said the words, once insecurity takes over, its voice speaks louder than logic. It lies and tells me that Carrie pushed me away because of my scar. It's my penance for 1,000 lifetimes, because the moment a lie is spoken, ugly brands your soul and defines your destiny forever. 7 years ago, June, graduation. Most people have themed parties or family vacations for their graduation celebration. Not me. I'm spending graduation night in a private party so exclusive, an invitation is harder to get than a seat at the Oscars. Dropping the plastic straw, I notice there's still white residue littering my square vanity mirror. Before Taryn can reach for it, I lick my finger and swipe it across the dust, rubbing it across my gums. Waste not, want not. Isn't that what the poor people say? Damn, Shiloh, she snaps. Do you have to be so fucking greedy? Yes. Also, you drunks are out of vodka. I lift their last bottle and turn it upside down. 3 dribbles fall out as I let it crash to the counter and shatter. Fuck it. I don't clean this place. Taryn smirks. Obviously, we need more. Well, let's see, I say, counting every point off on my fingers. 1, we're all underage. 2, I'm high. You're high. He's high and drunk. And that one over there probably has more vodka in his veins than blood. Any more suggestions? Ross bumps my shoulder.
Come with me. I have something for you.
Sober me would know better. But high me accepts his hand and follows him down the stairs into the living room. Once we're alone, he pulls me close and lifts my hand. Opening my palm, he presses 2 twist-tied baggies that contain a shit ton of white powder inside each one. What's this?
Call it your graduation present. I'll unwrap both of you later.
Giving me a wink that makes my skin crawl, he reaches inside my shirt and tucks the bags between my breasts.
Now, let's go get that vodka.
Slurring, he holds up a set of keys I immediately recognize. I'm not thrilled he's made me a drug mule, but at the moment I'm more concerned with protecting what's mine, specifically my brand new Mercedes. Knowing it's pointless, I jump and swat at the key ring he dangles over my head anyway. Give me my keys, Ross. Stop screwing around. He laughs and shakes them even higher.
Not until you agree to drive to the liquor store. I've got a fake ID, but you're the only one who hasn't been drinking.
Are you crazy? I am not driving.
You're a goddamn West. No one is going to pull over a West. Jesus, will you stop being such a fucking pussy?
I glare at him. Will you stop being such a fucking dick? I am not driving. Luckily, all the drugs and booze hit him at once, tilting him off balance enough for me to knock the keys out of his hand. We both bend down to make a grab for them, but I reach them first, taking the opportunity to give him my special graduation present, my knee in his balls. Get the fuck out of my house, asshole! I yell, running toward the front door. God, I need air.
Where the hell are you going?
He groans, bent over and shielding his nuts, 30 seconds too late. Anywhere you're not.
Get vodka while you're there.
Eat shit. I flip him off before slamming the door. I'm mad. I'm fed up. I'm crying for no reason. I'm pissed at myself for expecting more from friends I hate. Stifling a curse as I stub my toe, I glance down and laugh. I ran out of the house so fast I forgot to put on shoes. But I am not going back in. I don't care if I have to run around the neighborhood barefooted and bare-assed. I can't be in there with them anymore. Happy fucking graduation. Tightening my fists, I feel a sharp bite against my palm and remember I'm still holding my keys. Making a split-second decision, I run down the front steps and around a tall line of bushes when a firm hand grabs my upper arm and swings me around. Carrick? I blink a few times as his face comes into focus. What the hell are you doing here?
You've been crying.
His dark hair is tousled and draped over his eyes as he scans my face. I can't decide if it's comfort or pity I feel as he brushes his knuckles across my cheek, drying my tears. Allergies, I say, looking away. Without asking permission, he moves his hand and swipes the pad of his thumb under my nose. As he holds it up to my face, his bright blue eyes darken.
Shy, is this cocaine?
No.
Shiloh.
Okay, fine. Yes, but you're making a bigger deal out of it than it is.
You don't think drugs are a big deal?
Noticing the keys balled in my fist, he moves closer and blocks me against the bushes.
Where do you think you're going?
To clear my head. The muscles in his jaw pulse with anger.
No, I won't let you go out like this.
You won't let me? I repeat the words slowly, enunciating each one. You have no right to tell me what to do. You cut my grass, that's all. I can tell I've hit a nerve, because a tremor travels up his arm.
Regardless of what has happened, you're still my friend, Shiloh. I can't stand by and watch you put your life in danger.
Friend. The word makes me laugh. Friendship is a two-way street, not a one-way underground tunnel. I don't have friends, Carrick. I have followers. Are you a follower? Because if you are, then know your role and get the hell out of my way. I expect him to leave. Instead, he smiles. The asshole actually fucking smiles.
You can play the badass queen act all you want, but I know why you push me away when you don't want to. I know your secret.
I cross my arms over my chest. This should be good. He bends forward so that our noses almost touch.
You've let me see the real you, and that terrifies you.
Music coming from inside my house breaks the hypnotic spell Carrick's words have me under, reminding me why I can't believe them. I'm not terrified, Carrick. I am a realist. A star rises only if there's enough hands pushing it to the top. One isn't enough. Jerking out of his hold, I run to my car without looking back, tears pooling in my eyes again. I barely get the key in the ignition when the passenger side door swings open and Carrick slides in beside me. What the hell do you think you're doing?
I told you I'm not going to let you go out like this. So if you go, I go.
You're insane.
There are two people in this car, and only one has her hand on the key. You still want to make that assumption?
I'm leaving here, Carrick. You need to get out now. Last chance. We stare each other down, blue eyes to gray ones, neither of us willing to give an inch. My fingers twitch on the ignition, and he reaches for the seatbelt beside him, clicking it into place without breaking our connection. Fine, I mutter, turning the ignition as my ridiculously expensive graduation present hums to life. But don't say I didn't warn you. We ride in silence. So much to be said, yet neither of us has the words to know where to begin. I'm an emotional wreck, and he wants something that can never be. So I drive aimlessly with no destination in mind, letting the radio speak for us. Not even 2 miles down the road, Carrick's words replay in my head. Their impact causes more tears to erupt, blurring my vision and distracting me so much I cross the double yellow line into oncoming traffic.
Shiloh, watch the lines.
Panicking, I jerk the wheel to the right. As the back end of my Mercedes swings around and spins, 2 things happen. I turn my head to see Carrick reach for me, and I see the flashing blue lights. Eventually, the car stops as we slam into a stop sign. Before I can comprehend what just happened, Carrick unbuckles his seatbelt and reaches across the console, caressing my cheek.
Shy, can you move? God, are you hurt?
I shake my head. I expect something to be broken since the airbags didn't deploy, but I'm fine. I told you not to come with me, I whisper as his hand cradles the back of my head. His lips curve downward.
You still don't get it, do you? Whether you want me to or not, I'll always be there to catch you when you fall.
I stare into his eyes, waiting for the but that always follows a statement like that. However, it never comes. But the police do. And that's the moment I remember I have 2 bags of cocaine stuffed between my breasts. That's also the moment I choose to put Carrick's promise to the test. Turning away from his touch, I grab his shirt and jerk him toward me, my heart pounding in my ears. Listen, I have enough cocaine on me right now for them to put me away for a very long time if they search me. And they will search me, Carrick. I'm the driver, and I'm obviously high.
What are you asking, Shiloh?
Before my name leaves his lips, I already have my hand shoved down the front of my shirt. Pulling out the baggies, I tuck them tightly into his fist. Put these in your pocket. I pretend like I'm holding his hand and nod encouragingly. They won't search you, you're sober. He hedges, and I'm about to shit my pants as 2 uniformed officers approach the car. At the very last second, Carrick closes his eyes and shoves the baggies in his jeans pocket. I exhale the breath I'd been holding and melt against the seat. The larger of the 2 cops opens my door and nod inside.
Is everyone okay in here?
After we answer to his satisfaction, he asks us to exit the car. And after we do, they separate us in a divide and conquer technique I've seen a million times on crime drama TV shows. As I suspected, I get searched, but due to my quick thinking, they find nothing. Since I haven't had a drop of alcohol, I pass the breathalyzer test with flying colors. That's when all hell breaks loose.
Sir, I'm going to need you to step over here for a moment, please.
Panicking, I run to where the huge cop is motioning for Carrick to stand. Why do you need him?
Ma'am, if you could please just step back.
No, tell me what you want with him. He motions to my eyes.
Miss West, we know illegal drug use when we see it. It's a good thing you don't have anything on you because I'd hate to have to upset your father. Your family has been very generous to our fallen officer fund. However, our suspicions give us probable cause to search Mr. Kincaid, too.
You can't do that, I scream, grabbing his arm. You can clearly see he's fine. Under the pale streetlight, I see Carrick's eyes widen. As the officers lead him away, he glances back at me, his mouth open and his face peeling by the minute. We both know what's going to happen. The only difference is we foresee very different endings. It takes seconds for the officer to reach into Carrick's pocket and retrieve the bags I'd begged him to hide. Holding them above his head, the officer laughs, shaking them like trophies.
Seems like we got us a real winner tonight.
His partner grins and reaches for his handcuffs.
Looks like possession with intent to distribute to me.
Carrick panics, struggling as they pull his arms behind his back and read him his rights.
Wait, they're not mine.
Tightening the cuffs, they slap him on his shoulder.
They all say that, boy.
Jerking frantically, he turns a pleading gaze my way.
Shiloh, tell them the truth.
I want to cry again, but I won't. I've always been honest about the fact that I'm selfish. If it comes down to saving myself or someone else, I'll choose me every time. Maybe I'm hardwired to be heartless. I don't want to be this way, but sometimes you just play the cards you're dealt, accept your role in life and live it. My role is a freshly signed modeling contract in Los Angeles, not to live in a 6-by-8-foot jail cell. I see the pain in his eyes as he realizes what's about to happen. It's better this way. He's the last person I ever want to hurt, but eventually I abandon everyone, leaving them behind to pick up the pieces. I warned him I'd make him hate me. He didn't listen. Miss West, is this true? Do these belong to you? Knowing this is the last time I'll ever see him, I should look him in the eye, but I don't. Conjuring the most innocent face I can force, I shake my head. No, I have no idea what he's talking about. I've never seen those bags before in my life. Present day. They locked him up for 2 years. His parents had to borrow money and take out an extra mortgage on their house and liens against the motel just to pay his fines and court costs. The whole thing was over with before it even got started. Carrie's baby sister died while he was behind bars for a crime he didn't commit. He never even got to say goodbye. All because of me. During all this time, not once did I call. Not once did I reach out to apologize or right my wrongs. Nope. I drank my Cristal, went to the most elite Hollywood parties, and dropped my panties for the most sought-after men. I put Carrot Kincaid out of my mind. And when he managed to crawl back inside in the middle of the night, I'd just chase him away with more booze, more pills, more drugs. More, until life was continual numb days bleeding into numb nights. Carrie's career is dead. My career is dead. Carrie's sister is dead. Kirkland is dead. Everything is dead, and every death stems from one reason. Me. I start laughing hysterically. Not the amused laugh that bubbles up as a chuckle from the base of your throat. No, this is the demented howl of a crazy person who's just slashed somebody's tires, then skewered and char-grilled their cat. I'm losing my mind, and I haven't even been here a month. I'll never make it. But right now, I'm sitting in the only place in the world that doesn't hold memories I want to claw out of my head. In fact, this room has become somewhat of a sanctuary, a place that time can never erase. All mine. Crawling on my hands and knees, I barely make it to the cream-colored futon tucked away in the far corner of the room. Pulling a blanket off the top, I cocoon myself in the middle of it, and finally let it hurt. I now see the life I could have had, instead of the one I chose. In a cruel twist of fate, my punishment is to watch someone else live it every day for the rest of my life. Carrie got 2 years, and I got sentenced to 3. That's a total of 5. We've spent 7 apart. I'm no mathematical genius, but karma always has the way of evening the score.
Chapter 21. Carrie. Don't do anything to make these people call the cops on you, boss. Tiny warns, leaning over the steering wheel while peering up at Shiloh's multi-million-dollar home. 'Cause if you do stupid shit, I don't have money to bail your ass out of jail. I raised the half-empty whiskey bottle to my mouth and smirked before taking a drink. I can't promise anything. Apparently, I woke up with an agenda full of stupid shit. After using her for my twisted fantasies, the only thing I could think to do was to get shit-faced. Hell, at this point, I can't even say it was a fantasy. The thing is, I don't regret pushing us both to the brink. That's probably some fucked up psychological shit I don't even want to get into. Halfway through a bottle of Jack Daniels, Frankie and Tiny took my keys and forced me in my own car. According to them, Shiloh and I had to work out this bullshit between us, or they threatened to lock us inside the hallway bathroom until we did, which I'm perfectly okay with considering what almost happened in there. Without another word, I slammed the car door and make my way up the winding driveway leading to Shiloh's house. By the 5th time I ring the doorbell, I'm antsy as hell. The straitjack didn't help anything, but the fact that she's not answering irritates me. By the time she opens the door, I'm worked up into fighting mode, ready to tell her to go to hell and buy her a one-way ticket myself. But one look at Shiloh's tear-stained face and my anger fades. She leans her forehead against the doorframe.
How'd you get in here?
I worked here for 4 years. You think I don't remember the access code? She doesn't answer me, so I step forward. I need to talk to you.
I think you've said enough.
I haven't even gotten started. Lifting her face away from the doorframe, she inhales deeply while wrinkling her nose.
You smell like ass. Have you been drinking?
Only all night. Just a little. I lose my footing and stumble into the molding.
Go home, Carrie.
Rolling her eyes, she steps back to shut me out. I wedge my foot against the doorframe and wince as she smashes the door into it. Not until you talk to me. It's probably stupid to keep provoking her like this. Shiloh could have me in the back of a squad car before I made it back down the steps. However, I've come this far, and I'm not leaving until we get some shit straight.
What the hell do you want from me?
She screams, flinging the door back open and fisting her hands by her side.
You want to humiliate me some more? Didn't get enough earlier?
That's not what that was about. Her gray eyes flicker.
No? Then what was it about? Power? Revenge? Sex?
The whiskey rushing through my veins is telling me to shove my way inside. Instead, I roll my lips over my teeth and take a deep breath. Look, if you'll just let me come in and explain. She tries to swing the door closed again.
Go to hell.
Static fills my head as I slam my hand against it and push it open. Shiloh staggers backward with her palms pressed out in front of her. Like that will stop me. She stumbles around expensive furniture, her tiny athletic shorts riding up her legs with every twist of her hips. The more she backs up, the faster I stalk her, eventually pressing her against the foyer wall. There's always been a magnetic force between us, and this is no exception. I can't take it anymore. Her closeness, her scent, and the vulnerability I wish to hell she'd never let me see force my mouth on hers before I can think better of it. At first, she denies me, but I'm too far gone to care. Gripping her chin, I groan her name against her lips, and she immediately opens. There's no gentleness to our kisses. They're hard, deep, and filled with an urgent need I've never known with anyone else. Shiloh doesn't stop me, taking as much from me as I do from her. Kissing her like this calms the noises in my head, creating a moment between chaos and riot where I can finally think. Breaking away, Shiloh gasps and presses her fingers over her lips. The gasp spurs me on, and I cup her chin, forcing her eyes on me. You want me to go to hell? Too fucking late, because I'm already in it. She swallows.
Why? I'm the one sentenced to be your slave.
No, it's the other way around. Ducking her head, she moves across the room to a small sitting area. I watch her, the alcohol diluting from my system. She straddles the armrest of a leather love seat and leans forward on both hands, glancing at me over her shoulder.
Why did you kiss me?
Why did you stop me? She sighs.
You know why.
Enlighten me. Shiloh bows her head, waves of blonde hair shielding her face from my view.
You don't know what you want, Carrie. Taking me ice skating was one of the nicest things anyone has ever done for me. You actually listened to what I had to say.
She settles a pained stare on me.
People look at me. They don't listen. They don't think what I have to say is as important as what I wear.
I've always thought...
Let me finish,
she interrupts, holding up her hand.
I haven't felt that good about myself in a long time. And then you had to go and ruin it. I understand you were upset at Romeo. What he did was stupid and irresponsible. Even I get that it brought up unresolved issues with me. I don't begrudge you your anger, Carrie. I can take it because you're entitled to it.
She sits up straight and pushes her shoulders back.
What you're not entitled to is treating me like a whore.
Her words hit hard. You're right.
I'm sorry, what?
Admitting I'm wrong isn't one of my strengths. So if I'm going to do something that makes my skin crawl, I'm going all in. Crossing into the sitting area, I take a seat on the glass table in front of her and lean forward with my elbows on my knees. I said you're right. I had no right to do what I did. I could blame it on a lot of things, but the truth is I just lost control.
I shouldn't have followed you.
No, you shouldn't have. But I also don't make a habit out of forcing women to touch me. Not that it's an issue, of course. You're actually the first one to make me work for it. She fights a smirk, still balanced across the armrest.
You've acquired quite the overinflated sense of confidence since I left, haven't you?
A lot of things have changed since you left. Her smirk fades and she doesn't respond. I don't expect her to because she'll never understand. Confidence is something I've had to work hard to earn, mostly in a 2-year crash course behind prison walls. That kind of shit changes a man. She brushes the left side of her hair forward again. I wonder if it's intentional, or if it's become such an automatic need to hide her one flaw she doesn't realize it.
Look, it's late, and I don't want to rehash the past and fight again.
Good in theory, but there are 2 problems with her attempt to kick me out. 1, my only way home is probably joyriding my car around town, and 2, there's no way in hell I'm leaving without settling this shit once and for all. Then let's rehash it and not fight. Shiloh lets out a hollow laugh.
That's not possible. For God's sake, you still call me shallow.
Fuck. I knew that would come back and bite me in the ass. I did that once, and it was to be a dick.
So you admit it,
she says, pointing a finger at me. Hell yeah. Do you think I was going to let you get assigned to my center after 7 years and not fuck with you? Her arms squeeze across her chest, pushing her breasts over the rim of her flimsy tank top. After that display, I can't help my eyes from lowering to where her thighs grip the armrest, filling my mind with images of how they'd feel wrapped around my waist. I know I should focus on her words, but shit, I'm only human.
Okay, I deserve that.
She agrees.
But I'm not the same person I was back then. Jesus, I'm not the same person I was 6 months ago.
This conversation has gotten way too damn heavy, and I need a drink before she does something stupid like make me talk about my feelings. So I give her my best panty-dropping smile and distract the hell out of her. You've left me sitting in this weird-ass parlor over 15 minutes and haven't offered me a drink. What kind of southern woman are you? My diversion tactic works because Shiloh opens and closes her mouth a few times before finally shutting it. Standing, she motions me down a long hallway. After making a left and 2 or 3 rights, she extends a tanned arm toward the biggest living room I've ever seen.
Well, are you going to sit, or would you like a written invitation?
She says, motioning toward the pristine white leather couch. Taking a seat on the edge of a white leather couch, I glance over my shoulder and see Shiloh standing over a wet bar holding a glass in her hand.
What's your poison?
Whiskey, if you have it, I say, managing to not sound like a money-struck moron. As Shiloh fixes my drink, I notice 2 gold-plated mirrors hanging side by side on the wall directly in front of me. Black trash bags are crudely taped over the mirror part, covering each one as if constructed in a frenzy. Walking across the room, I run my finger down the wrinkled plastic, the ugliness of the lawn bags against the elegance of the room a harsh contrast. I can't imagine Bianca West doing this. It makes me wonder what the hell happened to make someone cover them with something so bizarre. Without thinking, I shift my finger to the edge of the silver duct tape, chipping at it with my thumb until the plastic starts to peel back. A rattle of ice is the only warning I get before glass shatters by my feet, and Shiloh jerks my hand away from the mirror.
Don't!
She screams. After seeing the surprised look on my face, she clears her throat, tempering her reaction.
I mean, please don't do that.
Close, Starshine, but it doesn't work that way. Shiloh, why do you have trash bags all over your mirrors?
They broke.
I raise an eyebrow. Both of them?
Yep.
Bending down to pick up the broken glass, she stiffens as I grab her shoulders and lift her back up. If she wants to play this game, I can too. You know that's 7 years bad luck. The game backfires on me as her blank look twists into an insolent sneer.
Then I guess that's my due penance. 7 for 7, huh?
I run a hand over the back of my head and glance down at the broken glass and whiskey coating the hardwood floor. I don't suppose you know where your maid keeps her mop and broom, do you? Out of the corner of my eye, I can see Shiloh's shoulders relax, her earlier panic melting away as she gives me a sarcastic smile.
Actually, I do. Lately, I've been forced to become quite domesticated.
She bats those insanely hypnotic eyes, and I watch the sway of her ass as she disappears down the hallway. After cleaning up the mess left by the broken glass, Shiloh fixes me another drink without being asked. We sit on the same couch staring at each other. I've said what I came to say. I apologized. She accepted. End of story. So why haven't I called Tiny and Frankie to come pick my ass up? Good question. It's one that I'm currently asking myself as Shiloh curls her bare legs underneath her and drapes one arm over the back of the couch. The move tightens her tank top against her breasts. I can't force my eyes to look anywhere but the outline of her perfect nipples as they pucker underneath the thin material. Jesus Christ, is she trying to kill me? Yes, the answer is yes, because all I can think of is having my mouth on them. How it would feel to fuck her so hard she'd feel me for days. The woman is my weakness and my wrath all wrapped up in one forbidden package. But isn't what's forbidden always most tempting? While what I did in the locker room was uncalled for, I still have no plans to abandon my plans to use her and toss her aside. I've just altered them to exclude leaving her in pieces. The Carrie I was the day she walked in my center craved to see her irreparably shatter. The Carrie that showed up on her doorstep tonight just wants to fuck her out of my system. If you ask me, that's not too much to ask.
Carrie, I'm going to say something, and I need you to listen.
She puffs out her cheeks and holds it before slowly blowing it out.
As much as I don't think Taryn's right for you, I won't be the reason that you cheat on her.
Although I respect her convictions, you can't cheat on someone who doesn't have your heart. I inch closer to her. You're right. Her eyes widen as if she's been force-fed adrenaline.
I am?
I can't stop myself from touching her anymore. Wanding a piece of her blonde hair through my index finger and thumb, I closed the distance between us. Yeah, she's not right for me. There's only one person who ever has been. Damn, maybe I'm drunker than I thought. Risking a bolder move, I run my entire palm up the length of her neck and cup her head, kneading the strands of her hair. It's always been you. Her eyes close as she leans into my touch.
Why? You should hate me for what I did. You should laugh at everything that's happened to me.
She's right. I should laugh at her. Instead, I slide both hands around to cup her face. The beautiful gray I've always loved churns as a tear slips from her left eye and rolls between her cheek and my palm. I trace through the rough terrain of her scar, following the puckered path that she tries her best to keep hidden.
Don't.
Shiloh grabs my hand and tries to push it away from her face. Do you honestly think this scar makes me see you any differently? Another tear falls and she nods.
It makes everyone else see me differently.
I'm not everyone else.
Oh, come on, Carrie. I got fired. I lost my sponsors. I'm not as smart as you, but I'm not stupid. I hear the whispers and laughter.
I jerk her against me so close that her breath fans across my face. Look at me. Do I look like I'm whispering or laughing? Her body goes limp in my hands.
You said you hated me.
I did. I do. Damn it, Shiloh. I've hated you for 7 years, and all I've wanted was to make you pay for fucking me out of living my dream.
And now?
All I want is to fuck a living dream. Jesus, I mean that. I want to run my hands all over her body just to feel her skin slide against my rough palms. I want to thrust every inch of my cock inside her and hear her scream my name. But most of all, I want to ruin her for any other man. Before she can say anything else, I grasp her ass and lift her onto my lap. As if automatic, she wraps her legs around my waist and locks her ankles around my back. I'm ready for more, but instead Shiloh is studying me with her head cocked to the side. Her eyes are a little glassy, and her chest is flushed. The whole image ignites an animalistic response in me. She wants to study me? I'll give her plenty to analyze later on. I have 7 years of pent-up lust for her ready to explode. Maybe one night with her will quiet the noises in my head, and I'll be able to think with my brain instead of my dick. With my hands still on her hips, I pull her against me and crush our lips together. As our mouths fuse and our tongues battle for dominance, I know I'm fucked. So fucking fucked. All I taste is rain and sunshine. How the hell does one woman taste like rays of goddamn sunshine? If her mouth is this bright and warm, I'm almost coming in my pants thinking about what the rest will taste like. Fucking rainbows? What else is left?
Carrie.
She pulls back, the lines around her eyes filled with worry.
Please don't hurt me. I can't take it. Not from you.
And this is where the world-famous model seals her fate. As easy as that, she's handed me the keys to her destruction. Mine for the taking. Off. Gathering the bottom of her tank top, I'll pull it over her head. I'm not gonna hurt you, unless you want me to, I add with a wicked grin. I can't get her bra off fast enough. I've become somewhat of a pro, but this one is obviously expensive with a hook in the front and reinforced buckle that I swear to shit I'm about to chew off. Shiloh tosses me a seductive little grin, and with one flick of the wrist, has it unhooked and open. God bless Victoria's Secret. Flipping us around, I press her back against the leather and her neck drops back, disappearing over the edge of the couch as I roll the tip of my tongue over a nipple. Shiloh shudders, making me smile as I close my lips around it and suck it deep into the heat of my mouth.
Carrie.
A moan rumbles in her throat as her fingers weave through my hair. She wants me, but I have to make her say it. What do you want, Shiloh?
You.
What do you want me to do?
Fuck me,
she pants. Not yet. Shiloh's flushed head pops up, her eyebrows drawn together.
What the hell? Carrie, I just told you to fuck me. How much clearer can that be?
You want clear? I say, wrapping my hand around her jaw. Fine. How's this? I plan to spend so much time between your legs that you'll forget about every man you've ever known. Even Will. At the mention of my best friend's name, Shiloh stiffens and jerks my hand away from her face. I know I should say something, but all I can do is stare as she slides out from under me and sits on the edge of the couch with her arms wrapped around her waist.
You say you've changed, but you're still lying.
How the hell do you figure that? I yell. She turns a cold eye my way as if she sees through me.
This is still about punishing me.
Chapter 22. Shiloh. My body is desperate, screaming at my conscience to just accept this for what it is: hot, meaningless sex. The old Shiloh would have told my newfound morality to haul its ass back into the hole it crawled out of and shut the hell up. However, the new Shiloh, who has lost her job, her best friend, her home, and her freedom, suddenly finds herself in unfamiliar waters too deep to navigate. Too deep to give my body to a man who only wants it because he assumes I'm already giving it to his best friend. I'm in a no-win situation. As much as I ache for him, I refuse to be a ring in his alpha dick toss game. Carrie's blue eyes darken as I move my hands from my waist and lock them over my exposed chest. Being halfway naked makes me feel vulnerable. Vulnerability makes you weak, and no one survives in this world being weak.
Want to tell me what just happened?
He sits beside me, making sure to keep a safe distance between us. No, I don't. I want to crawl under my disgusting princess blanket and dream this whole night away. I want to go back to the first few days where Carrie barely spoke to me. Now all he does is talk, and it's starting to break me. Bowing my head, I rub my temples with the pads of my thumbs. You seriously think I'm sleeping with Will?
Don't hand me that shit, Shiloh. I see the way you two look at each other. Do you think I'm blind?
No, I think you're a moron.
You're way too friendly.
His words clip through his gritted teeth. Really? That's funny, because friendly isn't a word I've ever heard you pair with my name. I smirk a little as his nostrils flare. Besides, he's a nice guy, and the last time I checked, who I fuck isn't any of your business. That's probably a little out of line, but I refuse to sit in my own home while he dictates who I see in my own free time. Not that I'm even interested in Will, but I'm also not interested in self-righteous assholes.
So you admit it?
Carrie leaps to his feet and stares at me with bloodshot eyes, pulling the ends of his hair until I'm sure he's going to rip it out. I'm on my feet just as fast, a severe lack of judgment clouding my ability to think rationally. What? No. God, Carrie, what the hell is it with you? You treat me like garbage 1 minute, then the next you act like I'm your property. Might I remind you that you're still fucking Taryn?
Was fucking Taryn. And so what? Fucking is fucking, Shiloh. Admit nothing.
Does she know that?
Taryn believes what she wants to believe. That's her problem, not mine.
Do you realize what a huge dick you sound like? Are you saying you've changed so much in 7 years that you fuck for sport now? Emotion and heartbreak are just casualties of your sick game?
Why so shocked? Whose pink playbook do you think I learned it from, Shallow?
Get out. Get out of my house. So many emotions roll through me at once. I'm not sure which one is the strongest. Anger, pain, hurt, embarrassment, regret, shame, pity. All of them spark like lightning through my fingers, and Carrie's face contorts as I shove him toward the front door.
Shiloh,
get out! I scream again. I'm only seconds away from a breakdown, and I'll be damned if I'll give him the satisfaction of watching it happen. I am so stupid. For a moment, I caught a glimpse of what life could be like starting over. No cameras, no limelight, no constant demands. Just simplicity. But that's not the way God planned life out for me. Oh, who am I kidding? God has nothing to do with it. I sold my soul to Satan a long time ago, and he's corrupted it with evil and darkness. which is exactly what I deserve. Salvation is everlasting. Penance is never-ending. As Carrie stumbles onto the porch, I reach for the door to slam it when his phone chimes. It's Taryn. I know that chime. It's some Taylor Swift song, and I know she programmed it herself into his phone. No one else on earth would pick something so obnoxious. So instead of granting myself the Oscar-worthy door slam I'd planned on, I hover over the entryway and wait. Carrie curses under his breath and pulls his phone from his back pocket. I watch his eyes as they scan the message, noticing how they narrow with every line and how his lip curls into a dangerous snarl. Everything okay? Somewhere between accusing me of fucking Will and reading Taryn's text, Carrie's expression turns lethal. I've never seen this side of him, and I'm not sure what to make of it. I step behind the door, unable to rationalize that the man who touched me with such passion is the same one who now seems capable of unspeakable things. I'll text Malcolm. He'll take you home, I say, pushing the door closed. But I'm not fast enough. With less than 2 inches to spare, Carrie catches it with his fingers and wedges it back open. His eyes are still black, and his chiseled features are hard as stone. However, it's the way the corners of his mouth turn down when he speaks that makes me question everything. Him, me, us, that text. You're right, Shiloh. Feelings mean nothing to me. And no, everything is not okay. They haven't been for a long time. Scrubbing his turned cheek down the molding of the doorframe, he lets out a frustrated sigh. I may fuck for sport, but I don't play games with players who make up their own rules. You haven't changed a damn bit. I don't have to slam the door in his face. Grabbing the doorknob, he closes it himself, ending the rest of our conversation. His words sink in, icing my blood. Turning around, I press my back against the door and slide slowly to the floor until I collapse in tears and confusion. Bianca won't be home for hours, so I sit and bang the back of my head against the door as if it'll somehow jar me out of the nightmare I can't seem to wake up from. I can't last 3 years. I want to go home. Now.
Chapter 23. Carrie. Taryn.
Ice skating? How does taking Shiloh ice skating make her look bad? I'm starting to wonder if you're having second thoughts about our deal. Trust me, if you choose the wrong side, Carrie, Shiloh isn't the only one who will go down.
Sitting at my desk the next morning, I stare at Taryn's text from last night and scan the last line again. Her veiled threat sparks an unfamiliar protectiveness in my chest. If you choose the wrong side, Carrie, Shiloh isn't the only one who will go down. The more I stare, the more my eyes burn. Exhaling a frustrated sigh, I throw the phone across my desk and drop my head into my hands. How the hell is everything blown up in my face? Shiloh's sentence here was supposed to be cut and dry. I was supposed to play with her emotions for my own amusement and watch her break down until she self-destructs. How fucking hard is that? I prepared for the Shiloh who has lived in my memory for 7 years. The Shiloh who stared right into my eyes and smiled with the innocence of a demon in a lambskin. Only that's not who walked in the door. The last month has shown me something in her I never expected to see. Regret. What I have to do is easier said than done. I have to figure out what Taryn's up to and shield Shiloh from it while protecting my center and my family at the same time. If I make the wrong move, I'm done. I reach for my phone again and type a response, dropping the first bomb of a battle I'm not sure I'm prepared to fight. Taryn's retaliation will be deadly, and she'll make sure I never see it coming. It doesn't matter, though. I've drawn the line in the sand and declared war. Me. It's none of your damn business what I do. I've grown up and so should you. The past is in the past. Leave it there and move on. My phone pings back almost immediately. Taryn.
You think you can just break up with me and that's that? Fuck you, Carrie. My family owns yours. My uncle is a health inspector. You're due for a visit, right? Maybe you should reconsider. Tick-tock.
Fuck! Slamming the phone down, I pound my fist into the wood. I'm backed into a corner. It's not just me or my family I have to worry about. Somehow my priority has shifted. I'm now keeping the woman who destroyed me from getting destroyed by someone else so I can destroy her myself. How fucked up is that? She's my ghost. She haunts my past and possesses my mind. I can't exorcise her from my thoughts, and now I'm not sure I even want to. I want to take her, then I want to break her. I want to save her, then I want to destroy her. The two extremes I'm fighting in my own head are slowly driving me insane. All I know is that every moment I'm with her, the need to hurt her gets weaker. What the hell are we even doing? Maybe there's too much bad blood between us to even consider mending fences. My mom always says that some people can stay in your heart but not in your life. Maybe that's Shiloh and me. Even after what she did to me, I don't think I ever truly stopped loving her. Maybe that's the reason I hate her the most. Not because of what she did, but after the dust settled, I still couldn't let her go. I drop my head in my hands to stop it from spinning out of control when I hear footsteps approach and stop in front of me. "Don't you ever knock," I growl. Frankie grins and takes a seat in one of the two chairs in front of my desk. "You always say you have an open-door policy." "That only applies when the damn door is open, smartass." "You're kinda pissed off today for a guy who hit the jackpot last night. Know what I'm saying?" he adds with a wink. I have no fucking clue what you're saying. Actually, I know exactly what he's saying, but I have no intention of discussing it with him. However, Frankie has that look in his eye, the one that tells me he's not leaving without the story he came for. Too bad he has a record. The fucker would be a hell of an FBI interrogator. "You never called us to pick you up last night." "I know, because we dropped your car off at your house." Leaning back in his chair, he kicks his feet up on the edge of my desk and smirks. "That means your drunk ass stayed all night, so don't keep that shit to yourself, man. Was it as good as we imagined when we, I glance up just in time to see Frankie pumping his fist. "Jesus, nothing happened. We worked some shit out and her driver took me home. End of story." Before he can open his mouth, I knock his feet to the floor. "And get your shoes off my desk." "Right," he says, drawing out the word with a grin. "That's why neither of you can look any of us in the face today." "She's here?" He shuffles a stack of papers in his lap, and I want to smack the smug look off his face. "Huh, you perked right up on that one. Looking for a little morning after repeat?" "Shut up, Frankie. What's she doing?" "Scrubbing the grout in the locker room like you commanded her to do last week. With a toothbrush." He raises his eyebrows like I'm the biggest asshole alive, which I am. Shit! I'm out of my chair and halfway across the room before I see her standing in the open doorway. Her hair is pushed over her left cheek as usual, only this time she's wearing a dark blue scarf tied around her head to keep it in place. I'm frozen, unable to move forward or sit back down because I can't stop staring at her. Since the first day Shiloh walked into the community center, whether she was scrubbing toilets or washing windows, she's worn designer clothes and the highest heels imaginable. Today she's wearing jean shorts she obviously created herself, a blue and yellow Coastal Shores high t-shirt, and a pair of bright yellow flip-flops that had to have come from the beach store on the corner. I have no idea if I want to laugh at her or kiss her. She looks ridiculous, but none of those magazine covers can hold a candle to the woman standing in front of me right now, because this is the real Shiloh. "You're staring." Her fingers tighten around the doorframe. "You look different." Her chin lowers and she takes in her tattered clothing. "I didn't want to ruin my clothes. I brought a bag. As soon as I'm finished,
I'll change.
Don't, I interrupt. She jumps, so I soften my tone. I mean, you don't have to. I think you look fine.
Like this?
She looks shocked that I'd find her attractive in such rags. Yeah, right. If I tell her what's in my head right now, that Bambi look would darken in 2 seconds flat. Yeah, I say with a half smile. Take a day off from the runway. Might be fun to see how the other half lives. Frankie's eyes bounce between us before he slides out of his chair and drops the stack of papers on my desk.
Here are the flyers for the Rugged Maniac race. I'll leave you two alone to do whatever it is that you two do.
Walking out with his usual swagger, he stops beside Shiloh and scans her outfit. Grinning, he gives the end of her bandana a playful tug.
Careful, Snowflake. You just might fuck around and become one of us.
Once Frankie's gone, my mind races, trying to find a way to apologize for last night while my dick hardens, telling my mind to stop being a little bitch and throw her across the desk. See how men's minds work? It's a constant battle between conscience and cock. It's a crapshoot as to which one usually wins. It depends on the situation, the woman, and how long it's been since the man has gotten laid. Right now, all three are working against me. I try to fight it, but the memory of her writhing on that damn white leather couch causes all rational thought to exit the building. Cock 1, conscience 0. Just as I lunge for her, her mouth rounds into that perfect little O, and she circles around me, bending over my desk on her own. I stare at her round ass for a moment, stunned. It's not the way I envisioned it in my head, but fuck it. This works too. I crowd in behind her, laying a hand on her hip just as she grabs one of the flyers Frankie left and spins around to face me. I'm a little confused and a lot disappointed when she shoves the paper in my face and shakes it.
Rugged Maniac obstacle race? There's an Iron Man cancer race on Saturday? Why didn't you tell me?
I shrug. It's not an Iron Man. It's just a 5K mud run with climbing and tunnels and shit. Besides, why would I tell you? She places a hand on my arm. When I just stare at it, she removes it and clears her throat.
Because I want to be there. You brought this race here for Ellie?
You belly crawling in an underground mud tunnel? I snort, ignoring her question. Yeah, right.
But it's for Ellie, isn't it?
Shiloh, I've been hosting this race in Ellie's name for 5 years. Ever since I got out of... It's pointless to have this conversation right now, so I gather the rest of the flyers and drop them in a bin by the window. Anyway, it's not anything anyone who cared about her doesn't already know about.
You think I don't care?
Keeping my back to her, I let out a long breath and locked my fingers around the back of my neck. Look, my mom and dad are going to be there. Even local TV and radio stations cover the event. Maybe you mean well, but I need the focus to be on Ellie. And if you show up, then
I'll turn it into a media spectacle and make everything about me.
She finishes softly. You can't help you are who you are. Dropping my hands, I glance at her over my shoulder. You're famous. You're the it girl. I expect a smart-ass Shiloh comeback, but instead I get a sad smile.
That's not it, and you know it. Maybe someday you'll forgive me for what I did to you, Carrie. But you'll never be able to forgive me for what I did to Ellie. I knew the leukemia had come back, but there was no way for me to know she'd get pneumonia. You saw her the day before graduation, and what I did made sure it was the last time.
Her eyes glaze over as she backs away from my desk.
Don't worry. I won't ruin the race for your family.
Crumpling the flyer in her hand, she runs out of my office. My first instinct is to run after her, but I stop myself. Everything she said is right. Maybe I could learn to forgive her for taking my life away, but not for denying me the last moments of Ellie's. I may be weakening when it comes to Shiloh, but I still remember. As I hear the obnoxious Taylor Swift song ring in the background, memories of my mother's tears rolling down her face as she places her hand against the partition flashes through my mind.
She's gone, Carrick.
What do you mean she's gone?
Last night. There's nothing they could do.
I pound the glass with my fist as the guards drag me away. No! No, no, no! No! No, no, no! The words in my memory come out of my mouth with a rage I can't control. As the fog finally clears, I open my hand and notice my cracked phone laying in my palm. I blow out a hard breath, realizing I've been slamming it against my desk after every word. The damn thing is a mess. The corners are chipped, the glass is shattered, and distorted lines are now running horizontally across the screen. But even with all that destruction, one text still shines clear. Taryn.
Time's up. The Castaway Sands was such a landmark. Such a shame.
Fucking bitch! Taryn has me by the balls. Without putting a dent in mine and my parents' debts, we'll lose everything. Unless... Jerking my middle drawer open, I pull out Shiloh's checkbook and toss it on my desk. Opening the leather covering, I run my fingers over the crisp white check on top. My stomach is in knots as I grab a pen and start to write. I know what I'm doing, and I know the repercussions. Being in prison taught me shit I didn't care to know. One of the inmates liked to brag about how he embezzled hundreds of thousands of dollars from a company by transferring $9,000 increments out of their account over time. Apparently anything over 10 grand flags alerts, and all kinds of bells and whistles go off. 9,000 is a pair of shoes to her. It's survival to my family. The logistics of doing this isn't difficult. It's the ethics that's the problem. Shiloh West was my best subject in high school. Hell, I graduated with honors in Shilohology. I can probably write her signature better than she can. While I write in the amount and sign her name, I justify what I'm doing by convincing myself I'm some kind of modern-day Robin Hood. This isn't wrong. This isn't stealing. I'm distributing money from someone who will never miss it and giving it to people who are going to lose everything without it. I'm actually a hero. She'll understand when I pay her back.
Chapter 24. Shiloh. My accountant's heartfelt text came in bright and early Saturday morning, 4 days after walking out of Carrie's office. Moneysucker. Transactions are done. Me. All of them? Moneysucker. Yes, you're a goddamn idiot. His words aren't as harsh as they seem. He really loves me. You just have to read between the goddamn idiot part to find the affection. Afterward, I spend all morning shopping for what I consider to be the perfect outfit for the occasion. Now, here I am in a pair of red lycra shorts and a fitted white t-shirt with the red and orange ribbons swirling across on the front. And I can't help but laugh. Carrie's right. I am riddled with guilt, but not enough of it to swing from a tree into a mud pit. Moral support it is. I know the race events have gone on since early this morning, so I have no idea what I'll be walking into. However, determined to be there whether he wants me to or not, I climb into the back of Malcolm's limo and wait for Bianca to blow up my phone. It's a proven fact that even the slightest disturbance in a financial force makes her spidey sense tingle. She doesn't disappoint. Not 10 minutes into the ride, my phone flashes. Her texts arrive one after another, and I listen for each ping the whole way to the park, entertained as shit to watch her unravel. Bianca. I saw. Call me. I will not be ignored, young lady. Bianca. I know you're ignoring me. Do you think this is funny? Answer me. Bianca. Have you been kidnapped? If you've been kidnapped, type yes. Seriously? What kidnapper lets his victim check phone messages? Bianca. No, they'll expect that. Type fruit fly. The fuck kind of distress call is fruit fly? I can't help it. I know I'm a horrible daughter, and this will probably secure my place in hell. But honestly, the dark side calls me more than a B-list fuckboy who thinks my vagina will make him famous. 2 words are all I type back. Fruit fly. I hit send and turned the phone off. Half an hour later, Malcolm's limo sits in the crowded parking lot, taking up 4 horizontal parking spots. I'm mad as hell and crouched on an overgrown lawn with bugs crawling up my ass. Why? Because, convinced I'd been taken hostage by terrorists, Bianca slugged a bottle of Napa's Best and called Malcolm to inform him that she was calling the White House. Malcolm ratted me out and told her where I was and what I was doing, threatening to make me walk to work unless I turned my phone back on and answered her calls. I toss a self-indulgent glare over my shoulder, and he just looks up from his phone through the windshield and shakes his head. Right on cue. My phone rings, and I don't bother to glance at the caller ID before answering. There's no need. "Hello, Mother," I chirp into the mouthpiece. "Let me guess. I'm getting my own security service agent, and we're spending next Easter rolling eggs on the south lawn of the White House?" "Shiloh Grace, what in the hell do you think you're doing?" "I'm sure you'll tell me anyway." She lets out an offended squeak. $3 million. Did you think I wouldn't find out? Actually, I counted on it. When I got arrested, Bianca created an unholy alliance with my accountant to protect my interest. The minute I authorized the bank checks, I had no doubt he'd notify her. "What do you think you're going to accomplish by doing this, Shiloh? Buy his forgiveness? You can't bring his sister back, you know." "I'm not trying to do either one. Oh, by the way, I donated $100,000 to the American Cancer Society on my credit card. I told them I wanted it to remain anonymous." I can tell she's hedging. There's a moment of silence, and then she asks the question as if she doesn't already know the answer. "And the withdrawals?" I stare across the lawn and down an embankment where a group of people are standing in between a beach volleyball court and a water slide. Carrie is at the front, caked in dried mud and laughing in his Kincaid crew t-shirt. His face looks happy, smiling even. I hope he's still smiling when he gets the news. "Shiloh." "I preserved legacy," I whisper. Although it's late afternoon when the winners are announced and the closing ceremony begins, I haven't moved from my spot. For 3 hours, I've watched Carrie. Correction. I sat on the lawn and watched Carrie with Taryn, who, for some reason, has shown up at the 11th hour and makes sure to be front and center. Her leggings are so tight they look painted on her legs, and she has them paired with a white tank top with Diva written in cursive across the boobs. I'm not being a hypocrite. That shit is tacky. However, although it's obnoxious, it's not her outfit that holds my attention right now. After disappearing to rinse off and change clothes, Carrie has come back and seems on edge. It's obvious he doesn't want her there, and stiffens the minute Taryn walks up. When she touches him, he finds something important to do at another station. It's fascinating to watch. I don't take enjoyment in their breakup. That's a lie. I enjoy the shit out of it. By 5 o'clock, nameless people are droning on and on about money raised, and I seriously begin to question my sanity in being here. I'm about to flop onto my back and tune out when an over-caffeinated man grabs the microphone and starts announcing the donations. Uh-oh. My eyes dart back to Carrie. He's paying insanely close attention, and my heart starts to pound. Although I had been adamant I wanted my donation to be anonymous and not mentioned, someone dropped the ball. When the man announces my obscene amount, Carrie tilts his head back and closes his eyes like he knows. Of course he knows. Who else would have that kind of money? However, to his credit, he never makes any other indication that he knows where the donation has come from. He just smiles and claps like any other participant. Well played. And with that, I'm done. This goodwill stuff has run its course with me. Let's be honest. I am who I am, and willingly spending all day at a charity race is a big step for me. Normally, I just sign a check and bask in the publicity of the good deed I've done. That's another lie. I don't even sign the check. My accountant has the power to do that for me. At this point, I'm kind of disgusted with myself, so I stand up and wipe the grass off my ass. I power my phone on so I can inform Bianca that I'm on my way home when a sickening feeling settles deep in the pit of my stomach. The buzz, the energy. You never forget that shit. I've lived for it. I've built a legacy around it. I've learned to sense them before their feet hit the ground. Except I've been out of the game too long, and this time, I'm too late. I see the excitement flitter across the bored faces of the local news crews. Cameras hum to life, and field reporters smooth their hair in anticipation. They all have their quirky pre-live rituals, but every one of them are scrolling frantically through their phones. Oh shit. This can't be good. I'm half considering walking down the embankment and asking one of the race participants if they know what's going on, when my phone starts blowing up. Barry. A newly fired junior accountant at your firm messaged your publicist, who thought it would be good for your image to send out a press release. Sorry, kid. Will. What the hell is going on? I'm watching the news. You promised no drama. Bianca. I told you something like this would happen. As I read each text, tires screech, doors slam, and voices shout to the far left of me. Part of me already knows who they are, but I glance up anyway. Herds of equipment, big hair, and attitudes run toward the crowd like their asses are on fire. Paparazzi. Shit. My self-serving and soon-to-also-be-fired publicist has screwed me in the worst possible way. That's what the local news crews were reading on their phones. The national media already had a hold of the story of my donations and were on their way here before the walk even started. The news must have just broken online. Please let that be all they know. It's hard to miss Malcolm's limo. They know I'm here. The logical thing would be to run, get in the car, and get the hell out. But I don't, because as I watch them make a direct line for Carrie and swoop down like he's Shiloh West roadkill, I know I can't leave him. The moment they shove the microphone in his face, I lose my shit. No! I take off in a sprint toward the tents, not giving a shit if I'm outed. However, everyone is so mesmerized by the Hollywood reporters and blood-sucking paparazzi that no one notices me weaving my way through the crowd. I'm trying to push my way to the front just as I hear Artie, the jerk-off anchor from Hollywood exclusive. Carrie Kincaid, what do you have to say about Shiloh West donating $2 million to the Elizabeth Kincaid Center in memory of your late sister? I curl my fist by my side and wait. What? Carrie's response is as shocked as I expected. Why wouldn't it be? I worked hard to keep it from him. There's a lull in Artie's response, and looking around at the rabid crowd, I'm rethinking my rash decision to throw myself to the wolves. Before I can leave, a rather large man in the front row glances over his shoulder. Our stares connect, and his eyes narrow, then widen. He jumps up and down, impressively well for a man his size, and waves his chubby arms. Hey everyone, it's her. It's Shiloh West. He points back at me, and the crowd parts like the Red Sea, leaving me standing naked to two very blue and angry eyes. Carrie's sharp jawline twitches, and he steps forward, then backward, as if he can't decide if he wants to thank me or throttle me. Eventually, he settles on standing still and crossing his arms. Why did you do this? The turmoil in his eyes kills me. I did this to help him. Hearing his mom talk about losing their business and his stress over his late bills hurt me. And even though I have a feeling he'll refuse the donation, it seemed like a no-brainer to bail them both out when I have more money than I'll ever spend. Trust me, I've tried. Before I can tell him this, Artie glides his hair-plugged head through the gap in the crowd and shoves his microphone in my face. Our viewers want to know the same thing. Are you just that generous, Shiloh? Or do you and Carrie Kincaid have an office romance brewing? I blink, suddenly blinded by the flash of multiple cameras. What? I guess responding the same way to his questions isn't doing much to dispel his theory. We did some digging, he continues. You went to high school together. Mr. Kincaid used to work for your family, correct? Yes. Microphones are pressed closer, and the second the words are out of my mouth, I want to shove them back in. No, I mean, it's nothing like that. Shit. They're going to grab onto my indecisiveness like leeches and suck any credibility I have left. What's done is done. I need damage control now. Taking a deep breath, I push my shoulders back and smile until my cheeks hurt. As I take one step toward the tent, the bitch reappears as if conjured by my presence. Carrie, what the hell is going on here? Taryn sidles up behind him and drapes her hand over his shoulder. I can't help but notice her fire engine red nails. No, they're more like talons, which is appropriate because she's like a vulture, ready to pick apart what's left of Carrie after the media is done with him. Shut up, Taryn. Carrie stiffens and pulls away from her. It's obvious he's irritated with her. Who could blame him? I guess I could pretend it doesn't bother me that she's here, but I won't. Artie licks his lips. The smell of controversy and fresh blood hardening what's most likely a normally limp dick. And who are you? I'm Carrie's girlfriend. The fuck you look she shoots me doesn't go unnoticed. However, I still smile because she is in over her head. The paparazzi will eat her alive and spit out the bones. You're playing in my sandbox now, bitch. He raises an eyebrow. The plot thickens. A love triangle. Artie's eyes flash dollar signs, and I swear he's about to either crap himself or come in his pants. Maybe both. The hell it is! Taryn hisses. Realizing her ugly is showing, she clears her throat and breaks out into a freakishly wide smile. He has no interest in her whatsoever. Camera flashes light up her face, highlighting the slight quiver on the right corner of her mouth. Carrie waves his hands in front of him as he watches at least half a dozen more paparazzi swarm the field. No, look, if you'll just listen to me. Only they won't listen to him. They smell scandal, so they'll wreck careers and uproot lives until they find it or create one themselves. However, I know their game better than they do. If there's one thing I do well, it's pull these fuckers' strings and make them dance like puppets. Stepping forward, I do what has always come natural. Be the center of attention. I don't give myself time to reconsider as I brush my hair over the left side of my face. Thinking on my feet as fast as I can, I toss Artie a self-indulgent wink and go for it. If I could just have a moment of everyone's time, I'm sure I could clear all of this up for you. I make sure to flash them one of my red, carpet-worthy smiles. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Carrie glaring at me, but it doesn't matter. Sealing my fate is worth sparing him from a media shitstorm. Yes, I've donated $2 million to the Elizabeth Kincaid Center, partially in memory of a former classmate of mine, Ellie Kincaid. However, the donation encompasses so much more than one person's legacy. It's about giving back to my community. I pause and look around to see if they're buying any of it. Noting that all eyes are on me, I proceed to word vomit a string of shit I can't believe is coming out of my mouth. It's about supporting an organization that serves the at-risk youth of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. It's my way of thanking the citizens of my hometown for letting me serve and disrupt their lives with my presence. Ladies and gentlemen, what I've done isn't about past friendships or showing off a bank account. It's about me wanting to be a part of something bigger than myself. something that will benefit this community for generations to come. Holy shit. Is this what an out-of-body experience feels like? Because it feels like I'm watching all of this happen from the sidelines, unable to shut myself up. I blink, fighting to hold my smile as the cameras go off in rapid succession. The paparazzi are shocked. The crowd is shocked. Carrie is shocked. Hell, I'm shocked. Because I think I meant it. After that, every one of the media wolves leave, happy with their sensationalized story and thinking I'm the second coming. Of Satan, maybe. For the second time in less than 15 minutes, I remind myself that I should probably get in Malcolm's limo and go home. For the second time in less than 15 minutes, I ignore my inner voice and walk toward Carrie. Again, Taryn's voice hits my ears and I freeze. Don't make this mistake, Carrie. If you publicly humiliate me, you know what will happen. They're arguing. Thank God the paparazzi left because they aren't doing it quietly either. Taryn has both hands fisted by her side and Carrie has his hands locked behind his neck, staring up at the sky. I don't need this shit, he growls, trying to keep his voice low. She is making your sister's memorial event about herself again, she screams, not giving a shit who hears. Just like she always does. Carrie's eyes blaze fast and hot. Dropping his arms, he moves toward her. You think this is her fault? Fuck you, Taryn. She gave her money anonymously. In case you're not familiar with that word, it means she didn't want any recognition. She wanted to avoid all this. When I realize my mouth is hanging open, I quickly close it. He knows. He gets me. Someone finally gets me. I wish this moment had a rewind button so I could press it and listen to that speech all over again. You're defending her? Yeah, I suppose I am. She stares at him for an uncomfortably long time, then steps forward with a ruthless smirk on her lips. Refuse the money. Tell her to go to hell in front of the cameras. No. Carrie takes his own step forward, wearing his own ruthless smirk. It's arrogant, lethal, sexy. How about I tell you to go to hell in front of the cameras? Taryn gasps. With every step he takes, she takes one backward. They move in a perfect choreographed dance, and I can't wait for the grand finale. I am tired of your threats and of you in general, he adds, his tone edgier. I've been at rock bottom before, and I can pick myself up again if I have to. Take your best shot, but swing hard, Taryn, because once I get up, I'll swing back. I'll make you regret this. Breaking his stare, Carrie offers her a deadly smile. I'm counting on it. I've never been one to follow rules, especially when it comes to the rules concerning a recently destroyed relationship, so as soon as Taryn stomps off, I tap Carrie on the shoulder. When he turns around, I pop out a hip and throw my hands out wide. So, surprise! Enjoy the show? He crosses his arms over his chest and looks me up and down. It's both flattering and unnerving. I feel like a gazelle on the open plain being watched by a pack of cheetahs. Which one? I say, trying to cut the tension. Take your pick. The race, the media circus, Taryn. You think I didn't know you were here, Shiloh? You're kind of hard to ignore. Why didn't you say anything? And miss all this, he says, mimicking my sweeping arm gesture. Not on your life. It suddenly hits me that the crowd has thinned. Participants have left the field, teams have packed up, and the breakdown crews are dismantling the equipment. I've done what I wanted to avoid. I ruined his sister's event. I'm sorry, I whisper, my shoulders curling over my chest.
For what, Taryn?
I lower my head. Hell no. I told you she's not right for you. Hooking a finger under my chin, he lifts it.
Then who is? You?
Yes. 1,000,000 times, yes. I jerk my chin out of his hold. That's not what I meant. Stop twisting shit around. This is about the donation.
Doesn't matter. I'm not accepting it.
Not is the funny word. Not. 3 letters. Insignificant, really. So insignificant that sometimes you think you hear it when you don't. I'm sure I didn't. I'm sorry. I thought you said you're not accepting it.
I did.
I black out for a minute. That's the only explanation for shoving Carrie in the chest with both hands. You just poked a stick at a rabid bear, Carrie. Taryn's going to come at you with both guns locked and loaded now. He remains remarkably stoic, despite having just been assaulted by a half-crazed woman.
No.
Did I say half-crazed? Yeah, that ship has sailed. Welcome aboard the crazy cruise. I shove him again, this time with enough force to move him back a few steps. What the hell? You'll take Taryn's money, but mine's not good enough?
God damn it, Shy. I don't need your money.
He yells, his calm demeanor shattering.
Why would you do this, huh? Why now?
I'm just trying to make things right. His eyes are a little wild as he grabs my hand.
You want to make things right? Come with me.
Chapter 25. Carrie. I have no clue what I'm doing because I'm acting on pure instinct. I'm furious, I'm shocked, I'm ashamed. But most of all, I'm tired of holding back. I want her. I need her. I'm gonna have her.
Yes, I'm fine, Malcolm. Go home. I'll handle my mother.
Ending her call, Shiloh opens the door to a darkened foyer and drops her phone and purse on a side table. Before she can react, I slam it shut and close in right behind her. Is anyone home? She pauses but doesn't turn around.
Bianca is at some benefit dinner.
She's breathing heavy because she's nervous. Good. She should be. I'm a real criminal now. Then no one will interrupt us.
Do you want to talk in here?
She moves to the side, reaching a shaking hand for the light switch, but before she can touch it, I spin her around to face me. No, I'm done talking. Let's go to your room.
Carrie, I don't think...
After stealing her money, the paparazzi showing up, and the bombshell about the donation, I'm hanging on by a thread. Before it snaps, I push her against the wall, trapping her wrists over her head. A protest rumbles in her throat, and I smother it with my mouth. I don't ask, I demand, parting her lips with my tongue and kissing her with all the hunger I've held back. Her body melts for me, craves me, and I'm taking it. Shifting her pinned wrists into one hand, I grip her chin and lift it toward my eyes. That wasn't a fucking request. Let's go. 10 hallways, 2 staircases, and 11 doorways later, she opens the door to the room that starred in every one of my teenage fantasies. However, when she backs up and waits for me to walk in, I stand there and stare. It's white and frilly, and wrapped up in so much lace I'm not sure if it's where she sleeps or sacrifices virgins. I raise an eyebrow. This is your room?
Yep. Bianca decorated it when I was 12 and never quite got the hint that I grew up.
Even if she hadn't told me the room was hers, I would have known. Right above an expensive white wooden dresser, an enormous mirror is covered in the same damn trash bags I found downstairs. Even more of an eyesore, a full-length mirror sits across the room wrapped up like a sadistic Christmas present in the same black plastic and silver duct tape. I motion to the bags. Why do you do this?
What is this, truth or dare?
I shrug. Okay, you want to play games? Fine. Glancing over my shoulder, I give her zero emotion. Truth or dare, Shiloh? Why do you cover your mirrors with trash bags? And don't feed me some bullshit line about them breaking again. She swallows hard. Her eyes fall into the floor.
I take dare.
Immediately, I know what I'm going to do. Take your shirt off.
What? No way.
Truth or dare, Starshine? You pick dare. I don't make the rules.
I hate you sometimes.
Clutching the bottom of her white shirt in her fists, she jerks it over her head and throws it to the floor.
Happy?
Bra too.
No, that wasn't part of the deal.
You can still answer the question. After all, this was your idea.
Fuck you, Carrie.
She's wearing that same front class bra as before, and with one flick of her wrist, the damn thing pops open again and falls off her shoulders. I have to take a minute to breathe because my mind goes blank. All I can think of is wrapping my lips around her puckered nipples again and sucking so hard her knees buckle.
My turn,
she announces, breaking my focus.
Why will you accept Taryn's money and not mine?
Because I've already fucking stolen it, that's why. Dare. She smirks and scans me from head to toe, lingering where my cock is currently trying to break through my zipper.
I'd say pants, but it looks like you'd like that too much. So I'll just say shirt and make you wait.
Damn it. I hate it when shit backfires on me. Reaching behind me, I grab the back of my shirt and pull it over my head. Shiloh breathes a little harder, her eyes drinking me in. I'm done with truth or dare. She's half naked and I know what I want. I also know what has to happen before I take it. Stalking toward her, I pick her up and toss her on the bed. She barely hits the mattress before she's on her knees and mad as hell.
What's your problem?
Ignoring her, I point to the mirror. Rip it off, Shiloh. She doesn't answer. She's waiting for me to give in to her like I always did in the past. Instead, I sit quietly and let the uncomfortable silence envelop us. She drops her chin, looking at me through heavy lashes.
You don't know what you're asking.
There's hate in her eyes as she stares at the plastic lawn bag taped around the mirror's molding. It matches the ones from the living room, and I've had it with this hang-up of hers. If she won't do it, I'm not going to sit around and wait for her to see the light. Leaving her sitting on the edge of the bed, I stomp over to the mirror. Stretching out my hand, I lean forward and gather the slack in the plastic in each hand and glance over my shoulder at her one last time. Would you like to say any parting words, Starshine? Because your obsession with these things are officially over.
Carrie, don't.
I've become accustomed to hearing my name roll off her tongue these last few weeks, but not in conjunction with the word don't. What's stopping me? She places a shaking hand on mine.
I'm stopping you. I think you know I want you, but I swear to you, Carrot Kincaid, if you rip down that plastic, you won't be welcome on my front lawn, much less my bed.
She's not kidding. She'll kick me out mid-fuck over a reflection. Nothing has ever made me more furious. Not that she just used sex as a weapon. Hell, I was with Taryn, and that bitch is the queen of sex warfare. No, what infuriates me is that because of one imperfection, Shiloh considers herself a freak to be hidden away. This shit ends now. Grabbing any loose end of the bag I can find, I rip it off amidst protesting wails from behind me. The moment I uncover the ornate mirror, I know what I'm going to do. With a plan in place, I stand in front of her and place my hands on her hips.
Why are you doing this to me?
Her voice sounds so wounded that I question if I'm pushing her too far. Then I tell myself to shut the hell up. Nothing about this is normal. Someone has to push her out of that pity nest she's built and bring her back into the real world. And sometimes pushes are brutal. Hooking a hand around each ankle, I slide her toward the end of the mattress. Here's what's going to happen, Starshine. You're going to sit here and stare into this mirror, remembering nothing about your face but the way it looks when you come. Shiloh's body shakes. I'm not sure if it's out of fear or anticipation, but I don't care. I grab the elastic band on her shorts and slide them down her legs, letting them dangle off her toes before hitting the floor. Rising up, I grasp the strings resting on either side of her hips. Are you overly fond of these? She blinks a few times before shaking her head. Good. With an effortless tug on each side, the flimsy panties disintegrate, and I sweep a long look up Shiloh's body, drinking in what's always belonged to me. Fuck me. She's the reason men can be in the middle of a normal conversation, see her magazine cover, and have to excuse themselves. She's perfect. And tonight, she's mine. Shy? I groan as I crouch between her legs. You're going to watch me make you come undone. And then... Her eyes slowly close. Yes. Moving over her so that we're face to face, I slide my finger deep inside her. She gasps and I groan. You'll scream my name into this mirror and see what I see. A train wreck? I drive another finger in even harder. Perfection. You're going to get over this trash bag bullshit tonight if I have to fuck it out of you. I'm done playing games. Discussion is over. It's time for action. Moving closer, I pop the button on my shorts, my cock all but leaping out in gratitude. Her eyes watch every move as I take her hand and run it down my thick length. I know I have her the minute her tongue darts out and licks her bottom lip in anticipation. Touch me, Shiloh. She does as she's told, trailing her fingers back up before rubbing her thumb along the steel bar under the tip. I curl my fingers into my palms and bite back a growl. I allow her a few more strokes before cutting her off. A part of me wants to kick my own ass. Shiloh West is giving me a hand job and I pull away. But this isn't about me. This is about showing a woman who has made a fortune on her beauty that her scars don't mean shit to me. Throwing her legs over my shoulders, I position her where she's looking directly into the mirror. Eyes on the mirror, or I stop. I trace the inside of her thigh with wet kisses. Then I dive into the place high school Carrick only dreamed about. One taste and I'm the one about to pass out. She moans as I make one long pass from one end of her pussy to the other with the flat of my tongue. Ensuring she's still looking in the mirror, I impale her, and she lets out a scream so loud I'm positive someone is going to come running to see if I've killed her.
Oh, God, yes.
She's clawing the bed like a wild animal. Finally, on the last thrust, her head drops back and her entire body erupts.
Carrie!
And there it is. The word. The name I want screamed every damn time. Private, public, I don't even give a damn. Anytime Shiloh comes, I want her screaming my name so every man knows who she belongs to. 7 years ago, Shiloh West was my world. I lived and breathed her. I gave up my future for her. Then I spent those 7 years hating her, blaming her for all the shit in my life and the downward spiral I found myself in. Now, right before I'm about to claim her, I should want to beat my chest with vindication. I've won. I'm going to mark her. Mine. A better man would walk away. I'm not a better man. I also know Shiloh isn't a better woman. 2 wrongs don't make a right, but they do make things a little less miserable. And I know what she needs. I've always known it, even when she didn't. Kicking my shorts and boxers to the floor, I lean over her as she flattens her cheek against the white blanket. Hooking my finger under her chin, I force her eyes on mine. No hiding, Starshine. The first time you face the mirror. After that, you can look anywhere you want.
First time?
This innocent act is killing me, baby. She barely has time to protest when I pick her up and flip her over. Climbing behind her on the bed, I clamp her hands around the footboard and pull her up on her knees. I turn her face and claim her mouth in a ferocious kiss before jerking her hips toward me. Then it hits me. Shy, please tell me you're protected. I need to feel you. That's a lie. I need to mark her. Mine.
Please tell me you wore a condom with her, she counters, looking over her shoulder. I need to trust you.
Always. She nods, her hair falling over her face. Thank fuck. Unable to wait any longer, I drive into her from behind, savoring her screams as I fill her completely until there's no place we aren't joined. I started this in control, but as Shiloh's walls pulse around me, I have to close my eyes just to breathe. I have no idea how long I've remained still, my chest pressed against her back and buried deep inside her, until Shiloh runs a nail down my thigh.
Carrie?
Jolting out of my haze, I glance up as she studies me in the mirror, a worried line creasing her forehead.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I just want to touch you like I love you and fuck you like I don't. Shiloh. I breathe her name slowly, knowing the slightest movement will set me off. Reaching behind her, she weaves her fingers through my hair.
What do you need?
I meant for this to be about our combined redemption, but somehow it has twisted back to my retribution. I need to fuck you hard. Locking her eyes on our reflection, she reaches for the footboard and wraps her fingers around the wood until they pale.
Let go.
She has no idea the power she's given me. My cock is throbbing, and I'm already on the edge ready to tumble. Without warning, she shifts forward, then slams backward, fully embedding me inside her again. The impact forces me to grip a fistful of her hair and tug it against my chest. Do you want me to hurt you? I growl, my patience gone.
Yes.
I have no idea if it's the desperation in her eyes or the roar of blood pulsing through my cock that pushes me over the edge, but something snaps in my head. My fist winds tighter in her hair as I lean down and place my lips right against her ear. Hold on, and don't take your eyes off that mirror. Digging my fingers into her hip, I pull out and slam back into her with full force. Shiloh's screams fill the room as her nails dig long scratches into the wood of the bed frame.
Holy shit!
Lust-drunk and crazed with the need to own her, I release her hair and curl my fingers around her throat, applying just enough pressure to get her attention. Who do you belong to?
You,
she whispers. Not good enough. I press a little tighter and she groans as I fuck her so hard we're both going to have bruises. Say my name.
Carrie Kincaid,
she rasps, and it's goddamn music to my ears. I can only manage one word. Mine. Once her walls convulse and squeeze my cock, I'm in suspended animation. Time freezes, and I'm rushing down a roller coaster without any brakes. I groan her name against her spine as my mind numbs, just like every moment I see her. In life and in bed, Shiloh makes me feel both helpless and in complete control. Looking up, I meet her glazed stare in the mirror, and I know there's no going back to any plan or any phase. Everything's changed.
Chapter 26. Shiloh. The first thing I notice when I wake up is the time on the alarm clock. 10:15. I haven't slept this late in a long time. I didn't even wake up with one of my usual nightmares. I slept peacefully. Silent, even. Huh. The second thing I notice is that I'm not alone. I'm confused for a moment before it all comes rushing back in a heated blur of lips and tongues. I had sex with Carrie, my childhood friend, my biggest regret, my enemy, my boss. The man who played my body like an entire symphony orchestra until I burst into flames. My, how times have changed. The third thing I notice as I'm staring at myself, it's such an odd feeling that I don't know whether to be in shock or burst out laughing. I haven't seen my own reflection in over 9 months. Once the doctors took the bandages off and told me the wounds would heal, but I'd bear the scars forever. I shut down. For the first time, I was lost. My face was everything to me. Conceited and shallow. That's me. Beauty was all I'd ever known. The only thing that made me special was perfect skin, great bone structure, and the fact that people paid me to be pretty. The minute I looked in that goddamn mirror, I knew it was all gone. Then there was the whole psychiatrist's wet dream concerning my theory that my scars were my penance for killing Kirkland, and if I didn't look at them, then she wasn't really dead. It's a little psycho, but it didn't have to make sense to anyone but me. Covering every mirror not only blocked out my image, it blocked out reality. I could pretend it wasn't there. It didn't really happen. When strangers stared at me in shock or pity, I pretended it was because they were just starstruck. Because I was still beautiful, still perfect. I stare at the tattered remnants of torn plastic and ripped duct tape and laugh. I laugh because when I lift up and stare straight into the mirror, I don't see my scars. All I see are faint purple marks around my neck. I touch them and press my fingers where his were, remembering how powerful it made me feel to hand control over to him, how he forced me to confront my demons while exercising his own through me. What we did last night isn't safe. It's not normal, and it sure as hell isn't sane. But it's us. It's two extremes fighting to find a moment of peace. My head collapses back onto the pillow, and I let out another laugh. I laugh so loud it causes the bed to shake. A hard body beside me rolls over, and a calloused hand snakes under my arm and pulls me into him. Something funny? He chuckles, nuzzling his nose into my hair. His voice is husky with a slight rasp that curls my toes. I looked in the mirror. It's about damn time. And now that I can see myself, I think I may have to start wearing makeup again. His nose trails down my neck, and he nips at my shoulder. I like you just the way you are. That may be so, but I need to cover these, or the boys may have a few questions we don't want to answer. I joke, pointing to my neck. His fingers immediately press over the 4 purple prints, each of them a perfect match. I hear him swallow hard behind me as he strokes them. Shit. I'm sorry. I got carried away last night. I won't be so rough next time. Not that I'm assuming there'll be... Fuck. I almost laugh again. Since returning to Myrtle Beach, I found the new Carrie to be confident, domineering, and cocky. The fact that he's worried about a few bedroom bruises, or if I'll let him touch me again, is endearing, if not comical. I liked it, I assure him, tracing a finger across his jawline. Yeah? Yeah, I like this side of you. I like when you're in control and take what you want. I pause, my finger on the dimple in the middle of his chin, and hold his stare. And I like when you called me yours. His face turns to stone, and every muscle in his body coils. But it's his silence that chills my blood. His reaction knocks my newfound confidence down a couple of notches, but I force the smile to stay pasted on my face. I have no clue where we stand. We still haven't talked about what happened at the Rugged Maniac race, or his reaction to my donation. His way of dealing with his rage was to drag me home and fuck me into a coma. And I still haven't told him everything I've done. Carrie releases me and rolls onto his back, pressing the heels of his hands to his eyes. I watch his chest rise as he fills his lungs and holds it. I count the seconds, waiting for him to exhale, still with that stupid smile on my face. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. I make it to 10 Mississippis before he finally opens his mouth and blows the breath out long and hard. The dumb laughter I'd enjoyed just minutes ago now seems like celebrating first place before crossing the finish line. I want my plastic bags back. My back is still to him, but I've got my chin resting on my shoulder as I wait for the hammer to drop. This is where he exacts his revenge. I brace for it, but I know it's going to break me anyway. Sending me back to jail would have been easier. Unlocking me from my mental prison, letting me taste freedom, and then shoving me right back in? That's annihilation. After what seems like forever, he lowers his hands, piercing me with those ocean blue eyes.
Shy.
Gotcha, I say, cutting him off with a fake laugh that slices my soul. I was just kidding. You should have seen your face. I roll away from him and start to swing my leg off the bed, not sure where I'm going, but knowing I have to get away from him. Before I can plant my foot, Carrie grabs me around the waist and has me under him before I can fight back.
Yeah? Well, I wasn't.
But you
didn't give me a chance to explain, did you?
He's straddling my waist while bracing his arms on either side of my head. His dark hair is messy, the long chunk wild and falling over his eye. I want to brush it back, but I curl my fist, stopping myself.
You were ready to run away like you always do.
All I can do is nod. He's right. He's also mad as hell, and I don't have a good enough comeback anyway.
Shy, when you let me take the fall for you that night, something broke inside of me. Everything else, prison, losing my future, Ellie, they were all layers that added to the fracture.
He's removed the space between us, but his words have removed the air. I pant, fighting the urge to claw at my throat. The walls feel like they're closing in, and the scent of burning rubber fills my nose. However, even with panic suffocating me, I still find my voice. What do you mean you broke? His elbows buckle and his face contorts.
God, how could I not? Everything had changed. I loved you, Shiloh. You knew I loved you and you used it against me. I would have given you anything you wanted, and you ended up taking away the only thing that I did. You replaced her with the version I'd defended you against. And what fucked me up the most is that you did it after.
His voice trails off and he shakes his head.
Never mind.
I'm sorry. If I could take it back, I would. I'd give all that time back to you. Wetness stings my eyes and I try to blink it away.
7 years too late.
I'm frantic. Just tell me what I can do and I'll do it. You can't give me this and then walk away. It's cruel, Carrie.
Being cruel and walking away? It's a motherfucker, isn't it?
I punch his chest and it's like ramming my fists into a brick wall. You asshole. I hate you. He takes every hit, as if absorbing each one fuels him. After the 5th one, I run out of energy and end up just slapping my palm against the hard wall of his chest. We both watch as I finally give out and my hand skids down his abs, landing on the mattress with a thud. Just when I think things can't get any worse, they do. Carrie's eyes flash with a wave of challenge.
Tell me about Kirkland. Tell me about the accident. Tell me everything.
I can't. Don't ask me to do that.
You said you'd do anything. Was that a lie too, Shiloh?
It wasn't, but I haven't spoken a word of what happened since the trial. I said I'd do anything, but he's asking me to take a razor and slice open another scar just so he can watch me bleed. Only this one is on my heart. But what's the old saying? An eye for an eye, a life for a life, A wrong for a wrong. A scar for a scar. So I close my eyes, take a deep breath, and bleed. I tell him about the party, the drugs, and how invincible I felt putting everyone in their place as I got behind the wheel. My fingernails dig into my palms as I tell him how Kirkland had begged me to slow down, how I took my hands off the wheel and she grabbed it. But mostly I told him how she screamed, how tightly she held my hand, even as we flipped through the air. It's not until I stopped to wipe away the first tears I've cried over her since her death that I realize both fists are clutching the sheet. He lets out a hard breath. Jesus. Everything got fuzzy after that. I think I slipped in and out of consciousness. I woke up in the hospital to a shit ton of surgeons, police officers, and paparazzi. After they told me everything, I wished I was dead too.
Don't ever say that.
Why not? What was left for me? My best friend was dead. Everything I'd ever worked for was gone just like that. I snapped my fingers in front of his face. No agency wants a felon and a freak as the face of their brand. Jail wasn't actually that bad. Of course, no daughter of Bianca West could dare wear polyester jumpsuits. There's an awkward moment of silence between us, as if he's thinking of the right catchphrase people say in situations like this. The ones where people screw up their lives and everybody knows it, but they still give you a pat on the back and a there, the sun will come out tomorrow pep talk. That's nothing but pity. I roll my eyes to the ceiling. Please don't try to make me feel better by saying some shit like accidents happen, or it's a miracle I'm alive, or it's God's will. I wasn't going to. That's lie number one. I laugh. Not a laugh like earlier. No, this one is deep in my chest and heavy. Karma's a motherfucker. It finally came for me, and Kirkland paid for my sins. End of story. He grabs my chin and forces my eyes on him, shaking his head in frustration.
You think your friend is dead because of what you did to me 7 years ago?
Has he even been listening? How could I not? Look at the similarities, Carrie. I raise my hand and begin to tick my points off on my fingers. Both involve accidents where I'm the driver. Both times I was high. Both times I ruined someone's life that I cared about. The only difference is that this time I paid for it. I'm still holding 3 fingers up between us as I lower my voice. Some would say not nearly enough. He's restless. I can feel his body twitch against me. After such a damning confession, I expect him to roll off me. Instead, his dark eyebrows lift and then pinch together.
Shiloh, don't you know? You lived to do something. Don't waste it feeling sorry for yourself.
I paid off yours and your parents' debts to the McDaniels. I'm ready for explosive anger, but he gives me something even worse. Calmness.
You did what?
Please don't argue with me over this, Carrie. It's done, and you can't make me take it back. Now you don't have to worry about them. I don't know what else to say, so I say nothing, rolling my lips over my teeth and squeezing my eyes shut.
You went to see Mitch McDaniel. Alone.
I nod behind the safety of my closed eyes and rush to speak before he can. You'd be surprised how agreeable an asshole can be when he's handed 2 checks that total almost $1 million. Risking his anger, I open one eye and take in his shocked expression. And don't even think about refusing it, because I'm sure he's already cashed them.
God, your timing sucks. Especially since I...
Trailing off, he groans and presses his palms over his face.
Shiloh, you've got to stop acting like you owe the damn universe some unpaid debt. You are not an evil person. You've just always chosen what's easy instead of what's worth it.
I pop an eye open. Do you think I'm worth it?
Worth what?
Forgiving? He gazes at me, bracing all his weight on one forearm while waiting for me to open the other eye. Once I do, he brushes his thumb across my lips, and I stare back at him, hypnotized by his rhythmic movements over my mouth, until his thumb slides across my face and traces the jagged scar on my cheek. My hand flies up to stop him, but he's too quick and lifts his elbow to block me.
Can you forgive yourself?
I want to give him the right answer. Instead, I give him an honest one. Maybe someday. He hovers his lips just above mine, not quite touching, but so close even a breath can't pass between them.
Me too.
I smile, and he finally kisses me. Not like the frantic kisses from last night, but slow, deliberate licks, like he's drinking me in, savoring me. His hardness is already nudging at my entrance, so I wrap my legs around him and sigh against his lips. No words are spoken as Carrie takes me slowly, with purposeful strokes until my mouth opens for a soundless scream. My fingernails dig into his back as he grips my hair, dropping his face into the hollow of my neck and groaning my name as his body jerks. Sometime hours later, as I watch him sleep, the last 2 words he said to me float through my head.
Me too.
That's the closest I'm going to get to forgiveness. I'll take it and run with it, because even though he hasn't given me his trust, he's given me hope, and that's good enough for me. Chapter 27. Shiloh. My cheeks hurt from smiling so much. You'd think since smiling is what I do for a living, my face would be used to it. However, a photo shoot only lasts a few hours. Once it's over, my natural resting bitch face reclaims its rightful place. 7 days of cheerfulness is a concept I am not quite sure how to navigate. Back in California, if Lena caught me constantly grinning like this, she'd probably throw holy water on me and seek out the nearest exorcist. Here, I'm on my own to figure out how to handle this being happy thing. Not that marathon sex every night doesn't make the issue much easier to simplify. In fact, after waking up in Carrie's bed every morning this week, I've decided that accepting things for what they are may be just what gets me through the next few years. I was even pleasant when I fired my publicist for his press release stunt. I think my mood scared him more than the actual firing part. I'm not known for kindness. Here's another example of how happiness can make you do shit that makes you wonder if you've been possessed by a demon. Carrie told me last night that the health inspector was coming before lunch today, and I volunteered to have Malcolm pick me up in order to come in at 6 a.m. and do some last-minute cleaning. I know. I blame the multiple orgasms. Rots the brain. An hour later, I'm covered in bleach, and the center is so sterile you could eat off the floor. The ring is spotless, the equipment is sanitized, and the showers are scrubbed. Every nook and cranny a teenage boy could desecrate with his bodily fluids has been sprayed, wiped, and polished until they shine. Look at you, cover girl, I say, congratulating myself. I'm not sure how it's even possible, but my smile gets bigger. Not bad for a woman who a couple of months ago had no idea she even owned a washer and dryer, much less knew how to use them. Ripping off the rubber gloves, another invention I had no idea existed before coming here. I toss them into the side pocket of the mop bucket and push the whole thing down the hallway toward the closet. Fishing in my pocket for the set of keys Carrie gave me, I try to unlock the door when my ass rings. Well, the phone in the back pocket of my cut-off denim shorts rings, to be exact. Leaving the key stuck in the door, I reach behind me to see who the hell hates themselves enough to be up this early as well. When the name pops up on the caller ID, I'm both shocked and amused. This should be fun. Good morning, Mother, I say in an obnoxious sing-song voice. Are you just getting home, or is Lars teaching the early morning hot yoga class today? Cute, darling. For your information, I had a full night's sleep last night. Not saying a word, I unlock the door while I ride out her deep abhorrence of uncomfortable silences. Just as I shove the mop and bucket inside the closet, she cracks. And for your information, Rachel was instructing this morning. Because Lars is on vacation, she finally mumbles. I laugh. An honest-to-God, genuine laugh. And it almost makes me laugh harder when I realize I'm not laughing at her or about her, but simply because she's her. She's not the perfect mother, but one thing I've learned since being forced into interstate prison trading is that nobody's perfect. Least of all me. But at the end of the day, she's still my mother, and we can be not perfect together. The dark supply closet isn't exactly my ideal place to chat, so I back up and lean my shoulder against the doorframe. What can I do for you? Nothing. I just miss you. She's quiet for a moment, as if she doesn't want to say the wrong thing. You're always over at Carrie's, and I never see you anymore. You never saw me when I was there. True, but at least I knew I could if I wanted to. It's just so quiet here without you. A shuffling noise in the hallway momentarily diverts my attention, and I lean backward to peer around the corner. Of course, nothing's there, and the harder I stare, the more I think Carrie and I need less sex and more sleep. How about we have dinner tomorrow night? I ask, reclining against the doorframe. I need new clothes, and I think Carrie can handle one night without me. I'd love that. I can't remember hearing such hopefulness in my mother's voice before. It makes me realize what a shitty daughter I've been. Then it's a date. She hedges. We still haven't talked about what you did, or the consequences of all this publicity. I know, but can we talk about it tonight? Today is kind of a big day. The health inspector is coming, and from what Carrie tells me, he has it out for him. Mason McDaniel? She chuckles. A low, knowing laugh that tells me I don't want to know whatever's behind it. I'll have a chat with him. One thing about socializing in a small elite circle, nobody's private business is ever private. Carrie won't have to worry about him. Trust me. Yeah, I absolutely don't want to know. Thanks. I better go. I have less than an hour to get everything put away here before everyone starts coming in for the day. Okay, darling. I start to move the phone from my ear when she calls my name. Hey, Shiloh. Yeah? I love you. In 25 years, I have never heard those 3 words come out of Bianca West's mouth. I don't know how to react, but I know what to say. I love you too. I hold the phone against my chest for a few moments after disconnecting the call. Everything seems to be falling into place, but I don't dare say the words out loud. That's just stupid. Everyone knows the laws of Jinx. That shit's absolute and finite. As I push away of the doorframe, I hear it again and freeze. Shuffling, followed by a complete silence. Whether I'm imagining things or not, I think the rest of the morning might be better spent sitting on a bench outside. Still gripping my phone, every move seems to be in slow motion as I reach inside the closet for the door. Only I don't get that far. 2 strong hands shove me from behind, knocking my phone out of my hand and sending me headfirst into the tiny shoebox closet. With nothing but cloths and dustpans to break my fall, I slam onto the wood floor on my hands and knees, skidding across some old boxing equipment before smacking my head against a shelf. I'm not even sure what the hell just happened, but I don't have time to figure it out. The only light filtering into the tiny room is rapidly narrowing, and panic I haven't felt in 9 months rages through me. No! Please don't! I scream, turning around and crawling as fast as I can to the door. At the last minute, I fling myself toward the tiny sliver of light that's left, letting out a grunt as my body collides with nothing but a thick block of wood. The distinct sound of a key turning and a lock being engaged touches my ears long before my hands touch the doorknob. That's why I already know it's not going to turn when I twist it. However, somewhere between my ears and my hands, the message to my brain gets lost, and I continue to alternately jerk on the unmoving doorknob and beat on the door. Let me out! God, please let me out! I can't be in here! I can't do this! I can't... I repeat the last two words over and over until my voice is hoarse and my frantic pounding becomes weak slaps. From the other side of the door, I hear my phone ring. I have no idea who would do this or why, and at the moment I don't care. The darkened closet is spinning, reality taking a back seat to a nightmare that's come back for me. Once again, I'm in overdrive with no brake pedal, and one spark of a match explodes a bomb inside of me. Absorbing the chaos, I slide my palms down the length of the door and collapse to the floor. It doesn't take long for the walls to close in, pressing against me with jagged edges and broken glass as the deceivingly sweet, aromatic smell of burning rubber burns my lungs. And just like that, I'm there. She's there. It's real and happening all over again. Time has passed. I don't know how much, but our song keeps playing, so I keep singing it. I'm on rendition number 13 of Britney Spears' Toxic, so I'm guessing around 40 minutes, give or take a few poison paradises. I cough, but it doesn't clear the smoke from my lungs, so I just go straight into rendition 14. Barely one verse in, I hear footsteps and muffled mumbling on the other side of the door. Verse 2 begins and my voice breaks, so I cough again and start over. Rendition 14. Take 2. Shiloh? The familiar voice stops me, and I listen. When I'm met with silence, I sigh and start again. Rendition 14. Take 3. Shiloh. Shiloh, answer me. Carrie? Impossible. Snowflake. It's too early for hide and go seek. Okay, now that sounds just like Frankie. Shy. Are you here? Answer me, baby. How did they get inside the car? Rendition 14. Take 4. Shy. I jump as Carrie's voice booms from right outside as he pounds on the door and shakes the doorknob. Why the hell is it locked? Shiloh, open this damn door right now. I can hear you. I know you're in there. I learned about hallucinations from one of the revolving door of psychiatrists Bianca dragged me to. They're experiences involving the apparent perception of something not present. It's simple logic. And logically, Carrie and Frankie can't really be in my wrecked Lamborghini. That'd be crazy. Which would make me crazy. Rendition number 14. Take 5. Shiloh. Wait. Are you singing? Carrie's voice sounds both frantic and confused. Is that toxic? What the hell's wrong with her? Frankie's so freaked out I laugh and mess up the middle of the chorus. More mumbling, more movement. Shy, move away from the door, baby. We're coming in. I don't move. I've never taken orders in my life. Why would I take them from a hallucination? 4 kicks proceed, a splintering of wood that bathes the room in the ugliest, most beautiful fluorescent light I've ever seen. The walls recede, and the overpowering stench of burned rubber evaporates. I blink against the bright light until a form steps forward and blocks out most of it, except for the part outlining him like an angel. I wouldn't know an angel if it walked up and slapped me in the face, but if there needed to be a template made, Carrie Kincaid fit the bill. An angel dressed in black pants and a gray t-shirt, staring down at me like he doesn't know whether to kiss me senseless or shake some sense into me. Fuck. It's the only thing he says before bending down and scooping me up in his arms. His chest is warm against my cheek, calming my demons and making me feel safe. I could stay here forever. Unfortunately, forever lasts about 2 more seconds before he dumps my ass on top of his desk and cradles my face between his inked hands.
Tell me exactly what happened.
I shrug, my shoulders barely lifting an inch before slumping back down in exhaustion. I don't know. I was taking the supplies back to the closet when Bianca called. When we hung up, someone shoved me inside and locked me in.
Are you all right? When I heard you...
His voice trails off, but he doesn't need to say anything else. I can see the fear in his eyes. I don't need a padded cell yet, I assure him with a weak smile. I'm okay. It's over. Carrie's eyes flash a darkness that sends shivers down my spine.
Oh, it's far from over. Stay here.
Before I can argue, he pulls my phone from his back pocket and hits a speed dial button.
Hey, Malcolm, it's Carrie Kincaid. Yeah, can you come to the center and pick up Shiloh? She's not feeling well, and I can't bring her home right now. Great, thank you.
I swipe at the air, but it's pointless. He disconnects the call and shoves my phone back in his pocket. No, I don't want to go home, I beg, grabbing his shirt and pulling him against me. Why are you pushing me away? His hardened look softens as he wraps his fingers around my wrists and gently dislodges my hold.
I'm not. I promise.
He turns to Frankie, and a look I don't understand passes between them.
Make sure she gets in that car and goes home, and then watch the center for me.
For the second time this morning, panic sets in. Carrie, you can't leave. What about the inspection?
Fuck the inspection.
Pulling a set of keys from his pocket, he stomps toward the door with a clenched jaw and tight fists. Frankie and I share a worried glance before he calls after him.
Where are you going?
Carrie doesn't bother turning around as he jerks the front door open and slams it against the wall.
To kill her.
Chapter 28. Carrie.
When we hung up, someone shoved me inside and locked me in.
As Shiloh's words replay over and over in my head, I keep seeing the terror on her face as she lay slumped on the floor of that closet. Cursing again, my foot slams the brake against the floor of the car, causing the tires to lock and squeal. It's not that loud, but in such a quiet upscale neighborhood, it might as well have been a gunshot. Faces peek out of the lifted blinds of the multi-million-dollar mansions, and I resist the urge to raise a middle finger out my window. I knew something was wrong the minute Frankie and I walked into the center and everything was quiet. Shiloh is a lot of things, but quiet isn't one of them. I thought I'd lose my mind looking for her. Then I heard it. The quiet singing. Toxic. Of all damn songs she was singing, Toxic in the supply closet. When the doorknob wouldn't turn and I realized it was locked from the outside, there was no doubt in my mind what had happened. Even before she told me, I knew. Fucking Taryn. I slammed the car door extra hard because at this point, I don't give a damn if she knows I'm coming or not. Fucking with me, I can handle, but attacking Shiloh with her biggest fear is a line she shouldn't have crossed. I'm not here to talk. I'm here to end this shit. Just to be a dick, I pressed the doorbell repeatedly. At least 12 times in a row to let her know this isn't a social call, and I'm sure as hell not conforming to any of her rich bitch rules. If her neighbors call the cops, then that's even better. I'd be happy to clue them in on the whole family's extortion practices. I'm bouncing on my toes like a prize fighter by the time Taryn opens the door. I almost put my foot up her ass at the smirk she wears as if she's expecting me. Stretching her arm up the doorframe, she plants her palm against it and taps her nails.
Good morning, Carrie. How did your inspection go?
I see red. Or maybe it's black. I'm not sure, but the part of my brain that makes rational decisions shuts down, replaced by only noise and complete darkness. Holding her stare, I knock my arm into a crystal lamp that's sitting on the table next to me. Although her eyes never break from mine as it crashes to the floor and shatters, uncertainty flickers in them. That flicker is all I need to know she's guilty. I don't wait for an invitation. Grabbing her, I push her against the wall. You think that was fucking funny?
I don't know what you're talking about.
She's breathing heavily, but she makes no move to try to fight me off. In fact, the bitch is still smiling. It's almost like she's daring me, as if she doesn't think I have the balls. I know you're vindictive, but are you that heartless? I growl, our noses an inch apart. Do you know what she went through? Do you even care?
Not in the least. And in your own words, Carrie, if you're gonna swing, swing hard, because once I get up, I'll swing back.
Same smirk, same stare, same challenge.
Then prove it, hotshot. You've wanted to get back at me for years now. Take your best swing.
I don't hit women, Shiloh. Fuck! With the exchange with Shiloh echoing in my head, I let her go and pace the foyer like a caged animal. I can't hit a woman. As much as I want to right now and as much as she deserves it, I'm not that guy. It's not what I teach the boys and it's not what I told Shiloh.
I think you need to leave,
Taryn says, smoothing out her dress as if destruction of property and assault is an everyday occurrence for her. Still wired, I run my fingers through my hair and tug at the strands. She was trapped in a burning car, Taryn. It's taken 9 months for her to crawl out of that hell, and in a few seconds you dragged her right back in. Cocking her head to the side, she stares at me with renewed interest.
You fucked her.
What I do is none of your damn business anymore. Taryn just clucks her tongue.
Not true. I warned you not to fuck with me, Carrie.
Her words unlock a part of me I refuse to believe still existed. A part that knows the pain of losing someone. Sweat beads on my forehead as I grind my teeth. You have no hold over me anymore. Leave us both alone and go to hell. She doesn't answer me. The smile she wore when she opened the door returns, but this time there's something behind it that turns my stomach. Walking over to the mess of shattered crystal, she bends down and picks up one of the larger pieces. For a moment I wonder if she's going to try to cut one or both of us, but she doesn't. Instead, she stands and holds it up to the window, turning it so the sunlight reflects through it, casting an array of colors around the entire room.
You know what a prism is, Carrie?
My phone is buzzing like crazy, but I ignore it. I can't take my eyes off the sadistic way she keeps twisting that jagged piece of crystal.
It's an optical illusion, something that deceives the eye by appearing to be something other than what it actually is.
What the hell is that supposed to mean? Finally taking her eyes off the damn piece of glass, she glances over her shoulder at me and smiles, the corners of her mouth perfectly still.
It means it's showtime.
I've driven around for an hour, breaking every speed limit on every side street and highway in this town, and I still can't calm the rage inside me. I'm restless, on edge, and pissed off. I need to hit something. Hard. My fingers tighten around the steering wheel, itching to feel tape around them, needing to punch. The obvious solution would be to go back to the center and climb into the ring with Frankie. But I can't. If I stand in the ring with him, it won't be a spar. My anger will come through my fists, and one of us will get carried out. It won't be me. Besides, I can't let Shiloh see that side of me. It was bad enough when I popped Romeo, but that'd be a friendly shove compared to what she'd see right now. She knows I've changed. But whatever this thing is between us, I can't risk screwing it up by showing her the extent of just how much. Thou shalt not steal. Thou was a dick and did it anyway. Drowning Pool's Bodies is next on my playlist, and I turn the volume up as loud as it'll go. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. The lyrics fuel an already out-of-control fire in my veins, and I press the gas pedal harder. I'm weaving in and out of traffic on the Carolina Bays Parkway like a race car driver on the last lap when I remember where I am. Making a hard right, I cross 3 lanes of traffic and exit. A couple of turns later, I tear out of the car and all but kick the door open to martial law MMA studio. Hey, Kincaid, where you been? Haven't seen you in months. I've known the owner, Hal, for years. I've shed a lot of blood at this studio, and there's probably more than a few stains left over. He's a good guy, but his easygoing smile fades when he sees me. Hey, you okay? My voice is low and rough as I resume pacing. I need someone. Anyone in particular? Someone who can take a hit. I wait for him to question me. Instead, he scans the room, eventually settling on a man murdering a punching bag who has biceps the size of elephants' feet. Keller. Hal motions him over. You warmed up? Keller looks me up and down, curling his scarred lip into a cocky smile. Just for this guy, or did he bring a friend? I don't need backup. I've got enough adrenaline coursing through my veins to take on everyone in this place. Grabbing a roll of tape off the equipment shelf, I walk past him, purposely shoulder-checking him on my way to the ring. Get in. Shiloh is sitting on the top of the reception desk when I open the door to the center 7 hours after I walked out. Technically, the center is open until 9 o'clock, but I could care less about rules and protocol as I turn the lock. I have my head turned away from her as she leaps off it and launches herself into my arms. Why the hell is she still here? I don't want her to see me, but I'm sure as hell not going to let her fall. Catching her, I allow myself a moment to inhale her scent before letting her go. Free from her grip, I try to circle around her, but this is Shiloh West. Traumatized or not, everything happens on her terms. Hooking her thumb and finger around my chin, she turns my face toward her and gasps.
Oh my God, Carrie, what happened to you?
I don't want to talk about it. I should have said I didn't need a therapist or a nurse as well, because she lifts her other hand and traces the gashes in my cheek, above and below my eyes, and especially the one split in my bottom lip. All of them are caked with dried blood. I hope Keller didn't have a date tonight. It's kind of hard to impress a girl when you're missing 6 of your front teeth.
What did you do?
She whispers. I tripped.
On what, a wood chipper?
Boss, the inspector never showed, Frankie announces, walking from my office into the entryway, flipping through a stack of papers in his hands. I guess it doesn't matter because you bounced and, fuck, man, you look like shit. His eyes widen when he sees what's left of my face, and the papers fall to the floor as he rushes toward me. I know what he's doing, and I don't want his help. I want everyone to go away and let me deal with this my way. But instead, they're all hovering over me. Before he touches me, I shove the heel of my hand into his chest and he stumbles backward.
Carrie, stop!
Shiloh yells, grabbing my wrist and putting herself in between us. I ignore her and look around her shoulder to Frankie. Why is she still here? He shrugs and shoves his hands in his pockets. Her ride came to get her, but she wouldn't leave until you came back. Her lips thin, and she fights to control her tone.
She's right here. You can ask her yourself.
No, I can't. I've just ended a man's career. I can't risk touching you right now. Now's not the time. Jerking out of her hold, I walk away.
Carrie, you need to talk to me,
she yells after me, her footsteps doubling mine as she closes in on me.
Where did you go? Cuts like this don't just happen.
Stopping mid-stride, I grip the hair above my forehead and squeeze. The thoughts running through my head aren't safe for her. Why the hell won't she listen? Turning around, I let go of my hair and fling my arm out to the side, watching her flinch as I fight to control my temper. I said, leave me alone! Leaving her standing there with an open mouth, I stomp the rest of the way to the locker room, tearing clothes off as I go. By the time I reach the shower, my chest is heaving and I'm pretty sure my blood pressure is at stroke level. As the water beats down on my bruised skin, I watch the blood pool at my feet. I'm not sure if it's mine or Keller's or a combination of both, but it's mildly cathartic as it mixes with the water and disappears down the drain. Just like before, I feel her before I see her, and bow my head knowing I did everything I could to keep her out of the lion's den. It's not my fault she jumped willingly over the fence. I've already told you once, Starshine. If you're gonna be in here, you're gonna be naked.
Chapter 29. Shiloh. It doesn't matter how many times I've seen him naked. Each time takes my breath away. Heat flames my skin, and it's not from the steam filling the room. It's from the sculptured back that leads to a trim waist, which connects to the firmest ass I've ever dug my nails into. Clearing my throat, I try to reason with him. If you'll just listen to me. His flattened palms bend at the knuckles. Don't make me repeat myself. Ignoring the urge to run, I take a step forward. The back of his body isn't as battered as the front, but it's still bruised. It makes me want to tend to his wounds and take away whatever drove him to this point. He saved me today, and I want to save him. However, as I stare at the way his fingers grip the shower tile as if they're trying to rip them out of the wall, I know saving isn't what he needs. I know what he needs, and although part of me is nervous about how tightly coiled he is right now, I'm going to give it to him. Between my own pounding heartbeat and rapid breathing, the sound of the running water is drowned out as I unbutton my shorts. Hooking my thumbs underneath the waistband of my lace panties, I drag both pieces down my legs and step out of them. Carrie doesn't move, still leaning against the tile as the water pelts down his back. Once I toss the rest of my clothes on the concrete, I walk slowly toward him, praying I'm right and not making the biggest mistake of my life. Your stubborn streak is going to get you hurt one day, Shiloh. Maybe, but not today. A low laugh rumbles in his chest. Are you sure about that? No, I'm not sure about anything right now. However, I'm observant, and I know he needs an outlet. Whatever he did to cause such destruction to himself didn't work. If he doesn't get it all out, he's going to implode. I don't answer him. Instead, I place both palms on his shoulder blades and slowly run them down the length of his back and around his ribcage. Just as I turn my fingers toward the sharp V in his abs, he pushes off the wall and grabs my hands. Before you do that, you need to ask yourself if you're prepared for what comes next. Use me. The words are out of my mouth before I realize I've said them. He sighs and shakes his head. You don't know what you're saying. I know exactly what I'm saying. Breaking free from his hold, I boldly reach down and wrap my hand around his cock. As I suspected, he's already hard, and I slowly stroke him. Lifting onto my toes, I whisper against his ear. Do it. With lightning reflexes, he grasps my wrist and spins me around, shoving my back against the unforgiving wet tile. Lost in the vacant glaze in his eyes, I say nothing as he pins both hands over my head. His kiss is brutal, nothing like the sexy, exploring ones I've been used to the past week. It's punishing, his mouth probing my lips, tongue, teeth, anything he can find to possess and dominate. He pushes, and I yield, giving him what he needs in a dangerous game. Pulling my lower lip between his teeth, he presses our foreheads together, his grip on my wrists making me wince. Last chance to run. I can't speak. I'm terrified and exhilarated. I want this, want him, but I'm in uncharted waters, and that's a place I usually avoid at all cost. Instead of answering, I lift up on my toes and kiss him back. A slow, determined kiss that's meant to reassure him of my intentions. But it's not my intentions he's interested in. Grabbing a handful of my hair, he pulls it back until I sink to the concrete floor and raises an expectant eyebrow. Open. I've never been one to take orders during sex, but if saving him means being his vessel, I'll be a fucking vessel. I open my mouth and he guides himself inside, the metal piercing clashing against my teeth. As big as he is, I manage to establish a rhythm and risk a glance up at him. His head is thrown back and his eyes are closed. The line between his eyebrows is deep and pronounced as he draws them together with every upward pull of my lips. He clenches his teeth and sucks in a deep breath. Fuck yes. The control is all his. Holding my head steady by my hair, he delivers deliberate strokes, taking his power and pleasure all in one act. It's not long before his face contorts, his body jerking, as a shudder tears through every muscle and limb. My name rumbles from his throat in a primitive growl, and then my tongue and throat are flooded with warmth.
Take it all,
he commands through gritted teeth. So I do, repeatedly. When he opens his eyes, he's different. There's a calm on his face I haven't seen since last night. The vacant hardness in his eyes is gone, replaced by the piercing ocean blue that hypnotizes me with just a passing glance. I sink back onto my heels and close my eyes, exhausted and relieved. My Carrie is back. Hands cup my face, and I open my eyes to find him kneeling in front of me, his thumbs alternately caressing my cheeks and lips as if he can't believe I'm real.
Why didn't you go home like I asked you to?
Carrie, I've been here for over 2 months now. When have I ever done anything you've asked me to? Smiling, I lean into his palm.
I'm serious, Shiloh.
I shrug. I couldn't. You tore out of here with hell in your eyes. I was worried about you. There's more, but I can't tell him. I've never given enough of a shit about anyone to stick around and worry. My reactions over him confuse and scare me.
Careful, Starshine.
He laughs and runs a hand across my cheek.
You might actually be putting other people first.
Isolated incident. Won't happen again. There's a marked silence between us as he takes in our naked bodies in the open locker room.
I never thanked you for what you did for my family. I'm sorry about that. And I'm sorry about this.
You don't have to thank me, and this was my choice. I'd choose it all over again if I needed to. Are you okay now? Brushing my wet hair away from my face, he nods.
For now, yeah.
His ambiguous statement unsettles me, but he seems so much calmer than he was 20 minutes ago that I let it go. Besides, there's one thing that's still bothering me. Carrie, when you left, you said, I'm going to kill her. Who is her? What don't I know? My last word is cut off as he kisses me. Not a brutal kiss like a few minutes ago, but a gentle one. Soft, tender. When he pulls back, he presses his thumb over my lips again. It seems to be a thing with him now.
I thought I knew who did this to you, but I was wrong.
I study him for a minute. Then again, maybe it's not a thing. Maybe it's his tell, and it's taken us being intimate for him to show it. Who knows? I say, forcing a laugh. I'm not exactly winning any popularity contests around here these days.
Still, you're never to be alone here again. Got it?
His stare is intense again. He's not kidding. Got it. Once we're both on our feet and dressed, we're walking hand in hand toward the door when he stops and pulls me against him.
Speaking of being alone, I don't want to be. I won't be able to rest if I don't know you're all right.
I laugh, more than slightly amused at the 180 twist our relationship has taken. Is this your way of asking me to come home with you?
No, it's my way of telling you to come home with me.
My smile widens, and I tap his cheek with an open palm, half gentle in a joking manner and half firm just to keep it real. I hate to burst your bubble, caveman, but I have rehab tonight.
Can't you skip it?
And miss the stale wafer cookies and Kool-Aid? Placing my hand over my heart, I fake a dramatic Southern Belle-worthy gasp. Are you kidding me? I live for that shit. Rolling his eyes, he tugs my hand forward and we start walking toward the center again.
Okay, fine, point taken. I'll drive you.
And Frankie, too. He smiles a little too wide, and I stifle another laugh.
Of course. I love an audience.
Frankie slams the door and slings his worn backpack over his shoulder.
Catch you inside, Snowflake. Don't be late, or I'm eating your share.
Don't touch my damn cookies. I yell out the window at his turned back. He just raises his middle finger in response and walks away laughing. Carrie stays quiet, twisting his hands around the steering wheel. I find it mildly amusing that he seems almost shy, considering he had his cock shoved in my mouth an hour ago. Shifting his eyes toward me, he finally drops his hands in his lap and sighs.
Shy. I don't know what this is. I'm pretty sure it doesn't have a label, and if it did, it'd probably contain a warning. We're fucked up, you and me. I have no idea where this is gonna lead, but I know I'm game to find out if you are.
You mean we're not just great sex? I flash him a playful smile and wink, giving him every opportunity to recant his statement and run. Outwardly, I'm the epitome of easy-breezy Shiloh, but inside I'm an F5 tornado, tossing everything I've ever known into a wind tunnel because I want his words to be true. I want the warning label. I want to be game. I want him. Apparently, years of wearing a mask has served me well because all he sees is easy-breezy Shiloh and chuckles at my joke.
Don't get me wrong, that's one hell of a perk, but no. I'm tired of being angry all the time. It's exhausting. And to be honest, the person I've hated for the past 7 years doesn't exist anymore.
Reaching across the console, he takes my hand in his and gives it a squeeze.
You've changed, and so have I.
Do you mean that?
Yeah,
He says, frowning and looking down at our conjoined hands.
I think Ellie would be pretty pissed off at the way I've held on to a mistake. She was all about living in the moment, looking forward, no matter how little time there was left. I want to live in the moment with you, Shiloh. I always have, even when I tried to convince myself otherwise.
I'm still absorbing his confession when he surprises me with a kiss, our tongues moving in perfect harmony, as if this was always the plan, as if we were always supposed to be. When I get out of this meeting, let's start living. I don't care how needy I sound. He can take it however he wants. He weaves his fingers through my hair and brushes his thumb over my scar. For the first time, I don't flinch.
When you get out of this meeting, I have something I need to tell you. If we're going to do this, we need to do it with a clean slate.
I ignore the duplicity of his promise. Then clean slate it is. After another quick kiss, I wave goodbye and walk into the meeting. Clean slate. Imagine that.
Chapter 30. Carrie. Guilt is a powerful thing. Even when life is on the right track and you think you're keeping it between the yellow lines, your damn conscience creeps up into your blind spot and clips you from behind, sending you spinning into a 6-car pileup. After dropping Shiloh and Frankie off at their meeting, I decided to kill time by swinging by my parents' motel. It's late, but I know since they're short-staffed, they'll both be there. Hopefully, since Shiloh has paid off their debt to the McDaniels, they can afford to get some decent help and can take some time off. I slow my footsteps as the gravel pops under my feet like gunfire. Pow, you're a thief. Pow, you're a liar. Pow, you're a fraud. The hope in Shiloh's face almost killed me. When she first came back to town, all I wanted to do was ruin her. Now all I want to do is love her. Because I do. I fucking love her. But I know she'll walk away from me when I tell her the truth. The truth of how I stole from her and conspired with Taryn to ruin her life. Because no one can forgive a double betrayal like that. Yeah, I know she screwed me over years ago, but this is different. My sins took planning and thought. It's hard to come back from that. The thing is, she has the power to retaliate in a much worse way than I did. Shiloh can shut down. Running away to California isn't possible without defying her court order, but she can put a wall between us. I'm no pussy, but being forced to see her every day without being able to touch her will kill me. The thought agitates me to the point of wanting to get back into the car and head to martial law, so I hurry to the office door. The repetitive chime I've always hated signals my presence, and my mom's dark hair pops up from behind the desk. She's all smiles as if they aren't one more late payment away from bankruptcy. I'm not sure if she'll be relieved or shit a brick when she finds out what Shiloh's done. The minute she sees me, her smile gets even bigger.
Carrick!
Running around the corner of the desk, she wraps her arms around my neck and hugs me like she hasn't seen me in months.
You didn't tell me you were stopping by?
I never do, but that's besides the point. I was in the neighborhood. Total lie, but she doesn't have to know that. She looks tired. Her youthful face has aged since I got them involved with the McDaniels. She's wearing jeans and a Castaway Sands logo t-shirt, but it's untucked and stained on the pocket. My mother is meticulous about cleanliness and order. I may not have grown up with money, but Mom was adamant that we always take pride in what we had. That's how I know how bad things have gotten for them. When's the last time you slept, Mom? She raises an eyebrow in that mother way that makes you feel like you just got caught sneaking liquor out of the house.
Well, you sure know how to make a girl feel special, huh?
You know what I mean. I groan, leaning my elbows on the desk as a pounding sound shakes the ceiling above my head. I can tell you've been working too much. The pounding gets louder and I nod my chin upward. Hey, what's that sound? And where's Dad? She sighs and rolls her eyes.
Room 309.
Again? Room 309 has been a pain in our asses for years. If it's not the plumbing, it's the electrical wiring or the appliances or a damn insect infestation. That's where the room is cursed if I believed in that kind of shit.
Yep, pipe burst in the bathroom and flooded the whole thing. He's been up there for hours trying to save as much as he can.
Jesus Christ.
Watch your mouth,
she warns, pointing a finger at me.
I don't like that talk.
She's not kidding. I can still taste soap from that time in 7th grade when she washed my mouth out for calling my teacher a bitch. Well, that makes what I have to tell you even more timely. Pressing her palms toward me, she shakes her head and starts backing up.
No more bad news, Carrick. I don't think my heart can take it.
No bad news, Mom. I promise, reaching for her hand and pulling her back. You don't have to worry about the motel anymore. The debt is gone. I wait for a scream, maybe even smile of appreciation. What I get are narrowed eyes and pursed lips.
What do you mean, gone?
It's paid off. You have a clean slate. Clean slate. My choice of words isn't lost on me. Finally, her eyes widen and her hands cover her mouth in shock.
Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness, Carrick, I can't believe that.
Her voice trails off as suspicion clouds her eyes.
This is her doing, isn't it?
Shit. I palm the back of my neck and sigh. I was hoping to avoid having this conversation, but the woman is like a bloodhound. She has a name, Mom, and what does it matter where it came from? The motel is safe and you and Dad can stop worrying. Moving back behind the desk, she looks away and starts to obsessively shuffle papers.
It matters because it's blood money, son. She's buying your forgiveness.
No, she isn't, I insist, slapping a hand on top of the stack to stop her. Mom, you have no idea what's been going on right under your nose. She grips the edge of the desk.
Then why don't you tell me for once?
We say nothing for a few seconds. I can't lie to her. She'd know anyway, so it's sink or swim time for me and I'm out of air. I sigh. I got in way over my head. Taryn had me by the balls. She's been blackmailing me with the money her family lent me to start the center. The money you guys borrowed, with her uncle being the health inspector and now with Shiloh.
What about Shiloh?
She hates her mom. I admit, sweat beading my forehead. At the rugged maniac race, she told me if I broke up with her, she'd come after both of us. She's crazy. I wait for her to tell me how disappointed she is in me. Instead, her expression softens.
You love her?
Yeah. I always have.
I know. I wish you didn't.
The breath I let out is a mix of relief and resentment. Me too. It'd be easier if I didn't. My mother is unfazed by my admission.
We don't choose who we fall in love with, son.
If we did, they'd call it stepping in love. We fall because we have no control. You're walking along just fine, and then before you know it, the ground is gone, your heart is gone, and you're falling. She emphasizes her point by dropping her arms toward the ground. A thought suddenly hits me. Did Grandma and Grandpa like Dad? She snorts and wrinkles her nose. Are you kidding? He whisked me away from Spartanburg at 18 with dreams of owning a motel in a tourist trap like Myrtle Beach. They hated him for taking me away, but their opinion didn't matter to me. A smile pulls at the corners of her mouth. I would have moved cross-country for him and lived in a tent. I'd live in a tent for her. Reaching for my hand, she gives it a squeeze. Then that tells me all I need to know. Sitting in the parking lot of the motel, I wait for Shiloh's call and think about what my mother said. We don't choose who we fall in love with. I sure as hell wouldn't have chosen Shiloh, but it's too late. The ground is gone, my heart is gone, and I've fallen. I'm so sorry. I'm not sure if I'm saying it to Shiloh for lying or to myself for being a shitbag. All I do know is that as much as I promised her a clean slate, I can't risk losing her by telling her what I've done. Since I haven't spent a dime yet, I'll find a way to get her money back in her account, and somehow I'll keep her away from Taryn until I can figure out what the hell she has planned. I have to. I have no other choice. Turning up the radio, I find a station that suits my mood and lean back against the headrest. As the heavy guitar riffs hit the chorus, I reach for the button to crank it even louder when my phone rings. Seeing her gorgeous face pop up on my screen, I cut the music and answer. All done, beautiful? You need to get here now, a panicked male voice yells. My heart races and I immediately start the car. Frankie? What's wrong? Shiloh has been arrested.
Chapter 31. Shiloh. After the meeting ends, Kelly waves at me as she turns to leave. I change my mind a dozen times in the span of a few seconds, but end up laying a hesitant hand on her arm to stop her. How did the visit go with your kids? Chairs scrape, and the noise level in the room rises as people make their way toward the refreshment table. Since letting go of the initial hostility I had about these meetings, I've actually grown to care about these people. I'm ashamed at how I once considered them to be beneath me, as if they were all third-class thugs and I was some kind of elite criminal. That's some snobby-ass bullshit. Kelly's eyes lower, and my heart drops. Her dick ex-husband tried to keep her away from her twins, so I talked to Will, and he gave me the name of the best domestic lawyer in town. I've waited all week, hoping to hear good news. Kelly, no. Tell me he didn't block the order again. Before I can launch into a tirade, she tilts her head up and grins. Amazing. They're amazing. Life is amazing. You're being a little vague. I laugh, returning her huge smile. Are you saying things are amazing? Her arms are around me before I can prepare for them. Shiloh, I can't thank you enough. That lawyer is incredible. I owe you everything. I pull away and cross my arms over my chest. Don't judge. Progress is great, but I'm still not comfortable with that much physical touch. I'm evolving, but even Rome wasn't built in a day. You don't owe me anything, Kelly. I just did what anyone else would have done. Kelly juts out her chin and shakes her head. Modesty doesn't suit you. Take a compliment when it's deserved and deal with the fact that you're actually a nice person, as much as it pains you to admit it. When did Carolinians get so astute? Maybe we need to limit their access to CNN. We briefly hug again when a hand lands on my shoulder. You ready to go? I glance behind me and nod as Frankie guides me toward the door while shoving no less than half a dozen wafers in his mouth. I wave goodbye to Kelly while brushing crumbs off my shoulder. You eat like a primate. His only response is to make high-pitched gorilla sounds and scratch his armpits. Classy. Just as I reach for the doorknob, Frankie makes a grunting sound and swallows the mouthful of cookies he has shoved inside his cheek. I pause, not sure whether to smack him for being so disgusting or jump behind him and perform the Heimlich maneuver. "Backpack," he manages to say as pieces of wet wafer fly out of his mouth. "Hold up, I forgot my backpack." I raise a hand, partly to keep him in place, but mainly to block the spray of cookie dust from embedding in my hair. "Finish eating, I'll get it." "You sure?" "Yeah, and wipe your mouth." Winking, I give him a friendly light slap on the cheek. "You look like you've been chewing on sawdust." "You love me, West," he calls after me. "Admit it." "In your better dreams, Montero." The chatter has died down, and the room is almost cleared out by the time I make my way back to the meeting area. Grabbing the worn black backpack that's draped over the back of our chairs, I sling it over my shoulder and head outside to join the others. The minute I step through the door, I can't help but laugh when I find Frankie having a very in-depth conversation with some young girl with long red hair and boobs the size of watermelons. Far be it from me to cockblock him with an interruption, so I just shift his backpack higher onto my shoulder and pull my phone out of my purse to call Carrie. Clean slate. Just as I start to dial, I hear them in the distance. The repetitive wail is faint at first, then grows louder. I glance up just as two squad cars skid to a stop in front of the crowd, turning in such a way that their front bumpers almost touch. The phone is still in my hand, my thumb still over the dial button, when Frankie appears by my side.
"Don't say anything."
"Why? What do they want?"
"Don't know, but it's never good. Keep your mouth shut."
The entire crowd goes silent. Not that anyone can blame them. Most of them are here because they've either been addicted to drugs or alcohol or been busted for it. Police aren't exactly the most welcome visitors. Two officers get out of their vehicles. One who obviously spends all of his off-duty time bench pressing unsuspecting gym members, and the other who spends his slurping donuts through a straw. Two very different mentalities, but one agenda. Which is apparently me. The first one stands in front of me, his expression unreadable.
"Are you Shiloh West?"
What a dumb question. That's like walking up to Brad Pitt and asking if he's Brad Pitt. "Yes." He nods to my shoulder and holds out his meaty hand.
"I'm going to need you to hand over the backpack."
Voices sound muted, as if they're echoing from within a long tunnel, and I'm standing outside in a rainstorm. I'm still staring, my mouth hanging open, when someone pushes their way through the crowd and moves in behind me.
"Excuse me, what's this about?"
"And you are?" The rounder of the two officers tilts his head over my shoulder.
"Gary Herndon. I'm the facilitator of this group."
How wonderful. Now Gary's up to bat. This should look great on the report to Judge Oliver. The same officer widens his stance and adjusts his hat, I assume in an effort to appear more authoritative. Sipping his fly would probably be more effective, but I'm not exactly in a position to dole out advice right now.
"We received an anonymous tip that illegal drugs are being distributed at this location."
"That's absurd," Gary scoffs.
"This is an addiction rehabilitation meeting." "I understand that, Mr. Herndon, but the call specifically stated that Miss West was in possession of drugs with an intent to sell at your meeting."
When I was 12 years old, Taryn and I went to an amusement park in town. I usually avoided the touristy gathering place, but somehow Taryn convinced me to get on one ride called the Rainbow. After sitting in a long rectangular seat, they swung me up into the air and I thought, oh, maybe this won't be so bad. Then they swung my ass back down at such warp speed I literally flew out of my seat, gravity no longer my friend. I felt suspended, my heart still beating, but ironically at peace with knowing it was only a matter of time until it stopped. That's exactly how I feel right now. still stuck on that damn rainbow, suspended in midair with my still heart beating, yet waiting for it to stop. Frankie jumps in front of me, his face flushed with anger.
That's bullshit. Is it?
The muscular cop cracks his neck to the side.
Are you saying Miss West's illegal substance history doesn't give us probable cause to search her?
Well played.
Fuck.
Frankie mutters under his breath. The cop smirks and holds out his hand again.
Hand over the bag, Miss West.
I sigh as the bag slips down my arm, but Frankie isn't into being so agreeable. Grabbing the strap, he shoves it back onto my shoulder.
But it's not her.
Shut up, Frankie. Cutting him off, I soften the blow with a forced smile. It's fine. They're not going to find anything anyway, so what's the big deal? He narrows his eyes.
Fine.
Nobody says another word as I hand over the backpack to Officer Meathead. I'm anxious as they drop the bag onto the hood of their car and dig through it with insanely bright flashlights. But I'm not nervous. I'm still considering calling Carrie like I'd planned on when I hear arrogant laughter. I'm still gripping my phone when I glance up to see Meathead holding the biggest bag of weed I've ever seen in my life.
Gotta be at least 40 grams in here,
he announces, flicking the bag with his finger.
All of it separated into smaller bags. That's possession with intent to distribute.
That can't be right. There's some mistake. Leaving the Ziploc on the hood of his partner's car, he pulls a set of silver handcuffs from his utility belt.
Turn around and put your hands behind you, Miss West.
Keep your hands and feet inside the ride at all times. You're not scared, are you, Shiloh? Shut up, Taryn. I'm not scared of anything.
Hold on tight and enjoy your ride on the rainbow. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you.
I don't remember turning around. I don't remember the handcuffs clicking into place. I don't remember being turned around or being guided toward the squad car. But I do remember the moment I made the decision to beat karma to the punch.
Wait!
Frankie yells, pulling me out of my haze.
This is crazy! You've got it all wrong, that bag, it's not… Frankie!
My tone is sharp. It's over, all right? It was stupid to bring it.
But…
Whatever. Shit happens. I'm being arrested for the second time in my life, but it's the first time I'm innocent. The drugs aren't mine, but I know they're not Frankie's either. I've gotten to know him well enough to be certain that not only would he never bring drugs into an SARA meeting, he'd never allow me to carry them. This has nothing to do with Frankie, but it has everything to do with his future if I point the finger at him. If I admit that backpack is his life will be over. They'll dig up his juvie past and resurrect his auto theft and possession charges. They won't see the good he's done for the community or the upstanding citizen he's become. All they'll see is a poor hood with tattoos, and he'll lose everything. I won't ruin two men's lives in one lifetime. Holding Frankie's eyes, I nod to where I'd dropped my phone during my arrest. Call Malcolm to come get you, and then call my mother. Whatever you do, don't call Carrie. Frankie presses his hands to the side of his head and shakes it in disbelief.
This is insane. What the hell do you think you're doing?
As the heavier cop opens the door to the squad car, I glance over my shoulder and manage a weak smile. Paying for my sins. I glare at the officer. Don't I get my one phone call? I've been booked before, so I kind of went into autopilot during the whole process. However, if there's one thing I learned during my time with Los Angeles County's finest, it's that everyone gets a phone call, even spoiled rich bitches. The sneer he gives me curls his lip.
Who you gonna call? Daddy?
Cute, but no. I was thinking more along the lines of my defense attorney. I don't think he expected such a blasé response, because his face turns the color of Bianca's after she's drained a bottle of Cabernet.
You have 5 minutes.
During the trial, I had to dial Barry's toll-free number so many times I memorized it. Now, it's the one time a lack of technology has saved my ass. It takes 3 rings for him to pick up.
Barry Broderick?
I need you to pull another Hail Mary out of your ass.
Who is this?
Beyoncé, I growl. Who the hell do you think?
You're not a caller, Shiloh,
he says, slightly amused with himself.
You're a texter. What's up?
I curl the phone cord around my finger. Nothing much. Made up with Bianca. Got locked in a closet. Oh, and I just got arrested for felony possession with intent to distribute.
What the hell?
I wince at his tone. It wasn't mine. There's been a mistake, and you need to get me out of here, now.
Shiloh,
he groans, and I can imagine him searching his desk for the cigarettes he gave up months ago.
I don't have jurisdiction outside of California. My hands are tied.
Well, untie them. I can't do this again. I swear to God, Barry, I'll lose my shit. I've held it together until now. Barry is supposed to be the glue that keeps my cracks from breaking wide open. If his hands are tied, mine are cuffed.
Okay, calm down. A buddy of mine from law school has a practice in South Carolina. Let me make a few calls and see what I can do.
Deep breathing doesn't help, but I do it anyway. Yeah, you do that.
Shiloh.
Yeah.
You're telling me the truth, right?
I'm tired of answering this question. Besides, my words will never be enough. Hanging up the phone, I nod to the waiting officer and let him lead me away. I'm so exhausted. I just want to collapse on my piece of shit cot and close my eyes. Unfortunately, that's not what happens. After ending my call with Barry, I'm taken down 2 winding hallways to a tiny room that houses a skinny rectangular wooden table, 2 metal chairs, and 1 very pissed-off probation officer. Will looks like he's been sucking on lemons for the last few hours while having thumbtacks shoved between his fingernails. His blonde hair is a mess, and his tie has been pulled loose with 3 buttons opened on his shirt. Flashing him a smile, I slide into the only empty chair and fold my hands on the table. Bad day?
Oh, no. It's been fabulous,
he says, giving me a smirk that has "kiss my ass" written all over it.
I love getting a call from the police that one of my probationers has been arrested for felony possession. I live for this crap.
Can you please calm down? Jumping out of his seat, he kicks the chair out from underneath him and paces the room.
This is calm, Shiloh. You should have seen me an hour ago.
He pauses, pressing his fist to his temples.
What the hell were you thinking? All the progress you've made, gone. All of it. And for what?
It's going to be okay.
No, it's not. You've been booked for felony possession with intent to distribute. This isn't getting caught smoking a joint in the backseat of your boyfriend's car. Besides the sentence it carries, you've broken the rules of your probation.
Shit. I didn't even think about that. Can't you stick up for me or something? Maybe call Judge Oliver and tell him it's just a one-time thing? Slumping back down into his chair, Will jerks off his tie.
Don't you get it, Shiloh? When everything processes, you'll be extradited back to California State Prison to serve your original sentence plus this one. Your life is over.
Chapter 32. Carrie. I've broken every traffic law known to man, so by the time Frankie gets into the car, I'm one raw, exposed nerve. Drive, he says, collapsing against the seat. He can suck my dick. I'm not moving until I get answers. I stare through the windshield and take my hands off the wheel. Tell me what happened, and don't leave anything out. He shakes his head and sighs. Drive and I'll tell you. For the next half hour, Frankie recounts the story of Shiloh walking out of the meeting with his backpack and how the police targeted her right away. I almost ran off the road when he described the huge bag of weed they found and how she refused to let him admit to the backpack being his. I have to ask, although I already know the answer. Frankie, it's not mine, he snaps, his fingers digging into his seat. I don't do that shit anymore. I nod, letting the conversation die. His word is good enough for me. That's how we played in my neighborhood. A man's word is worth more than any proof. He'll sacrifice his freedom for his honor. I should know. As I weave in and out of traffic, I considered the timing. The odds of a felony amount of drugs being found in a bag Shiloh was carrying is close to impossible. With the exception of one weak moment in a hallway bathroom, she's kept her image pristine since coming back to town. We had plans to talk tonight and start fresh. Clean slate. There has to be some mistake, I insist. I grew up with her, Frankie. I've seen her so high that she couldn't walk a straight line. I grip the wheel and press harder on the gas. Those drugs aren't hers. Boss, you don't gotta convince me. I know what was in my bag, and it wasn't a Ziploc of weed. I was there the whole time. No way did she put that shit in there. Even if she did, why would she bring it inside? Makes no sense. Someone else had to have put it in the bag. I say, turning off Highway 17 toward the station. It's the only explanation. It should have been the first thing that crossed my mind, but I was too busy being worried about Shiloh to think straight. However, now that I have the whole story, everything falls into place. Surprise crosses Frankie's face, followed by irritation. If you're saying one of the members would fuck with us, you're wrong. It's not like that in there. Not a member, Junior. A vindictive bitch. Huh? Nothing, I mutter under my breath. It's my problem, not yours. He either doesn't catch on to how cryptic I'm being, or chooses to ignore it, because he just shrugs and continues ranting about Shiloh's bizarre behavior. I just don't get why she let them haul her off, he says, rubbing his forehead. I tried to tell them it was my bag, but anytime I said anything, she cut me off. Just kept running her mouth about paying for her sins. It was like she was daring them to bust her or something. Dropping his hand, he shifts his thumb toward his chest. Where I come from, you don't fuck with the police like that. As soon as the words are out of his mouth, I realize what she's done. Son of a bitch. What? He asks, raising an eyebrow. I make a sharp turn onto Oak Street, causing Frankie to grab the handle above the passenger side door and call out to Jesus for his life. Once the car rights itself, I step on the gas again, determined to get to the station and stop Shiloh from causing any more damage than she already has. If that's even possible. She was protecting you, I tell him, pulling up in front of the station and cutting the engine. She knew if you told them the bag was yours, they'd pull up your priors. His jaw is tight, but I can see his fingers wobble as he reaches for the door handle. No way she's got as many priors as I do. Yeah, but she also has ghosts she's trying to get rid of, and sometimes they come back to haunt you way more than a record. Frankie just slams the door and walks ahead of me, leaving my own words to choke me. Not only for what they mean for Shiloh, but for their truth in my own life. I'm here to see Shiloh West. An officer looks up from his phone and arcs a bushy black eyebrow. Are you her attorney? No, I'm her. I cut myself off mid-sentence and glance at Frankie out of the corner of my eye. The asshole is smirking. I'm her friend. He snorts, obviously unimpressed with my answer. No friends allowed. I place my hands on the desk and give the officer my most serious stare. I meant to say yes. Yes, I'm her attorney. The officer scans my piercings and full-body tattoos and rolls his eyes. Nice try. You can see her if and when the judge sets bail. Hell no. Bail will be too late. The bones in my hand crack as I pound my fist on the desk so hard he drops his phone. I need to see her, now. Boss, come on. Frankie urges, yanking me away by my other arm. Nothing we can do right now. I pull away, never taking my eyes off the man in front of me. The only way I'm leaving is in handcuffs. The hell there's not. Just because this asshole won't let us in doesn't mean that... Now you just hold on there a minute, buddy. The officer interrupts, wagging his finger in my face. Oh, great. A tired voice calls out from behind us. The past parolee surprise party. Frankie and I turn around and stare at the back of a familiar blonde head as he turns to close the door on the other side of the room. His shoulders are hunched over as if the weight of the world is on them. If he's coming from where I suspect he's been, it's not far from the truth. Will. Before he can fully turn around, I'm across the room with his wrinkled white shirt fisted in both hands. You gotta get me back there to see her. His face sags and he lets out a heavy sigh. I'm afraid I can't do that. I've only seen that look once before. Ironically, it was in the same damn station. My dickhead attorney sat me down in the room Shiloh's probably in right now and sighed just like Will did before telling me I was screwed. Case closed. Game over. Why the hell not? I yell, tightening my grip. Exactly how much power do you people think I have around here? Letting out a frustrated grunt, Will shoves both hands against my chest until I stumble backward. For fuck's sake, Shiloh thinks I can pull up a California judge, explain this all away, and they'll give her a pass because I'm so goddamn charming. This is bad. I've never known Will to be anything but even-keeled. If he's this rattled, things are worse than I thought. I take a step back and run my palm over my mouth. You saw Shiloh? Is she okay? When he doesn't answer, I raise my voice. Will, is she okay? All things considered, yeah, she's doing all right. Better than I'd be doing in her position. He lets out a dull laugh and scratches the back of his neck. That woman has nerves of steel. That's my Shiloh, masked and camera ready until the bitter end. How does it look? With the evidence in her confession, not good. Why doesn't she just fucking tell them the shit isn't hers? I growl, pacing a line in front of him. She's protecting someone. I stop mid-pace and stare at him. He stares back and the look that passes between us needs no further discussion. We both know that someone is Frankie, and by not implicating him, she's sealed her fate. She'll be convicted, sent back to California, and sentenced for her original crime, breaking the terms of her probation, and now a possession charge. I'll lose her for good this time. I won't let that happen. We both know who she's protecting, but I know who set her up. And I'll sit beside Shiloh in jail before I let that bitch get away with it.
Chapter 33. Shiloh. The next morning, Rory Mercer rakes his hands through what once was neatly combed reddish-brown hair and groans. With the ginger mop on his head and splattering of huge freckles along his cheeks, he reminds me of that California district attorney who tried to give me the chair. What was her name? Ah, yes, Little Bitchy Annie. I wonder if they're related. Son of a bitch. If Barry sent Little Bitchy Andy to defend me, I am going to rip off his balls and wear them as earrings. So, the judge has issued an order to keep you in jail until the decision is made whether or not to revoke your probation, he says. And this surprises you? I laugh. I'm their ticket to being on an episode of Celebrities at Home, Prison Edition. Shiloh, for Christ's sake. It'll be at least 2 weeks before the case goes before the probation board. Also, I talked to your probation officer. For some reason, you're protecting someone by confessing to something you didn't do. It's goddamn suicide. He looks like shit. When I say shit, I mean his charcoal gray suit looks like he pulled it out of the bottom of the laundry basket after a cheap tequila bender. The thing is, he's only been here for 2 hours. Rory arrived bright and early at 8 o'clock in the morning with hot coffee and a smile. Now he looks like this. Sullen, pissed, and ready to suck on that Pepe Lopez bottle like a drunk sorority girl. You just don't understand. You're damn right I don't understand, he yells, slapping his palms on the table. What you're pleading to violates your probation. Shit happens. I shrug and examine my nails. God, they look horrible. I'm going to need a manicure soon. Shit happens. Shiloh,
Will Emerson says you've been required to submit to random drug testing since you arrived in South Carolina.
So?
So he says you've passed all of them, yet you've refused to give one since they brought you in.
I roll my eyes. Is there a point in here somewhere? The girl in the cell next to me was just about to show me how to make homemade nunchucks out of bed sheets and a chair when you showed up. When else in my life am I going to learn these things, Rory? He cocks his head and gives me a hard smile.
Aren't you just a regular sociopathic MacGyver? My point is that clean tests prove you haven't taken drugs, Shiloh. Giving them a sample won't clear you, but it sure as hell can't hurt.
And then what? I huff, leaning back in my chair. Will they throw me a clean pee parade? Look, you seem like a decent guy, but I am not going to recant my story. Someone I care about was set up. I can't prove it, but I can save his future from being ruined. He rubs his eyes and sighs.
What about yours?
Tell me something, Rory. Have you ever done something so horrible to someone that you wish you had a time machine so you could go back and undo it?
Yeah, I guess I have.
This is my time machine, and I'm not getting out of it.
This will end you, Shiloh,
he says matter-of-factly. He's not telling me anything I don't already know. But the crazy thing is, I don't regret it. In fact, besides Kirkland, my regrets are now down to one. What Carrie and I had for a few moments will have to last me a lifetime. Now that I think about it, maybe prison isn't my actual sentence. Maybe my true punishment is getting a taste of what might have been and then having it all taken away. For the first time since being arrested, my mask cracks as a tear slips down my left cheek. I ended 7 years ago. The world is full of quirky little sayings that people love to quote when they hear gossip. What goes around comes around. Those who don't learn from history are bound to repeat it. If justice is denied, let fate take the ride. Karma is like 69. You get what you give. That last one is my favorite. Know what's worse than a mob of people crowded outside the police station chiming in on your fate? Your mother spouting the same shit while sitting in front of you in sunglasses and a yellow scarf wrapped around her head like she's the reincarnation of Jackie O. Adjusting her enormous sunglasses, she pats my hand like I'm 5 years old. Darling, sometimes you just have to walk away and let destiny take over. Do you seriously have to wear those indoors? You look like a bee. She takes them off and tucks them inside her Fendi purse. Shiloh, please, I'm begging you. Save yourself. Here we go. I steeple my fingers and glance down at them. Don't you mean save the West name? I expect an overly dramatic protest, maybe a speech about the responsibility that comes with bearing a name known around the world. Nope. What I get is a middle-aged spitfire jumping out of her chair like a spider monkey with a firework shoved up her ass. I don't give a shit about the West name, she hisses. She leans over the table, placing our faces inches apart. You are my daughter, and I just got you back. I can't lose you again. Not now. What do you mean, not now? I ask, her words striking me as odd. What's happened? Now's not the time. Really? I laugh, nodding around the tiny, bland room. Time's all I've got. Tell me. The fire fades from her face as she sinks slowly back into her chair. Your father has filed for divorce. The words hit me hard, and I'm not sure why. Maybe it's from the embarrassment I know she feels, because my father has always been a shit husband who has never been worth more than a paycheck and a last name. I reach across the table and grip her hand. Oh, Mother. It's fine, she offers, attempting somewhat of a smile. I'm really all right. This isn't exactly a shock, you know. For God's sake, Alistair lives in Europe 10 months out of the year. I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something to help. She tightens her grip on my hand. You can. Don't be me. I haven't been the best role model for you, Shiloh. Up until now, I've watched you follow in my footsteps and make the same mistakes I've made. The booze and pills helped me to pretend it wasn't my fault, but we both know that's not true. My choices were mine. You can't blame yourself for them. No, but I can blame myself for forcing you to raise yourself, for teaching you to value beauty and money over love and honesty. Her eyes settle on my scar, and I have to look away. I know what she's thinking, and I can't handle her shouldering blame for an accident I caused. It's harder for me to change a mindset I've lived all my life. She continues as I stare at my lap. But you, darling, there's still time for you to fight for a change. Not enough for this kind of fight, Mother. I whisper, picking at a loose thread on my jumpsuit, the move eerily familiar. What about for Carrie? Do you have enough in you to fight for him? How am I supposed to answer that? Tell her that I have enough fight in me to take on every paparazzi camera from here to Antarctica for him, but love him enough not to? That I love him enough to let him go and find someone who can give him a normal life? Because I do. I love him enough to do all of that and more. I love him. I think I've always loved Carrie Kincaid, even when he was Carrick Kincaid, even when he was just Lawn Boy, even when I took everything away from him for no other reason than I could. I didn't say it wasn't a twisted kind of love, but love nonetheless. The kind that stays with you. The kind that has you sitting in an interrogation room at 1 o'clock in the afternoon discussing your impending extradition with your mother. Anyone ever tell you ladies it's not polite to talk about people behind their backs? The minute I hear the deep, rumbly voice behind me, I can't breathe. Everything feels like it's happening around me rather than to me. Speak of the devil, my mother says with a shit-eating grin. Carrie moves closer and laughs. I've been called worse. I don't dare turn around. Concentrating on breathing is hard enough. How did you get in here? I whisper. Will has a few friends in the precinct who owe him favors, he says, his breath fanning over my shoulder. He's so close I can smell him. Not cologne. He doesn't need it. He smells of soap and a hard day's work. I have no idea how long we stay like that, me inhaling him as he breathes over my shoulder, when my mother clears her throat. Well, she says, pushing out of her chair, I think I've left Malcolm outside long enough. Within a few steps, she's kissing me on the cheek. Think about what I said, darling. I'll be back in the morning. Before I can form words, she pats Carrie on the shoulder and winks. Good to see you again, Carrick. It's been a while, hasn't it? Yes, ma'am. You look a little different than the last time I saw you. He chuckles again, and my stomach flips. Just a little, ma'am. Take care of my girl, she whispers as she closes the door. Carrie walks around the table and drags Bianca's chair next to mine. Straddling it backward, he folds his arms across the top and scans his eyes down the length of my body. That's an interesting outfit you've got on there. His stare makes me want to cover myself, but at the same time, I want to jump in his lap and kiss him until he's as breathless as I am. I want to tell him I love him, then smack the shit out of him for making it happen. What, this little thing? I say, pinching the cloth on my shoulders. They didn't have much of a selection at the prison boutique. Orange isn't usually my color, but I thought, what the hell, let's give it a go. Carrie stares as if seeing right through me. You didn't do this. Are you sure about that? I'm a liar, Carrie. I'm shallow, remember? It's all about me. Me. Before I can get the last me out, Carrie tilts his chair up onto its front legs and kisses me. His lips are soft yet insistent. And just like that, I come alive. The stroke of his tongue entwined with mine makes me forget where we are, who we are, why we are. When we stop to catch our breath, he presses our foreheads together and waves his fingers through my hair. No, you were shallow. You're different now. Doing this won't save your soul, Shy. I'm not trying to save my soul, I insist, dislodging his hand and putting space between us. I'm saving Frankie's. They're good kids, Carrie. Apparently, my answer isn't good enough because he shoves his finger in my face and charges like a bull. You think I don't know that? You also think I don't know you're sacrificing yourself for something you have no clue about? I'm not in the mood for games, so I knock his finger to the side and narrow my eyes. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I know how this happened. I know who did this to you, but the why and how is too complicated to explain right now. The hesitant look on his face twists my heart into knots. You'd better start talking, Carrie. It's Taryn, he admits, gripping the metal rungs of his chair. She's the one who locked you in the closet, and I have no doubt she's the one who planted those drugs and called it in. Buzzing, noise, static. All three mask the whispers in my head telling me how stupid I've been, how I've been an unknowing participant in some twisted game. How do you know this? Baby, he pleads, rising to his feet and reaching for me. However, the time for affection has passed. It's now time for answers. Placing both hands on his shoulders, I push him back into his chair. Talk, Carrie. Shiloh, look at me. He grabs my wrist off his shoulder and holds it against his chest. Whatever bullshit we pulled on each other in the beginning, you know this last week was real. What you felt was real. That's who I am, and you fucking know it. Tell me, I scream. Carrie lowers his head and releases me. I can't. Not yet. I push my chair back and stand. We are done here. I don't look back as I walk to the door and knock. Within seconds, an armed guard escorts me back to my cell and away from a truth I can't deny and the lie I can't ignore. What I felt was real, but what we had wasn't.
Chapter 34. Carrie. I don't know. He's gone off the rails, saying crazy shit about how he's gonna burn down the center because he can't burn down the police station with her in it. I raise an eyebrow, and Frankie's grip tightens on the phone as he gives me an exasperated shrug. It's a little on the dramatic side, but I'll cut him some slack since the last 24 hours haven't exactly been stable. Yeah, says she's fucked up his life and he wants to see her fry. Okay, that's a little over the top. I open my mouth to shut him up when he shoves his hand in my face. He's at the center. You will? He gives me a thumbs-up sign as a huge smile breaks across his face. Thanks. I'll keep him busy until you get here. As soon as he hangs up, his smile fades as realization of what he's done sets in. Frankie's no pussy, but I've roped him into some serious shit. The perfect trap for the perfect crime. Unfortunately for Taryn, there's no such thing as the perfect crime. Even if everyone gets paid off, there's that one T that never gets crossed or that one rogue I that never gets dotted. Eventually, every criminal fucks up. That's why I'm not breaking a sweat. Not when I've been chasing this moment since leaving Shiloh last night. The bitch knew I'd come for her. It's the only explanation as to why I tore across town after leaving the police station to find her house dark and empty. I even parked at the end of her street and sat in my car until damn near dawn waiting for her. But she never showed. Either she's already fucking some other unsuspecting asshole, or she's hiding out. If I was a betting man, I'd say it's probably both. Frankie's pacing in front of me, chewing on his thumbnail like it's his last meal. I roll my eyes toward the window and blow out a frustrated breath. We closed the center early and now it's pitch black outside, probably well after 10 o'clock. We've gone over this at least a dozen times, and each time he's gnawed a different nail until it's bled. I'm starting to worry about him cracking under pressure. She's not stupid. With Frankie devouring his fingernails like a midday snack, he'll give us away in a heartbeat.
What if this backfires on us?
He mumbles around his thumb. It's not going to backfire as long as you keep your hands in your pocket. Come on, Junior, focus. We have one shot at this. Play it just like we rehearsed, got it?
Got it,
he nods. I scrub my hands down my face, physically exhausted from lack of sleep and the unrelenting stabbing pain in my gut. I feel like I'm choking on my own blood every time I think about her walking away from me yesterday. She was begging me to tell her the truth, but how the hell do you tell the woman you've loved all your life that you made a pact with the devil to destroy her? Got off on it, lived for it until living for her changed the rules. The answer is that you can't. The minute I told her the truth, she would have shut down, slamming the door on me, our future, her future, and any hope I have of clearing her name. And that's just the truth about Taryn. Telling her about how I added embezzlement to my list of offenses wasn't even an option. I had no choice but to keep quiet, and hope once this is over she can find a way to forgive me. I found a way to forgive her. Doesn't one sin cancel out the other? What's that saying? Tit for tat or some shit? Frankie moves in front of me and chews on his thumb again.
I don't think she's gonna crack over getting some dick, boss. This bitch is gonna want a blood pact and a virgin sacrifice, know what I'm saying?
Just the idea makes my balls shrivel up. First of all, I wouldn't touch her with your dick. Secondly, you might be right. Know where I can find a virgin? Frankie cocks his head to the side.
If I knew where to find a virgin, do you think I'd be here getting ready to pull some fucked up shit with you?
It's 10:30 and the center is quiet. Almost too quiet. Nothing has happened. Pace, check the clock. Pace, check the clock. I have no idea when Taryn's going to show up, and it's starting to get to me. When a woman says she'll be right there, there's a wide spectrum of time that phrase encompasses. When a man says he'll be right there, get your shit together because he's probably 3 blocks away with a 6-pack and a bag of Doritos. A woman's interpretation can mean anything from half an hour to, I hope you're not starving because I'm going to try on every piece of clothing I own and then cry for 4 fucking hours. Apparently Taryn falls somewhere near the middle because within 25 minutes, there's a knock on the front door. I nod to Frankie and wait for the show to begin. Her own words from yesterday come back to me, and I clap Frankie on his shoulder as he walks past me. Showtime. A few moments later, she steps through the doorway to my office, dressed in a long, flowy white dress like she's about to attend some damn awards show. I shake my head at her choice of colors. Maybe she thinks if she wears a symbol of purity, it'll rub off on her. I suppose if you tell yourself something long enough, eventually you start to believe it.
God, this place smells like an infected ball sack.
Then again, Satan was once an angel too. Once her eyes land on Frankie, she gathers her dress in her hand and heads straight for him.
I drove as fast as I could. Where is he?
Right here. I push off the desk and force a smile when all I want to do is spit in her face. She looks me up and down, dropping the concerned act.
You don't seem very off the rails to me. In fact, you look rather calm for a man who's sticking his dick in a double felon.
Thanks, I say, widening my smile. And might I say you look remarkably sane for a woman who's batshit crazy. Taryn clucks her tongue.
That's one of the reasons I always liked you, Carrie. Your gentlemanly way of speaking to a lady.
When I see a lady, I'll be sure to be a gentleman.
Okay, drop the bullshit. What is this?
She demands, shifting her focus back to Frankie.
He's got you lying for him now, too?
Frankie clenches his fists, and I know he's fighting to not deck her. Making a quick decision to deviate from the original plan, I step between them and crowd into her. Leave him out of this. You want to drop the bullshit? Fine. Let's drop it. I've already told you this is between you and me. As I talk, she just stares. I know I'm losing the upper hand, so I shift gears. Why did you set Shiloh up? She crushes her dress in her hands hard enough to rip it.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, come on, Taryn. Drop the bullshit, remember? Those were your words. It's bad enough you locked her in a closet knowing she was trapped in a burning car, but you went and hit a whole new level of psycho by planting drugs on her. I gotta admit, that takes one big set of lady balls. Her face pales for a moment, but she quickly recovers, laughing as she smooths out her dress.
Maybe you're the one doing drugs, Carrie. You're hallucinating things that didn't happen.
So you're saying you didn't drive to Shiloh and Frankie's rehab meeting 2 nights ago?
Are you deaf?
She yells, her temper flaring.
Of course not.
You're sure?
What the hell is wrong with you, Carrie?
Her hand shakes as she flips her brown hair over her shoulder.
Did fucking her make you stupid? No, I didn't. The sad truth is your whore is a criminal.
I rub my chin and purposely draw this out because, hell, it's almost better than sex. I'm a little confused then. I glance over my shoulder. Frankie, are you confused? Yeah, he agrees. I'm confused. And with a straight face, too. Good boy. Interesting. Why are you confused, Frankie?
Because when we called up on my buddy Paulie, he remembered going out for a smoke in the middle of the meeting that night and seeing a white BMW sitting in the parking lot.
Taryn's brown eyes glaze over as they dart back and forth between Frankie and me.
That means nothing. Lots of people drive white BMWs.
True, I agree, circling around her like a lion just waiting to devour his prey. She follows my movements until I step in behind her and press my lips against her ear. But not everyone who drives a white BMW has a license plate that says Taryn McD. I've always wondered why they called them vanity plates. Now I get it. I'm so close I can feel her body stiffen. Part of me wants to get closer just to relish in the moment, but the other part is revolted just to breathe her same air.
This proves nothing,
she hisses, jerking away from me.
No one saw me inside that room. You've got nothing.
I clasp my hands behind my back and saunter back toward my desk. This is true. She's got us there, doesn't she, Frankie? He grins, his shoulders relaxed and his hands tucked deep in his pockets. Can't argue with facts. I can almost hear Taryn's exhale of relief behind me. It makes it that much more satisfying when I turn back around. Oh, but you know what I do have? I mean to pause for dramatic effect, but I'm too pumped to care. The person you paid put the drugs in the wrong bag. It wasn't even Shiloh's bag you sabotaged, dumbass.
I couldn't.
Since it seemed to knock her off balance the first time, I circle around her again. See, I couldn't figure out how in the hell you managed to get into all those places without being seen. You're not necessarily plain looking, I say, pointing to her dress. I beat my head against the wall until Frankie's friend Polly called us back. Pausing my stalking, I motioned to Frankie again. Care to elaborate?
Polly said he remembers some new dude busting up the meeting late that night,
Frankie explains.
He told me what he looked like, then it hit me. I told the boss.
I look back at Taryn and raise an eyebrow. Any of this ringing a bell?
No,
she smiles. It's the kind of smile that shows all her teeth, the kind of smile that causes the right side of her mouth to twitch, and twitch, and twitch. Walking over to her, I place a hand to the side of her lying, twitching face and run my thumb across her cheekbone. Well, let me refresh your memory. I guess she expects me to slap her because she flinches. Instead, I walk past her and resume my circle. About 3 weeks ago, a new boy started hanging around the center. Quiet kid, chip on his shoulder, but that's pretty common in the beginning. But this one never warmed up like the others. Kept to himself and did his own thing. Maybe that's why I never noticed when he stopped coming around.
I don't have to listen to this shit,
Taryn huffs, turning to head toward the door. She makes it 2 steps before I grab her elbow and swing her around to face me. Oh, stick around, sweetheart. It's about to get good. Releasing her, I walk slowly back to my desk. Frankie heard this kid mention where he lived, so we paid him a visit. Want to know what he said?
Anything you repeat from a street thug is hearsay,
she hisses.
You should know that firsthand.
You're exactly right. That's why I invited him here to say it to your lying fucking face. I couldn't have scripted it any better. Right on cue, a skinny kid over 6 feet tall walks in the room. He looks serious. Not smart serious. I'm talking don't meet this kid in a dark alley because he'll fuck your shit up serious. I hope Taryn is pissing in her designer panties right now. Ah, Dax, come on in. I motion him inside and he lumbers his way over to us, not giving her a second glance. I slap him on the back. It seems our mutual friend Taryn is having a slight memory problem. Why don't you jog it for her? Dax finally looks at Taryn, and all the money in the world couldn't buy the expression on her face, because it's fucking priceless. My mom works for Taryn's uncle at the health department, he begins, his voice surprisingly steady for a boy about to confess to some serious shit. She knew you ran the center here and said I should come check it out. She talked to Mr. McDaniel about it, and he told Taryn to hook me up with some mentoring or something. I told her that was cool. I heard you all had a ring and did some MMA shit up in here. Get to the good part, dude, Frankie whispers. Dax nods. Yeah, so instead of bringing me here because I don't have a car or nothing, Taryn said she could get my mom a raise and then threw a shit ton of cash at me as long as I did some stuff for her. What stuff? I prompt him. He shrugs. Fuck with some chick, scare her a little, but shit got real when she made me score her a lot of weed and dump it in that chick's bag. So why tell the truth now? I mean, you're incriminating yourself as well. Because my mom didn't get the raise for one. Look, man, I might do a lot of bad shit, but I'm not gonna bust roll on an innocent girl. Taryn told me this chick killed her best friend, but she didn't tell me it was an accident. He spins to face Taryn, his stare deadly. I'm no executioner, bitch. You're on your own. Taryn's eyes blaze with fire. You fucking traitor. Call me whatever you want, Dax says, glaring back at her. I'm not going down for this by myself just because you got dumped. Fake tears well in Taryn's eyes. It's still my word against his. Whose word do you think people are going to believe? A McDaniel or an uneducated punk? They're going to believe ours. Everyone turns as Will steps through the doorway, closely followed by 2 uniformed police officers. Both Taryn and I are about to jump out of our skins, but for 2 different reasons. I've been living for this moment since Frankie picked up the phone to call her. Taryn, however, looks like she's about to puke up every meal she's eaten since junior high. The first officer pulls out a pair of handcuffs from his belt and moves in behind her. Miss McDaniel, please put your hands behind your back. Fuck you, she growls over her shoulder. Fine, have it your way. Amidst heated curses and protests, he cuffs her hands and begins reading her rights. You can't do this, she screams, jerking against the metal cuffs. This will never stand up in court. It's entrapment. I study Will's face. It's hard. Deep lines that weren't there before set across his forehead and around his mouth. He looks like he hasn't slept any more than I have, and that's saying something. It's obvious he cares about Shiloh, and her arrest has worn on him almost as much as me. It makes me feel like a real shit for the way I've treated him for being her friend. I have a lot to make up for when this is over. Actually, he says with a satisfied smirk, we have an accomplice, an eyewitness, and can pull phone records to verify the call you made to the police the night of the arrest. I'm pretty sure it will. Dax doesn't say a word. He simply turns around and crosses his hands behind his back, waiting for the second officer to cuff him. He knew when we asked him to come here tonight that he wouldn't walk out on his own, even with Will's assumption of judicial leniency. I guess a clear conscience is more important to him than freedom. Relieved, I slump against my desk as they're both led out of my office. Just as I close my eyes, the shuffling at the door stops, and I glance up to see Taryn staring at me, her face blank, but her eyes filled with confusion. You did this all for her? Why? What did she ever do for you? I smile, knowing the only answer I give is one she'll never truly understand. She loved Lawn Boy, I say as the door closes behind her.
Chapter 35. Shiloh. Even in jail, I am not a morning person, which is unfortunate because guards tend to not give a shit about things like that. At 6 o'clock in the morning, I'm expected to make my bed, shower, and finish breakfast in a span of 45 minutes. At promptly 7:15, I'm escorted back to that godforsaken tiny-ass room where Bianca is sitting with my phone clutched in her hand. "Mother?" I call out to her as the guard uncuffs me and closes the door behind him. "I wasn't snooping," she rasps, her voice broken by an obvious lack of sleep. "Your friend Frankie gave me your phone. I've kept it charged for you, and it kept going off last night. Then I got a phone call. You need to read it." Although I don't want to know, something forces me to ask anyway. "What's happened?" She doesn't answer, instead pushes the phone across the table, turning it around so I can see the text that's lit up and staring me right in the face. "Money sucker. The bank froze your personal account. They've sent multiple notices claiming someone forged a $9,000 check out of your account. This idiot dumped it right into his personal one instead of cashing it. His own bank held the deposit and flagged an alert. Carrot Kincaid needs a white-collar crime lesson." Bile rises in my throat as I read the second text. "Money sucker. Oh, and my asshole assistant came by to beg for his job back and heard me on the phone with your mother. He decided to get his revenge for getting fired by going public. I'm sorry."
Chapter 36. Carrie. By mid-morning the next day, the news of Taryn's arrest has already spread beyond the passing interest of our community. Gossip about the daughter of a local prominent family getting arrested is mildly entertaining to the people who grew up here. However, once Shiloh's name is tossed into the mix, all hell breaks loose. National news stories are popping up faster than I can change the channel, and I've had to shut down the community center in order to protect the boys' privacy. Still, even with the media explosion, nothing can tank my mood today. Will broke protocol and texted me well into the night and all morning, updating me on what was happening with Taryn. Apparently, after the third hour of interrogation, she cracked and admitted to everything. So here I am, my stomach in knots and exhilarated at the same time. From what Will says, Shiloh's going to be cleared of all charges today. I'm going down there and I'm not leaving until she sees me. It's time to lay all my cards on the table. I promised her a clean slate and she's going to get it. Maybe she'll forgive me for what I've done. Maybe she won't. But at least I'll be able to walk out of that room with a clear conscience. Grabbing my keys, I'm about to close the door to my apartment when a text alert chimes on my phone. Will. Taryn talked to a lawyer this morning. I balance my keys in my mouth as I type back a quick response. Me. And I should give a shit. Why? Will. She told him everything about what you two plan to do to Shiloh. Me. She can't prove anything. Will. No, but he's twisting it into a not guilty defense that she was coerced by your revelations of what Shiloh did to you 7 years ago. I wished you'd confided in me, Carrie. You need to get ready for a shitstorm of bad press. I should have seen this coming a mile away. The McDaniels have the shadiest motherfucker to ever take the bar exam on retainer. Of course she'd try to pin this on me. Me. Again, she has no proof, and I've already served my time. Shiloh did nothing. Case closed. Will. Most likely, but that's not all. Have you checked the headlines this morning? Me. No. Why would I do that? Will. Just look. What the hell have you done now? There's that feeling when you're on a roller coaster, when you turn the corner right before the huge drop. Your stomach tenses because you know what's coming. That's what it feels like as I pull up my search engine and type in the name for our local news station. As soon as I click on the link and read the headline, the floor drops out from under me. Owner of local community center accused of allegedly embezzling money from fallen model.
Chapter 37. Shiloh.
"He's been here all day, Shiloh,"
Will says as we wait for the paperwork to process.
"Can't you just give him 5 minutes? It's not like you can avoid him forever. He's still your boss, you know."
You think I don't know that? I yell. I promised myself I'd try to keep my composure, but I don't care anymore. Do I know that he's still my boss? Hell, it's the only thing I can think about. How am I going to walk into work every day and face him? The man who held me in his arms and swore I'd never belong to anyone else. The man who risked everything to drag secrets out of Taryn while hiding his own behind meaningless words and cheap sex. See, there's a difference in my evil and his. My immorality happens in the heat of the moment. I strike and forget, moving on like a bee flying from flower to flower. His immorality is calculated, designed to inflict maximum pain and torture at just the right moment. He's patient enough to wait 7 years for it. Even if his conscience got the better of him in the final hour, it doesn't erase the scars he's left. I may have caused my own scar, but he's inflicted a deeper one. Will sinks back into his chair and crosses his arms.
"If you won't talk to him, how do you plan on communicating when you go back to the Kincaid Center? Sign language?"
Hand gestures, I answer, lifting my middle finger. He raises his palms.
"Enough, I got it."
A few awkward moments of silence pass before he reaches into the inside breast pocket of his suit jacket and produces a plain white envelope.
"Look, he had a feeling you'd do this, so he gave me this."
Giving it one shake in the air, he tosses it on the table in front of me. What the hell is this?
"He's still protecting you, you know. Taryn's accusations of what you did are running rampant, and he refuses not to claim guilt for it. If you won't see him, at least hear him out."
I'm so mesmerized by the envelope, I don't hear him stand and walk out. 10 minutes later, I'm still staring at the letter like it's a venomous snake ready to strike. It's just a simple white envelope with my name scribbled across the front. I know it's his handwriting because it's choppy and frantic with sharp edges. I have every intention on walking out of the room with that unopened letter still sitting on that table. I don't want to know what he has to say. I don't care. Except I do. I rip open the envelope, and the simple sheet of notebook paper is unfolded and in my shaking hands before I can stop myself.
"Dear Starshine, I told you a long time ago that whether you want me to or not, I'll always be there to catch you when you fall. If you're reading this letter, I guess you've forgotten that. I was hoping to be able to do this in person, but I'll just have to try to explain myself as best I can and hope you understand why I did what I did. First of all, don't worry about Taryn. I'll never corroborate her story. I didn't keep my mouth shut for 7 years to break my silence now. Next, stealing the money is inexcusable. I don't expect you to ever understand why I did it, because I don't even understand. I was desperate. I didn't tell you because I was trying to find a way to return it, so I didn't have to admit to being a thief. Stupid, huh? However, my biggest regret is not telling you what Taryn and I had planned when you came back to town. The truth is, I was ashamed. For 7 years, I blamed you for everything that was wrong in my life and dreamed about the day I'd make you pay for it. But when you came back to town, my head got all mixed up. Taryn saw an opportunity to settle a score with you and fed into the shit going on in my head. I treated you badly, and I can't take that back. But I promised that once I found out how far she was willing to take it, I bailed. Do you know why? Because I fell in love with you all over again. I don't know what power you have over me, but I've gone from loving you to hating you, back to loving you. I meant it when I called you mine. You are mine, Shiloh. No matter what you tell yourself, no other man will ever have all of you, because it's mine. It always will be. If you still never want to speak to me again, I'll make Frankie your contact at the center and I'll stay out of your way. But we all make mistakes, Shy. We all ask for forgiveness. Some of us are lucky enough to get it. You were. Maybe I'll be too. Love, Carrie.
His name smears as 2 tears roll down my cheeks and hit his signature. Letting out a shaky breath, I ball up the letter and bang on the door until it opens. Are you ready, darling? Bianca touches my arm and I smile. The gesture reminds me of a similar moment 10 months ago when she stood beside me outside a Los Angeles County courtroom. Only then I cringed at her touch, rolling my eyes at her attempt to play the doting mother for the cameras. Now there's a closeness between us that radiates from her face. It's warm, genuine even. Bianca West is proof that people can change. Maybe that means there's hope for me. Yeah, I breathe, nodding and straightening my dress. I notice it's white, and I almost laugh. I wonder if she brought me the same virginal dress she made me wear during my trial on purpose. Back then, she insisted white emphasized my innocence. I wonder what it emphasizes now. We stand between Will and a few armed police officers in front of the front door of the building. After 4 days, on the other side of that glass stands my freedom, along with a mob of angry protesters and news vans and paparazzi cameras as far as the eye can see. A small part of me wonders if the safety of a jail cell is better than trying to maneuver my way through them with my limbs intact. As the guard in front of us opens the door, I take 1 step toward freedom and right into a hard chest. Go away, I whisper, my hands pressed flat against him. He places his hands over the top of mine, holding me in place. You're not going out there until you talk to me. An officer steps forward, his hand on his gun. Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to let the lady go. Carrie's eyes never leave mine. Not on your life. Carrie, Will warns. Stay out of this, Will. This is between Shiloh and me. Take a look around you, man, Will says, gesturing to the multitude of armed police officers. If you don't listen, this is going to be between you and the Myrtle Beach Police Department. Carrie's quiet for a moment, then presses harder against my hands. I gave you 2 years, Shiloh. Can you give me 2 minutes? As much as I want to scream at him, his words stab me. I can't fight them. He's right. Fine, you have 2 minutes. Can we go somewhere private? I'm Shiloh West, I smirk. Nothing I do is private. He rolls his eyes. Come on, Shy. 1 minute, 30 seconds. He curses under his breath. Will says he gave you my letter. Did you read it? I did. I won't ask for your answer right now. I know you need some time to process everything. I lied and you're furious, I get that. I can't get into my account right now, but I swear I'll get the money back to you. He lowers his voice and glances toward one of the officers. Provided they don't arrest me right now. Seriously, Carrie? You think this is about the money? I don't give a shit about that. 9,000 is nothing to me. I've already disputed the embezzlement charges against you. And as for you lying to me, I'm the last one who should be your judge and executioner. That'd be hypocritical, don't you think? Pulling my hands away from his hold, I nod to Will. Let's go. We walk as an entourage toward the door, almost in slow motion. The minute we step outside, blinding paparazzi cameras flash and the people shout my name, some calling me a freak, some demanding that I rot in hell. My arms are up, trying my best to shield my face, when Carrie appears beside me. His hands cover my head, pulling me against his chest as if it's his automatic response to shield me from the chaos that is my life. But he's misunderstood me. I'm not trying to shield my face because I don't want anyone to see me, or because I'm trying to hide. Those days are over. I push him away and step back. taking in the stunned expression on his face as the mob quiets. I'm not ashamed, Carrie.
I never said you were.
This is who I am now, and I'll never be anything else. I can accept it. They can accept it, or I can choose not to live. I haven't lived in 25 years. I choose life because I'm worth it. I know that now. We stare at each other, Carrie's lips parting as his Adam's apple bobs in his throat. I meant what I said to him. I haven't lived in 25 years, but the old Shiloh is dead and gone. The one walking out of this building lives for the happiness of other people, not for her own. That's the key to living. I only wish it hadn't taken me so long to find it. Someone carves a path and hands try to guide me toward Malcolm's waiting limo. After the exchange between Carrie and me, the paparazzi have become even more bloodthirsty, calling out both our names. Carrie Kincaid, what do you have to say about the allegations against you concerning your alleged embezzlement from Shiloh West?
Carrie, is it true you conspired with Taryn McDaniel to send Shiloh West to a California state prison?
The heart I thought I no longer had twists in my chest. He looks so agitated. Like a fish out of water, ready to shove their cameras up their asses. There's an art to handling paparazzi, a finesse that is learned from years in the spotlight. Carrie's not going to learn it in 30 seconds. Before anyone can stop me, I run back to him and grab his hand. I refuse to contemplate the consequences of what I'm doing as I pull him with me toward the waiting limo. His hand squeezes mine initially, his fiercely tight hold reminding me of that night in the locker room. But then his grip loosens and he releases my hand, coming to a complete stop before we reach the curb. I turn around to ask him what the hell he's doing when I catch his eye. It's not angry or remorseful. It's proud, and I immediately understand. Carrick Kincaid grew up in a modest house in a less than desirable neighborhood in Myrtle Beach. His parents barely scraped by, running a cheap, run-down motel that survived on the random vacationers and destructive spring break kids. He was bused into the Coastal Shores School District as part of a redistricting initiative to diversify the income levels of schools in Horry County. He worked 2 jobs in school to help his family pay for his sister's medical bills, one of them being landscaper for my family. He didn't have money, but he had his pride. Carrie Kincaid is every bit as proud as Carrot Kincaid ever was. That's why he won't get in my limo. It's why he won't allow me to hide him away like some dirty little secret. Carrie will stand up and answer for his sins like a proud man should. We share one more lingering glance before he turns around and makes his way through the crowd with his head held high. I can't do anything but watch. And when the last dot of him disappears, I allow Will and Bianca to lead me away as I lift my chin and do the exact same thing. Chapter 38. Shiloh. Even though he was the one to walk away from me this time, deep down I had a feeling it wasn't the last I'd see of him. My suspicions are confirmed 2 nights later. After leaving the police station, Malcolm drove every back road in town, trying to dodge relentless paparazzi for over an hour. Thankfully, we made it back home before they set up in front of the house. Not long after, Will called to tell me that since they'd camped out in front of the community center too, Carrie had made the decision to shut it down for the rest of the week. Apparently, I was free to spend the time reacclimating myself as a civilian. A crack of thunder hits, and I silently count to 5 before a bolt of lightning brightens the night sky. Crawling off my bed, I move to the window, stopping just before I draw the curtains. It's pitch black outside, but I can still see the rain as it pounds against my bedroom window. Most people hate thunderstorms. I've always loved them. There's a chaotic peacefulness about them that grounds me. My phone rings again for the 11th time today, and for the 11th time, I silence it. I'd turn the damn thing off, but I'm expecting a call from Lena and don't want to miss it. Tossing it on my nightstand, I flop back onto my bed and press the heels of my hands against my closed eyelids. Carrie's been blowing my phone up with calls and texts for the past 48 hours, and even though I've ignored every one of them, he's been relentless. I haven't listened to any of them. Not because I don't care. Quite the opposite, actually. I care too much. I know once I fall down that rabbit hole, there will be no coming back out. I'll forgive him, and we'll repeat the same cycle over again. We're a powerful poison running through each other's veins. Maybe separate we'll survive, but together we'll end up destroying each other. Not intentionally, of course, but it'll happen. One piece at a time, until there's nothing left. As another loud crack of thunder hits, I roll over and glance at my alarm clock. 12:37. With thoughts of him all jumbled in my head, I know sleep isn't coming for me anytime soon, so I head toward my adjoined bathroom for my third shower of the day. However, halfway across the room, a familiar warmth spreads over me. Like so many other times before, I feel him. Turning around, I walk in a daze toward my window like a moth drawn to the flame. Lightning flashes in the background, and I see him clearly. He's standing in my backyard, staring up at my third-floor window with his hands shoved in the pockets of his black jeans. He's drenched, his white t-shirt stuck to his body, and his dark hair hanging over his nose like a mask. Our eyes connect, and something breaks inside of me. Time reverses, and I can't breathe. 7 years ago, he stood in this same spot, in the same color shirt and pants, drenched from the same kind of thunderstorm with rain dripping down his face. What are you going to do? Stand out here in the rain and guard me like some stray dog? Yes. Why are you so obsessed with me, Carrick? I'm not obsessed, but making sure you rest peacefully tonight will allow me to do it tomorrow. You can't save me. Then I'll just protect you. He wasn't calling to demand another chance. He was calling to check on me. If I still had a heart, I'd close the curtains and walk away, forcing him to open a vein and let my poison drain out. If I still had a heart, I'd do all those things. But I can't, because it's standing outside my window. I hurry down 2 flights of steps, through the foyer and living room, across the newly mopped kitchen floor and out the back door. He hasn't moved from the spot where he was standing, his eyes steady on me as if he knew I'd come. I run as my bare feet hit the wet grass, stopping a couple feet in front of him. The rain becomes heavier, pelting against my face like one big sheet and drenching my pale yellow nightgown. It's only then that his gaze drops, his breathing growing heavy as his eyes roam over my body. You have to go home, Carrie. I'm not going anywhere. His voice is hoarse, almost as if he's been standing out in the rain far longer than I realized. Are you crazy? I shout. If Bianca catches you creeping around here in the middle of the night, she'll pull the trigger first and ask questions later. You wouldn't answer my calls. So you decided to stand in the middle of a lightning storm and hope I'd come to my senses before you got electrocuted? It wouldn't be the first time, he says with a slight smirk. I was counting on you being a creature of habit. Fucking dick. Here I am running out into a goddamn rainstorm because I'm worried about him, and he's using one of my most cherished memories against me. God, you are so... Frustrated, I throw my hands in the air and turn to leave. Go home, Carrie. Grabbing my elbow, he spins me back around. What's with you, Shiloh? When you took my hand outside the station, I thought maybe things could go back to the way they were. But then you freeze me out for 2 days. Is this still about the money? I've already apologized, and I told you I'll return every penny of that. Christ, here we go again about the goddamn money. I interrupt, rolling my eyes. Will you get over that already? How the hell can I get over it when you're going to keep punishing me for... I scream, because after all this time, he still doesn't get it. For fuck's sake! I knew about the money all along, all right? It's like a blanket suddenly drapes over his face, turning his expression to stone.
What the hell did you just say?
Jesus, Carrie, how stupid do you think I am? Do you think I didn't know what I was doing that night? I know what I put back in my purse and what I didn't.
No,
He says, shaking his head.
No, that can't be true.
Come on, think about it. How convenient is it that my checkbook just happened to fall out of my purse right as I got out of your car? Giving him a look meant to cut through our constant bullshit. I lower my voice. Carrie, I gave you the push you needed.
You set me up?
He takes a step backward. I shake my head. No, I forced you to take something on your terms that you refused to take on mine. I asked you so many times why you'd willingly take Taryn's money but refused to take mine. You could never give me an answer. You still can't.
But the media. You allowed me to be publicly humiliated.
It was never supposed to get that far. Your alliance with Taryn got me arrested before I could fire my publicist for his stunt at the Rugged Maniac race. I figured if you ever wanted to tell me, then we'd talk about it. But honestly, Carrie, I never gave two shits if you did or didn't. As far as I was concerned, that money was yours.
You knew I took it, but you still set up the donation to the center and paid my parents' debt. Why?
Even through the pouring rain, I can hear the thump, thump of my heart. I wonder if he can hear it too. Because I knew you'd probably get a conscience and not use it. So I had to have a backup plan. Plus, that wasn't for you. I answer with a sad smile. That was for me. Carrie fists his hands by his side, his anger escalating.
You put me through hell.
It's a dry heat. You'll get used to it.
I should hate you.
He seethes, stepping forward again.
I should hate you so goddamn much.
I meet him step for step. Well, at least there's a concept I'm familiar with.
Fuck you for making me go against everything I stand for. Just fuck you, Shiloh.
Yeah? I counter with a snarl. Well, take a number, baby. It's a long line. We glare at each other. In the pale glow of the security light, his eyes are dark and unreadable. His mouth drops open as his tongue darts out to lick a raindrop off his lip ring. That simple act, so insignificant, sends a bolt of desire racing down my spine, puckering my nipples against my wet nightgown. My body's response doesn't escape Carrie's heated stare, and the instant he shifts, my vision blurs. We come together like a force of nature, like two magnets unable to control the torque drawing them together. My hands tingle in his dripping hair as he reaches under my soaked nightgown and lifts me up by my ass. My legs automatically wrap around his waist as he kisses me, his tongue demanding entrance, as if it were an extension of his cock. We devour each other with ferocious intensity, the primal heat between us like nothing I've ever experienced. Reaching behind me, I grab his hand and guide it between my legs as his fingers slide easily between my slick folds. This is you. Every time, this is what you do to me, and it scares me to death. He sucks air through his teeth, the blue in his eyes completely gone.
We're going to rip each other apart.
I'm already in pieces, I groan, rocking against him. Finish me. Saying nothing, he turns us both and stalks toward the pool house. I let out a loud grunt as my back collides against the door. Digging his knee into the wood between my legs, he grinds his hips against mine. I'm suspended, barely breathing as he gropes the ivy-lined molding along the top of the doorframe. Finally, finding what he's looking for, he jams a silver key into the lock, and with one turn, the door swings open, and I go with it. Carrie stumbles with me inside the darkened room, letting me slide down his body as he kicks the door closed. Taking my head in his hands, he backs me up until I'm flush against the door. What do you want, Starshine? His eyes are predatory, and I shiver. You? How do you want it? I don't hesitate. Brutal. A deliberate smile breaks across his face. What a coincidence. Maybe I should have chosen another word, because the minute Carrie's lips slam against mine, his hand pushes my legs apart and pumps 2 fingers inside me with an intent to take and claim. I can't see. I can't think. All I can do is feel and climb higher, riding a wave of intensity that has me teetering right on the edge of a cliff. I'm panting. I'm screaming his name against his lips. And just as I'm about to tumble into the depths, he stops. Devastated, I grasp his shoulders. What the hell? Ignoring me, Carrie rips open his pants and shoves them down his thighs. He's standing before me, strong, powerful, and in need. His cock is swollen and hard against his stomach. He's right. We are going to rip each other apart. Grabbing both of my arms, Carrie pins them over my head with one hand and jerks my nightgown up around my waist with the other. Never taking his eyes off me, he hitches my leg around his hip until I'm immobile. All I can do is wait for him to say something. Only he doesn't. Bending his knees, he gives one hard thrust and I scream. He's too big to take all at once, and I am not ready for him. My body revolts, clamping down and denying him any further access. Let me in, Shiloh. He groans. Pulling out slightly, he pushes the rest of the way in, forcing my body to accept him. I'm in shock, unable to speak or even breathe as he delivers a series of thrusts that leave me panting. Just as he promised, every stroke is brutal. Every drive is as fucked up as we are. Carrie, I finally managed to say. Do you know why I didn't let you come before Starshine? He growls as he changes his angle, pumping so that the metal ball of his piercing rubs against my sensitive walls. Because if we can't say the words, we are gonna fucking feel them. His words are my undoing. I scream his name until I'm hoarse, bursts of light blinding me as my body splinters and breaks. At the same time I'm gasping for air, his body jerks, and he buries his face in the hollow of my neck, growling as he empties himself inside me. We're both quiet as the air in the room thickens with the smell of sex and regret. Carrie finally slides his chin down from my neck and lowers me to my feet. We stand there in an extremely uncomfortable silence, me shoving my nightgown down my legs as the evidence of what we've just done drips down the inside of my thigh. However, Carrie doesn't give a shit. He just stands there with his semi-hard dick hanging out, like this isn't awkward at all. When he makes no move to say anything, I know it's up to me to be the adult. Sighing, I walk over to a small closet in the corner of the room and pull out 2 huge beach towels. Handing one to Carrie, I wrap the other tightly around my body, an unspoken symbol of what I'm about to say. This can never happen again, Carrie. We are poison to each other. Don't you see that? He pauses in the middle of zipping his pants. Poison? Is that what you call what we just did? No. I call it goodbye.
Chapter 39. Carrie. I'm not sure I hear her right. What the hell do you mean, goodbye? She hugs the beach towel around her chest, tugging on her loose thread at the top.
Come on, Carrie. Don't make me do this.
Although the room is dark, there's a dim glow coming through the security light attached to the main house. Through the shadows, I can make out the sturdy wooden table backed up against the far wall with the square-shaped mirror hanging above it. It's the room that time forgot, and the one I can't. Don't make you what? I demand, finishing zipping up my jeans as I shift my focus back to her. Stay and for once in your life answer for what you're doing instead of firing a gun and walking away? Yeah, that was harsh, but I'm not in the mood to sugarcoat shit.
You're just trying to hurt me now.
Jesus, Shiloh, do you think we made love here of all places on accident? I swing an arm out, gesturing all around us.
We fucked, Carrie.
She insists, her voice monotone.
We got carried away. It means nothing.
I can tell she's trying to keep her face blank. But for the first time, I noticed something I've never seen before. As her hands clench the towel, she crosses and uncrosses her index and middle fingers on both hands so slightly that if I hadn't been focused on her, I wouldn't have seen it. Back and forth, over and under. It's distracting as hell, and I'm about to tell her to knock it off when it hits me. It's Shiloh's tail. I just had to wait until her walls broke down enough to see when she's lying. That's bullshit and you know it. I take a few steps closer, my discovery strengthening my resolve. You told me outside that what I do to you scares you to death. That's nothing compared to what you've done to me. Agitated, she releases one hand from the towel to brush away a handful of the wet hair plastered to her forehead.
Me? Carrie, I just got home from 4 days behind bars. What the hell have I done to scare you?
2 more steps and I'm right in front of her. You made me love you all over again, and now you're throwing it all away. I'm yelling now, but I don't give a damn. I'm way past dancing around this with her. You're not scared of me. You're scared of giving up enough control to let me in. Damn it, Shiloh, how many times are you going to rob me of my future?
Future?
Is she serious? How can she not know? You, Shy. I tell her, risking everything. It's always been you. The only physical sign that she's heard me is a rapid increase in her breathing. Her chest rises and falls at a hurried pace as she turns her back to me and walks behind the futon, running her hand along the cushions. I'm about to repeat myself when she stops, her back still to me as she faces the small wooden table. I've always called that night my favorite mistake, but now I realize it was just a fatal one. I watch her stare at the table, and a sense of urgency pounds in my chest. Our story doesn't have to end here. She lets out a heavy sigh before looking over her shoulder at me.
Our story never began, Carrie. Don't you see? I ruined everything that's good in my life. You were a good person before me.
Casting another sweeping glance around the room, she lowers her eyes.
That was the night I ruined your life, not the accident. My poison got in your veins that night and turned the sweet boy I knew into someone he was never meant to be.
That's not true.
It is true. Look at what you've done since I've come back. This isn't you. The old Carrick would have never let Taryn have this much control over him. The hate I left you with has eaten at you for 7 years, and now guess what? You've become me. Congratulations.
I need to throw something, but there's nothing within reach but a goddamn futon pillow. Grabbing it any way I hurl it against the wall. Damn it, Shiloh. I won't let you walk away from me again. Shiloh stares at the stupid tasseled pillow lying next to the wall, then slowly walks over to me. As crazy as this night's been, I have no idea if she's going to punch me or knee me in the nuts, so I brace myself for both. A sad smile tugs one corner of her mouth as she places a hand on my shoulder and lifts up onto her toes. The minute her soft lips graze my cheek, I know what she's going to do.
I won't ruin you anymore, Carrie.
She whispers next to my ear.
You deserve better, and you'll find it once you find you again.
Settling back onto her feet, she turns to leave, then abruptly stops. Without another word, she walks toward the table. I don't think either of us breathes as she stares into it. Picking up the sterling silver angel figurine on top of it, she smashes the base of it against the mirror. The whole thing splinters as shards of glass fly everywhere. I watch her walk out. My past, my present, my future. And when I can't stand it anymore, I stare at the shattered mirror. It's destroyed, unfixable. I know the feeling. I want to break shit. I want to break everything in the room and grind it into dust, just like she's done to my heart, but there's nothing left. From across the room, my cracked reflection stares back at me. An image split into a dozen pieces of a scarred man. Mirrors. They don't lie. 7 years ago. April. Prom. She stares at me like she's surprised I'm still standing out here, but we both know better. Shiloh and I have perfected this dance. I chase her, she pretends we're just friends. I act like I accept what she's saying. Round and round and round we go. Everyone says I'm crazy for thinking I have a shot with her. Maybe they're right, but it's not going to stop me. I love Shiloh West, and whether she'll admit it to herself or not, she loves me too. The light clicks off in her room, but I'm not going anywhere. I promised her I'd stay here until morning to make sure she was safe, and I'm a man of my word. I don't care if she knows I'm here or not. I know, and that's all that matters. 10 minutes later, I'm being pelted by a sheet of stinging rain when the back door swings open, and Shiloh comes flying out of it dressed in a skimpy tank top and tight boy shorts. Immediately, the rain attacks her, soaking her thin clothes until they suction against her skin and cause my body to violently react.
Why the hell are you still here? Go home, Carrick. How many times do I have to say it?
I can't. They're the only words I can get out with her nipples poking through her transparent shirt. In a twist I don't expect, she shoves her hands against my chest, her chin quivering as her eyes fill with tears.
Why won't you leave me alone? Why do you keep doing these things when I'm so horrible to you?
I told you, because I love...
No, don't say it. Tell me bad things. Call me names. Call me shallow like everyone else does behind my back.
You're not shallow. You're my starshine.
I'm your what?
You're sunlight in a rainstorm, Shiloh. But you're also unique. Did you know that no two stars are alike? That's what makes you so special. Whether you become famous one day or not, it doesn't matter to me. You're your own star, Shy. You're my starshine. She just stares at me, her mouth hanging open like I'm some freak of nature. I curl my fists by my side, pissed at myself. Girls don't like guys who say stupid shit like that. They want arrogant football jocks like that dickhead Ross who tossed them over their shoulders and fucked them against a wall. Not the skinny geek who writes them love letters and kisses their hand. Dumbass. Shit. I run a hand over my forehead. Never mind, I didn't mean... The rest of my words are knocked out of my chest as Shiloh hurls herself into my arms. I don't even get the chance to ask what the hell she's doing before her lips are on me, pressing hard against mine until I can't do anything but kiss her back. My world is spinning. I have Shiloh West in my arms. Her legs are wrapped around my waist and we're kissing. I've dreamed of this moment. Jesus, a few kisses and I'm so hard I'm afraid I might come in my pants. Apparently my response to her is evident because she reaches between us and strokes me over my tuxedo slacks. I groan, shifting my hips into her hand, needing more. Then I still. Pulling her hand away, I lower her to her feet and stare at her. What is this? Some kind of joke? Shiloh shakes her head, her face a little pale.
I'm leaving in 2 months, Carrick, and I'm not coming back. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm tired of playing by the rules.
Taking my hand in hers, she opens my palm and places it against her breast.
Haven't you ever wondered what it'd be like to touch me?
Every fucking night. Taking my hand, She leads me toward the pool house. I've seen it lots of times while cutting the grass, even looking in the windows a few times, but never daring to go inside. Shiloh lifts onto her toes and reaches around the ivy on the top molding of the doorframe, producing a key. The only things I can hear are my own heavy breathing and the click of the lock as she opens the door and leads me inside. Grabbing a remote control off a shelf, she hits a button and synthesized music suddenly fills the room.
To drown out the noise, she announces. I'm kind of loud.
I'm sorry, what?
One night, she says, facing me as water drips off her chin. No strings, no rules. We both get this out of our systems and never speak of it again. Agreed?
You mean... Grabbing the bottom of her tank top, she pulls it over her head and drops it to the floor.
How bad do you want me, Carrick?
Her breasts glisten in the darkness, full and round with puckered nipples begging for my mouth. I'm both anxious and nervous. My body is in overdrive, but I can't disappoint her. Shiloh isn't a virgin. She knows what she likes and expects it to be done right. Stalking forward, I back her up against a wooden table that sits under a huge square mirror. Just as her ass slams into the edge of it, I cup my hands under her breasts and rake both thumbs over the stiff peaks of her nipples. She sucks in a breath just before I lower my head and take one into my mouth, sucking hard. Shiloh cries out, throwing her head back and reaching behind her to brace her hands on the table. Giving her no reprieve, I grab the backs of her thighs and pick her up, dropping her on the top of the table, her back slamming against the mirror. The sudden move knocks over a metal figurine, the tile making a cracking sound as it hits the floor. Without taking my eyes off her, I fumble for the button on my slacks. The minute I reach for my cock, she grabs my hand.
Tell me you love me, then fuck me like you don't.
She whispers as Britney Spears' Toxic plays in the background.
Chapter 40. Shiloh. Present day. In the grand scheme of things, 3 days isn't a long time. When all you've done is look out your bedroom window and stare at your pool house, it's eternity. Downstairs, I hear a faint ring for the 4th time in less than an hour. Since my phone has been silent since I walked out on Carrie 3 days ago, the constant ringing is starting to worry me. Shiloh, answer your phone, Bianca calls from the base of the stairs. If I wanted to be a personal secretary, I wouldn't have married your father. I laugh, partly at the image of my mother working a desk job, but mostly because it's true. I'm coming, I yell back, taking the steps 2 at a time. She's in the kitchen when I get there, pouring herself a glass of Chardonnay. Good afternoon, she smiles. Good morning, I correct. What's the occasion? It's Wednesday. It's 10 a.m. She shrugs and raises her glass in the air. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Rolling my eyes, I grab my phone off the counter and notice I have 4 missed calls and a voicemail. I don't recognize the number, so at first I'm hesitant. However, curiosity gets the better of me, and I listen. After the first few words, my heart starts beating so loud I'm afraid it's going to drown out the rest of the message. Hi, Shiloh. It's Dan Goldberg with the Optimum Agency. I need to talk to you. It's important. Give me a call at this number as soon as you get this message. My hands shake as I hit redial. I'm prepared to leave a message, but start pacing as a deep voice picks up. Dan Goldberg. I have to clear my throat twice before speaking. Dan, hi. It's Shiloh West. He lets out a sigh. Shiloh, finally. Listen, there's no good way to say this, so I'm not going to beat around the bush. Okay. Business is business, and you know as well as anyone that the higher-ups are going to do what's best for their image.
10 months ago, that wasn't you, but things change. One day you're the devil incarnate, the next you're everyone's angel again.
I know that better than anyone.
Right. Anyway, the suits upstairs got wind of that story about how you donated money to some at-risk teens to save their center and saved some old couple from losing their shirts. You can't buy that kind of PR. They want you back, kid.
I stop pacing and sink into one of the bar stools next to the kitchen island. I had to have heard him wrong. You're joking.
I never joke about money, Shiloh.
But I have a sentence, Dan. I have over 2.5 years left here. I can't just leave without defying the terms of my probation.
Not an issue. I've already had your lawyer speak with the judge in charge of your case. He's granting you a 2-week furlough so you can fly to California and meet with agency executives. If everything goes well, he's agreed to defer your sentence back to Los Angeles. You'll have to continue your public service and not leave the country until it's over, but we'll work around that.
My head is spinning. And if I wasn't forbidden to drink, I'd grab Bianca's wine bottle and chug the shit out of it right now. He's offering me my life back. A chance to step back onto the catwalk where I know I'm wanted. I don't know what to say.
There is one other thing.
Of course, there's always a catch.
The agency has found a plastic surgeon who's confident your original doctor's assessment is wrong. They want your verbal agreement that you'll meet with them when you arrive in Los Angeles.
I grip the edge of the island.
What for? The offer is contingent on you having corrective surgery to reduce the scarring on your face.
I don't understand.
Come on, Shiloh. This business is about perfection. I'm offering you the chance to be perfect again.
I try not to look for hidden meanings, but it's useless. All of the progress I've made with Carrie's mirror, tough love, goes out the window with one phrase. I'm offering you the chance to be perfect again. My grip tightens as the circle of black rims my vision. Can I think about it and get back to you? He lets out a low groan.
I need an answer by tomorrow, Shiloh, or the deal is void.
Understood. After disconnecting the call, I wander into the living room to find Bianca sprawled out onto the white leather couch. She's draining the last few sips of her wine while flipping through the latest issue of Town and Country. The moment she sees me, the magazine drops from her hand and she sits up. Everything all right? Shaking my head, I drop down beside her and bury my head against her shoulder. She eventually strokes my hair, timidly at first, then with firm, comforting strokes. We sit like that for a long time before I let out a shuddering breath and relay the entire conversation to her. She's quiet, absorbing everything before resting her cheek against the top of my head. You can have everything again, darling. I shake my head against her dress, my tears darkening the expensive material. Not everything. I'll have to leave. Although I never say his name, she knows. Do you love him? I don't hesitate. Yes. Then you need to tell him goodbye, or you'll never forgive yourself. Chase your dream, my love, but give closure to the other before you do. Carrie is outside his apartment under the hood of his car when Malcolm drops me off with the promise he'll be right around the corner. The engine's running, and he's got his iPod cranked as loud as it will go. It doesn't sound like the head-banging music he usually listens to. The beat is slow, haunting even. I stumble as I step up behind him and recognize the song. Praying by Kesha. A song about change and finality. My eyes burn. I hope he finds his peace too.
Did you make a wrong turn somewhere?
I stop, unable to reach out for him, but unable to turn away. I'm stuck. My heart is about to pound straight through my chest, but Bianca's right. We both need closure. How'd you know I was here?
I can feel you when you're near,
He says, wiping his greasy hands on a rag and slamming the hood. Always have. I know the feeling. He turns around, and my heart slams against my chest. His white t-shirt is smeared with oil stains, and his ripped jeans are just as soiled. Sweat beads across his face, matting his dark hair as it hangs recklessly across his cheek. Did you need something, or are you here to twist the knife in a little more? I'm leaving, Carrie, I blurt out. He chuckles and drops the rag. Well, thanks for the info. See you Monday. No, you don't understand, I say, laying a hand on his arm. I'm leaving for good. My agency offered my contract back. If all goes well, I'll finish out my sentence in LA. A darkness flashes in his eyes, but he keeps his expression solemn as he gathers his equipment. So when do you leave? In a couple of weeks? Tomorrow.
Chapter 41. Carrie. Shiloh follows me when I turn around and climb up the 2 flights of stairs to my apartment. Neither one of us says much as we walk through the door. Hell, I'm still trying to process the word tomorrow without losing my shit. But mainly I'm trying to process losing her to the world again. I stare at her as she sits tucked into the far corner of my worn couch, her arms folded politely in her lap as she tells me she's leaving and plans on letting a plastic surgeon's knife carve out the soul she's uncovered. How the hell can she be so calm when it's all I can do to hold myself back from taking her in my arms and refusing to let her go?
Say something, Carrie.
No surgery comes without risks, Shy. Her eyebrows pinch together, and I swear I see second thoughts in her eyes.
I know, but modeling is all I've ever known. And LA is my home.
So is Myrtle Beach.
No, this is your home.
Unable to meet my eyes, she focuses on the hem of her black dress as she rolls it between her fingers.
Once my sentence is over, what's left for me here, Carrie? Marrying some rich asshole like my mother? Throwing tea parties every weekend so he can go out of town on business and fuck his secretary? No, thank you.
She huffs. Sliding across the couch, I cup her scarred cheek, tracing the top of it with my thumb. You've got it so wrong, Shiloh. About who you are and where you belong. Someday you're gonna realize that. Closing her eyes, she leans into my touch.
I'm scared.
You always have been. From the very beginning, you've run from the things you want the most.
Tell me to stay, Carrie.
God, she has no idea how badly I want to say those words to her, but I'd be kidding myself to think she's come here for anything other than a clear conscience. Shiloh doesn't want me to tell her to stay. She wants me to give her the push she needs to leave. I can't. Pulling my hand away, I brush my knuckles across her chin. You'd end up resenting me for it, and that'd be worse than losing you. Growing up, my mom loved to quote cheesy lines that made us roll our eyes. As Shiloh sits in front of me, holding on to my wrist with tears rolling down her face, I finally understand one of her favorites. If you love something, let it go. If it comes back to you, it's yours. If it doesn't, it never was, and it's not meant to be. You have to go, I say, gently prying her hands off my arm. Licking a tear off her lip, she squeezes my hand.
Come with me. I promise you'll learn to love Hollywood.
She's grasping at straws, but I can't be her safety net. You know I can't do that. My life is here and the boys need me.
Why is this so hard?
She sobs, covering her face.
I walked away from you. This shouldn't be this hard.
I lower her hands and make her look at me. Her eyes are red and swollen, and tears have streaked dark lines of mascara down her cheeks. She's never looked more beautiful. This is who you were born to be, Shiloh. The difference is that now you own the world. It doesn't own you.
Will you forget about me?
How can I? You're unforgettable. Running my thumbs underneath her eyes, I catch 2 more fallen tears. No regrets, Starshine. I'm not sure who moves first, but all I know is our lips are pressed together, and I'm kissing her. There's no frenzied rush to possess her. This time I'm taking my time, memorizing the way her lips move and the unforgettable taste of rain and sunshine. Scooping her up, I hold her tightly against my chest and carry her to my bedroom. She closes her eyes and tangles her fingers in my hair, kissing me back just as slowly. I guess she's creating her own memories too.
Chapter 42. Shiloh. Stop the car! I scream. Malcolm glances in the rearview mirror, his eyes no longer full of the compassion they held as he dragged my suitcases down 2 flights of stairs this morning.
Miss West, we're already late for the airport because you've made me take every exit and side street in town so you could soak it all in, as you call it. I can't stop a limousine in the middle of the street.
I don't have time for this shit. Stop the car or I'm jumping out of it. Malcolm determines I'm either serious or psychotic because he makes a hard right and slams the car into the curb. I don't even wait for the wheels to stop rolling before I throw open my door and tumble out onto the cracked sidewalk. Damn it, I mutter, pushing off the concrete and sprinting back down the road where I'd seen her. As I get close, I slow my pace, fighting to catch my breath. She's squatting near the left rear of her car, staring at the blown tire like it's an unsolvable word problem. If Susie has 12 apples and Bobby has 4 apples, how many pies can Susie make if she steals 7 bananas and frames Bobby's girlfriend for fruit smuggling? Answer, none, because Susie's ass is rotting in jail. She doesn't notice I'm behind her, so I lean over her shoulder and survey the damage. Now that's a damn shame. I don't suppose you have AAA. Letting out a startled scream, Taryn's feet fly out from under her as she lands flat on her ass. Fuck you, Shiloh. I see Daddy put up the money for your bail, I say, kicking the tire. When's the trial? Go to hell. No thanks. Already been there. Bad food and the humidity frizzes my hair. Taryn snarls. Literally, snarls like a dog and climbs to her feet. Don't you have anything better to do than ruin people's lives? I narrow my eyes. How easy would it be to kick her feet out from under her and send her sprawling onto her ass again? Maybe I could get Malcolm to accidentally run over her a few dozen times. It's not like she doesn't deserve it. However, I've turned over a new leaf, so I suppress my homicidal urges and shrug one shoulder. Nope, this is pretty much it. We were perfectly happy before you came back to town and opened your legs. She stands and smirks right in my face. How many times did you offer your pussy to him before he finally caved? Is that your thing, Shiloh? You can't get your own man, so you have to fuck everyone else's? All the insults. All the times she flaunted Carrie in front of me. All the time I spent locked in a dark closet. All the time I spent lying on a paper-thin cot in a jail cell for a crime I didn't commit. All that rage travels down my arm and settles into my clenched hand. Pulling back my arm, I land a punch to the side of her face so hard that her head snaps back and she tumbles her ass hard against the asphalt. Just like I wanted to do in the first damn place. I said I turned over a new leaf. I didn't say it was from a different tree. You stupid bitch, she screams, sitting up and wiping the blood from her mouth. I can have you arrested for assault. I shake my hand, trying to get some feeling back into it. Look around, I say, gesturing around us. Nobody's here. And even if they were, do you think anyone would stick up for you? She starts to answer when Malcolm appears beside me. He takes one look at Taryn sprawled out like designer roadkill and shakes his head.
Miss West, you are going to miss your flight.
I give him a curt nod and start to follow behind him when a green street sign catches my eye. I don't know how I didn't notice it when we pulled up. I read the words again, and the corners of my mouth lift up as I see two familiar outlines in the distance. What the hell are you smiling about? Taryn hisses. You broke down on Alvarez Street. So? Did you sleep with someone else's boyfriend here too? I look up at the sign again, my smile widening. No. I've just met a few people around here, that's all. Turning my back to her, I walk toward Malcolm as he waits beside my open car door. At the last minute, I glance over my shoulder and wink at her. Tell Mo and Kong I said hi. Chapter 43. Shiloh, Los Angeles, California. The last time I stepped off an airplane into a crowded terminal, it was with a federal escort who maneuvered me around a savage mob of paparazzi. Now I'm still with an escort, but I walk unnoticed through the hurried throngs of people in LAX, rushing to catch their departing flights. See, that's the thing about Los Angeles. People here don't get starstruck. Celebrity sightings are as much of a normal occurrence as morning coffee or traffic jams on the 405. No one cares Shiloh West is weaving her way amongst them. To them, I'm just one in a crowd of a million. Funny, I remember someone always telling me I was one in a million. By the time I make my way to baggage claim and haul my suitcases off the luggage carousel, I'm beyond exhausted and ready to collapse. The escort is long gone, so I pull my phone from my purse. I'm just about to call Dan Goldberg when a high-pitched squeal shatters my eardrums. Dollface! I glance up just in time as a tornado in diamonds and Gucci plows through a wall of travelers while two pissed-off bodyguards chase after her. Lena leaps into my arms like some kind of glamorous kangaroo and wraps her arms around my neck until I can't breathe. Holy shit! How long have you been gone? A fucking year? In between gasping for air, I laugh. God, I've missed her. Close, I say, hugging her back. 2 months. Bullshit. It's been at least 8. Let's go with 5 and split it down the middle. Deal. Leaning away from me, Lena tilts her head, circling a long fingernail in front of my face. What's this, honey? What's going on here? What are you talking about? You've had dick. And lots of it. The look on her face is smug, but with the glee of a proud parent. I stare at her in awe. How the hell do you do that? Do you have some kind of sexual sixth sense? Tossing me a knowing wink, she nods to one of her abnormally large bodyguards, then toward my bags. While her guards gather my belongings, she hooks her arm through mine and leads me through the airport exit toward a waiting limo parked by the curb. As the glass doors open, the dry California heat blasts me in the face, and I can't help but notice the lack of humidity. Not a bead of sweat coats my lip, and the back of my shirt isn't immediately soaked with sticky perspiration. Welcome home, she says, squeezing my arm. Yeah, I whisper, forcing a smile. Home. I changed outfits 4 times this morning before leaving the penthouse. Now, with 2 hours to kill before meeting with the Optimum Agency execs, I make a split-second decision. Giving Lena's driver the address of an old friend, I close my eyes and wait for a visit 10 months overdue.
We're here, Miss West.
Opening my eyes, I take in the curved brick partition and simple black sign that invites us to her home. Pierce Brothers Valhalla Memorial Park. Multicolored flowers are planted all along the length of the bricks. Just the sight of them makes me smile. They're roses. Stop the car. I choke out as the brick wall passes by my window. Ma'am? Just stop the car. My knees wobble as I stumble out and kneel over the flower bed. It's probably in poor taste and illegal as hell to do this, but I can't stop myself. Leaning down, I pick a yellow one from the very back. It's small and perfect, just like her. Since the entrance to the cemetery is on the west end, we have to circle around to almost the complete opposite side of the property before we find the spot. My stomach knots as he pulls to the side of the road and parks the car. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? No, I say, rolling the stem of the rose around between my fingers. I need to do this alone. Slamming the car door, I weave my way through the plaques until I find the one I'm looking for. The moment I see her first name, something crashes through the wall of my chest and squeezes my heart until it bleeds. Falling to my knees, I slowly trace the letters of her name, swirling the D at the end of her name just like she used to do when she'd sign autographs. Hey, Kirk. I'm not sure why I'm whispering, but it seems appropriate. Long time no speak. I'd say you're probably wondering why it's taken me so long to visit you, but since you're up there seeing everything, I guess you already know. A young couple walks by hand in hand, and I pause our conversation, pressing my lips against my knee until they pass. Once we're alone again, I take a deep breath and continue. I've never apologized to you for putting you in danger that night. I guess none of that matters now. I can't change the past. All I can do is change me, but I'm also making sure the world never forgets you. I'm in the process of creating a scholarship in your name at your old high school in Chicago. Now you'll have 2 legacies that will live forever. I glance down at my clenched fist and realize the once perfectly shaped rose is now wilted under the constant stream of my tears. Sighing, I place it under her name. I brought you something. It's yellow, your favorite. Don't tell anyone, but I lifted it from the flower bed at the entrance of the park. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I hear Kirkland laugh, and I smile. Don't even act like you're shocked. My pocket chimes, and pulling out my phone, I note the time and sigh. I have to go, Kirk. I have a big meeting and a lot of decisions to make. But I promise I'll be back. Climbing to my feet, I blow her a kiss before making my way back to the car. My knees are bouncing in the back seat of the limo as I stare up the enormous glass building, and the small lump in my throat triples in size. I lock eyes with Lena's driver in the rearview mirror, and he starts to say something just as my phone chimes with an incoming text. I dig through my purse, and my heart ceases when I see who it's from. Carrie. You're sitting in the surgeon's parking lot, aren't you? I have no idea what to say, so I type back one word. Me. No. Carrie. Shiloh. Unnerved, I shift in my seat, glancing around the parking lot for a taxi with familiar, unruly dark hair sticking out the back window. Finding nothing, I quickly type my response. Me. How could you possibly know that? I wait, but he doesn't answer. I'm about to drop my phone back in my purse when the text alert chimes again. This time, it's not a text. All he sent is a link. My first instinct is to ignore it, but I can't. My thumb is pressing on the URL before I can stop myself. I'm immediately taken to a YouTube channel, and the video for Alessia Cara's Scars to Your Beautiful pops up. The phone tightens in my hand as women of all shapes, colors, and imperfections flash in between Cara's soulful lyrics. I don't know I'm crying until tears hit my screen, splattering the faces on the video and rolling off the side of my phone. Damn him for doing this to me right now. I'm right here. I've met with the agency execs. I've got the paperwork sitting right beside me, ready for my signature. All that's left is for me to walk in for my consultation and schedule the procedure that will put me back on top. Everything I've ever wanted will be mine again. Damn him. Throwing my phone on the floorboard of the limo, I step outside and slam the door to the past as the haunting melody of the song still plays behind the tinted window.
Chapter 44. Carrie. Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Half an hour after closing the center for the night, Frankie throws a right hook that thankfully I'm able to block at the last minute. Still haven't learned how to swing, have you, Junior? I smirk, knowing the nickname still gets under his skin. Still haven't learned not to talk shit, huh, Carrick? He shoots back, not even bothering to protect his face. My focus is shit and I'm pissed. I should have seen that hook coming a mile away. He never should have gotten that close to hitting me. Hell, Frankie should have been flat on his ass 10 minutes ago. Planting my feet, I mutter a curse and rip the tape off my hands. It's not just today. I haven't been able to focus for 2 weeks. Everything reminds me of her and it's slowly driving me out of my mind. I'm done, I announce, climbing through the ropes and dropping onto the floor. Frankie stands motionless in the middle of the ring, a look on his face that's a cross between irritation and pity. Stop being such a pussy. Watch it, Junior, I warn, gritting my teeth. I'm not in the mood for jokes. Oh, I'm not joking. I've always looked up to you, man. But I don't know this asshole in front of me. He rips off the tape on his own hands, never breaking his hard stare. Whoever he is, he's not Carrie Kincaid. He's not my boss. What the hell was I supposed to do, Frankie? Jesus, even after I promised myself I'd stop trying, I still texted her that stupid-ass song. Tossing the discarded tape into the trash, I stare down at my pale hands, watching as the blood flow returns to my skin. She still threw me away. Are you that stupid? She wanted you to make her stay. I wanted to make her stay. I wanted to chain her to my bed and keep her locked away forever. But you can't chain what you never had. She's like a hummingbird darting in and out of my life. Hummingbirds are beautiful to look at, but you know what happens when you cage one? It fucking dies. Lock up when you leave, I say, never looking back as I turn toward the locker room. Another place that's become my personal hell. It doesn't matter what she wanted, or what I wanted for that matter. It's too late for both of us. The water is not hot enough. My skin is on fire and the water falling from above my head is scalding my flesh, but it's still not hot enough. With a complete disregard for my own skin, I crank that motherfucker a full rotation, causing the pipes to scream like a dying man. No sympathy here, asshole. The feeling's mutual. A cloud of thick steam envelops me, so heavy that I have to inhale in short breaths or risk choking to death. Hell, maybe I should just suck it in, hold my breath, and get it over with. Frankie's right. This pussy I've become isn't Carrie Kincaid. He's Carrick Kincaid. I don't know how she did it, but Shiloh grabbed a hold of time, gave it a good spin, and fucking dropped me right back into 2010. I've become the same mopey, sad-ass loser whose life revolved around a woman he can never have. Draping my wrists over the showerhead handle, I duck my head under the spray and groan. What the hell am I gonna do now?
Well, for starters, you're going to stop standing in my spot.
Every muscle in my back tenses, and I almost convince myself I'm hallucinating. Still gripping the handle, a sadistic need to prove myself wrong forces my chin over my shoulder. Suddenly, the steam is no longer the reason I can't breathe. What are you doing here?
I missed the ocean,
she says, her voice low. You live 13 miles from Venice Beach.
Are we really going to do this right now?
I turn completely around, and Shiloh steps forward, the steam thinning as she approaches. allowing me to set my eyes on her for the first time in 2 weeks. Gone are the simple white shorts and tank top she'd grown accustomed to while she worked for me. Her face is made, her hair is curled, and a tight purple dress hugs her body in all the right places. Her moves are cat-like, confident and steady, but not without purpose. I'm speechless, staring at the assertive lift of her chin and the seductive curve of her lips with a desire that's drowning me by the second. It's not until she's right in front of me that I see it. My hand moves on its own, slicing through the stream of water and tracing the puckered C-shape still lining her left cheek. Shiloh, your face. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I want them back. Shaming her is the last thing I meant to do. I'm just shocked to see her come back the same way she left. She glances down, her voice soft but assured.
I know. It's perfect, isn't it?
The most perfect thing I've ever seen. My body casts a shadow over hers as I lean down and kiss the top of her scar. I've known that for a while, but why the change of heart? She inhales before blowing it out through rounded lips and slowly raising her eyes to meet mine. I expect tears, like so many she cried before she left, but they're clear. The only thing that reflects in them is the peace she's searched for her whole life.
My face is me, Carrie. It's you. It's Kirkland. It's my reminder that a mirror isn't a reflection of who I am. It's a reflection of where I've been.
Does this mean you're not going through with the surgery? She inches closer, a ghost of a smile on her lips.
No. I kind of like me the way I am.
And the agency is okay with this?
Nope, they ripped up my contract.
Something doesn't make sense. If the agency ripped up her contract, she should be upset. Why the hell is she acting like she didn't get a call back from a cashier job at Walmart? What's going on, Shiloh? What are you saying? I watch her hand as she lays her palm flat against my heart. I have to fight to control my body's response, because even though the scalding water burned my skin, it's nothing compared to the heat from her touch.
Before I left, you told me that I had it all wrong, about who I was and where I belonged, and that someday I'd realize that.
My mother's words come back to me. If you love something, let it go. If it comes back to you, it's yours. If it doesn't, it never was, and it's not meant to be. My heart pounds. Yeah.
I didn't need to wait for someday. Carrie, I realized it the minute I stepped off that airplane. We all fuck up. We all hurt the ones we love. Big deal. The thing is, not everyone is given a second chance, but if we are, then we've got to be some kind of assholes to just throw it all away, right?
She blinks up at me, her face completely serious as if she hasn't just spouted the most amazing shit I've ever heard in my life. Shiloh West, did you just admit that you love me? She smirks, her eyes roaming down my body.
Well, considering I just flew cross-country on very little sleep, caught a cab straight here, and am now standing next to a naked man with a semi-hard cock inside a locker room that's hotter than Satan's ballsack, then yeah, I guess I did.
I glance down and raise an eyebrow. You call that semi-hard?
Seriously? That's what you pick out of this whole thing?
She squeals as I grab her around the waist and pull her under the spray. The water drenches her hair and dress, causing it to suction against her body even more. Reaching for the knob, a thought enters my mind as I turn it to a normal temperature setting. What about the transfer? I ask, brushing her wet hair away from her face. Didn't you already arrange to have your community service redirected to Los Angeles County? Shiloh lifts onto her toes and wraps her arms around my neck.
I was on a 2-week furlough, remember? I spent the time wrapping up loose ends in California. There's nothing tying me to the West Coast anymore, Carrie. I'm all yours.
Her voice catches.
If you still want me.
Are you kidding me? I growl, jerking her against me so tight she groans. This is where you belong. Mine. Running my hand through her hair, I repeat the words I haven't said to her in 7 years. I love you, Sha. She brushes her hand across my cheek.
I love you too.
After she says the words I've waited 10 years to hear, I can't wait any longer. 2 weeks without the taste of her lips has driven me insane. Pulling her to me, I crash my mouth against hers, our tongues tangling kisses that get harder and more forceful. I want her so fucking bad, but I won't push her. Not this time. Groaning, I trail my lips down her throat and kiss the indention at the base of her neck. I can feel the vibration of her chuckle against my mouth as she slides her hands down my rib cage.
You realize where we are, don't you? Look around,
she says, dipping her hand inward toward my hip.
Come on, say it.
Once I stop licking her neck and taking our surroundings, I immediately know what she means. I can feel a devious smile spread across my face as I say the words. If you're gonna be in here, Starshine, you're gonna be naked. Gathering the bottom of her dress in her hands, she pulls it up and over her head, tossing it across the room.
I thought you'd never ask.
Epilogue. Shiloh. 3 years later. Mother, stop, it's fine. Bianca purses her lips, but wisely keeps her mouth shut as I jerk every diamond-encrusted bobby pin she just shoved into my veil and toss them on the desk. I was just trying to secure it, darling. No, you were trying to make my head look like a disco ball. I want everything simple. The ceremony is simple, the reception is simple, my dress is simple. And yes, Mother, my veil is simple. Can't it be your something new? I lift my dress and twirl my foot, showing off the ridiculously expensive pair of Christian Louboutins Lena insisted I wear. She sighs. Okay, how about something borrowed? Lifting my dress higher, I snap my antique garter Carrie's mom gave to me last night at the rehearsal dinner. Something old? Running my fingers along the silver chain on my neck, I lift the pendant in the palm of my hand. A diamond-encrusted cursive K. It was Kirkland's. I got it in the mail a few weeks ago from her mother. All the note said was that she'd want me to have it. Bianca just nods, her eyes glistening as she pats the base of her nose with the tissue and forces a smile. Well, I suppose that's all then. Not everything. I still needed something blue. Oh no. Shiloh, the ceremony's about to start. I don't know where we're going to find something. Laying a hand on hers, I stop her mid-pace. What's the one thing you always told me about a woman's accessories? As long as a woman wears expensive shoes, carries a designer purse, and manicures her nails to perfection, she can conquer the world. Lifting my hand, I wiggle my fingers, showing off my light blue manicure, complete with a tiny cursive BW stenciled in the corner of the third nail of my right hand. You may think I never listened to you, but I did. Something blue and wise. She dabs her eyes with a tissue. I can't believe my little girl is getting married. Mother, I'm 28. I'm hardly little. Darling, you could be 50, and you'll still be my little girl. Her words bring up a question I've avoided. Did Alistair get the invitation? The warmth in her face cools upon hearing my father's name. I assume so. I sent it to the last address I had for him. I nod, leaving the rest unspoken. I didn't really expect my father to show up for my wedding, But that doesn't mean I didn't hope he'd come to his senses. It doesn't matter either way. I don't need him to walk me down the aisle, and I sure as hell don't need him sitting in the front row for me to marry the man of my dreams. The doorknob clicks, and Lena sticks her head inside, still wearing the permagrin she's sported since her plane landed 3 days ago. Hey, dollface. Consider this your 5-minute warning. Oh my God, you look so beautiful. Shit, I think I'm going to cry. No, I yell, pointing a blue-tipped finger at her. If you cry, then I'll cry. Then all this is ruined. Turning my finger around, I circle it around the outside of my face. Lena fans her expensive eyelashes and looks up at the ceiling in an almost comical attempt to control her emotions. Okay, I've got it. I'm fine. She shoots me her best camera-ready smile, her chin wobbling as her eyes well up again. Nope, she says, shaking her head and backing away. Nope, I don't. See you at the altar. Bianca cocks her head and stares at the closed door. She's an interesting woman. I laugh, glancing one last time into the mirror we rigged onto Carrie's desk. Do I look okay? We both gaze at my reflection until Bianca picks up a tube of concealer from the desk and holds it out to me. You may want to touch up your makeup. Your scars are showing. The tube is so small. Most people wouldn't think of a tube so small as being such a huge mountain to overcome. A crutch. An addiction just as powerful as any drug out there. Most people haven't lived 1,000 lives, stared them in the face and walked away. Closing my hand over hers, I wrap her fingers around the concealer and gently push it away. I know, I say softly. They're my badge of honor. A few minutes later, I'm standing outside the door of Carrie's office, shifting from foot to foot, a layer of sweat building between my palm and my bouquet of yellow roses. My gown feels like it weighs a ton, although it's as simple as it gets. Thin spaghetti straps attached to patterned lace that gradually fades down from mid-chest to a straight sheer skirt. Completely un-Shiloh, just the way I wanted. Carrie and I both wanted to have our wedding at the Kincaid Center. It just didn't seem right to have it anywhere else. It's this place that brought us back together and holds so many memories for us. It's the place we've run together 3 years as a team and left to go home to our apartment together as lovers. Last chance to back out, Snowflake, Frankie says, straightening his tie as I link my arm around his. I got me some wheels now. We can dip out of here right now and never look back. I squeeze his arm as the music begins to play. Not on your life. An obscenely huge smile breaks out across his face. Keeping his eyes forward, he stares down the hallway and gives a quick nod. That's all I need to hear. We leave the safety of the hallway and enter the open area of the Elizabeth Kincaid Community Center. As Frankie walks me down the makeshift aisle, I couldn't tell you who smiles at me. They're all just blurry faces in a blurry crowd. All I see is him. Carrie is standing at the end of the aisle on a small white wooden platform in between the minister and Will. His normally wild onyx hair is parted on the side and slicked back, with just enough escaping to still look dangerous. Upon my insistence, he left his lip ring in, although we argued last night about how appropriate it was for our wedding. I don't care. It's him, and I love all of him. Here's the thing. I've dated models who have graced billboards and the most sought-after magazine cover in the world. I've had People magazine's Sexiest Men Alive blow up my phone begging for a second date. However, no man has ever taken my breath away like Carrie Kincaid, even when I refused to see it. Once we reach the end, Frankie kisses my cheek and whispers something in my ear. I giggle as he takes my hand and helps me onto the platform and to the man I'm about to marry. Carrie entwines our fingers, quirking his lips as he runs the pad of his thumb over my blue nail polish. What did he say to you? He told me not to let you carry me over the threshold tonight. Why the hell not? I rock onto my toes, then back onto my heels, biting my lip to keep from laughing. He said to always walk on my own 2 feet. Otherwise, I'll always end up on my knees. His eyes cut to the front row where Frankie sits with a shit-eating grin. Oh, he did, huh? We're in our own little world until the minister clears his throat. I'm sorry, but may we begin? There's a rumble of laughter throughout the crowd, and I nod, handing my bouquet to Lena as I take Carrie's hands. We stare into each other's eyes and repeat the words the minister recites for us. Lena whined when I told her we weren't writing our own vows, but Carrie and I had no desire to declare our love for each other in front of a bunch of people in personal words that aren't meant for them to hear. Those are words we'll say to each other tonight, and know their promises we'll keep, because we earned every damn one of them. With rings in place, vows spoken, and prayers said, the minister's face lights up. I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may now kiss... Carrie doesn't wait for him to finish his declaration before scooping me up into his arms and devastating me with a kiss that probably has Bianca fanning herself in horror. I'm breathless by the time he slides his mouth from my lips to my ear and whispers in a wicked tone. I'm carrying you out of here, so you should probably get those knees ready, Starshine. When my mouth drops open, Carrie laughs and kisses my forehead. Just as he swings me around to face the crowd, the minister loudly announces above cheers and whistles, I now present to you Mr. and Mrs. Carrick Kincaid. Just as he promised, Carrie carries me all the way down the aisle and doesn't put me down until I'm on my knees. The clock reads 4 o'clock in the morning, but time doesn't matter much to me. I've been wide awake for the past few hours watching my husband sleep, memorizing his breathing patterns and loving the way he reaches for me if I shift too far to the edge of the mattress. There's a full moon tonight, and the brightness of it shines through our bedroom window, highlighting my wedding dress. When we first came home, Carrie tore it off and tossed it onto the floor. Not that I minded, the dress was the last thing on my mind. It's crazy how women spend so much time, money, and effort picking out one dress that they'll wear for an hour, then hang in a storage bag for the rest of their lives. It seems crazy when you think about it. It's not like they'll ever wear it again. What a waste. The thought rolls over and over in my head until I eventually pull the covers back and pick up the dress, running my hands over the silk until I find myself carrying it into the bathroom. I click on the light, and before I know what I'm doing, I step into it. As I stare at my reflection in the mirror, flashes of a grayish-purple dress, complete with a floor-length tulle skirt and a bodice covered in Australian crystals, stares back at me. Tilting my head, I run my fingers across the simple lace neckline, and my beautiful, modest wedding gown comes back into focus, showing me how truly far I've come. I'm not that girl anymore. I'm still stubborn, still prideful and quick-tempered in my own way. But shallow? Not a chance. Shallow is a term reserved for people who use others' insecurities to force their own agenda of self-worth. It's simple smoke and mirrors. If I'm anything, it's a shadow. I don't need the limelight to feel important or the blaze of adoration to tell me who I am inside. I'm perfectly content to live in the shadow of a man who never deserved to be forced to bask in mine. A man who has always been the brighter, shining star to my fizzling nova. Shade is a funny thing. People are content to throw it until they know what it feels like to stand in the middle of it. But as long as I'm bathed in Carrie Kincaid's shade, no one else's opinion matters to me. I'll stand in his darkness for eternity. It's where I belong. It's where I've always belonged. I'm Shiloh West Kincaid, a woman who understands that being loved for being beautiful isn't real. That kind of adoration settles on the surface and fades away when the beauty does. Real